In the Great Xia Empire, in the City of Magic, young Master Lu, the head of the manor in Magic City, just called, mentioning that several foreign scholars have recently arrived, possessing remarkable artistic talents. He encourages you to visit at your convenience for some language tutoring and guidance. Aha, understood. A strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of elegance, languidly reclined in the luxurious leather back seat of a Maybach, stifling a yawn in response to the driver's report, nodding slightly. The young man's name is Lu Qian, 18 years old, a traveler from another realm. In his previous life, he was an extreme enthusiast from Blue Star, often traversing various countries to explore exotic cultures and learn diverse languages. Unfortunately, while returning to his homeland, he inadvertently encountered an aviation disaster and was transported to another world. He found himself in a high martial world, complete with a cultivation system and bizarre alien races. Becoming the second son of the illustrious Lu family, one of the most prestigious clans within the Great Xia Empire. The Lu family is a formidable force in the empire, with an ancestor who has attained the 8th tier, the celestial being, overseeing the clan. In a realm where the 9th tier, the earthly true immortal, seldom intervenes, the celestial being stands as a pinnacle of existence. As the second son of the Lu family, Lu Qian has not suffered the indignities often portrayed in mindless narratives. Instead, he is lavished with adoration from all corners of the clan. Even his elder brother, the heir, dotes on him excessively, frequently gifting him with treasures. It can be said that the entire Lu family in the Great Xia is harmonious, devoid of the sordid affairs typical of other prominent families. However, due to his unique constitution, every time he attempts to cultivate, his spiritual energy inexplicably dissipates, rendering him incapable of achieving focus. Even the esteemed ancestor of the Lu family, celestial being, has been rendered powerless to assist him, ultimately concluding that Lu Qian lacks the aptitude for cultivation. Given his inability to hone martial skills, Lu Qian has chosen to abandon the path of combat for the pursuit of knowledge, diving into the vast ocean of academia and indulging in a carefree lifestyle. After all, with the stature of the Lu family in Magic City, he is assured a life free from financial worries. Recently, however, while in the imperial capital, he had a conflict with the second heir of a rival prestigious family, resulting in a violent altercation that left two of the rivals' heads burst. The commotion was considerable, prompting the Lu family to swiftly arrange for him to retreat to Magic City to avoid the fallout, while also enrolling him in a local university to further his studies. Although it was termed as studying, the reality was more akin to leisure. He could attend classes at will or skip them as he pleased. As the second son of the Lu family, he enjoys an almost unrestricted freedom in Magic City, resembling a king of chaos. All parties dare not show negligence, fearing the wrath of the Lu family. During his time in Magic City, Lu Qian has naturally focused his studies on foreign languages. It is essential to learn such skills. Experiencing firsthand the advantages of acquiring a new language is invaluable. In Magic City, numerous individuals are eager to befriend him, including a billionaire tycoon from a nearby state. In the blink of an eye, 18 years have passed. My time as a second-generation heir was truly mundane. Alas, it is a pity that I have not awakened any extraordinary abilities. That is somewhat regrettable. A hint of nostalgia glimmers in Lu Qian's gaze, mingled with an undeniable sense of dissatisfaction. Having arrived in a world rich with extraordinary possibilities, yet being unable to cultivate, how could he possibly find contentment? It is well known that those powerful cultivators can extend their lifespans and accomplish feats of immense strength. Rumor has it that the Emperor of the Great Xia is akin to an earthly true immortal. Despite his status as the second son of the Lu family, surrounded by countless protectors, he remains unable to wield power of his own. In contrast to other travelers who begin their journeys with unimaginable advantages, such as the blood of Pengu or treasures from the primordial chaos, he possesses not even a single hair. This is undoubtedly a source of regret. Speaking of which, I have been in Magic City for nearly a month. I wonder how things are resolving in the capital and when I might return. That little brat from the Gu family, having suffered the loss of 2 heads at my hands, is unlikely to let this matter rest so easily. Lu Qian's reminiscing gaze darkens, a flicker of indescribable emotion crossing his features as he murmurs to himself. Forget it, no need to dwell on it. I should head to the Mountain Spring Manor to study foreign languages. Suddenly, Lu Qian's expression falters, his gaze darkening as he spots a stumbling, graceful figure emerging from the rear entrance of the hotel, drawing closer while murmuring something. Smack! That light figure suddenly collapses before the Maybach, illuminated by the headlights, revealing a stunningly pale face. Her cheeks flushed as though intoxicated, promptly drifting into slumber. Young Master Lu, that appears to be the daughter of the Lu family from Magic City, Lu Ruyue, the ice beauty of Magic City University. And she seems to be your classmate as well, the driver remarks, somewhat astonished. The Lu family ranks among the lower-tier prominent families in Magic City, their ancestor having passed away. With only 1/6-tier extraordinary powerhouse remaining, thus not on par with the Lu family. Lu Ruyue, renowned as the Ice Princess of Magic City University, has attracted countless admirers. It is said that she is often accompanied by a scruffy bodyguard, seemingly hailing from a rural village, who has dealt harshly with numerous suitors. Yet how is it that she now lies here, intoxicated and unconscious? Young Master Lu, should we? There's no rush. As Lu Qian observes the scene before him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washes over him, his brow furrowing slightly. He is not unfamiliar with Lu Ruyue. He has seen her a few times since arriving at Magic City University, finding her breathtakingly beautiful. He had invited her out for meals on several occasions, but after being politely declined, he ceased his attempts. Yet here she is, in the dead of night, drunken and solitary. Such a familiar narrative. It seems that certain urban antagonistic tales often feature such scenarios. The female lead becomes inebriated, the male lead is absent, and the antagonist seizes the opportunity to whisk her away. However, being a second-generation heir, Lu Qian has become increasingly cautious, sensing something amiss. Beep! Detected the comatose destined female lead, Lu Ruyue, within 10 meters. The fate line of this world has begun to manifest. Antagonist simulator activated. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonates within Lu Qian's mind. Faced with this unexpected development, Lu Qian feels no fear, rather, he is filled with elation. After 18 years of traversing realms, a golden opportunity has finally arrived. The antagonist simulator allows the host to simulate various scenarios across future timelines, gaining access to diverse resources and information. Each simulation requires a certain number of antagonist points, with higher cultivation levels necessitating more points. Altering the original endings or character developments in the real world can yield antagonist points. Beep! The novice gift pack has been received. The host gains 3 opportunities for antagonist life simulations. This is a simulator-type golden opportunity. Having perused countless novels in his previous life, Lu Qian instantly identifies the nature of his newfound ability. However, an antagonist simulator. Does this imply that he must assume the role of a villain? Coupled with the classic scene unfolding before him, he begins to speculate that the world he has traversed into may indeed be a mindless narrative. As he considers the situation, he gazes out of the car window at the unconscious figure of the so-called destined female lead, Lu Ruyue, and after some contemplation, decides to initiate a simulation. He cannot shake the feeling that something is off. Everything seems too coincidental. It is the perfect opportunity to test the utility of this golden finger. Begin simulation. Beep, commencing the first antagonist live simulation. Given that this is the inaugural activation of the antagonist simulation, the host may freely acquire one simulation talent. Talent levels: gray, white, blue, yellow, green, red, purple, gold. Beep, talent simulation extraction in progress. Congratulations, the host temporarily acquires the blue talent, Breeze Feet. Breeze Feet Blue, your feet are as if coated in oil. With the slightest distraction, you can vanish without a trace, even evading the pursuit of cultivators. Breeze Feet. This seems to be a remarkable escape technique. Lu Qian's heart leaps with joy, as his consciousness and soul seem to bifurcate, one part remaining in the real world while the other is thrust into a virtual simulation realm. You are the second son of the Lu family. Due to a misstep in the capital of the Great Xia, you have come to Magic City to avoid scrutiny. However, you have inadvertently become a figure that instills fear across the entire city. At this moment, you are preparing to seek some amusement when you unexpectedly discover the inebriated beauty, Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue, the daughter of the Lu family and the campus beauty of Magic City University, has succumbed to a deep stupor. Strangely, her bodyguard, rumored to carry a destiny, is nowhere to be found. Your compassionate heart compels you to rescue her, fearing she may catch a chill, so you decide to take her away. You notice that Lu Ruyue has been afflicted by a form of poison, her consciousness clouded, and she may be suffering from a high fever, jeopardizing her mind. Driven by your nurturing instincts, you choose to save her, not for any other reason, but because you are kind-hearted. Before you can issue commands, the driver comprehends your intentions and has already driven away. Tonight, all is settled. Half an hour later, the destined protagonist, Yi Chen, rushes in, only to find Lu Ruyue missing, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. No. The narrative's realms, transcending mortality, invoking spirits. Understanding mysteries, divine powers, mountains and rivers, extraordinary, entering sanctity, celestial beings, true immortals.
Chapter 2. The Supreme Imperial Bone, the comatose, ice-cold school beauty, the highborn, wealthy, and charming antagonist who happened to seize the opportunity, and the Dragon King's bodyguard who arrived just in time. This storyline is truly a classic. However, it is astonishingly true to my expectations. This world indeed resembles a realm woven from simplistic narratives of martial prowess. At this moment, Lu Qian, feeling as though he were experiencing a split personality, gazed with keen interest at the unfolding scenes within the simulated world, reflecting on another version of himself with a sense of wonder. Having traversed into this world for 18 years, he never anticipated that he would only now begin to grasp its hidden intricacies. Clearly, the depths of this world run profoundly deep. This sudden turn of events naturally intensified his curiosity regarding the impending simulated narrative, as for the reality in which the beautiful schoolmate Lu Ruyue lay motionless. Beginning to feel the chill, inebriated, women are no match for the allure of a simulator, and no need to rush. Let her rest a while longer. The furious fated protagonist Yi Chen, having accessed nearby surveillance, learned of the footage showing Lu Ruyue being taken away half an hour prior. Enraged, he seized a motorcycle and sped off in pursuit. However, as a time traveler, you had evidently anticipated everything. Preparing in advance, you instructed the driver to contact various departments in Magic City, resulting in all traffic lights at the intersection leading to the hotel turning are ED. Yi Chen, riding his motorcycle, found himself stuck in the midst of the road. Just as he contemplated running the red light, he noticed several traffic police officers in reflective vests approaching, ready to impound his vehicle. Indeed, The version of me within the simulator possesses its own independent thinking. Unlike the mindless antagonists found in those simplistic tales, since I had foreseen the existence of a so-called destined protagonist's Dragon King bodyguard, how could I possibly disregard his approach? It would be utterly foolish not to set up some obstacles for him. Lu Qian chuckled at the events unfolding in the simulated world. Yet, the moment he beheld the subsequent developments, his smile instantly froze. At the Magic City Hotel, you began to detoxify Lu Ruyue. The faded aura surrounding her began to boil, undergoing some transformation as it was forcibly absorbed and plundered by a certain entity within you. You felt your spine grow unbearably hot, as if magma were surging within. A peculiar change was manifesting in your body, accompanied by a chilling wail that echoed in your ears. The curse placed upon you was shattered, and you awakened the supreme imperial bone. Your physical form began to undergo a metamorphosis. Stepping into the threshold of cultivation, a curse, the supreme imperial bone. Gazing at these two unfamiliar terms presented by the simulator, Lu Qian's previously stiff expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. No wonder I had persistently struggled to cultivate the Lu family's techniques, attempting to condense spiritual energy for body refinement, yet failing to succeed. The energy I gathered would dissipate unconsciously. It turns out I have been cursed, preventing me from awakening the supreme imperial bone and hindering my cultivation. Who could harbor such malicious intent against me? It is worth noting that even the Lu family's ancestor, an 8th-tier celestial being, had failed to detect any anomalies. Could it be that the perpetrator was of the same celestial level? Perhaps they were even a 9th-tier earthly immortal? Yet, publicly, the only earthly immortal in the Great Xia Empire is that renowned emperor of the Xia people. Why would he do this? Before such an existence, I, the second son of the Lu family, am akin to an ant easily obliterated without the need for excessive trouble. What, then, is the nature of the supreme imperial bone? How could I possess such a physique? Has the Lu family been aware of this all along? A series of enigmas began to surface in Lu Qian's mind, nearly suffocating him at this moment. He felt like an ant trapped within a box, forever unable to discern what lay beyond its confines. Had it not been for the emergence of the antagonist simulator, he feared he would remain oblivious to the secrets hidden within himself until the end of his days. Moreover, stepping into the realm of cultivation seemed nearly impossible. Nonetheless, the fact that Lu Ruyue, the destined female protagonist, could unravel the curse and grant me a chance to cultivate, coincidentally appearing before me, felt excessively fortuitous. Lu Qian's gaze turned complex as he murmured to himself. Subsequently, he shifted his focus back to the simulated world. According to the scripted events, there remained an hour before the destined protagonist Yi Chun would make his appearance. Ample time indeed. You were astonished by Lu Ruyue's uniqueness, but even more so by the revelation of your own curse, now lifted, allowing you to cultivate once more, awakening a powerful forbidden force within you. Overjoyed, you began practicing the Lu family's ancient dragon elephant technique. And within mere moments, you entered the first layer, your body beginning to undergo transformation as you stepped into the realm of cultivation. So swiftly achieving the completion of the transformation and reaching the pinnacle. Lu Qian's pupils constricted. It is essential to note that the ancient dragon elephant technique is an ancient body refining method of the 8th-tier celestial level. Once mastered, it enables one to dominate peers of the same tier. It is also the signature technique of the Lu family. Throughout the Great Xia Empire, it ranks among the top-tier body refining methods. Even his elder brother, Lu Shou, the heir of the Lu family and hailed as a prodigy of the empire, took months to grasp the fundamentals of transformation. Yet I have managed this feat in mere moments. The cultivation talent of this body is astonishingly formidable. The first realm of transformation begins to transcend the mundane, refining the body with spiritual energy, achieving a strength of 1,000 jun, the flesh capable of withstanding blades and fire, unperturbed by water or flames. You have just embarked on your cultivation journey, yet you have condensed a force of an elephant, reaching the pinnacle of transformation, and you notice that your detoxification and cultivation speeds are remarkably accelerated. Before long, half an hour has passed, and you have broken through to the second realm of guiding spirit, condensing spiritual energy within. Lu Ruyue awakens, having been knocked unconscious by you. At this moment, the destined protagonist Yi Chun is still en route. Another half-hour passes, and you break through to the third realm of profound comprehension, condensing spiritual energy into a spiritual lake within you. You feel that, at this moment, once you activate the Supreme Imperial Bone, even a formidable celestial being would be powerless against you. You ponder that your rapid cultivation must be significantly influenced by the Supreme Imperial Bone, while Lu Ruiyue likely possesses some form of unique constitution. At this moment, the destined protagonist Yi Chun is still on his way. You suddenly notice that a portion of Lu Ruiyue's faded aura seems to be forcibly absorbed by the Supreme Imperial Bone, granting you a fleeting enhancement of destiny. By the time they arrive, the feast has gone cold. However, I hadn't anticipated that the Supreme Imperial Bone within me would be so domineering, not only accelerating my cultivation but also allowing me to siphon the fortunes of others. Now I understand why the unseen enemy sought to curse me. Such a powerful physique is more terrifying than those ancient sacred bodies. Lu Qian observed the content within the simulator, and instead of feeling any joy, he was overwhelmed by a sense of dread. It is too fast. Far too fast. Awakened with the Supreme Imperial Bone, he rapidly surged forth like a rocket. At this rate, in just a few years, could he aspire to become a celestial being? Perhaps even an earthly immortal. But the question remains, would the person who cursed him simply stand by and watch? Having broken through to the third realm of profound comprehension, you begin to be entranced by the power, losing some semblance of rationality. At this moment, you feel a sudden, excruciating pain emanating from the Supreme Imperial Bone, accompanied by an encroaching chill, as if something ominous were about to transpire. Chapter 3. You died, simulation ended. You regain your composure, awakening to the realization of impending danger. Deafening crash reverberates as Yi Chun's furious voice and the sound of destruction echo from below the hotel. After 2.5 hours, he has finally arrived. It seems as though he knows your location, charging directly towards the Supreme Suite on the top floor, traversing what feels like a void where no one dares to impede his path. You sense something amiss. The guardian assigned to you by the Lu family has not intervened? Prior to your arrival in Magic City, the Lu family had arranged for a 7th-tier entry-level sage to protect you in secret. With such a formidable ally, it should have been sufficient to ensure your safety while navigating Magic City. You urgently call upon your guardian, yet receive no response. Either the guardian has encountered trouble, or someone has managed to obstruct him. Someone intends to harm you. The destined protagonist Yi Chun is merely a pawn. The puppeteer behind the scenes seeks to utilize his hand to eliminate you. The initial appearance of Lu Ruiyue was also fraught with complications, yet the mastermind likely never anticipated that you would unravel the curse due to Lu Ruiyue, awakening the Supreme Emperor's Bone and breaking through to the third realm of enlightenment. You sensed Yi Chen's aura swiftly approaching, mere walls away, his momentum evidently that of the fourth realm of divine abilities, seemingly consolidating some formidable power. At this moment, possessing the Supreme Emperor's Bone, you held no fear of him. However, you were wary of the unseen hand of the Protector's mastermind, and without hesitation, you opted to make a hasty retreat. Before your escape, a pang of conscience struck you, prompting you to deliver a sharp slap that roused the unconscious Lu Ruiyue, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. With the talent for swift flight coursing through you, you leapt from the rooftop, gliding through the night like a shadow, vanishing without a trace. Yi Chun, altering his course in pursuit, found himself infuriated, cursing. Lu Qian, how dare you touch my woman? I, Yi Chun, swear to kill you. Ignoring the rants of the jester behind you, you sprinted forth, as an eerie premonition still lingered in your heart. Without hesitation, you concealed yourself by a water pool. The Supreme Emperor's Bone seemed to possess the ability to mask your presence. Your aura was suppressed, and coupled with the boon of fate, the chilling dread began to dissipate. That moment, headlights pierced the darkness as a Maybach approached, and relief washed over you. The driver was none other than your assigned protector from the Lu family, a 7th-tier sage. Elated, you emerged without hesitation and entered the vehicle. Just as you were about to inquire why the driver had not appeared earlier, an icy dread swept over you, sending warning bells ringing in your mind. But it was too late. The driver's head suddenly twisted unnaturally, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, his face contorted in a grotesque manner as he fixed his gaze upon you. I've got you now. In a swift, brutal motion, A shadowy hand emerged from the back seat, piercing through your chest and extracting the Supreme Emperor's bone. Your pupils dilated in disbelief as the hand wrenched your head from your body. In your final moments, you seemed to hear the sound of gnawing, as if some monstrous entity was devouring your remains. You have perished, the simulation concludes. Now, the final assessment begins. The host may select 3 options from the following 5. 1. The third layer of the ancient dragon elephant scripture, enlightenment. 2. Awaken the forbidden physique. Supreme Emperor's bone 3. Fix the blue talent swift flight as your innate talent 4. Green. Greasy hat, Yi Chen. 5. A portion of the destiny and fortune of the destined female lead. Lu Ruyue, valid for 3 days, a crimson hue, radiating an eerie aura, manifested before Lu Qian. His gaze turned frigid, his fists clenched in restrained fury. This was, indeed, a trap designed specifically for him. If the description of the villain simulator held true, he would meet his demise this very night. How cunning the mastermind, capable of disguise, ultimately masquerading as the driver, leading the version of me within the simulator to lower my guard and step outside. Otherwise, my death would have been far from certain. This was a meticulously crafted trap, with Lu Ruyue, the fated female lead, and Yi Chun, the destined protagonist, mere pawns in the mastermind scheme, seeking to extract the Supreme Emperor's bone from him. Thus, it stands to reason that the puppeteer has been plotting for quite some time. Dating back to his arrival in the magic capital. No, it must have begun while he was still in the capital of the Great Xia Empire. However, the capital of the Great Xia Empire is teeming with powerful beings, including many in the celestial realm, as well as those of the true immortal caliber, which likely deterred the mastermind from taking direct action, instead using some method to compel his departure to the magic capital. That little brat Guo is suspicious. After the altercation, I sensed his inclination to provoke trouble. Otherwise, with my gentle nature, I would not have exploded in anger and taken 2 of his heads. It stands to reason that he could be an accomplice of the mastermind, or perhaps just another pawn in the game. The cold glint in Lu Qian's eyes flickered, yet he was not blinded by rage. Instead, he found clarity. Half a month ago, in an entertainment venue in the capital of the Great Xia Empire, he had a confrontation with Gu Ao, a spoiled heir of the Gu family, over a woman, and resorted to underhanded tactics. Otherwise, he would not have been dispatched by the Lu family to avoid the storm. The Gu family is also one of the top families in the empire, possessing an ancestor in the celestial realm. Thus, could the mastermind be from the Gu family? After all, it would not be easy to manipulate Gu Ao. How vexing. The information is still too scant to ascertain the truth. However, based solely on the information from the simulator, the existence of the Supreme Emperor's bone is indeed sufficient to drive countless individuals mad, even celestial beings included. Liu Qian exhaled a breath of foul air, his gaze settling on the middle-aged driver, Lu Zhong, and he felt a quiet sense of relief. For now, he was still safe. Liu Zhong, a loyal scion of the Lu family, had long attained the 7th realm of sagehood. An impressive force. Even if it meant sacrificing himself to protect Lu Qian, he would not hesitate. In the first simulation, the mastermind's intention to orchestrate a death trap by luring away Lu Zhong implied that the adversary feared Zhong's strength. Otherwise, why concoct a scheme when they could simply capture him and extract his bone? Thus, it seems the advantage lies with me. This game is far from over. His gaze lingered on the final assessment rewards, and without a moment's hesitation, he made his choice. For the simulator's rewards, I select the first, second, and third options. Chapter 4. The second villain simulation, commencing with the elimination of the destined protagonist. Regarding the 5 options presented by the villain simulator, Lu Qian hesitated not at all. The first option, the third layer of the ancient dragon elephant scripture, enlightenment, is sufficient to elevate him from an ordinary individual to a cultivator, bestowing upon him extraordinary powers. Although he may not rival the monstrous prodigies of the capital, he would certainly stand strong among regular elites, perhaps even surpassing them. The third realm of enlightenment would grant him a preliminary grasp of profound powers, rendering ordinary firearms useless, and in conjunction with formidable martial arts, he could easily obliterate a fully armed gang. Even within the imperial framework, he could be assigned a position of authority and enjoy various privileges. In some remote towns, he could rule with an iron fist. Now, facing imminent peril and the treacherous mastermind lurking nearby, he must seize the power that belongs to him. The second option, awaken the Supreme Emperor's bone, is even more essential. Without the awakening of the Supreme Emperor's bone, and while the curse still looms, his spiritual energy would rapidly dissipate, and his cultivation would regress, ultimately reducing him to the status of an ordinary person. Without the enhancement of the second option, the first option's enlightenment would likely fade within a few hours, returning him to his former self. Thus, these two options are complementary and of utmost importance. As for the other three options, the fourth option, a green greasy hat, can be dismissed outright, as it would only appeal to certain fated individuals with peculiar tastes. He harbored no interest in such a trinket. If it were to be worn by someone else, he might find it somewhat amusing. The third reward, swift flight, had already demonstrated its utility in the villain simulator, proving to be an escape artifact of remarkable prowess. The fourth realm, divine ability, protagonist, Yi Chun, was unable to keep pace with his flight, and even the mastermind was momentarily thrown off, unable to ascertain his location. Ultimately, a carefully laid trap was required to lure him out before he was slain. The temporary blue talent of swift flight is undeniably powerful, solidifying it would offer significant benefits in the upcoming simulations. The fifth option, a portion of the destiny and fortune of the destined female lead, Lu Ruyue, valid for 3 days, is also appealing, but during the first simulation, it became clear to Lu Qian that fortune is ultimately an external force. While it may provide a degree of good fortune and foresight against danger, it is not infallible. Otherwise, he would not have perished in the first simulation. Moreover, this option could be replicated in future simulations. Comparatively, swift flight is a unique reward from the initial simulation, and once lost, it would be irrevocable with a resounding boom. As his 3 selections were made, the formidable power of the villain simulator surged forth. In his astonished gaze, a river of time suddenly pierced through dimensions, revealing the scenes of his first villainous life simulation. Soon, a body, its spine removed and face contorted in agony, materialized before him. The visage of the corpse was an exact replica of his own, albeit adorned with 5 fruits radiating diverse glows. In a flash, 3 of the fruits, shining brilliantly, fell and soared toward him. The formidable power of the third layer of the ancient dragon elephant scripture surged into him. With a roar, the echoes of the ancient dragon elephant resonated in his mind. Beneath his seemingly frail exterior, his muscles swelled, as if an ancient beast was awakening within him. In an instant, he possessed the strength of 10 elephants, capable of effortlessly tearing apart steel and iron, impervious to blades and firearms, resembling a humanoid beast of terror. At this moment, he felt as though a single punch could obliterate a tank. The ancient dragon elephant scripture, a venerable technique from the Lu family categorized as heavenly human level, places paramount importance on physical prowess, relegating the cultivation of qi to a secondary status. Yet, in comparison to the awakened, supreme imperial bone within his spine, the so-called power of the 10 elephants appears trivial. With the awakening of the supreme imperial bone, the echoes of anguished screams from the supernatural realm resonate once more in his mind, reminiscent of the inaugural simulation. Even the internal roars of the dragon and elephant within him instantly turn docile, as if bowing in submission before a supreme being that governs the heavens. In this moment, the traces of cultivation on Lu Qian's body are suppressed, revealing not a hint of their presence. The guardian in the front seat, Lu Zhong, seems to sense something amiss. Through the rearview mirror, he locks eyes with Lu Qian, only to be met by a pair of profoundly domineering gazes. An inexplicable pressure, emanating from the depths of their bloodline, causes him to tremble involuntarily, compelling him to lower his head and avert his gaze. Such a terrifying stare, one that even the family head had never bestowed upon him, leaves him astounded. How is it possible that Lu Xiao, an ordinary individual devoid of cultivation, exudes an aura more formidable than those ancient celestial ancestors? This is utterly unfathomable. This moment, Lu Zhong's face is etched with disbelief. His long-standing disdain and contempt for the young master of the Lu family, who was often regarded as a frivolous playboy, dissolve in an instant, replaced by an inexplicable sense of reverence. This seemingly frivolous heir of the Lu family appears far more complex than the rumors suggest. Witnessing a 7th-tier saint-level expert being subdued by the pressure emitted from the supreme imperial bone, Lu Qian's heart swells with a sense of boundless ambition. This is precisely what he yearned for. I lack for nothing now. Host, Lu Qian, Age, 18. Realm, profound understanding. Cultivation technique, third layer of the ancient dragon elephant scripture, heavenly human level. Physique, supreme imperial bone. Talent, greased feet, blue. Simulation attempts, 2 villain points. 0. As the rewards manifest, the recent river of time and the bodies dissipate. Liu Qian withdraws his gaze, contemplating the attributes displayed by the simulator, gaining a deeper understanding of the existence of this supreme imperial bone. Clearly, he has yet to fully unearth its true potential. At this moment, only 5 minutes have elapsed since the inaugural simulation. Time remains before the impending deadlock. I shall proceed with the second simulation. This time, I will unearth the hidden mastermind behind my demise and see if I can extract something from Yi Chen, the destined protagonist. While also gauging the depth of this world, villain simulator, commenced the second simulation. A cold light flashes in Liu Qian's eyes. Ding! Starting the second simulation of the villain's life. Detected that the host lacks villain points. Bypassing talent extraction phase, simulation begins. You are the second young master of the Liu family. Due to circumstances in the capital of Daxia, having learned from the failures of the first simulation, you grow more cautious. This time, you refrain from exiting the vehicle to retrieve Lu Ruyue, choosing instead to remain seated and await developments. Before long, an hour passes, and Yi Chen's figure appears in the distance, hurrying towards you with an anxious expression, seemingly worried about Lu Ruyue. Soon, he spots Lu Ruyue not far away, alongside a Maybach. Upon seeing the target, a slight smirk graces your lips as you command Lu Zhong, who has reached the 7th realm of Saint level, to take action against Yi Chen. No need for capture, simply eliminate him and sever his head. Chapter 5. No, it is I who have captured you. Having read countless online novels, you are well aware of the absurdity of those fortunate protagonists, who time and again manage to turn peril into safety. Naturally, you do not wish for Lu Zhong to hold back, lest unexpected complications arise, while also eager to observe the capabilities of Yi Chen, this fated protagonist. Though Lu Zhong, serving as both guardian and driver, is puzzled, he resolutely carries out your command, his physical form tearing through space as he vanishes from sight. Boom! The hurriedly approaching Yi Chen suddenly feels a chilling dread wash over him, and in the next instant, he witnesses a colossal golden hand reaching for his head. A saint-level expert. Yi Chen emits a terrified cry, sensing impending doom. However, the next moment, a soul light suddenly envelopes him, causing his cultivation to surge from the 4th realm of divine communication to the 5th realm of mountains and rivers, narrowly evading Lu Zhong's assault. Rip! One of Yi Chen's hands is severed by Lu Zhong, yet it is immediately shrouded by a soul light, allowing him to escape into the distance. At this moment, he clearly prioritizes his own life over Lu Ruyue. What audacity! He even harbors a remnant soul. Lu Zhong furrows his brow, issuing a stern reprimand, before pursuing Yi Chen, a self-sufficient protagonist with a grandfather soul. Such a being is indeed quite troublesome, as they are prone to explosive growth. Gazing at the contents of the simulator, Liu Qian quickly deduces the anomalies surrounding Yi Chen and the unique traits of his luck. Most likely, it is the remnant soul of a powerful being. It remains uncertain what level of cultivation this so-called remnant soul possessed in life, but it should not be too low. To maintain rationality while possessing a remnant soul, its former cultivation must have been at least heavenly human. It is even possible that it was a true immortal of the land. Observing Lu Zhong pursue Yi Chen, you begin to grasp the primary reliance of this lucky protagonist, instilling a sense of confidence within you. You choose not to await Lu Zhong's return. Given your understanding of fortunate protagonists, it is likely that Lu Zhong will struggle to subdue Yi Chen, with considerable chances of the latter escaping. However, that is sufficient. What you desire is merely to expel the bothersome cockroach that is Yi Chen, preventing him from disrupting your forthcoming plans. You exit the vehicle alone, retrieve Lu Ruyue, and proceed along the trajectory established in the first simulation. However, this time, you take the wheel instead of Lu Zhong. You arrive at your destination with Lu Ruyue, initiating the detoxification process and beginning your cultivation of the ancient dragon elephant technique. An hour later, you attain the intermediate stage of profound understanding, gaining a deeper comprehension of the ancient dragon elephant scripture, augmenting your strength with 3 additional elephant powers. Half an hour later, you successfully break through to the advanced stage of profound understanding, your ancient elephant power rapidly coalescing into a singular dragon power. This moment. Although you have not trained in any martial techniques or methods, your physical prowess alone enables you to deliver a fatal blow to any rival of the same realm. You notice that your cultivation speed begins to decelerate, clearly indicating that the fortuitous luck emanating from Lu Ruyue has started to diminish. Or perhaps your cultivation level has risen to the point where other resources are necessary. She awakens. This time, instead of rendering her unconscious as you did in the first simulation, you grip her throat, demanding answers. Why did you suddenly appear tonight? Speak, or I shall annihilate your entire Lu family. In the first simulation, you sensed that Lu Ruyue's appearance tonight was too fortuitous, inevitably linked to some underlying factor, possibly involving a hidden mastermind. Lu Ruyue, clearly frightened by your demeanor, coupled with your menacing expression and the constriction around her neck, crumbles under pressure, revealing that the Lu family's fortunes have waned. Her father, desperate to maintain the family's standing, organized a banquet this evening, intending for her to engage in an arranged marriage with the eldest son of the Zhao family. Unwilling to sacrifice herself, she seized the opportunity to use the restroom during the banquet and fled. But along the way, she became somewhat disoriented. The Zhao family, one of the 4 prominent families of Magic City, Liu Qian is taken aback. The 4 prominent families of Magic City are all fortified by saint-level experts. While they may not rival the terror of the Lu family, they are deeply entrenched and have significant interests entangled with numerous powerful factions. Could it be that the Zhao family is involved with the hidden mastermind? Or perhaps they are merely accomplices? With a ruthless, soulless disposition, you seem to have formulated some conjectures and speculations. Your supreme imperial bone begins to manifest its power, forcibly seizing a portion of the destined luck from Lu Ruyue, granting you a fleeting boon of destiny. You sense that Lu Ruyue is concealing something, not divulging the entire truth. Just as you intend to press for further information, an unsettling chill washes over you once more. It has arrived, the hidden mastermind from the first simulation. Boom. A tremendous commotion emanates from below the hotel, and your keen ears catch snippets of conversation. Individuals from the Lu and Zhao families are approaching, seemingly intent on capturing someone. You understand all too well that their arrival is inextricably linked to the hidden mastermind, who evidently intends to leverage these individuals to strike against you. Faced with the pursuing members of the Lu and Zhao families, you contemplate briefly before opting not to stay. Instead, you choose to flee, swiftly making your escape. For you cannot afford to gamble on whether the so-called hidden mastermind lurks among the ranks of the Lu and Zhao families, or even whether the newcomers truly belong to either of those factions. A single misstep could lead to your immediate demise. You commenced your retreat, skillfully evading prying eyes with the aid of your azure talent, and found refuge in a secluded mountain forest. You concealed yourself within a pool of water, shrouding your form and suppressing your presence. 10 minutes later, a black and white Maybach approached from a distance, seemingly in search of something. Soon, the voice of the driver, Lu Zhong, echoed from within the vehicle, calling out your name. This time, the arrival seemed genuine. You exhaled in relief, emerging from the water and striding confidently towards the car, your spiritual energy surging forth, drying your clothes instantaneously as you entered without hesitation. However, as soon as you settled into your seat, an unsettling chill washed over you, and a warning from the heavens began to resonate within. You had been caught. In the front seat, Lu Zhong's head spun a full 720 degrees, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, his gaze fixated on you, a triumphant smirk plastered across his face. Yet, you remained unperturbed, mirroring his grin. No. It was I who captured you. Chapter 6. When the small are bullied, they must seek the support of the mighty. You observed his unexpected lack of fear. A mocking smile crept across your lips, causing the driver's expression to shift slightly, as if he were beginning to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a black hand emerged from the leather seat behind you, frantic in its attempt to extract your spine. Maintaining your composure, you merely uttered, "Make your move." In an instant, a terrifying inferno erupted from the ground, incinerating the dark hand that sought to harm you. Lu Zhong, the protector who had previously pursued Yichen, reappeared. A colossal hand engulfed in golden flames seized the driver's head, disregarding his terror, and violently yanked him out of the vehicle. The malevolent figure was dragged away. He realized the conspiracy directed against him. Lu Zhong's earlier pursuit of Yi Chen was evidently a ruse. No? You watched calmly as the once arrogant antagonist was mercilessly pummeled by Lu Zhong. His limbs torn asunder, a subtle smile playing at the corners of your mouth. Just as you had anticipated, despite the formidable strength of this antagonist, he was no match for Lu Zhong at this moment. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such treachery against you. Previously, you had overtly instructed Lu Zhong to pursue the destined protagonist, Yi Chen, but secretly communicated through spiritual energy, urging him to return promptly and lie in wait. All to ensnare the hidden adversary and catch him off guard. However, to your surprise, the capabilities of this antagonist proved remarkably sinister, able to transform into a shadow, evading capture with alarming agility. Yet, as the protector assigned to you by the Lu family, Lu Zhong possessed exceptional prowess, morphing into a massive golden ape and delivering a forceful blow to subdue him. Before long, the battle concluded. Lu Zhong, his face etched with ferocity, dragged the dismembered antagonist before you, stating, "Young Master Lu, this wretched creature practiced a long-lost malevolent art, the Thousand Shadow Demon technique, which enables him to manipulate shadows and alter his appearance. It is exceedingly bizarre. I nearly allowed him to escape. At present, I cannot ascertain his origins. You were not surprised. The so-called antagonist before you is likely merely a disposable pawn, incapable of employing any meaningful techniques or scriptures. Soul search, you commanded coldly, having attained the seventh realm of sanctity. Your soul had coalesced into a tangible essence, endowed with various powers, including the ability to probe souls. However, utilizing it would either leave the subject in a state of utter folly or result in immediate death. The antagonist had already claimed your life during the initial simulation of villains. You could not afford to let him slip away so easily. Lu Zhong nodded and commenced the soul search on the antagonist, eager to uncover the identity of those behind this audacious attack on the esteemed Lu family of Daxia. Before long, the antagonist began to falter under the intensity of the soul search, blood streaming from his orifices, trembling uncontrollably, until he ultimately drew his last breath. Yet, Lu Zhong exhibited no elation, his brow furrowed in shame. Young Master Lu, this scoundrel's memories have been partially erased. I could not discern the identity of the mastermind. The only revelation is that he appears to have been an orphan, later taken in and taught the Thousand Shadow Demon technique. The erasure of memories was indeed meticulous, severing all potential leads. Lu Qian regarded the villain's simulation with a measured calmness, seemingly unperturbed by the developments. Clearly, this scheme against him had been in motion for quite some time, and it would not be easily unraveled. Nevertheless, the circumstances surrounding the antagonist sparked a realization within him. The collection of orphans, meticulous nurturing, and the impartation of arcane techniques. These were unmistakably the methods employed by the grand families to cultivate assassins. In a certain sense, Lu Zhong, as your protector, was also a loyal soldier of the Lu family, living solely for the clan and prepared to sacrifice his life at any moment. This was precisely why you placed your trust in him. Thus, it appeared that the suspicions surrounding the Gu family of Daxia had been significantly amplified. Additionally, the Zhao family of Modu also bore some suspicion. However, the version of yourself within the villain simulator lacked sufficient evidence. Yet, at your level, the importance of evidence fluctuated. Sometimes it mattered, other times it held little significance. A broader smile spread across Lu Qian's face as he anticipated the actions of his simulated self in the upcoming events. It was worth noting that the Lu Qian within the simulator possessed independent thought, and the external Lu Qian could not directly intervene. Your reaction to Lu Zhong's report was unsurprising, displaying a level of composure that would baffle ordinary individuals. For the common person, lacking evidence would necessitate either silence or a gradual accumulation of proof. But who were you? You were the second young master of the Lu family, with a celestial ancestor from the Gu family watching over you. Evidence and laws were mere trifles in your eyes. When the small are bullied, they naturally seek the support of the powerful. You retrieved the bloodline communicator from your storage ring, sending a message to your elder brother, Lu Shou, informing him of your assassination and implicating the Gu family, urging him to help you reclaim your dignity. Your elder brother, Lu Shou, shared a deep bond with you. He had always stood up for you during your childhood. You were confident that he would assist you, for as a top prodigy of Daxia and the young master of the Lu family, his influence far surpassed your own, capable of representing the Lu family and stirring significant upheaval. As for the Zhao family's suspected involvement, you intended to investigate the matter on your own terms. The Li family, one of the four great families of Modu, had ties to the Lu family through marriage, with its head having wed one of your distant cousins, making them allies. Your stay in Modu had been arranged by the Li family, and you planned to enlist their help for investigation and action. In your first simulation, you had failed to leverage your advantages and power, leading to your demise. This time, you would fully exploit your potential. Once everything was arranged, you instructed Lu Zhong to compose a detailed account of the 1,000 Shadow Demon technique, acquired during the Soul Search. As your interest in this malevolent art, capable of transformation and shadow manipulation, was piqued, Liu Zhong agreed but suddenly inquired whether you could cultivate it, for your previous communication had hinted at your hidden prowess. You nodded slowly. Lu Zhong was one of your greatest trump cards, and certain truths could not be concealed. You expressed your hope that Lu Zhong would keep this secret, not disclosing it to anyone else. The hidden mastermind was evidently unaware of your awakening of the Supreme Emperor Bone, which enabled you to cultivate. You desired to maintain an element of surprise. Liu Zhong paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Chapter 7. 1,000 Shadow Demon Technique. As your protector, Lu Zhong pledged his loyalty not only to the family but also to you. Since he had promised to keep your secret, you were confident that he would not let it slip. You instructed Lu Zhong to completely obliterate the corpse of the antagonist to prevent any unforeseen complications, and then inquired about the destined protagonist, Yichun. Having dealt with the hidden adversary, you recalled the destined child who had initially been pursued. Upon hearing your question, Lu Zhong's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as he relayed that Yi Chen harbored numerous secrets and held formidable trump cards. He had failed to capture Yi Chen's head but managed to sever one of his arms and seize some belongings. From his storage ring, Lu Zhong produced Yi Chen's severed arm along with a blood-soaked storage pouch. You raised an eyebrow in surprise, astonished that Lu Zhong managed to retain a piece of Yi Chen while also acquiring a storage pouch. On the other hand, it is astonishing that Yi Chen, merely possessing the fourth realm of divine abilities, could escape from Lu Zhong, who had attained the seventh realm and entered the sacred domain, underscoring the formidable nature of the Elder's power. You took possession of Yi Chen's severed arm, contemplated for a moment, and instead of destroying it, chose to place it within your storage ring in a world rife with bizarre secret arts and curses. That severed limb may prove invaluable in the future. Upon opening the blood-soaked storage bag, you discovered a plethora of cultivation elixirs and rare materials, evidently one of the fortuitous treasures Yi Chen had gathered over the years. Nestled in the corner of the storage bag was an ancient black token, emblazoned with the image of a fearsome beast sporting a single horn and a ferocious visage. After scrutinizing the beast's token for a considerable time without discerning its origins, you recognized that its collection by Yi Chen, a fated protagonist, must signify its extraordinary nature, prompting you to secure it for further investigation by the Lu family. The cultivation resources you had come across were serendipitous, perfectly suited for your use. You instructed Lu Zhong to drive away from that place, returning to a private villa located in the heart of the Demon City, where you intended to recuperate and expedite your training to enhance your strength. Upon entering the villa's secret chamber and assigning Lu Zhong to stand guard outside, you commenced the ingestion of elixirs in preparation for your cultivation. You contemplated the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra and the 1,000 Shadows Demon technique. You ultimately decided to first delve into the enigmatic and sinister 1,000 Shadows Demon technique. In this simulation of a villain, you exhibited a newfound caution, even withholding complete trust in the Lu family and refraining from directly soliciting martial arts techniques from them. You harbored suspicions that there might be hidden masterminds within the Lu family, or perhaps you wished to avoid leaving traces of your actions. Liu Qian, surprised, quickly deduced your thoughts. Indeed, it was only half a month since your arrival in the Demon City, and you had already faced an assassination attempt. Exercising caution was entirely reasonable. The ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, a celestial-grade cultivation method, focused primarily on physical defense without corresponding combat techniques or evasive maneuvers. Unless one could condense the appropriate divine abilities while breaking through to the fourth realm, one remained akin to a warrior with formidable vitality but devoid of skills, left with a solitary blue talent of slippery feet for survival. Conversely, the 1,000 Shadows Demon technique, with its ability to transform and morph, could indeed compensate for some of your deficiencies. Coupled with the fact that the previous mastermind was merely at the 6th realm yet nearly escaped from Lu Zhong utilizing the 1,000 Shadows Demon technique, the potential for life-saving capabilities was evident. You harbored grave doubts. Had Lu Zhong not concealed himself underground and launched a sudden offensive, catching the adversary off guard and severely wounding him, the outcome could have been entirely different. Should you cultivate this technique successfully, augmented by the slippery feet talent, you might even rival a certain celestial being renowned for their escape artistry. Based on certain considerations, you opted for the Thousand Shadows demon technique, recognizing its terrifying potential, seemingly crafted by a demonic overlord surpassing celestial beings, replete with various sinister and arcane spells. However, only the first half of the scroll remained, capable of reaching the celestial realm at most, while the latter part had been torn away. You began studying the expanded version penned by Lu Zhong, but soon found yourself furrowing your brow in confusion, unable to comprehend the text, which was a blend of ancient demonic and divine scripts. Before long, an hour had elapsed, and you remained perplexed, growing increasingly agitated, your brow nearly knitting itself into a knot. Suddenly, a wave of calm, refreshing energy surged from your spine, enveloping your mind, inducing a sense of drowsiness and causing you to drift into a peculiar state. In your vision, the characters of the Thousand Shadows demon technique transformed into tadpoles, floating and swirling, and began to surge into your mind's palace. You successfully cultivated the Thousand Shadows demon technique, achieving rapid advancement and entering its first level. Gaining the ability to conjure shadow clones. Was it the power of the Supreme Emperor's bone at work? Lu Qian's pupils contracted in astonishment, realizing that the enigmatic Supreme Emperor's bone possessed such miraculous effects, enabling you to bypass the barriers of cultivation methods and forcibly succeed in your training. It was truly terrifying, especially with its ability to accelerate your cultivation speed, far more powerful than any so-called golden finger. On the first day, you reached the pinnacle of the first level of the Thousand Shadows demon technique, capable of condensing 9 shadow clones, each possessing 10% of your original strength. Yet, an overwhelming sense of emptiness washed over you. The Supreme Emperor's bone within began to emit a hunger that compelled you to unconsciously extract elixirs and materials from Yi Chen's storage bag, stuffing them into your mouth. Such a terrifying quantity of medicine would daunt even those at the Mountain River realm or the Extraordinary realm, who would fear being overwhelmed and meeting their demise. However, the Supreme Emperor's bone within you unleashed a terrifying devouring force, consuming all available energy. Your cultivation speed for the Thousand Shadows demon technique began to soar dramatically. On the second day, you broke through to the second level of the Thousand Shadows demon technique, acquiring a new ability, shadow manipulation, enabling you to control your own shadow and immobilize targets. On the third day, you advanced to the third level, gaining the ability to transform your body into a shadow temporarily. On the fourth day, you broke through to the fourth level, condensing a demonic divine ability, shadow mimicry, allowing you to assume the appearance and aura of any target whose shadow you touch. Devouring special energy to elevate your technique's grade made you certain that you were indeed called the Supreme Emperor's Bone. Not Deep Blue. Lu Qian wore an incredulous expression as he observed the unfolding events in the villain simulator. Good heavens, this was swifter than riding a rocket. Chapter 8. The clash of two celestial families. It was no wonder Lu Qian appeared utterly astonished. The effects of the Supreme Emperor's bone within the villain simulator were simply overwhelming. Typically, it would take normal individuals years, decades, or even centuries to cultivate a technique. Even those extraordinary prodigies, with their remarkable comprehension, might reduce that time to mere years or months. Yet, under the influence of the Supreme Emperor's bone, the version of you in the villain simulator entered the first level in mere breaths, and within a few days had surged to the fourth level, condensing a shadow mimicry ability. Each divine ability's condensation was one of the core secrets of the cultivated technique. Achieving success required immense willpower and insight. The Thousand Shadows demon technique, an ancient and malevolent method, was inherently challenging and necessitated a specific constitution. According to Lu Zhong, even the previous mastermind had only reached the fourth level after countless years of effort. Previously, Lu Zhong had advised you to proceed with caution, lest you become overly engrossed and lose your way. If he were to learn of your progress now, he would likely be left speechless. To achieve such a feat before officially breaking through to the fourth realm of divine abilities was exceedingly rare, almost a privilege reserved for the most exceptional geniuses among humankind. Currently, the most celebrated prodigy of the Great Xia Empire was the sixth prince, Chen Tai, who hailed from the imperial family. It was said that he took 10 days to break through the divine realm and condense his divine ability, a feat that had astonished the entire empire and attracted the attention of countless powerful figures. Even those peculiar alien races viewed this sixth prince as a formidable future adversary, eager to eliminate him preemptively. A shadow flickered in Lu Qian's gaze. Once his talents were revealed, it would likely astonish the world, drawing the attention of too many envious eyes. Fortunately, he felt reassured that his choice in this simulation had not been misguided. The shadow mimicry ability was evidently the special skill of the slain mastermind, capable of simulating appearances and auras, making it an invaluable asset for survival in precarious situations. Now, while his cultivation was not yet unmatched in the world, it was prudent to prioritize survival. Sighing, he acknowledged that he remained too weak. Even the might of a terrestrial true immortal, or even a celestial being, could break the stalemate, allowing him to confront the hidden mastermind. However, with the support of the villain simulator, that day would not be far off. Lu Qian brimmed with confidence. If he were to perish before, he might have been fraught with panic. But now that he had already faced death, what was there to fear, regardless of who the hidden mastermind was? Since the arrival of the villain simulator, only one outcome awaited: either his demise or his survival. On the 5th day, you successfully cultivated the Thousand Shadows Demon technique to the 4th level's pinnacle, enhancing the effects of the shadow mimicry ability. You were jolted awake by an intense hunger. Upon regaining your senses, you found that the elixirs and rare materials before you had been completely consumed. Even the storage bag bore the marks of your gnawing. Your body had become emaciated, and your vitality waned. With no elixirs or spiritual herbs to restore your energy, your vitality was rapidly drained, plunging you into a state of extreme weakness, nearly leaving the Supreme Emperor's bone depleted. Had you delayed a few more days, it could have led to your demise. Under the dual pressures of hunger and the instinct for survival, you hastily activated the mechanism in the secret chamber, sending out a distress signal. The guardian Lu Zhong violently forced open the secret chamber, only to discover you, barely clinging to life. His expression shifted to one of sheer alarm as he hastily retrieved a life-saving elixir from his person, channeling his own spiritual energy into it to stabilize your vital signs. He also summoned others to prepare nourishing spiritual meals to replenish your energy and blood. You began to eat. Hours later, your breath began to stabilize, and the withered flesh started to regain its fullness. You had finally survived. What a stroke of luck! This time, you weren't slain by the mastermind behind the scenes, but rather nearly met your demise by your own hand. Observing the antagonist simulator Lu Qian, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, the Supreme Emperor Bone was indeed excessively tyrannical. With all the resources expended, it even began to demand lives. Having returned from the brink, you were left with lingering trepidation. Now acutely aware of the Supreme Emperor Bone's dominance, in the future, should you wish to utilize it, you must be well prepared with ample elixirs and spiritual herbs. Seeing you recover, the terrified guardian Lu Zhong finally exhaled in relief and quickly inquired about your condition. You casually mentioned it was a matter of overexertion in your cultivation, a ruse to obscure the truth. You had temporarily concealed the success of your mastery over the Thousand Shadows Demon technique and the essence of the Imitation Shadow divine ability. However, Lu Zhong mistakenly believed it was due to your practice of demonic arts, urging you to refrain from such pursuits. You offered a perfunctory response and then inquired about the recent occurrences in the external world. During the first simulation, you had only survived a few hours. Yet this time you had lived for 5 days, having made prior arrangements. There must have been significant developments in the intervening days. In response to your inquiry, Lu Zhong candidly informed you that matters had escalated dramatically. On the first day, the capital of the Great Xia remained calm, with no incidents occurring. Your elder brother Lu Shou seemed oblivious to your distress signal. On the second day, by the third day, the old ancestor of the Gu family was hosting a 300th birthday celebration. Elder brother Lu Shou, accompanied by powerful members of the Lu family, attended to pay their respects but suddenly launched an attack, capturing Gu Ao, breaking his legs, and attempting to perform a soul search, leading to a fierce confrontation. The head of the Lu family intervened, asserting that matters of the younger generation ought to be resolved by the younger generation, while also taking the opportunity to impart some lessons on your esteemed techniques. Witnessing the younger generations being assaulted and subjected to soul searching, The old ancestor of the Gu family erupted in fury, unleashing a celestial pressure. However, the long-secluded old ancestor of the Lu family finally made an appearance. The two eighth-stage celestial beings clashed in the capital of the Great Xia, engaging in a brutal battle that astonished onlookers. With the aid of numerous Lu family warriors, Lu Shou ultimately succeeded in the soul search, confirming that the assassination in the Demon City was indeed connected to Gu Ao, the reckless scion. Though any memories of the assassins had been erased, the soul-searched Gu Ao was reduced to a mere imbecile. Touch my Lu family, and especially my brother Lu Shou. You Gu family have truly sought your own demise, bellowed Lu Shou in a fit of rage, crushing Gu Ao's skull with a single hand. The old ancestor of the Lu family declared, "If it comes to it, I shall sink the capital. But I will not spare your Gu family." Despite knowing they were in the wrong, the Gu family would not simply acquiesce, and thus began a fierce conflict between the two families. Ultimately, the enigmatic ruler of the Great Xia was stirred into action, personally intervening to mediate, leading to a brief reconciliation between the two families. Chapter 9. Identity Enigma: The clash between the Lu and Gu families, with even their celestial ancestors taking the field, nearly plunged the capital of the empire into chaos. In the end, it prompted the intervention of the mysterious emperor of the Great Xia. Liu Qian's eyes were filled with astonishment, clearly indicating that the circumstances of this second simulation had far surpassed his expectations. According to his original assumptions, upon receiving the distress signal, the most that would happen would be for elder brother Lu Shou to teach Gu Ao a lesson, a warning to the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, the initial assassination attempt in the second simulation had failed. In such a scenario, the conflict would likely remain confined to the younger generation, avoiding a large-scale outbreak. Yet, the subsequent events exceeded all imagination. Not only elder brother Lu Shou, but also their father and the old ancestor of the Lu family, all seemed to mobilize as if seeking blood for blood, demanding justice. This reaction was extraordinarily intense and abnormal. It must be noted that the Lu family's celestial ancestor had not shown his face in decades, remaining shrouded in mystery. Yet now he had emerged, even declaring an intention to dismantle the Gu family. Lu Qian could not believe that his own worth would lead to such a high-stakes reaction. He was merely a second son of the family, not even the designated heir. Moreover, the Gu family was a celestial lineage, standing on equal footing with the Lu family of the Great Xia. The Lu family's response was truly excessive. According to the descriptions provided by the antagonist simulator, many lives were lost in the Lu family's skirmish, resulting in substantial losses. While familial ties played a role, he sensed there were deeper reasons at play. It appeared that the Lu family, elder brother, father, and old ancestor genuinely cared for him without a doubt. The magnitude of their reaction could only stem from their prior knowledge of his possession of the Supreme Emperor Bone. At this moment, Lu Qian felt as though his path ahead was obscured by a thick fog, rendering it difficult to discern the truth. Reflecting on the past 18 years, it seemed he had enjoyed the highest treatment within the Lu family. Even when compared to elder brother Lu Shou, he had received no less favorable treatment. Whatever he desired was readily fulfilled. Even when he had previously dealt with Gu Ao, exploding 2 of his heads, the Lu family had not reproached him. Upon returning home, their first concern had been about his well-being, and only afterward did they send him to the Demon City for a proper holiday, assuring him there was nothing to worry about. Any issues would be handled by the Lu family. Having been immersed in this environment, he had not perceived the underlying implications, but now, upon reflection, he began to uncover the hints. The Lu family's attitude towards him did not resemble that of a mere second son. It was excessively favorable, even somewhat indulgent, as if treating him as a being of special status. Liu Qian murmured to himself, seemingly forming a conjecture. Meanwhile, his attention remained fixed on the antagonist simulator. Upon hearing of the turmoil in the capital of the Great Xia, you began to realize the uniqueness and peculiarity of your own identity, leading you to question your lineage within the Lu family. Liu Zhong conveyed that the family had sent word, advising you to remain in the Demon City for the time being and to avoid returning home, as the Gu family posed a threat until the family resolved the situation. Due to the war between the Lu and Gu families, it was difficult to dispatch high-level warriors to the Demon City. However, your elder brother Lu Shou had expended great resources to send you a life-saving blood escape talisman, which could, at a critical moment, shield you from a fatal injury and teleport you 1,000 miles away. The blood escape talisman? Lu Qian was taken aback. This was a powerful talisman belonging to the celestial level, requiring the heart's blood of a celestial-level blood demon bat as the main ingredient, crafted onto beast hide and ultimately drawn by a talisman master. The success rate was less than 1%. Such a life-saving artifact was highly coveted even by celestial-level ancestors. ATA critical juncture. It could provide an additional chance at life. His elder brother had actually arranged for someone to deliver it to him. AT this moment, he could only imagine the price his brother had paid. It was evident that he was truly regarded as a dear brother. Feeling deeply moved, you took the blood escape talisman from Lu Zhong and kept it close, silently vowing that once you achieved success in your cultivation, you would repay this kindness many times over. After being informed of the situation in the capital of the Great Xia, you took a moment to compose yourself before inquiring about the circumstances in the Demon City. 5 days prior, you had instructed one of the 4 prominent families in the Demon City, the Li family, who had ties to the Lu family, to investigate the Zhao family, encouraging them to be assertive and to take action against the Lu family. Demanding that they surrender Yi Chun, the destined protagonist and Dragon King's bodyguard. In response, Lu Zhong remarked, "Young Master Lu, when you previously asked the Li family to investigate the Zhao family, they were somewhat reluctant and not very proactive. However, since the old ancestor and family head took action against the Gu family, their attitude has changed dramatically, and they have begun to strike against the Zhao family on multiple fronts. The other 2 prominent families in the Demon City, the Wu and Lin families, chose to remain neutral and did not intervene. Currently, the 2 major families in the Demon City were engaged in fierce conflict, battling intensely. However, the Zhao family seemed aware that it was your directive behind the Li family's actions, and they dared not counterattack, opting for a full defense instead. As for the Lu family, the head of the Lu family, upon learning that his daughter Lu Ryue's bodyguard Yi Chun had offended you, was so frightened that he nearly lost his wits, wishing to capture the fleeing Yi Chun and bring him forth to apologize. Yet, although Yi Chun had lost an arm, his life remained remarkably resilient. Causing a ruckus in the Lu family before ultimately escaping, now a fugitive wanted throughout the entire Demon City. Due to the inability to capture Yi Chun, the Lu family's current situation was dire, fearing retribution from your Lu family and desperately seeking forgiveness. Young Master Lu, members of the Zhao family have arrived, and Lu Ruyue is currently outside, both expressing a desire to meet with you. Lu Zhong spoke with profound significance. You understood the underlying message instantly. The Zhao family was evidently aware that you had orchestrated the Li family's actions against them and sought to explain. Meanwhile, the Lu family wished to use Lu Ruyue to placate your anger and distance themselves from the conflict. At this moment, although you may seem like an insignificant ant in the eyes of the powerful figures in the imperial capital, in the great city of magic, you are perceived as a formidable and terrifying supervillain, with many fearing to offend you. You ponder for a moment, ultimately deciding to accept the goodwill extended by the Lu family. After all, when meat is delivered to your door, who would refuse to partake? Moreover, you are a reasonable individual who values logic. As for the Zhao family, there is no rush. Let them simmer a while longer. Allow Zhao family to remain outside, while Lu Ruyue shall be brought in first. Chapter 10. The Annihilation of the Zhao Family, the Gathering of Divine Powers. At your command, Lu Ruyue was ushered in. Her gaze upon you was tinged with shyness, yet also contained a blend of calmness and complexity, considering that 5 days prior, you had already laid your cards on the table. Despite the peculiar circumstances at that time, and your tendency to exploit vulnerabilities, it was clear that Lu Ruyue, the destined heroine, had resigned herself to her fate. Yu Qian, I do not know how Yi Chun offended you, but he is no longer the bodyguard of the Lu family. I can become your woman, and I hope you will spare the Lu family. Faced with the willingly offered destined heroine, you could distinctly sense the joy of being a villain. The destined protagonist Yi Chun was left incapacitated by Lu Zhong at your behest, while the destined heroine bowed in submission for the sake of her family. There is no rush. Allow me some time to consider. In the presence of the actively offered destined heroine, you did not immediately acquiesce, but instead inquired about Yi Chun's background. Your interest in this destined protagonist piqued, eager to explore the origins behind him. Lu Ruyue appeared somewhat surprised that you were not focusing on the stunning beauty presented to you, but rather concerned about a male bodyguard. Was puzzling. Did you possess some peculiar predilection? Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, she explained, Yi Chun was originally a security guard at the Lu Group. I happened to notice his extraordinary abilities and took him on as a bodyguard. However, He possesses a rather eccentric personality, often dressing in tattered clothes as if a beggar, and is prone to violence at the slightest provocation, muttering something about the path to death. I once used the Liu family's connections to investigate Yi Chen's past, but found nothing. However, I recall he mentioned that his hometown is a mountain village in the southern part of the Great Xia, and he has family there. Liu Ruyue strived to recall every detail she knew about Yi Chen's origins. Listening to Liu Ruyue's account, you could not help but chuckle. This fellow bore a striking resemblance to the protagonists of certain ancient web novels. Hailing from a mountain village, possessing extraordinary skills, a strong soul, a beautiful school belle, and serving as a bodyguard, he was practically a character laden with cliché and recent days. The entire city of magic had been in search of Yi Chen's whereabouts. Yet not a trace had been uncovered, indicating that this destined protagonist possessed some measure of skill. After gathering information about Yi Chen, you instructed Liu Zhong to utilize the Liu family's channels to investigate further, intending to capture Yi Chen's family and compel him to reveal the opportunities he possessed. Previously, a storage bag dropped by Yi Chen had yielded elixirs and spiritual herbs, which had significantly transformed you. He surely had other valuable items on him. Not to mention, that mysterious old man's residual soul was a vast treasure trove. Yet, the crux of it all hinged upon your ability to extract these treasures and capture him alive. Of course, aside from Yi Chen, Liu Ruyue, the destined heroine, could not be overlooked either. Liu Ruyue, I have discerned your sincerity to an extent, yet it still falls short. Facing your playful smile, Liu Ruyue instantly comprehended, silently nodding in acknowledgement. The two of you walked toward the room, prepared to delve deeper into matters of sincerity and detail, for sparing the Liu family was no trivial matter. Your supreme imperial bone once more siphoned a portion of Liu Ruyue's destiny, bestowing upon you a boon of fortune that would last for a week. 3 days later, Liu Ruyue, armed with ample reasons and sincerity, compelled you to reluctantly agree to spare the Liu family, on the condition that she would become your personal secretary, providing you with fortune services at all times. 5 days later, rumors began to circulate that Liu Ruyue had become your woman, and the Liu family had secured the protection of the Liu family. This news sent ripples through the community, as many young masters wept upon hearing that the goddess was taken. 7 days later, due to your dispatching Liu Zhong to assist the Li family, the Zhao family in the City of Magic could no longer withstand the pressure. The head of the Zhao family brought the young master Zhao Kuan before you to plead for forgiveness, claiming ignorance of Liu Ruyue's status as your woman. You understood that the Zhao family head was referring to the incident involving Liu Ruyue's intoxication, yet you were unconcerned with that. Your primary focus lay in determining whether Zhao Kuan was connected to the puppet master, as the initial circumstances appeared too coincidental, prompting you to insist on probing Zhao Kuan's soul. The Zhao family had acquiesced, for compared to the safety of his family, one son was of little consequence. You instructed Liu Zhong to conduct a soul search on Zhao Kuan, but to your surprise, Zhao Kuan turned out to be innocent. The entire scenario seemed merely a coincidence. Could it be that I was mistaken? And the Zhao family was not linked to the puppet master? Liu Qian squinted, falling into a brief silence. In his mind, he had suspected the Zhao family of involvement in the initial assassination. Had it not been for Zhao Kuan's selfish desires and clandestine machinations, Liu Ruyue would not have drunkenly escaped, ultimately leading to a series of subsequent events. This was precisely why, in the simulator, he had directed the Li family to specifically target the Zhao family. However, Liu Zhong's soul search indicated he had erred. The question arose, if he was wrong, would the villain in the simulator concede to that? Liu Qian immersed himself in his role, a malicious smile creeping onto his face. Zhao Kuan perished, reduced to a dullard after the soul search, and was swiftly obliterated by the Zhao family head. You realized the Zhao family's innocence. Had you perhaps made a mistake? Young Master Liu, my son is dead. Should all grievances be laid to rest? You regarded the composed Zhao family head, perceiving a flicker of barely concealed hatred beneath his tranquil facade. Clearly, the pain of losing a son had woven a deep-seated resentment towards you. Zhao family head, I cannot recall having made any promises. You scoffed, embracing Liu Ruyue, and waved your hand, instructing Liu Zhong and the Li family's warriors to take action. Since you had erred, you would continue down this path. To easily spare the Zhao family would undoubtedly lay traps for yourself. Just as the Zhao family head was about to unleash a tirade of invective against your shamelessness, Liu Zhong struck him down with a single blow, turning him to ash. The 4 prominent families of the City of Magic were too numerous. 3 would suffice. The Zhao family's territory and assets would be ceded to the Li family. Yet I, Lu Qian, would claim the accumulated treasures of elixirs and artifacts. You proposed this deal, leveraging benefits to compel the Li family to decisively annihilate the Zhao family, while ensuring you receive the lion's share. With the Li family's esteemed elder and Lu Zhong, a formidable force, joining forces, the Zhao family's demise was merely a matter of time. In the span of a single day, the Zhao family was almost entirely routed, suffering tremendous losses and falling into despair, while you remained at the rear, relishing the spectacle, with the Lin and Wu families maintaining neutrality throughout. Soon, the Zhao family was obliterated, but the head of the Li family reported that their esteemed elder had mysteriously disappeared. Upon hearing this, you berated the Li family for their incompetence, leaving you with such a significant threat. An unrestrained and unencumbered elder would undoubtedly pose a grave danger. You had successfully acquired the Zhao family's centuries-old legacy, preparing to retreat from the public eye to refine and absorb the remnants of the Zhao family, seeking to break through to a new realm. Just as you were ready to enter seclusion, Lu Ruiyue suddenly approached you, inquiring if you were interested in a rumored secret realm that had emerged in the waters near the City of Magic, drawing numerous powerful figures to investigate. You frowned, suspecting it might be a new scheme by the puppet master, and wary of the hidden Zhao family elder, you decided against participating. On the first day, you chose to cultivate the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, consuming hundreds of spirit pills, preparing to break through to the 4th realm of divine powers. On the 3rd day, you successfully broke through to the 4th realm of divine powers, manifesting a new divine talent, the Dragon Elephant Dominance Body, endowed with the might of a dragon and elephant. On the 5th day, the aura of fortune surrounding you began to dissipate. In the final moments of this waning fortune, you sensed a chilling premonition. As the destined aura once again sounded a warning, heralding the approach of death, you were jolted awake. Chapter 11. Using the destined heroine as a sacrificial lamb. You awoke from your meditative state. The terrifying chill you felt now far exceeding that of your initial simulation, and you sensed that danger was imminent. You found it hard to believe that you were currently within a villa arranged by the Li family, surrounded by numerous defenses, with Lu Zhong, a 7th realm guardian, standing watch outside. How could anything possibly go wrong? Unless this threat was far beyond your imagination. In the next moment, your suspicions were confirmed. A sudden cacophony of battle cries reverberated in your ears, the sounds of carnage alarmingly close at hand. The 3 distinct pressures emanating from the fray were unmistakably at the saintly level. Among them, one belonged to his guardian, Lu Zhong, while the other 2 were entirely unfamiliar. Lu Qian, the ancestral figure of the Zhao clan, accompanied by a masked, saintly powerhouse, led a cadre of formidable individuals clad in black into the fray. Liu Zhong was ensnared by their onslaught, and in a moment of urgency, Lu Ruiyue's anxious voice pierced through from outside the hidden chamber, urging you to open the door so that you might escape together. Your countenance shifted dramatically. Trust was not an option. You hastily activated the secret passage of the chamber, peering into the tumult outside. There, you beheld the distressed visage of Lu Ruiyue and a throng of black-clad assailants clashing violently with the guards. Above, Lu Zhong battled fiercely against the Zhao clan's ancestor and the enigmatic masked saint. The situation, however, was decidedly grim. Lu Ruiyue's words rang true. How could there be so many saintly figures emerging from the depths of the demon city? Could it be that the puppet master had once again taken action, orchestrating a new wave of slaughter? It seemed the specter of vengeance had not yet dissipated. Liu Qian's eyes darkened with foreboding as he made his assessment. In just a few days, another cycle of bloodshed had descended upon him. The puppet master's fixation on his supreme imperial bones was evidently unyielding. He had thought that by laying a trap, he could secure a brief respite for his development, yet he had underestimated his adversary. But therein lay a conundrum. His residence in the demon city shifted every day, making it nearly impossible to trace. How had the Zhao clan's elder and those black-clad individuals managed to locate him? Faced with Lu Ruiyue's urgent pleas, you made the decision not to open the hidden door, but instead resolutely activated an exceedingly clandestine escape route. Fear of death gripped you. This passage had been constructed specifically for emergencies, a means to flee. At this moment, you were prepared to forsake both Lu Zhong and Lu Ruiyue for your own survival. As long as you lived, you could avenge them in the future. Should you perish, all would be lost. Your selfishness had positioned your life above all else, truly the mark of a despicable individual. Yet, just as you were about to enter the secret passage, an unsettling chill enveloped you, and simultaneously, the fortune you had seized from Lu Ruyue dissipated entirely. There was someone in the passage. This was the final warning from fate. You realized you were ensnared in a trap, the prey in a hunter's snare. Damn. You could not suppress your exclamation, and a fierce expression contorted your features. In a flash of inspiration, you opened the hidden door and ushered Lu Ruyue inside. She was now inextricably linked to your fate. Should you fall, the Lu clan would undoubtedly face annihilation, unable to withstand the wrath of the Lu family. Lu Ruyue would not betray you, Liu Qian. We must flee. Once we escape this place, the Lu family will soon. Before Lu Ruyue could finish her thought, you struck swiftly, delivering a blow to her neck that rendered her unconscious. You had acted with precision. Lu Ruyue would awaken in merely a few hours, though there lingered the possibility that she might need. The sight of the dismembered Yi Chun was akin to that of a frenzied demon. He took 3 rapid strides, and the overwhelming aura of his peak divine realm suddenly erupted like a balloon bursting. 5th realm, mountains and rivers. 6th realm, transcendence. 7th realm, entering the sacred, the protagonist. Yi Chun defied expectations by breaking through 3 major realms, ascending to the 7th realm of the sacred, leaving the entire audience in a state of shock. Even the 3 formidable beings of the sacred realm were slain, causing all to momentarily cease their bloodshed. Despite having anticipated the notorious exploits of a destined protagonist, the current spectacle was utterly astonishing. Could it truly be played in such a manner? Boom! The enraged Yi Chun suddenly materialized before you, launching a devastating blow aimed at your head. Liu Xiao. In a critical moment, Lu Zhong recklessly intervened, positioning himself in front of you, only to be obliterated by a single punch, reduced to a mist of blood. You watched in horror as Lu Zhong met his tragic demise, your pupils dilating in disbelief. How could Yi Chun have undergone such a cataclysmic transformation in just a few days, if he had possessed such power previously? Why was he pursued and dismembered by Lu Zhong? What could Yi Chun have experienced in these past few days? Or was it the lingering soul of the old man within him that was orchestrating this chaos? Boom! At this moment, Yi Chun resembled a mad god of slaughter, delivering another punch towards you, clearly attributing the death of Lu Ruyue to your actions. This time, no one was there to shield you. Swish! Just when it seemed dire, a blood-red talisman appeared close to you, transforming into a crimson demon bat that engulfed you, deflecting Yi Chun's lethal strike and subsequently tearing through the void to escape into the distance. The life-saving blood escape talisman sent by the Lu family had proven its remarkable efficacy at this critical juncture. Before vanishing, you faintly heard Yi Chun's unwilling roar. Simultaneously, the mysterious token you had seized from Yi Chun trembled slightly, as if reacting to something. Swish! As you fled into the distance, the space around you warped chaotically, plunging you into darkness, nearly robbing you of consciousness. Dazed, you suddenly fell from the blood escape, plunging into icy waters. Chilled to the bone, struggling to open your eyes, you realized you had plunged into the ocean. Had you been randomly transported to a sea area 1,000 miles away from the demon city? At that moment, a massive shadow resembling a gigantic octopus flashed before you. It appeared to be a powerful and bizarre foreign entity. You attempted to struggle, but your body was paralyzed. Then, a wave of excruciating pain surged through you, accompanied by a grotesque chewing sound. You have died. Simulation concluded. Commencing final assessment. The host may select 3 options from the following. 6.1. 4th layer of the Ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, Divine Ability, 2. 4th layer of the Thousand Shadows Demon Art, Divine Ability, Shadow Mimicry, 3. Mysterious Token 4. Life-Saving Blood Escape Talisman, Celestial Grade, 5. A portion of Destiny and Luck belonging to the destined female lead Lu Ruyue, 1 week, 6. A preserved severed arm. Yi Chun, gazing at the gruesome text of the villain simulator, Lu Qian's expression shifted continuously, alternating between gloom and fury, nearly cursing out loud. How could it be played like this? Yi Chun's final performance was nothing short of extraordinary. It was akin to a mechanical descent of the divine, a dimensional strike. Even a destined protagonist should not be able to manipulate fate in such a manner. He had never anticipated that he might perish at the hands of a protagonist he had nearly obliterated himself. Indeed, how few are those blessed by destiny who are simple to deal with. He had underestimated him far too much. This simulation of villainous life, ending in death, served as a timely lesson to temper his arrogance and avoid underestimating anyone. Even though the second simulation of the villain had ended in failure, with a lifespan of less than a month before being slain, he felt little regret and quickly adjusted his mindset. Frivolous emotions would only impair his rationality. Lu Qian could both grasp and release. Chapter 13. Red Talent. You cannot see me, Ding. The host's current mindset has begun to align with that of a true villain, possessing profound implications for both himself and the future of this world. Reward: 500 villain points. The mechanical voice of the villain simulator suddenly interrupted Lu Qian's thoughts. Unexpectedly, this time, he had inadvertently resonated with the villainous mindset, earning a reward of villain points. It was indeed a blessing and a curse. Lu Qian was somewhat astonished that mere reflections could yield rewards from the villain simulator. This underscored his significance in this world. However, compared to the so-called 500 villain points, his current mindset and insights were undoubtedly far more precious, capable of saving his life in the future. Simulator, how many villain points are required for me to conduct a solo simulation? Lu Qian had not forgotten that he had only been granted 3 free villain life simulations at the onset. Now, having used 2, only 1 remained. Once depleted, he would need to utilize villain points to initiate the 4th simulation. Currently, he needed to proceed cautiously, step by step, and understand the operational rules of the villain simulator. Ding. The host's current realm is the 3rd realm of enlightenment. Conducting a villain simulation requires 1,000 villain points. 1,000 villain points? Lu Qian frowned slightly, taken aback. This amount seemed rather excessive. Just moments ago, he had felt pleased with the 500 villain points he had acquired. Now, it appeared he could not even afford a single independent simulation. Yet, that was not the most pressing issue. The rewards from the upcoming simulations could potentially elevate him to the 4th realm of divine ability. System: if my cultivation ascends to the 4th realm of divine ability, how many villain points would that require? The higher the host's power, the greater the influence of the treasures possessed over the future of the simulation, thereby necessitating more villain points. To reach the 4th realm of divine ability, 5,000 villain points are required. The mechanical voice of the villain simulator reiterated its explanation. The required villain points had increased 5-fold. This meant that suppressing one's cultivation and combat power in the early stages would be beneficial, allowing for more rewards with fewer villain points. However, the crux of the matter was that time was his most pressing constraint. Strength was his utmost need. With the mastermind lurking in the shadows, Lu Qian could not afford to halt his ascent in power. In a sense, he had run out of choices. His gaze turned towards the 6 rewards from the conclusion of the 2nd simulation. Among these options, several caught his eye, but he could only choose 3 from the 6. The 5th and 6th rewards were undoubtedly the first to be excluded. The 5th option, the Destiny Aura of the destined female lead Lu Ruyue, 1 week, was a replica that could be refreshed, so there was no urgency. The 6th option, Yi Qin's severed arm, held little value for his current predicament, as he had yet to master any curse-related spells. The 1st option, the 4th layer of the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, was an absolute necessity, as it would allow him to swiftly break through to the 4th realm of divine ability. The 2nd option, the 4th layer of the Thousand Shadows Demon Art, equipped with the Shadow Mimicry divine ability, would prove immensely useful. Had it not been for the protagonist's forced manipulation during the 2nd simulation, he would have long since escaped. The 3rd option, the Mysterious Token, had previously reacted during Yi Qin's explosive emergence, suggesting it might possess some hidden utility, yet he had not confirmed its value. In contrast, the 4th option, the life-saving Blood Escape Talisman, was an unequivocal artifact for survival. Although the talisman involved a degree of randomness in its escape mechanism, it could indeed preserve his life in a critical moment. Had he possessed the strength to resist during the 2nd simulation's transport, he might not have fallen victim to the mysterious foreign entity in the ocean. Furthermore, if he chose the life-saving Blood Escape Talisman now and subsequently acquired another from the simulator world, he would possess 2, affording him 2 chances at survival. With this in mind, he believed he could endure longer. Lu Qian swiftly made his decision. Simulator, I choose the 1st, 2nd, and 4th options. Boom. In the next moment, a grand and mysterious force descended. The river of time manifested once more, transcending dimensions to present itself before him. A mangled corpse, gnawed upon and incomplete, appeared before him. It was the remnant of his second villain life simulation, ultimately devoured by a mysterious entity. Although he had encountered this sight before, witnessing his own tragic demise elicited a twitch of his lips. The 6 fruits suspended from the mangled body instantly dropped 3, swiftly flying towards him to merge with his being. Boom! In his mind, his comprehension of the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra surged to a new threshold, breaking through to the 4th realm of divine ability, solidifying the formidable Dragon Elephant dominance body. Simultaneously, a dark and enigmatic power began to awaken within him, exhibiting a peculiar and ever-changing nature. It was none other than the Thousand Shadows demon art. Host: Lu Qian. Age: 18. Realm: divine ability. Cultivation method: 4th layer of the ancient Dragon Elephant scripture. Heavenly man level. 4th layer of the Thousand Shadows demon technique. Heavenly man level. Divine ability: Dragon Elephant Overlord body. Mimicry. Physique: Supreme Emperor bone. Talent: Greased feet. Blue. Simulation attempts: 1 time. Villain points: 500. In the previous 2 simulations, I took the initiative to engage, but this time, I shall seize complete control. The primary objective of this 3rd villain simulation is to thoroughly inspect the entire demon city in one fell swoop, preemptively identifying all potential safety hazards. Currently, my true self resides in Demon City. If I fail to discern friend from foe, I may indeed find myself restless. The circumstances surrounding the ambush in the 2nd simulation were too peculiar. How could the Zhao family's ancestor have known my whereabouts unless there was a traitor among us? Ever since I arrived in Demon City, all my needs have been arranged by the Li family, my in-laws. I must also unravel the mystery of Yi Qin's sudden surge in power, as well as the enigma surrounding Lu Ruyue. Images of the anomalies from the 2nd simulation flooded Lu Qian's mind, his gaze filled with calculation and madness. Within the realm of the villain simulation, being repeatedly outmaneuvered and besieged ignited a fire within him. It was imperative to eliminate the puppeteer behind the curtain. Villain simulator. Initiate the 2nd simulation. Ding. Beginning the 3rd villain life simulation. Detecting that the host has sufficient villain points, do you wish to spend 500 villain points for a random temporary talent draw? 500 villain points. Unexpectedly, this time they can be put to good use. The previous blue talent, Greased Feet, provided him with considerable convenience. Acquiring more talents would undoubtedly be advantageous if villain points are left unused. What difference does it make to have them at all? Should I save them for procreation? I shall go all in. Understanding that going all in is a form of wisdom, Lu Qian decisively wagered his villain points. A ding. 500 villain points have been automatically deducted from the host, beginning random temporary talent draw. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blinding red light appeared before Lu Qian, radiating a searing brilliance. Is this the rise of a luckbringer? Did I draw a golden legend? Lu Qian was overjoyed and quickly turned to inspect the drawn talent ability. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the temporary red talent. You cannot see me. Chapter 14. Lu Ruyue has a problem? She is at the heavenly man level. You cannot see me. Read when you silently recite you cannot see me, there is a certain probability that those present will be unable to perceive your existence. The greater their strength compared to yours, the diminished the effect. A red talent, moreover, it is a conceptual talent. Lu Qian's heart raced, and his delight was unmistakable. In a certain sense, this red talent could even potentially influence heavenly man-level ancestors, or even true immortals of the earthly realm. Merely a red talent involving conceptual levels. What heights might the higher purple and golden talents reach? This time, the villain life simulation is bound to be different. A smile curled at the corners of Lu Qian's mouth, and he found himself increasingly eager for the upcoming simulation. Simulation begins. You observe Lu Ruyue, drunkenly unconscious outside the car, and instead of following the pattern of the previous 2 simulations by retrieving her, you entertain a different notion. Since Lu Ruyue's presence is a part of the behind-the-scenes scheme, why would you foolishly involve yourself? Bear in mind, you have already awakened the Supreme Emperor Bone and possess the combat prowess of the 4th realm of divine abilities. Lu Ruyue is of little use to you now, at most bestowing some fateful luck upon you. This time, you resolve to deviate from the script and see what changes may unfold. Drive home. You instruct the driver, Lu Zhong, to simply drive away. disregarding the drunken Lu Ruyue ahead, maintaining an air of composure. Lu Zhong, surprised by your demeanor, knows of your notorious reputation for lechery in the capital. Yet this time, you are oddly restrained. Nonetheless, he obeys your command and drives off. So, are we beginning to play against the grain? It seems that this iteration of the simulator will allow me to explore a new future. A shift in destiny. Liu Qian squinted his eyes, murmuring to himself, in the previous two simulations, my proactive engagement was aimed at drawing out the puppeteer and uncovering their identity. Yet, in both instances, I merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. I did not even touch upon the true identity of the mastermind. Under these circumstances, a different approach is essential. Soon, the car sped away, the figure of Lu Ruyue disappearing from view. At this moment, you suddenly call for a stop, disregarding Lu Zhong's puzzled expression, and exit the vehicle, employing the Thousand Shadows demon technique to transform into an enigmatic shadow and hasten towards the unconscious Lu Ruyue. In the second simulation, while in the secret chamber, you briefly encountered an obstacle when attempting to disguise Lu Ruyue using the Thousand Shadows demon technique. At that time, you dismissed it as an illusion, but later realized something was amiss. You suspect Lu Ruyue may indeed harbor some issues. Quickly, you arrive at your destination, hiding in a thicket, observing the drunken Lu Ruyue not far away, silently reciting, "You cannot see me." 10 minutes pass, and Lu Ruyue shows no signs of reaction. 20 minutes pass, and while you remain concealed in the thicket, feeling chilly and bearing a few mosquito bites, still, no signs of movement. Half an hour passes, and you furrow your brow, contemplating whether you were mistaken, yet you ultimately choose to remain patient, confident in your suspicions. Time swiftly elapses, and just as it approaches 59 minutes, with only 1 minute remaining before Yi Qin's arrival, Lu Ruyue lying ahead stirs. Crack! From your hiding spot in the thicket, you witness Lu Ruyue, who should be in a deep stupor, suddenly open her eyes. The drunken flush on her face vanishes in an instant, her demeanor turning cold, as if she had transformed entirely. Her gaze, icy and scanning her surroundings, furrows her brow, exuding an oppressive aura as though she were probing for something. A jolt of terror courses through you. You sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from her, realizing she is employing some unique ability to investigate her surroundings, and you cannot help but clench your fists, your pupils shaking. For the pressure emanating from Lu Ruyue surpasses even Lu Zhong, the saintly level powerhouse. Your suspicions were correct. Lu Ruyue truly has a problem. You mentally scream, fervently reciting, "You cannot see me, you cannot see me, you cannot see me." Soon, Lu Ruyue remains oblivious to your red talent, retracting her terrifying pressure and halting her search. How strange. Lu Ruyue slightly nods, a look of surprise crossing her face as she murmurs, seemingly puzzled. Confirming that no one is around, she pays no heed to Yi Qin, who is beginning to appear behind her, and with a single step, transforms into a celestial shadow, treading the void and vanishing from sight. Treading the void. This is a heavenly man technique. Lu Ruyue is actually a heavenly man-level powerhouse. Liu Qian's pupils constricted, unable to suppress his gaze towards Lu Ruyue lying outside the vehicle. Yet he quickly reined in his emotions, daring not to reveal a hint of his thoughts. Before him lay a heavenly man-level powerhouse, a being of the same caliber as the ancestral figures of the Lu family. But how is this possible? Though she may be the destined female lead, she is still only in her 20s at most. How could she possibly be at the heavenly man level? It is known that those of the heavenly man realm can enter the highest council in the Great Xia Empire and voice their opinions. Even the emperor of the Great Xia would treat them with respect. Yet, even the sixth prince of the Great Xia royal family, regarded as an unparalleled genius in a millennium, does not possess such terrifying capabilities. How could a concealed heavenly man willingly remain in Demon City, living as the daughter of a second-rate family? Could it be that Lu Ruyue is the true mastermind behind the scenes? But that does not make sense. How could a heavenly man stoop to such a level, allowing me to pick her up and endure such humiliation? This is illogical. Could it be that she harbors some unknown proclivity? Yet, if she were truly the mastermind, why would she complicate matters, allowing others to intervene? Previously, at the hotel, a mere flick of her wrist could have ended my life. A heavenly man could eliminate me with ease. In all of Demon City, scarcely anyone could stop her. Even if the Lu family attempted to intervene, they would be powerless. Lu Qin's mind was racing, feeling as though it was about to become a muddled mess. The situation appears to have once again exceeded his expectations. He inadvertently picked up a heavenly man and audaciously engaged in such disrespectful behavior. Not just once, but multiple times. Yet, she had not killed him. Instead, she seemed willing to endure. What an enigma! Chapter 15. Supreme Mode. Suppressing the fated protagonist. Initially, I thought Yi Chen was already exaggerated, but it seems there are even greater experts. Liu Chen's lips twitched slightly. Previously, he had thought that the sudden emergence of the fated protagonist, Yi Chen, was already quite extraordinary. Ascending from the 4th realm of divine abilities to the 7th realm of sainthood in an instant was indeed terrifying. However, Lu Ruyue, the destined heroine, had truly imparted a lesson to him, directly transforming into an 8th realm celestial being. This could no longer be attributed to mere luck. These two were destined for greatness. If it weren't for his possession of the villain simulator, he might have been overwhelmed by their prowess. They truly disregarded the villains. Nevertheless, he had managed to glean their secrets through the villain life simulation. Allowing him to devise various contingency plans in advance, it seemed that the magical metropolis was rife with hidden talents, far from the simplicity he had imagined. From the current situation, it appeared that Lu Ruyue bore no intent to kill him. Otherwise, he would have perished countless times by now. Even Lu Zhong would not have been able to withstand it. Thus, it seemed that there were two factions targeting him. One was the so-called mastermind behind the scenes, and the other was Lu Ruyue. The Lu family's decision to send him from the capital to the magical metropolis was uncertain in its nature, whether it was a blessing or a curse. He had merely escaped the tiger's den, only to fall into the wolf's lair. Even with a saintly protector in front of him, he felt no semblance of safety, especially with a celestial woman lying ahead. With a mere thought from her, he would have no power to resist. The sensation of being at the mercy of life and death, unable to grasp his own fate, was indeed unsettling. He needed to swiftly acquire the power to control his destiny. You stared in shock at the vanishing Lu Ruyue. No one could have anticipated that she would be an unparalleled celestial being. You were also fortunate that she could not perceive the activation of your red talent in time. Otherwise, if Lu Ruyue discovered that you had unearthed her secret, the consequences would be unimaginable. You were not only being targeted by the mastermind behind the scenes, but also by another group. A certain suspicion had already formed in your mind. Lu Ruyue was likely disguised as some ancient monster, or perhaps a reincarnated mighty figure, for it was inconceivable for someone so young to be a celestial being. Under such circumstances, it was merely a matter of time before she broke through to the terrestrial true immortal realm, at which point she might even ascend to the pinnacle. In comparison, it seemed that the mastermind behind the scenes had already been outclassed, considering that their initial forces consisted only of extraordinary and saintly beings, with no celestial warriors appearing yet. You deeply realized that the depths of this world were far too profound for your grasp. Yi Chen, hurrying towards you, interrupted your thoughts. He seemed to be anxiously searching for something, his face filled with urgency. No. Yi Chen let out a wail of despair, seemingly misunderstanding that his goddess had been taken away. Watching such a classic scene unfold, you felt a stirring in your heart. With Lu Ruyue, the celestial being, having left, the assassin who had cultivated the Thousand Shadows demon technique was likely still lying in ambush at a nearby hotel. Presenting a prime opportunity, you intended to take action against Yi Chen. Yi Chen was at the 4th realm of divine abilities, and so were you. He had trump cards that could elevate him to a higher realm. But you possessed the supreme imperial bone and felt no fear. As for Yi Chen's secret technique that seemingly allowed him to leap several realms, you were not concerned, as he evidently did not possess it at present. Otherwise, he would not have been severely injured by Lu Zhong at the beginning of the second simulation, losing an arm in the process. Moreover, you aim to hone your combat experience. Possessing cultivation without battle experience rendered one a mere empty shell. Before you stood Yi Chen, the destined protagonist at the narrative's inception, a worthy opponent. Even if you could not defeat him, you were confident in your ability to escape. Cautiously, you refrained from attacking immediately. Instead, you employed the shadow transformation technique to alter your appearance into that of Zhao Kuan, the unfortunate young master of the Zhao family in the magical metropolis, whom you had killed in the second simulation. You covered your face with a black cloth, clearly intending to redirect the blame. Just as Yi Chen turned to search for Lu Ruyue, you decisively chose to launch a surprise attack. Swish! Shadows surged from the ground, ensnaring Yi Chen's shadow. As he turned, he found himself bound. His body stiffening. 8 demonic shadows emerged from the darkness, wielding shadow blades, aiming to slice at his limbs, nearly incapacitating him. This sudden turn of events sent Yi Chen into a panic, especially as he saw 4 blades aimed at his 5th limb, nearly causing him to lose control. A torrent of fiery energy erupted from Yi Chen, propelling him from the realm of divine abilities into the 5th realm of mountains and rivers. Breaking free from the shadow's grasp, he blocked the blades aimed at him, while the other blades struck his body, leaving him bloodied and battered. Clearly, he preferred to endure wounds on his body rather than suffer a more grievous injury below. You were somewhat astonished. You had not anticipated Yi Chen's ability to react to your ambush. Boom! The terrifying flames exploded, consuming the 7 demonic shadows, revealing your true form as well. Despicable scum! How dare you ambush me? I will make you pay with your life. Yi Chen roared in rage, disregarding Lu Ruyue's safety, fixated solely on avenging the attack. Facing the wrath of Yi Chen, who was a whole realm above you, you found yourself quickly at a disadvantage. However, with the ghostly speed granted by the Thousand Shadows demon technique, you opted to evade his onslaught. Although you were struck several times by the furious Yi Chen, your body, fortified by the Dragon Elephant dominating technique, managed to withstand the blows. You realized that, under these circumstances, you could maintain a stalemate, but defeating the battle-hardened Yi Chen would prove difficult. Just as you prepared to attempt using the Supreme Imperial Bone for the first time, you found yourself unable to do so. Something seemed to be lacking. You were taken aback. Could it be that your current cultivation level was insufficient to summon it? Suddenly, a wave of icy, domineering warmth surged from your spine, flooding your mind and your eyes. Yi Chen's movements began to slow, as if time had multiplied 10-fold or even 100-fold. You rapidly analyzed and absorbed his actions. You discovered that in this state, you could absorb the enemy's combat style, purifying it to enhance your own battle experience at an astonishing rate. In that moment, you felt like a true deity, gazing down upon the world. All existence would be laid bare before you, with nowhere to hide, completely under your control. At that instant, you comprehended the true terror of the Supreme Imperial Bone. It seemed to possess a certain consciousness, able to discern your needs. You fell silent, but soon found peace, naming this unique state Supreme Mode. Empowered by the Supreme Mode, you rapidly grew stronger, beginning to match Yi Chen's prowess and gain the upper hand, nearly overwhelming him. Chapter 16. Self-Destruction of Cultivation, Deceiving Lu Zhong. The Supreme Imperial Bone possessed such capabilities. Lu Qian's pupils trembled slightly, his astonishment towards the Supreme Imperial Bone intensifying. It was known that during the second villain simulation, Yi Chen had managed to escape from Lu Zhong, a powerful being of sainthood. His combat prowess was undoubtedly remarkable, in his expectations. Even with the assurance provided by the villain simulator, he did not anticipate it to be this effortless. Yet, everything had exceeded his predictions. Within the villain simulator, he, in the state of supreme mode, was akin to a sponge voraciously absorbing everything, rapidly elevating himself. Yi Chen's combat experience was almost entirely analyzed, imitated, absorbed, and refined. In this state, he felt as though he could foresee the future. Yi Chen's every move and forthcoming attack were anticipated and evaded with precision. This is impossible. Yi Chen, suppressed, let out an incredulous roar. His expression one of sheer disbelief, staring at you as though gazing upon a monster. Swish! Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by Yi Chen, you remained impassive, manipulating a shadowy giant blade to emerge from the ground, instantly severing Yi Chen's right arm, causing his storage pouch to fall to the ground. You paid no heed to the current outcome and suddenly, you felt a familiar aura of fortune manifest out of thin air. Merging with your very being, you acquired a portion of the destiny of the protagonist Yi Chen, receiving the blessing of fate that would endure for a week. The blessing of destiny. Is it true that by vanquishing the destined protagonist, one can gain a fragment of their fortune? Lu Qian raised an eyebrow, gaining a fresh understanding of this so-called destiny. Typically, the narrative arc revolves around the protagonist triumphing over the destined antagonist, thereby strengthening their own fortune. However, Upon suffering a crushing defeat, one's own fortune would dissipate, flowing into the hands of the victor. This intriguing mechanism piqued your interest. You felt a sense of astonishment, but swiftly deduced the underlying mechanism. You approached, retrieving Yi Chen's severed arm along with a blood-stained storage pouch, which contained numerous elixirs and medicinal herbs, as well as a mysterious token. After stowing them away, you felt the supreme mode within you recede like a receding tide. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching pain and a profound fatigue of the soul washed over you. A gnawing hunger emanated from your spine. So this is the side effect of the supreme mode. It preemptively expends bodily potential in exchange for a fleeting surge of power. Realizing the repercussions of the supreme imperial bone, you hastily consumed several vials of elixirs from Yi Chen's storage pouch. The potent effects of the elixirs were ruthlessly absorbed by the supreme imperial bone, alleviating some of your exhaustion and agony. Casting a glance around, you did not linger, fearing that Lu Ruyue, who had just departed, might return to investigate. You hurried back towards the direction where Lu Zhong was driving. Upon returning to the vehicle, Lu Zhong caught a whiff of the sanguine scent emanating from you. His brows furrowed slightly, yet he wisely refrained from inquiring further, sensing your altered demeanor as he drove back to the villa. This time, due to your cunning scheme that framed Zhao Kuan, the eldest scion of the Zhao family, you refrained from issuing a pursuit order for Yi Chen, opting instead to observe the unfolding drama from the shadows. Having lost his hand, Yi Chen would undoubtedly seek retribution against Zhao Kuan. And soon enough, a pursuit order would be issued by others as long as Zhao Kuan fell at Yi Chen's hands. The Zhao family's patriarch would not confront you as he had in the previous simulation. This time, you were determined to carefully orchestrate events and discern who among the myriad of figures in Magic City was friend or foe. Upon returning to your residence in Magic City, you suddenly spoke up, "Lu Zhong, may I trust you?" After receiving Lu Zhong's affirmative response, you unveiled your cultivation at the 4th stage of the Divine Realm, leaving him utterly astounded in the capital of Daxia. It was well known that Lu Qian, the second son of the Lu family, was infamous for his reputation as a wasteful and dissipated playboy, incapable of cultivation and fond of revelry. Yet now, he revealed his prowess, at the age of 18, a stage of divine power, placing him among the elite of Daxia. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Zhong inquired about your cultivation level. Armed with the knowledge from the second simulation, you were acutely aware of Lu Zhong's loyalty and chose not to conceal the truth. Imparting a portion of the reality, you conveyed that for years, there had been a shadowy figure watching the Lu family with nefarious intent. You had concealed your cultivation and masqueraded as a wastrel to uncover the truth. You began to weave a narrative, explaining that your arrival in Magic City was prompted by intelligence indicating that this hidden force had established a foothold here, and you aimed to uproot it entirely. This revelation had been kept from your family until now, as you had only recently gained clarity on the matter. Given your status as a direct descendant of the Lu family, Lu Zhong, after a brief silence, came to trust you and inquired about your intentions. You disclosed that you had already gathered partial information and evidence regarding the mastermind, and that there was a high probability of assassination attempts against you, potentially leading to your demise. You urged Lu Zhong that, should an assassination occur, he must not attempt to rescue you but instead flee at all costs back to the Lu family and inform them of the identity of your assailant. You enumerated the confirmed forces behind this conspiracy: the Gu family, another family of celestial beings, the Zhao family of Magic City, Yi Chen, and the Li family, a familial connection. As you enumerated these entities, Lu Zhong's face transformed into a mask of shock and despair, comprehending the gravity of your clandestine investigation. Among these factions, the presence of a mere petty individual like Yi Chen might be manageable. Yet the involvement of a celestial family and 2 powerful clans posed a significant threat. Lu Zhong queried whether he had misjudged the situation, but you firmly maintained your assessment, indicating your intention to immerse yourself in the fray to unearth these schemers. Hearing your declaration of self-sacrifice for the family stirred admiration within Lu Zhong, and he ultimately acquiesced to your request, a clever maneuver, decisively revealing part of the truth while enlisting Lu Zhong. A formidable figure, was indeed a masterstroke. Redirecting the internal conflict onto the entirety of the Lu family would undoubtedly resonate with Lu Zhong, who had been fiercely loyal to his family since childhood, thus achieving the most favorable outcome. Observing the 3rd simulation of yourself beginning to unfold its strategy, Lu Qian couldn't help but applaud inwardly. Chapter 17. Amending Deficiencies, Cultivating Lethal Techniques. Currently, within the confines of Magic City, Lu Zhong was undeniably one of your greatest safeguards. Certain matters could not remain concealed from him, as collaboration was essential. Thus, a degree of candor was warranted, as for why not to directly contact the Lu family to mobilize more elite forces. Lu Qian understood that the third iteration of his villainous simulation intended to adopt a low-profile approach in this context. Rashly reaching out to summon additional strength could attract the attention of the shadowy mastermind. The Lu family, being a celestial lineage, was exceedingly conspicuous. Each move would be scrutinized, especially by those of the 6th stage or above. The activation of even a single one could draw the gaze of those with ulterior motives. Potentially alarming the mastermind, it was increasingly evident that the Gu family, also a celestial lineage, had ties to the hidden orchestrator. Should this lead to an all-out pursuit instigated by the Gu family's celestial figure, the situation would become dire. At present, the only safeguard he possessed was a life-saving blood escape talisman capable of unleashing celestial methods. Uncertainty loomed over whether it would suffice to evade a celestial pursuit. Thus, his paramount objective this time was to cleanse Magic City of its latent threats, exposing all adversaries. After all, the self within the villainous simulation could indulge recklessly, but in reality, he possessed but one life. If he were not mistaken, this time, the simulation intended to execute a cunning escape, vanishing from all sight while orchestrating events to incite the Lu family's wrath and cleanse the entirety of Magic City. Lu Qian knew himself well. He was not the self-sacrificing figure portrayed in the villainous simulation. There was undoubtedly a calculated scheme at play. He had already surmised the nature of this scheme. Subsequently, the content of the villainous simulation further substantiated this understanding. After persuading Lu Zhong to be entirely at your service, you adopted a serious demeanor and inquired whether the Lu family in Magic City possessed any assassins that resembled you. You were acutely aware that a celestial family like the Lu family would undoubtedly have clandestine channels of information in the presence of assassins across the empire. Without hesitation, Lu Zhong divulged the details of the Lu family's assassins in Magic City. Internally, you nodded, instructing Lu Zhong to discreetly summon them. You understood that the mastermind behind the assassination plot would not easily dissipate, and thus, you planned to execute a clever escape. Soon, Lu Zhong brought forth the young assassin. Utilizing the shadow mimicry technique, you transformed the young assassin into your likeness and prepared for the following days, instructing him to imitate your every move, effectively creating a decoy. This time, you intended to create an opportunity for the decoy to perish in your stead, allowing you to remain in the shadows, transitioning from a visible piece on the board to a hidden player behind the scenes. You informed the young assassin of the potentially fatal task ahead. Yet he unwaveringly agreed, only requesting that the Lu family take good care of his sister. You consented, promising to provide his sister with a life of luxury, and learned that the young assassin was named Su Meng, while his sister was called Su Mei. With all preparations in place, you instructed Lu Zhong, citing your own cultivation, to request a substantial supply of cultivation resources from the Lu family, including martial techniques, paths, and even methods of curses, all of which were actually intended for your use. Cautious as ever, you were not yet ready to expose your cultivation capabilities. Simultaneously, you employed your bloodline abilities to send a message to your elder brother, Lu Shou. Unlike the second simulation, you did not send a plea for assistance to have your brother exact vengeance against the Gu family, causing chaos in the capital of Daxia. After all, the assassination plot had yet to commence, and you had successfully evaded it, leaving no grounds for retaliation. This time, you opted for a new pretext. Elder brother, I have been feeling rather unsettled these past few days. I heard that you possess a life-saving blood escape talisman. May I borrow it for a while? I shall return it to you upon my return. Your survival instincts drove you to secure the life-saving talisman from your elder brother, viewing it as a second safeguard. After meticulously arranging everything, you proceeded to the secret chamber, extracting the resources from Yi Chen's storage bag and commencing your cultivation. A night passed, and your progress was astonishing. You advanced from the initial stage of the divine transformation realm to the intermediate stage, significantly enhancing the power of your dragon elephant dominance technique. Early the next morning, your training was interrupted by Lu Zhong outside the chamber, bringing forth auspicious news. The life-substituting blood escape talisman you requested Along with the cultivation resources and combat techniques Lu Zhong had asked for, had arrived. Young Master Lu, the eldest master, is deeply concerned about your affairs and had the items delivered overnight. Along with the supplies I requested, Lu Zhong informed you as you held the still warm life substituting blood escape talisman. A wave of warmth enveloped your heart. Whenever it concerned your well-being, your elder brother would always make arrangements promptly. Now, possessing 2 life-substituting blood escape talismans instilled confidence that even in the face of an ambush from a celestial ancestor, you would have a reliable means of escape. This time, your previously anxious heart could find some peace. You accepted a new storage bag from Lu Zhong, and upon scanning it with your spiritual sense, you were greeted with a plethora of cultivation resources and several jade slips inscribed with martial techniques and methods. You anticipated that once you had absorbed these resources, your cultivation could see significant improvement. However, your focus was presently drawn to the jade slips. Possessing a high realm without protective techniques ultimately leads to emptiness. At this juncture, lacking a systematic combat approach and formidable killing techniques rendered you not a true cultivator. You resolved to rectify your shortcomings. Chapter 18. The Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist. First rank, Talisman Master. The 3 jade slips sent by the Lu family included one dedicated to the lethal martial technique, the Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist, a specialized skill jade slip belonging to the Talisman True Cannon, and a cunning curse technique known as the Soul Nail Method. These 3 jade slips were precisely what you had requested Lu Zhong to procure from the Lu family, tailored to your needs. The Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist is an exceedingly powerful martial technique of the saint level, rivaling the might of celestial-grade techniques with the ability to cleave mountains and part seas. This formidable martial technique is exceptionally demanding, requiring a robust physique. Should one falter, they risk suffering a backlash. Yet, it perfectly complements the terrifying strength of your ancient dragon elephant dominance technique. Previously, you had not established a systematic killing technique. The Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist was just what you needed. The Talisman True Cannon serves as an introductory text for foundational talismans, containing thousands of talismans. Since your discovery of the Supreme Emperor Bone's effectiveness in cultivation, you realized you could pursue a supplementary vocation. Among the myriad of options, the versatile profession of Talisman Master undoubtedly caught your attention. As for the final Soul Nail Method curse, it was prepared for the destined protagonist. Yichen. It is worth noting that Yichen currently still has one arm under your control, allowing you to utilize the curse to pinpoint his location in enhancing your strength. You also added a potentially limitless vocation as a Talisman Master, a status that commands great respect among the elite of the Great Xia. Lu Qian gazed at his reflection in the villain simulator and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The status and potential of a Talisman Master are truly beyond imagination. A high-ranking Talisman Master, given sufficient preparation time, could deter even celestial ancestors. Who knows how many high-level talismans they could unleash in a barrage. Moreover, some advanced talismans possess extraordinary effects. For instance, the life-substituting blood escape talisman in your possession, specifically designed for survival, was crafted by a high-ranking Talisman Master. To kill a prepared high-ranking Talisman Master, one would require at least several celestial ancestors to intervene. One day, when you achieve the rank of high-ranking Talisman Master and prepare enough advanced talismans, you will have the confidence to challenge the Gu family, a celestial lineage. The next step hinges on the capabilities of the Supreme Emperor Bone. Although the Supreme Emperor Bone previously demonstrated its might in cultivation, whether it would exhibit similar efficacy in mastering martial techniques remains uncertain. Everything still requires experimentation. Upon acquiring the 3 jade slips, you wasted no time and dove back into the secret chamber. Resuming your cultivation, you began consuming large quantities of elixirs to stimulate the enlightenment state of the Supreme Emperor Bone, plunging yourself into a profound state of realization. You commenced your training in the Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist. As the intricate ancient script transformed into a flood of comprehension that swiftly filled your mind, on the first day, after consuming over 100 bottles of cultivation elixirs, you successfully grasped the fundamentals of the Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist and soon reached a minor achievement. By the second day, you had exhausted the elixirs in Yichen's storage bag, and the Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist advanced to a major success. With a single punch, it roared like a mighty dragon, capable of shattering mountains and rivers. At this moment, you believed that a single strike from you could obliterate even the 5th realm, and anyone struck would meet certain death. Previously, Yichun would have been left reeling from a mere punch from you. On the third day, you discovered that after reaching major success with the majestic Overlord Dragon Fist, you encountered a bottleneck. To reach the pinnacle, a considerable amount of time would be required. Hence, you decisively focused on the Talisman True Canon, delving into the study of talisman mastery. Among the tens of thousands of fundamental talismans, you selected the Thunder Talisman and Fire Talisman, the most ferocious attributes. Once you master these two, the rest would become manageable. On the fourth day, after countless failures in crafting talismans, your materials began to dwindle. Your emotions fluctuated as doubts crept in regarding your aptitude for becoming a talisman master, even with the Supreme Emperor Bone at your disposal. Yet, an indomitable spirit within you refused to concede defeat. On the fifth day, after enduring nearly 100,000 failures, an epiphany struck, and you effortlessly inscribed a first-rank Thunderlight Talisman, successfully becoming a first-rank Talisman Master. Though the Thunderlight Talisman was merely a first-rank talisman and its immediate effects were limited, you were overjoyed, for you had achieved success. It truly was possible. Lu Qian could hardly contain his excitement as he observed the continuous successes within the villain simulator. His fists clenched in exhilaration. The consecutive achievements in the simulator made it abundantly clear to him that given ample time, he could rapidly grow stronger. With enough villain points for simulation, he could emulate the sword god of Shirley Pu, wielding unparalleled strength to break free from the novice village and sweep everything before him. After 5 consecutive days immersed in a state of realization through intense cultivation, you found yourself enveloped in profound fatigue. Even your cultivation speed began to wane. Aware that haste makes waste, you decided to temporarily pause your training. You opened the door of the secret chamber and inquired with Su Ming, who was guarding outside. About the recent developments. Young Master Lu, the capital has remained calm and uneventful these past few days, Su Ming replied earnestly. Unlike the second simulation, your decision to leave Lu Ruyue behind had allowed you to evade the deadly trap set by the hidden mastermind, resulting in a change in circumstances, and there had been no bloody clash between the Lu and Gu families, nor any assassination of Zhao Kuan, leaving everything seemingly tranquil, according to the outcomes of the second simulation. Tonight you were supposed to face an ambush from the Zhao family's ancestor, another saint-level powerhouse, and numerous assailants in black. Yet, with Zhao Kuan still alive and the Zhao family intact, the ancestor of the Zhao family would not risk extermination to pursue you. A single saint-level powerhouse could hardly contend with Lu Zhong. Even with a group of black-clad individuals, they likely lacked the capability to eliminate you. You speculated that the hidden mastermind, lacking sufficient high-level combat strength and uncertain of your situation, would likely delay their plans against you while possibly concocting a more vicious scheme. You glanced at the young assassin Su Ming beside you, who bore an uncanny resemblance to yourself. His demeanor and aura were strikingly similar, clearly indicating that Lu Zhong's special training had been immensely effective. By the way, young Master Lu, a mysterious secret realm seems to have emerged in the waters of the capital, attracting many eager to explore. Su Ming suddenly remarked, your brow furrowed, recalling that during the second simulation, Lu Ruyue had mentioned this matter. However, at that time, you had dismissed it, wary of the hidden mastermind's trap. Lu Zhong entered, interrupting your thoughts. Young Master Lu, the young master of the Li family, Li Yang, has arrived and wishes to speak with you. Chapter 19. The Capital Manor. Encountering Lu Ruyue again, Li Yang, Lu Qian's eyes flickered, his expression tensing in surprise, yet also reflecting a sense of anticipation. The Li family of the capital is kin to the Lu family. 20 years ago, the head of the Li family, Li Gu, married one of your distant cousins, and together they had a son, Li Yang. In terms of lineage, although Lu Qian is younger, he holds a higher status and background. Even Li Yang, 2 years his senior, must address him as uncle. However, he never placed much importance on such formalities and maintained a good rapport with Li Yang. Since arriving in the bustling metropolis, perhaps due to the consideration that the youth possess more common topics of conversation, it has invariably been Li Yang who liaises with him, attending to all his needs. Activities such as enjoying music and performances are, of course, indispensable. Ordinarily, the two parties share a friendship, further intertwined by familial ties, rendering their relationship exceedingly close. However, this bond is contingent upon the absence of issues within the Li family. When the second instance of the villain simulation ended in a massacre, Lu Qian began to harbor grave suspicions regarding the Li family. After all, How could those assassins have known his whereabouts with such precision? Moreover, amidst the considerable commotion, not a single member of the Li family came to his aid. This raises significant concerns. Liu Qian suspects that Zhao Kuan and the Zhao family, whom he had previously eliminated, might merely have been scapegoats. The Li family, this in-law of the Liu family, could very well be the true mastermind behind it all. At this juncture, Li Yang, the young master of the Li family, approaches, and an immediate sense of unease washes over you. It is evident that you have long held suspicions about the Li family. Furthermore, the fortuitous appearance of Li Yang only serves to reinforce your belief that the Li family is embroiled in something nefarious. Li Yang's arrival is most likely a signal from the true orchestrator, preparing to make his next move. You pause for a moment in contemplation, then resolve to play along and discern the intentions of your adversary. Exercising caution, you instruct Su Ming, your stand-in, to impersonate you, while you employ the art of illusion to transform into Lu Zhong, with the real Lu Zhong concealed in the shadows. Soon, Li Yang enters, exuding an air of a carefree young gentleman. A roguish smile adorning his face, Liu Xiao, Lu Xianbei, he greets in succession. His demeanor towards you, masquerading as Lu Zhong, is one of utmost reverence, not daring to exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. You, maintaining your aloof facade, nod silently as you observe Su Ming engaging in casual conversation while bearing your likeness. After days of training, Su Ming's impersonation is remarkably flawless, save for minor details, to anyone unfamiliar with you. The disguise would be indistinguishable. Li Yang, clearly oblivious to the fact that the individual before him is an impostor, soon reveals his ulterior motives. He mentions that a gathering is to be held at the Magic City Manor, attended by numerous students from Magic City University who are eager to meet you, a busy figure, and also hints at a surprise for you. With a meaningful wink, he conveys his intentions. Su Ming, disguised as you, hesitates, unsure of how to respond. Agree to it. You convey through a discreet transmission of spiritual energy, directing Su Ming to acquiesce and preparing to uncover what schemes Li Yang harbors. This opportunity will serve to ascertain whether the Li family is indeed a pawn placed in the Magic City by the true puppet master. Before long, you take on the role of the driver and protector, steering the vehicle towards the manor, a route with which you are well acquainted after previous visits. Upon your arrival, the owner of the Magic City Manor hastens to greet you. As you enter a luxurious VIP room deep within the manor, you discern several figures within. Notably, two of them are familiar to you: Zhao Kuan and Lu Ruiyue. At the sight of Lu Ruiyue, a momentary tension grips your muscles, but you quickly regain your composure, reminding yourself that you are currently disguised as Lu Zhong. When you transformed your appearance using the illusion technique, even Lu Zhong, a formidable being, could not distinguish the truth. However, you are uncertain if you can similarly deceive Lu Ruiyue, who may possess extraordinary perceptiveness. In that moment, regret washes over you for having come here. You realize that, in the entire Magic City, Lu Ruiyue is the last person you wish to encounter. Furthermore, it dawns on you why Lu Ruiyue is present. She is the belle of Magic City University and a fellow classmate. The gathering consists predominantly of students from the university, among whom are several attractive young women. It appears today has been meticulously orchestrated as a trap specifically targeting you. You observe Zhao Kuan, who is vying for Lu Ruiyue's attention, and a sense of understanding envelopes you. The unfortunate Zhao Kuan is likely here because the Li family seeks to make him and the Zhao family scapegoats, absolving themselves of any culpability. It seems that during the second simulation, you indeed wronged the Zhao family. As Su Ming, impersonating you, makes his entrance, all present instinctively rise to their feet. These individuals hail from distinguished families. Yet in your presence, they are but mere juniors. Liu Xiao, I have expended considerable effort today, but ultimately, it was only through your influence that I managed to invite Lu Xiaohua, Li Yang remarks, wearing an ingratiating smile. It is clear that he is fully aware of your prior pursuit of Lu Ruiyue at Magic City University and intends to employ the same tactic of seduction once more. At this moment, you have already surmised the likely unfolding of events. Lu Ruiyue will be intoxicated, and you will be expected to escort her to a hotel for rest. A frown creases your brow as you feel as though history is repeating itself. No matter how you attempt to evade it, the scenario remains inescapable. Fortunately, your identity has been altered. All eyes are now fixed upon Su Ming, the stand-in. As he receives flattery, effectively drawing attention away from you. Even Lu Ruyue's gaze is directed towards Su Ming, though your keen perception allows you to notice a fleeting frown of uncertainty upon her face. Your heart races with anxiety at the thought of Lu Ruyue discovering the ruse. Opting not to continue directing your stand-in through spiritual communication, you allow him to operate autonomously, minimizing the risk of exposure. Before long, the stand-in integrates himself into the gathering, engaging with the other young nobles in a display of extravagant revelry, while you remain an observer, detached. Chapter 20. Chaos Unleashed, Assassins Revealed. Perhaps due to the Lu family's influence, the stand-in has become the focal point of the event, receiving compliments from numerous attendees, including several attractive female classmates who exhibit signs of affection. Even Lu Ruyue frequently casts glances in the stand-in's direction, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Witnessing Lu Ruyue's apparent interest only serves to evoke envy and resentment among the assembled men. Zhao Kuan, a suitor of Lu Ruyue, contorts his face in frustration but refrains from voicing his anger, fearful of bringing disgrace upon his family. As the atmosphere grows increasingly charged, Li Yang approaches you, who feels out of place amidst the revelry, and whispers, Lu Xinbei, "Would you like me to arrange some entertainment for you?" You realize that Li Yang's maneuver is likely an attempt to distract you, facilitating an opportunity for his stand-in to execute his scheme. Fully aware of this, you do not decline. Instead, you nod affirmatively. The current situation aligns with your expectations, and you prefer not to remain too close to Lu Ruyue, an unpredictable element. Yet, for reasons unknown, you sense something peculiar about Lu Ruyue, as though she has undergone a transformation compared to the previous two simulations. After exchanging a few words with your stand-in, you rise and follow the server to a different private room. Accompanied by a dozen or so vibrant young women of various styles, it is evident that Li Yang intends to employ the allure of beauty to momentarily delay you. Faced with this assembly of enchanting young women, you remain resolute, swiftly incapacitating them before retrieving a communication talisman to contact Lu Zhong, who is stationed outside the Magic City Manor. The talisman, a first-tier consumable, allows for a single, discrete communication within a 10-mile radius. Having just recently become a first-tier talisman master, you had crafted several. In this proactive engagement, you do not command Lu Zhong to shadow you closely. Instead, you instruct him to maintain a distance, serving as your trump card. Lu Xiao, numerous shadowy figures have appeared outside the Magic City Manor, most possessing realms in the 3rd stage of Tongxian and 4th stage of Shentong. The leader appears to be a formidable entity within the saintly realm. Lu Zhong's message sends a jolt through you, solidifying your conviction that the Li family is indeed the puppet master orchestrating this plot. You and your stand-in have barely arrived at the Magic City Manor when the assassins make their entrance. It is clear to anyone not foolish that the truth lies within this scenario. The masked figure from the second simulation is most likely the patriarch of the Li family. With the trap now firmly set, a sense of urgency compels you to command Lu Zhong to approach. Facilitating an exchange of identities. In the ensuing conflict, your impersonation of Lu Zhong, a being of the saintly realm, will serve as the greatest variable, likely drawing the brunt of the assault, as the saintly assassin prepares to strike. In the present day, not only is the substitute perilous, but your own situation is also exceedingly precarious. Fortunately, Lu Zhong has been closely following you, and within a mere span of several breaths, he appears before you, allowing you to exhale a silent sigh of relief. You brief Lu Zhong on certain matters, then, employing the art of elusive shadow, you transform into the guise of a waiter and step outside. At this moment, your satisfaction with this grotesque magical art deepens. You retreat into a wine cellar, retrieve the soul-nailing technique, and begin to cultivate diligently, convinced that the assassins will not act hastily. You peruse the jade slip, discovering that the soul-nailing technique is not complex, but rather exceedingly straightforward. One merely needs to obtain an object belonging to the target to track them down or even cast a curse. However, due to its insidious nature, it is highly likely to result in backlash and may influence one's fortune. An hour later, you successfully grasp the fundamentals of the technique. From your storage ring, you extract Yi Chen's severed arm and utilize the soul-nailing technique to siphon his blood essence, opting for tracking rather than cursing. For cursing a protagonist blessed by destiny could very well invite retribution. The severed arm begins to bleed, coalescing into a small blood nail that points steadily ahead. Indeed, that fellow Yi Chen has arrived. You are acutely aware that wherever there is a grand spectacle, Yi Chen, the fated protagonist, will undoubtedly be in attendance. Consequently, this manor in the demon capital is destined to descend into chaos. Boom. A terrifying explosion reverberates nearby, prompting you to retract the severed arm and glance outside the warehouse, where you immediately witness Lu Zhong engaged in a fierce battle with a masked expert of the sacred realm. Clearly, the killing game has commenced. Yet, during the second simulation, that black-clad powerhouse was able to stall Lu Zhong only by allying with the Zhao family's ancestor. Now, alone, he swiftly finds himself at a disadvantage. The clash between the two sacred realm experts unleashes a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, threatening to raze the entire manor to the ground, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Amidst the turmoil, a cadre of black-clad assassins rushes toward the room where the substitute resides, preparing to strike decisively. In midair, Lu Zhong, battling the black-clad expert, snorts coldly, exerting an overwhelming pressure, astonishingly managing to free one hand to deliver a strike that instantly annihilates the majority of the black-clad assailants. Dare to act against the Lu family's young master? Regardless of who stands behind you, you shall all perish. Lu Zhong's domineering voice echoes throughout the manor. Although a few black-clad killers manage to escape, they are swiftly intercepted by other formidable guards of the manor. The tide of battle seems to be turning decidedly in favor of Lu Zhong. After scheming for so long, it cannot possibly conclude so easily. There must be a contingency plan. Let me see what other means you possess. Liu Qian's gaze darkens as he intently observes the fierce battle within the villain simulator. He does not believe that the adversaries lack further tricks. Otherwise, once Lu Zhong defeats the black-clad expert, it would merely become a one-sided massacre. Amidst the battlefield, you begin to silently chant, "You cannot see me," compelling everyone to overlook your presence while you keenly monitor the unfolding conflict. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurs. A young figure with a severed arm materializes in the room, clutching a crimson blade radiating a palpable intent to kill, aimed directly at one of the individuals present. Yi Chun! Someone gasps in shock, mistakenly believing Yi Chun intends to assassinate Lu Qian. Yet, in the next instant, all are rendered speechless as they witness Yi Chun's target, the one and only Zhao Kuan. Just as everyone's attention is drawn towards this shocking revelation, another twist ensues. With a swift motion, a dark hand emerges from behind Lu Qian, piercing through his chest. The owner of that ominous hand is none other than Lu Ruyue. Chapter 21. Now, everything is in disarray. Hee, got you. Lu Ruyue cackles eerily amidst the astonished gazes of all present, her skin transforming into a dark and coarse texture. Hidden in the shadows, you realize the moment Lu Qian is impaled. Understanding the earlier inexplicable feeling that had plagued you, it turns out, she is the very assassin who had lain in wait outside the hotel, cultivating the 1,000 shadow devil arts, preparing to eliminate you. However, due to your absence from the scene, she opted for concealment, only to strike once more today. It is evident that this 1,000 shadow assassin is the most formidable trump card in the current killing game. Others attempt to rush forth to save Lu Qian, yet they are effortlessly slain by the 6th-tier 1,000 shadow assassin, leaving only Li Yong to escape unscathed. Witnessing the ease of her success, the 1,000 shadow assassin cannot help but laugh maniacally, preparing to finish off her target, but suddenly senses something amiss. Cough, cough, kill me, and the Lu family will not spare you. Liu Qian, astonished at the gaping wound in his chest, emits a sorrowful roar as a special talisman materializes in his hand. Not good. It's a self-detonation talisman. Li Yong and the others gasp in horror. Boom. A terrifying explosion ensues, engulfing Lu Qian in flames, leaving not a trace of his existence. The previously laughing 1,000 shadow assassin is hurled away, bewildered. Wait, why did the target suddenly self-destruct? With Lu Qian dead, the mission is in jeopardy. Young Master Lu, upon witnessing Lu Qian's demise, Lu Zhong's fury ignites, causing his body to tremble with rage, intimidating the black-clad expert before him into retreat. Just as the black-clad expert believes Lu Zhong is poised to engage in a frenzied battle, he is taken aback as the enraged Lu Zhong turns and flees instead. The black-clad expert is left utterly confounded. Though somewhat unexpected, at least he has successfully executed a narrow escape. Observing the substitute's self-destruction and Lu Zhong's retreat, you realize that your plan has succeeded partially. However, that 1,000 shadow assassin remains a potential threat, seemingly having sensed something moments ago. Eliminating this threat is imperative. Your brow furrows as you fix your gaze upon Yi Chen, the fated protagonist who effortlessly dispatched Zhao Kuan, a sinister smile curling at the corners of your mouth. You, concealed in the shadows, suddenly disguise your voice and shout, "Monster!" You killed Lu Ruyue and impersonated her to slay young Master Lu. The Lu family will not let you go. Not far away, Yi Chen, who had just dispatched Zhao Kuan with ease, is momentarily puzzled by the sudden display of weakness from his adversary. However, upon hearing the shout, he looks up to see an ominous, grotesque figure clad in Ruyue's attire, causing his blood to boil with rage. "Bastard! What have you done to Ruyue? I will make you pay," with a furious stomp. Yi Chen, consumed by wrath, grips his blood-red blade, taking 2 steps forward, his aura surging dramatically 0.9 steps to heaven. In an instant, the furious Yi Chen transcends 2 great realms, bursting forth into the 6th realm of the extraordinary. Despite having anticipated Yi Chen's potential as a fated protagonist and having witnessed his prowess during the 2nd simulation, seeing him unleash such power yet again leaves Lu Qian's lips twitching slightly. Well then, he truly is unreasonable, isn't he? 9 steps to heaven. This must be the secret technique that enables Yi Chen to leap through great realms consecutively. It seems fortune has favored me, as I have gained insight into this aspect beforehand. Given the circumstances, it is likely that this special technique was acquired by him only in recent days. Otherwise, he would not have refrained from showcasing it during the previous simulations when he was being hunted. Based on the information and data at hand, Lu Qian swiftly formulates his own conclusions. This extraordinary technique, 9 steps to heaven, which allows for rapid ascension of cultivation and elevation through realms, is most likely a boon Yi Chen has encountered in the past few days. Yet, a question arises. What has transpired in the demon capital over these few days? It appears to be unusually tranquil, devoid of any extraordinary events. Wait. Lu Qian's expression shifts slightly as he recalls something. Young Master Lu, a few days ago, a mysterious secret realm seemingly appeared in the sea region of the demon capital, drawing many to its depth. A conversation suddenly resurfaces in his mind. This matter had been mentioned by Lu Ruyue during the 2nd simulation and again by the substitute Su Ming during the 3rd. Initially, he believed it to be a trap laid by the mastermind, but upon reflection, it seems highly likely that it is not. If one were to choose a location with a high probability of harboring hidden opportunities, that mysterious secret realm would undoubtedly be the most probable candidate. Moreover, considering that in both previous simulations, Yi Chen vanished after losing a hand, even after uprooting the entire demon capital, he was nowhere to be found. It is entirely plausible that he had been hiding within that mysterious secret realm, obtaining his fortune. Various speculations swirl in Lu Qian's mind, gradually piecing together a coherent picture. At this moment, Lu Qian seemed to have intuitively grasped the truth. Simultaneously, he had preemptively identified a formidable opportunity for the future. An arcane technique capable of dramatically enhancing his cultivation level in a short span, endowing him with extraordinary combat prowess. How could he possibly resist such a temptation? Even if it potentially harbored some adverse side effects, what did that matter? In light of this, everything suddenly appeared to fall into place. The mysterious token within the storage bag reacted when Yi Chen employed the Heavenly Step 9. Could it be the key to that enigmatic secret realm? Lu Qian had not forgotten that in the simulator, he had taken possession of a mysterious token seized from Yi Chen's grasp. During the next simulation, he could attempt to snatch that opportunity ahead of time. When Yi Chen unleashed the Heavenly Step 9, you sensed a disturbance from the mysterious token on your person. A tempest of thoughts surged through your mind, and you roughly deduced the origins of Yi Chen's Heavenly Step 9, feeling a pang of regret for having missed such a monumental opportunity twice. Instead, it was Yi Chen, who had been interrupted on 2 occasions, who seized this astonishing chance and soared to new heights. This is impossible. The Shadow Assassin, witnessing Yi Chen descend like a deity, his combat strength soaring, was so frightened that his soul nearly fled. He attempted to escape, but it was too late. Pooh! The Shadow Assassin was swiftly slain by Yi Chen's blade, meeting a tragic end on the spot. This sudden eruption left everyone momentarily stunned, while Yi Chen, having just claimed multiple lives, suddenly paled, his body unsteady, his breath faltering, and he transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing. All of this transpired too rapidly, too swiftly for anyone to react. The black-clad powerhouse above was equally bewildered. Just a second ago, Lu Qian, the target, had been killed, but before his demise, he had detonated himself in a frenzied act. As a guardian, Lu Zhong had no thought of vengeance and merely fled. In the next heartbeat, another member of their faction, the Shadow Assassin, was killed by the suddenly appearing Yi Chen. And then, Yi Chen fled as well. Most critically, Zhao Kuan, who was meant to be the scapegoat, was also slain by Yi Chen. Now, everything was in complete disarray. Chapter 22. Hidden in the Shadows. The new Destiny's female protagonist. The black-clad strongman was left dumbfounded. With Zhao Kuan's death, the scapegoat was gone. Who would then bear the wrath of the Lu family of the Great Xia? The fleeing Lu Zhong was most likely returning to spread the news. And soon, the entire Magic City would be engulfed in turmoil. Damn! Realizing the situation was dire, but with Lu Qian, the target, also fallen, the black-clad strongman could only swallow his anger. Who dares harm my grandson? A powerful aura emanating from the sacred realm approached rapidly. It was unmistakably the ancestor of the Zhao family. Clearly, the opponent had sensed Zhao Kuan's demise. This is bad. The old ghost of Zhao is obstinate. It would be disastrous if we crossed paths. The black-clad strongman sensed the impending danger, and without hesitation, he struck, dispatching the remaining survivors in the manor with a single blow, taking Li Yang with him. You, concealed in the shadows, witnessed this scene unfold. Due to your deliberate interference and scheming, the entire Magic City manor descended into chaos, with various factions entangled in a web of confusion. After the escape, it seemed the mastermind behind the scenes would no longer pursue you, but would instead have to contemplate the impending wrath of the Lu family of the Great Xia. This undoubtedly afforded you ample time to rapidly bolster your combat strength. And once Lu Zhong learned the truth, he would inevitably divulge everything he knew, at which point the Lu family would certainly become aware of your survival. But they would also exploit the situation to their advantage. However, by then, your training endeavors would likely come to their attention, an inevitability you could not avoid. At present, you remained too weak. Every move had to be calculated and strategically planned. You retrieved Yi Chen's severed arm, contemplating whether to employ the soul nail technique for a precise ambush, coercing him into revealing the formidable, Heavenly Step 9. Just moments ago, after Yi Chen's explosive display and the slaughter of the Shadow Assassin, he evidently suffered some backlash, likely plunging him into a state of weakness. A cornered beast is the most dangerous. Bound to retaliate with reckless abandon, it would be wiser to let others take the lead. After careful consideration, you ultimately abandoned the idea of pursuing him directly. Should Yi Chen disregard everything and unleash the Heavenly Step 9 once more, you might not withstand the onslaught. In that case, it would be prudent to allow the ancestor of the Zhao family, a formidable sacred realm expert, to take the forefront while you linger in the shadows, awaiting the moment to reap the rewards. In this world, one must rely on intellect to navigate. Those devoid of cunning merely serve as pawns for others. You found yourself rather pleased with the recent episode where Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, had been used as a pawn by you. However, you quickly regained your composure, hastily departing before the Zhao family ancestor arrived. You had no desire to confront an enraged elder. With Lu Qian deceased, you could no longer maintain that identity and needed to adopt a new one. You planned to live in Magic City under the guise of Su Meng, observing the unfolding events with a detached amusement. Secretly, Su Meng was a death warrior of the Lu family, yet on the surface, he was merely an orphan from an orphanage, having grown up with his younger sister, and subsequently finding a menial job at Magic City University under the influence of the Lu family's power, establishing a modest home. Previously, Su Meng had requested your assistance in caring for his sister after his demise. A promise you had made. Transforming into Su Meng's likeness through shadow imitation, you arrived at a modest rental near Magic City University and soon encountered his sister, Su Mei. Upon laying eyes on Su Mei, you were struck by her beauty. She was an 18-year-old pure maiden, exuding an innate allure that rivaled even Lu Ruyue. The only lament was her snow-white eyes, for she was a natural-born blind girl. As you silently mourned this misfortune, you simultaneously felt relieved that your disguise would proceed more smoothly, only to hear Su Mei speak. "Brother, you're back. I'm hungry. I'll go prepare dinner." Recognizing her cool demeanor and her current hunger, you embraced Su Ming's role and made your way to the kitchen. Having indulged in lavish living for too long, your culinary skills were nearly non-existent. After much effort, you managed to stir-fry 2 dishes and brought them out. Seated at the dining table, you took a bite of the food, discovering it was overly salty. But Su Mei ate without a hint of change in expression. After the meal, you washed the dishes, and the two of you retreated to your respective rooms to rest. Upon returning to your room, you began to draw upon your resources for cultivation. Eager to swiftly enhance your strength and bolster your arsenal, you commenced your training in the ancient dragon elephant scripture, only to find that your cultivation speed had seemingly accelerated significantly, with the surrounding spiritual energy becoming increasingly vibrant. This sudden change startled you, and your gaze shifted toward the room across the wall, which was undoubtedly Su Mei's, also the location where spiritual energy congregated most densely. You realized Su Mei's uniqueness. She seemed to possess some extraordinary constitution, hinting at an exceptional lineage, likely akin to Lu Ruyue, a destined female protagonist. Another destined female protagonist. Lu Qian was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated discovering another so soon. However, upon reflection, Su Mei's background appeared to harbor the potential for becoming a destined female protagonist. An orphaned upbringing, coupled with her blindness, relying solely on her brother, who had died in place of her, leaving her alone and desolate, yet possessing some trait that accelerated her cultivation. Had it not been for the initiative of the simulator's self, Su Mei's fate after losing her brother would have been all too predictable. At this juncture, should another destined protagonist emerge to rescue her, the scenario would indeed be fitting. Thus, it could be said that I had preemptively intercepted this opportunity. The following day, you discovered your cultivation had surged tremendously, nearing the advanced stage of the Divine Passage, with both your Shadow Imitation and Dragon Elephant Dominance techniques seeing significant enhancement. Having realized this development, you refrained from any overt actions, instead continuing to embody Su Ming's persona, performing menial tasks at Magic City University to gather intelligence, returning home to prepare meals for Su Mei, and practicing in the evenings. On the first day, your cultivation level reached the advanced stage of the Divine Passage, and the ancient dragon elephant scripture underwent a transformation, bestowing your physical form with the strength of a dragon. On the second day, you began consuming large quantities of resources, attempting to break through. After enduring 6 hours of intensive effort, you ultimately succeeded in surpassing the pinnacle of the Divine Passage. On the third day, you endeavored to break through to the 5th realm of the mountains and rivers, but encountered resistance, realizing it would require time, thus decisively shifting focus to the Shadow Demon technique and Talisman True Canon to enhance your foundational strength. On the 4th day, you discovered that the Shadow Demon technique had reached its 4th layer's peak, granting you the ability to merge with shadows, traversing within them to conceal your form. At the same time, your proficiency in talisman crafting has significantly improved. You have successfully drawn your first second-tier lightning talisman, establishing yourself as a second-tier talisman master. Chapter 23. Infiltrating the Li family to investigate the enemy's situation. You discover that being in close proximity to Su Mei greatly enhances your success rate in drawing talismans. Within just a few days, you have crafted numerous low-tier talismans. Although their lethality is not particularly strong, they can yield remarkable effects under special circumstances. Over the course of 5 consecutive days, your foundational strength has undergone comprehensive enhancement. Meanwhile, you have been closely monitoring the external situation. To your surprise, the capital of the Great Xia remains eerily calm, with the Lu family displaying not the slightest hint of activity. It is worth noting that during previous simulations, upon confirming that you were targeted for assassination, the entire Lu family mobilized in a frenzied attempt to restore their honor. Could it be that Lu Zhong failed to relay the situation back? Or has something unexpected transpired in between? You realize that there might be an issue in the imperial capital of Great Xia, or perhaps the Lu family is plotting something in silence. Is it yet another change? Lu Qian observes the new developments in the simulator, his heart sinking. According to his expectations, once the Lu family received the information, there would undoubtedly be considerable commotion. It would not be impossible to replicate the second battle with the Gu family of Great Xia. Even the forces in the Demon City would be met with the Lu family's wrath. Yet now, they are so discreet. Could it be that the Lu family has uncovered something beyond the Gu family? Are there other hidden forces at play? Is it possible that multiple celestial families are involved? After all, Even someone as insignificant as him could uncover a great deal of information. Not to mention the colossal Lu family. This sudden turn of events has made you even more cautious. Previously, you had only engaged in petty rivalries among the younger generation, never having participated in any high-stakes conflicts. You have also learned that the mysterious domain that appeared in the seas of the Demon City vanished shortly after its initial emergence, momentarily dispelling your thoughts of exploration. You remain ever more vigilant in your concealment, maintaining the identity of Su Ming and working in the logistics department of the Demon City University. Through casual conversations with passing teachers and students, you have gathered information regarding the tumultuous changes in the Demon City. Have you heard? That dashing young master from the imperial capital seems to have gone missing, causing quite a fright as many search for him. It is said to be connected to the campus beauty, Lu Ruyue. The Zhao family's young master, Zhao Kuan, is rumored to have been killed, the assailant being Lu Ruyue's rather uncouth bodyguard, prompting the Zhao family to go into a frenzy, digging 3 feet into the ground to find him. Have you heard? That uncouth Yi Chun not only killed someone from the Zhao family but also caused a ruckus at the Li family, declaring that Lu Qian was killed by him and that it had nothing to do with the Lu family. Unlike the tranquility in the imperial capital of Great Xia, the Demon City is engulfed in chaos, particularly due to the shocking news surrounding the presumed disappearance of Lu Qian, the second son of the Lu family. Indeed, your supposed death seems to have stirred the prominent figures in the Demon City, who appear intent on first burying the matter before fervently seeking the perpetrator. Since the Thousand Shadows assassin had assumed the guise of Lu Ruyue while assassinating Lu Qian, the Lu family, a second-tier family, has been regarded as suspects by the Li family. Furthermore, the incident involving Zhao Kuan's murder has driven the Zhao family into madness, with their ancestral figure issuing a bounty for the capture of the destined protagonist, Yi Chun. Reports suggest that just days ago, Yi Chun was besieged by several powerful figures from the Zhao family, yet he ultimately escaped and even counterattacked, taking down some of their strong members. Upon learning of the troubles faced by the Lu family, Yi Chun caused quite a stir at the Li family, claiming responsibility for Lu Qian's death and absolving Lu Ruyue of any involvement, thus taking all the blame upon himself. Now, both Lu Ruyue, the destined heroine, and Yi Chun, the destined protagonist, find themselves entangled in significant troubles due to your machinations. Suddenly, you notice a supervisor from the logistics department of the Demon City University, whispering conspiratorially with someone. You lean in to listen. The Li family has specifically summoned the ghost doctor, as it is said that the Li family's elder has sustained grave injuries and has fallen into a coma. The elder of the Li family is gravely injured. You are somewhat taken aback. You recall that the black-clad expert you faced earlier, who clashed with Lu Zhong, must be the elder of the Li family. And at that time, he had been wounded in a fit of rage by Lu Zhong. Furthermore, Yi Chun had caused a ruckus at the Li family, and it is highly likely he employed the 9 steps to heaven, which probably resulted in the elder sustaining more injuries. Thus, it is not surprising that he has fallen into a serious coma. The ghost doctor is a rather sinister physician from the Great Xia Empire, known for his peculiar practice of saving one life only after taking another. Moreover, he insists on killing first before he will lend his healing hand. You harbor no significant doubts about the supervisor's words. As the Demon City University is a prestigious institution of the Empire, with a considerable standing and access to various matters, which is precisely why you chose the identity of Su Ming. Upon hearing the news of the elder of the Li family being gravely injured and unconscious, you have already begun to formulate some ideas. You plan to infiltrate the Li family to investigate the situation and see if you can uncover any information regarding the hidden orchestrators behind the scenes. After making your decision, you request leave from the logistics supervisor, claiming that your sister is ill and needs your care, to which he readily agrees. Resolute in your decision, you employ the Thousand Shadows magical technique to change your appearance once more and head towards the Li family. You are no stranger to the Li family. When you first arrived in the Demon City, you stayed there for several days, and thus you are well aware of its location, making your journey swift and effortless. Before long, you arrive outside the Li family.at that moment. The gates of the Li family swing open, and Li Yang steps out, accompanied by an elderly man with a shadowy demeanor, wearing a flattering expression. Listening to their conversation, you discern that the elderly figure is the legendary ghost doctor. Rest assured, esteemed ghost doctor, we of the Li family understand your rules. We guarantee that within 3 days, we shall deliver the target's head to you. The ghost doctor arrogantly nods, and suddenly, he glances in the direction where you are hiding. Your heart skips a beat, and you quickly suppress your presence, muttering to yourself, "You cannot see me," activating your red talent enhancement. You realize that the other's strength is formidable, capable of piercing through your thousand shadows magical technique and vaguely sensing your existence, suggesting that his power likely surpasses that of Lu Zhong. He must at least be a saintly-level expert. Soon, perhaps due to the success of your concealment, the ghost doctor furrows his brow and withdraws his gaze, departing under Li Yang's escort, as Li Yang prepares to turn back towards the estate. You utilize the shadow escape technique you recently acquired, instantly merging into his shadow, ready to follow him into the Li family. Unbeknownst to Li Yang, he strides confidently into the Li family. You two successfully infiltrate within. Young master, young master, young master. Li Yang makes his way to the rear courtyard, and along the way, the surrounding servants bow respectfully. In this moment, Li Yang sheds the obsequious demeanor he displayed before you. Now wearing an air of arrogance, before long, under your watchful gaze, he enters a study in the rear courtyard, where a refined middle-aged man awaits, none other than the head of the Li family. Li Gu. The father and son exchange a few words regarding the ghost doctor, and from their dialogue, you ascertain that the elder of the Li family is indeed in a state of coma. Perhaps unable to contain the doubts in his heart, Li Yang cannot help but pose a question. "Father, what shall we do about the matter of Lu Qian? That is the Lu family we are speaking of. It has been 5 days. I am truly feeling somewhat anxious. Rest assured, those in the capital have already taken action. Someone will restrain the Lu family, preventing them from intervening in the demon city for the time being." The words of Li Gu send a jolt through your heart. Indeed, something has occurred with the Lu family in the capital. Chapter 24. Hurry. Escaped to effectively bind the Lu family, ensuring they cannot interfere even in the demon city. It is clear that the Gu family alone cannot accomplish this. Other forces must be involved. The influence of the hidden orchestrators seems to be even greater than you had imagined. Upon hearing this news, Li Yang breathes a sigh of relief. That is good as long as the Lu family cannot act. My Li family has nothing to fear in the demon city. That detestable Yi Chen actually dared to stir trouble in my Li family, even injuring the elder and tarnishing our reputation. However, that brat was captured by the Venerable One 2 days ago, and they are currently soul-searching him regarding that secret technique. We will soon have results. Yi Chen has been captured. You are taken aback by this news, astonished that the destined protagonist, Yi Chen, has been seized by an entity referred to as the Venerable One for soul-searching. You hardly have time to reflect on the fact that you have not received any further news about him over the past few days. Initially, you had hoped to seize the opportunity to acquire Yi Chen's 9 steps to heaven, only to find that someone has beaten you to it. However, who is this Venerable One mentioned by the Li family? A sense of perplexity lingered within your heart, compelling you to continue eavesdropping. Yet, the father and son of the Li family seemed to regard the matter with utmost trepidation, merely exchanging a few words before swiftly diverting the conversation to other topics. The patriarch, Li Gu, inquired about the information concerning the target designated for assassination by the ghostly physician. "Father, the target that this ghostly physician has instructed us to eliminate appears to be a hybrid of sorts. A being of mixed blood. I have already dispatched individuals to address this matter," Li Yang conveyed suddenly, producing a photograph from his pocket and presenting it forth. Hidden in the shadows, you caught a fleeting glimpse of the figure in the photograph. To your astonishment, it was the silhouette of a young girl. It's Su Mei. Your pupils constricted in shock, an involuntary tremor rippling through you. Who is it? The patriarch of the Li family immediately perceived the shift. Bellowing in fury, with a resounding crash, you, fully aware of your exposure, did not hesitate. You surged forth from the shadows, decisively activating the Dragon Elephant Dominance technique. In an instant, 2 fists struck out, unleashing a resounding roar akin to a dragon-esque cry. Manifesting the perfected form of the Tsangmang Overlord Fist, empowered by the dual dragon forces and the might of the Tsangmang Overlord Fist, a single blow from you could shatter a small mountain. You delivered a lethal strike to the astonished Li Yang, leaving no trace of his existence behind. No? Younger. The patriarch of the Li family, consumed by rage and disbelief, unleashed a terrifying aura from the 6th realm of transcendence, retaliating with a punch, intent on clashing with you head-on. The study shattered under the force of the blow. The patriarch staggered back, exclaiming incredulously, 8th tier celestial martial technique? Your expression remained impassive as you instantly entered the supreme mode. Yet a wave of excruciating pain surged through you, rendering your right arm nearly numb. Nevertheless, leveraging the recoil from the punch, you fled into the shadows, intent on escape. With a swift motion, a barrage of lightning talismans erupted from your storage pouch. Numbering in the hundreds, a culmination of your recent endeavors detonating within the Leaf family estate. The terrifying lightning illuminated the surroundings, causing countless cries of despair to echo through the air. How dare anyone stir trouble in my Leaf family? My eyes! In that moment, you feared awakening the comatose elder of the Leaf family, swiftly retreating into the shadows, your sole desire being to flee, devoid of any inclination to engage in battle. Though you possessed the 9 steps of sky treading, allowing you to unleash power several realms above your own, you still found yourself at a disadvantage. Fortuitously, shrouded by the veil of lightning, you successfully escaped the Leaf family estate, hastening your return home. Eager to reach Su Mei before the Leaf family could. While you remained oblivious to the ghostly physician's motives for designating Su Mei as a target, you had promised Su Ming to care for his sister, and thus, you were resolute in your commitment. After all, the other party had risked their life to shield you from peril, facilitating your escape, as long as it did not involve life or death. You were willing to uphold your vows and agreements. You hoped to arrive in time. Otherwise, your only recourse would be to contemplate growing stronger for future retribution. You harnessed the 1,000 Shadow Demon technique to its utmost. Transforming into a shadow, and with a swift motion, combined with the second-tier talisman, the Spirit Movement Talisman, you nearly breached the sound barrier, causing even the 5th realm to concede in comparison. In this moment, you experienced a newfound understanding of the 1,000 Shadow Demon technique, transcending into the 5th layer. You grasped a new supernatural ability, Shadow Shift, a harmonization of intent, allowing for a near-instantaneous relocation at the cost of spiritual and ethereal energy, capable of transporting living or inanimate objects alongside you, though with increased consumption. To your surprise, you had acquired an ability akin to instantaneous movement. Lu Qian felt a thrill of excitement, never anticipating that he would receive a new life-saving ability at such a critical juncture. Indeed, his cultivation talent was remarkable. As you attempted to employ Shadow Shift, images of Su Ming's home began to materialize in your mind, the surroundings blurring and distorting. In the next moment, you found yourself transported near the vicinity of the Magic City University. While you were still a distance from your destination, it was not insurmountable. In that fleeting instant, you had teleported no less than 10 miles. Once your cultivation soared in the future, the Shadow Shift ability would likely rival the efficacy of the life-saving Blood Escape Talisman. Yet, as you reveled in your newfound power, a sudden wave of weakness washed over you, your internal spiritual and mental energy waning. Alas, the consumption was excessive, nearly draining you entirely. You hastily retrieved several elixirs, swallowing them to regain a modicum of strength. Cautiously, you made your way towards Su Ming's residence. Perhaps fortune favored you, for upon your arrival, the Li family had yet to appear. Seems my luck is holding. Fate is on my side. You tidied your attire, transforming your appearance to resemble Su Ming's, revealing yourself as you pushed open the door and stepped inside. The sound of static from the television filled the room. Devoid of any image, only a haunting black and white distortion emitting eerie sounds. On the sofa, Su Mei sat with her back to you, the television still playing, seemingly engrossed in snacks. You strode confidently towards her, grasping her hand firmly, your voice as calm as possible. Mayor, I found us a new place to stay. Let us leave. A drop of blood fell onto your hand. Your expression stiffened in an instant as you noticed that Su Mei's once pristine white eyes had inexplicably vanished. Replaced by 2 hollow, bloodied voids, her expression contorted, resembling a marionette under control. She uttered a faint whisper. Run Chapter 25. Celestial being. Gazing upon Su Mei, whose eyes had seemingly been gouged out, a bone-chilling dread surged through your spine, plunging you into a frozen abyss of realization. You had unwittingly entered a trap, ensnared like a fish in a net. The Li family, no, the puppeteer behind the scenes, had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, you summoned your spiritual energy, severing your heart meridian to activate the life-saving Blood Escape Talisman. A blood-colored phantom bat took form above your head, poised to whisk you away into the void. Ha ha ha, what a decisive lad, But can you truly escape? A sinister laughter echoed from within the room. Suddenly, a radiance akin to a brilliant galaxy erupted, coalescing into a colossal chain, imbued with spatial power, instantaneously ensnaring the blood-colored bat and forcibly interrupting the escape function of the life-saving blood escape talisman, a celestial talisman of the highest order, and a rare, spatial attribute, the legendary sealing talisman. As a talisman master, upon witnessing that spatial lock, your pupils constricted, a chill sweeping through your heart. The scarcity of the sealing talisman surpassed even that of the life-saving blood escape talisman, specifically designed to seal surrounding space and nullify all escape techniques. The adversary was evidently targeting you. Fully aware of your possession of the life-saving blood escape talisman, it was clear that your first life-saving blood escape talisman had been rendered useless. You pondered whether the opponent possessed a second sealing talisman. With a heavy heart, you attempted to struggle, only to find your spiritual energy completely sealed, rendering you immobile. Yet, you refused to succumb to despair. Quietly entering the supreme mode, you focused on regaining your composure and began to fight back. Just as I suspected, you indeed possess a life-saving blood escape talisman. Were it not for the sealing talisman I brought along, it would have taken considerable effort to subdue you. As the door to your room creaked open, a figure emerged, cloaked in shadows, exuding an eerie aura, a wicked grin plastered on their face. IDSU. Upon recognizing the figure, your pupils dilated in shock. It was none other than the ghostly physician, Yi Wuji, who had previously departed from the Li family. What shocked you further was the palpable celestial pressure emanating from him, an almost imperceptible yet boundless force. He was a celestial being. The puppeteer behind the scenes had summoned a celestial to target you. Perhaps feeling overly confident, or believing you were on the brink of death, he refrained from striking immediately, instead donning a sinister smile. Indeed, it is I. I never anticipated encountering a girl with cursed eyes while on duty here. However, this girl possesses a tenacious spirit. She refuses to divulge any information regarding you, and even attempts to curse me. If she had succeeded, even I, as a celestial being, would have faced grave consequences. Fortunately, I acted swiftly and rendered her blind. Were it not for her remaining utility as bait, I would have long since dispatched her, using her flesh and blood to nourish my spirit pet. Brother, I die in so much pain, Yume curled up, clutching her legs, trembling uncontrollably. Listening to her words, your gaze fell upon Su Mei, who lay curled on the sofa, her eyes vacant, reduced to mere bloody sockets. In that instant, a surge of bloodlust coursed through you, a palpable desire for vengeance enveloping your being. After days of close companionship, you had unconsciously adopted the role of an older brother, instinctively regarding Su Mei as your sister. Now, witnessing the devastation wrought upon her in her effort to protect you, with her eyes rendered useless, the fiery ire within you threatened to consume all in its path. At this moment, you could only lament the fact that you had not ambushed Yi Chen sooner, seizing the opportunity to claim the 9 steps to heaven. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly confront the old wretch before you with lethal intent. As your fury escalated, your heart raced, and the supreme imperial bone within you began to radiate intense heat, as if some terrifying power was awakening from its slumber. The seals upon you began to waver. Though you had not acquired the cursed eye, the secrets surrounding you, young scion of the Liu family, were indeed numerous. Previously, while outside the Li family estate, you had managed to evade my perception and vanish without a trace. Otherwise, I would not have needed to expend such effort to ensnare you. The ghostly physician Yi Wujie wore a knowing smile, as if he were already aware of your cunning escape. Your eyes narrowed, realizing that you had been detected by him while outside the Li family's premises. Had it not been for your inability to perceive the activation of my red talent, which had obscured your presence, you would have been captured long ago. Suddenly, you recalled the conversation between the Li father and son from days prior, regarding the arrival of a venerable figure who had apprehended Yi Chen. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught a glimpse of the room from which Yi Wujie had just emerged, and faintly discerned a battered figure, barely clinging to life, lying motionless on the ground. A jolt of alarm surged through you, but you quickly regained your composure. The reason they had seized Yi Chen was undoubtedly to covet the 9 steps to heaven. But since they still bore this burden, it was clear that they had yet to obtain the secret technique. If that were the case, A sliver of hope remained, a chance to fight for survival. You were now prepared to risk everything, to seize a fleeting glimmer of life. At worst, you would merely perish. Even in failure, it would be preferable to extract information regarding the mastermind behind these machinations from your captors. You are a venerable one? Ha ha ha, an amusing young lad. It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge. The ghostly physician Yi Wujia expressed surprise, acknowledging that many were aware of his venerable name. Even among those of the hidden powers, he had not anticipated that this scion of the Lu family would be privy to such information. The assassin who had masqueraded as Lu Ruyue was also in league with you. To command a celestial being as your pawn, your master must be formidable indeed. You suddenly spoke, recalling that the other had mentioned coming to the magical metropolis on official business. Simultaneously, your peripheral vision remained fixated on Yichun, who lay like a lifeless dog, utterly still. When you uttered the name Lu Ruyue, Yichun seemed to shudder momentarily. Damn it. I knew these destined protagonists were not so easily vanquished. They clung to life like cockroaches. You silently scoffed, ha ha ha, scion of the Lu family, do not expect to extract information from me, nor anticipate anyone coming to your rescue. Currently, the Lu family is akin to a clay idol crossing a river, unable to safeguard themselves, much less concern themselves with you. The ghostly physician's cold laughter revealed another shocking revelation. The supreme imperial bone you possess is not something I can touch, but the means by which you conceal your presence from celestial perception is something I covet. Hand it over, and I can assure you a swift end. Chapter 26, Lu Qian, old fool, who says the magical metropolis is home to only one celestial being. You were somewhat taken aback that the ghostly physician coveted your red talent. You realized that he was aware of your inability to perceive, yet he also harbored his own greedy inclinations. Indeed, the fact that you could not see the effects of my red talent made it all the more desirable for celestial beings. This was merely a result of your current lack of power. Were you also a celestial being, the ability to obscure the five senses would render you one of the most formidable assassins, instilling fear in countless powerful figures. Very well, but the law is not to be taken lightly. Since you desire my secret technique, come closer. I will dictate it to you directly, hoping you will honor your promise to grant me a swift departure. You feigned hesitation, ultimately sighing in resignation. Having discerned the other's greed, you planned to exploit it fully. From his previous demeanor, it was clear that he bore an immense arrogance, dismissing you as insignificant. After all, in his eyes, you were merely an ant ensnared in a trap. Ha ha ha, scion of the Lu family. I hope you can see the situation clearly and refrain from any tricks. The ghostly physician warned coldly, as you had anticipated. His arrogance and disdain led him to underestimate you. Despite suspecting you might have some schemes in mind, his invincible celestial prowess allowed him to regard you with utter contempt. Moreover, he was evidently confident in the sealing talismans, believing you incapable of breaking free from your constraints. What he did not know was that, under the influence of the supreme imperial bone, the seals upon you were on the verge of collapse. Ready to be shattered at any moment, the vast dominating dragon fist. As the ghostly physician drew near, whispering in your ear, the spiritual energy within you surged violently. You entered the supreme mode, breaking free from your bonds, and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! In that moment, on the brink of life and death, your supreme imperial bone unleashed a torrent of warmth, shattering the barrier of realms, propelling you from the pinnacle of the fourth realm to the fifth realm of mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers realm harnessed the dual energies of heaven and earth, allowing you to wield the might of the landscape itself. Unyielding as a mountain, yet swift as thunder, you struck with an earth-shattering force that suppressed all before you. The power of this punch was such that even those in the sixth realm of transcendence would shun its onslaught. Yet, this terrifying blow was effortlessly caught by the ghostly physician, who remained as nonchalant as a breeze. In the next instant, you felt a searing pain as your right arm was brutally twisted, bones shattered into a tangled mess. I knew you wouldn't age gracefully, the ghostly physician sneered Wei Chen. After I perish, you shall be next. You activated the second life-replacing blood escape talisman, lunging toward the ghostly physician, desperately clinging to him. Boom! Lu Qian, you are indeed ruthless. Yichun, who had feigned death in the corner, suddenly sprang to life, swiftly advancing 3 steps, breaking through from the fourth realm to the seventh realm of sanctification. Then, a wave of spiritual energy emanated from Yi Chun as he forcibly advanced half a step, his body fracturing severely, revealing the faintest hint of celestial aura as he unleashed a powerful palm strike toward the ghostly physician. You still possess a second life-replacing blood escape talisman? According to my intelligence. That should not have been the case. Lu Shou should have only given you one. Confronted with this sudden turn of events, the ghostly physician's expression shifted. He was astonished not only by Yi Qin's ability to unleash half-step celestial strength, but also by the fact that Lu Qian still had another life-replacing blood escape talisman. Compared to the immediate threat from behind, if Lu Qian were to escape, it would spell disaster for him. Seal him. Another sealing talisman appeared, conjuring spatial shackles to ensnare the soon-to-be-escaping Lu Qian. Boom! In your hopeful gaze. The unsuspecting ghostly physician was struck from behind by Yi Qin's palm, causing his body to shudder, yet it was not the devastating blow you had anticipated. Instead, a cold smile crept onto his lips. How is this possible? Yi Qin exclaimed, incredulity lacing his voice. Boom! A wave of celestial energy erupted, obliterating much of Yi Qin's form, sending him sprawling to the ground, motionless, his fate uncertain. Truly impressive tactics, but you two little brats still underestimate my celestial form. What does it mean to be celestial? A celestial is akin to a semi-immortal body. While it may not be entirely invulnerable, it can draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at any time, forming a celestial domain to resist all harm as long as the domain remains unbroken. No injury may befall the celestial being. Listening to the triumphant laughter of the other, your heart sank. You had indeed underestimated the terror of celestial beings. This sudden lethal strike was incapable of even shaking his defenses. Beside you, Su Mei had succumbed to the residual shockwaves of the battle, unconscious. You found yourself gripped by the ghostly physician around your throat, lifted with brutal force, gasping for breath. Truly a testament to that bloodline. Had I not already ascended to the third transition of celestial being, I would have surely fallen victim to your scheme. The ghostly physician's cold laughter belied his outward calm, yet the cold sweat on his forehead betrayed his inner turmoil. Upon hearing the term San Juan Tianrun, you felt a sudden realization mixed with a tinge of regret. Perceiving from the other party's tone that had a newly ascended Tianren been present, they would have likely seized the opportunity to deliver a devastating blow. What does the bloodline of the individual you mentioned signify? A tempest of emotions surged within you, as if you were on the brink of a profound understanding. Perhaps sensing that they had misspoken, the ghost doctor's eyes flickered with a hint of panic and fear, abruptly sealing their lips and refraining from further discussion on the previous topic. Initially, they had intended to grant you an opportunity, yet given the circumstances, they could only resort to soul-searching. Although the memories retrieved through such means might be somewhat fragmented, they deemed it of little consequence. With a single strike, they shattered your Dantian, causing all your cultivation to begin to dissolve. It seemed that soon enough, you would be relegated to the status of a complete and utter invalid. You understood that the ability of soul-searching held vastly different implications for cultivators and mortals. The latter, lacking any cultivation, would be unable to resist, thus yielding more memories. Ha ha ha. How does it feel to be stripped of your cultivation? Fear not, this is merely the beginning. I shall take great pleasure in tormenting you. Perhaps driven by a desire to reclaim their pride, the ghost doctor's visage contorted with rage as they meticulously shattered your entire network of meridians. The excruciating agony was unbearable, prompting a muffled groan to escape your lips, yet you stifled any cries of despair. Ha ha ha! You wretched little bastard, scream. Even if you shatter your throat, no one will come to your rescue. In this entire demon city, who would dare offend me, the sole Tianren? In the face of their torment, you gradually lifted your head, your expression remaining serene, devoid of any despair, instead exuding an air of confidence as if you had the situation firmly in hand. Cough cough. Old man, who said there is only one Tianren in the demon city? Chapter 27. 5-turn Tianren. Not just one Tianren. The ghost doctor was initially taken aback, only to dismiss it with disdain. Convinced it was yet another of your ploys, naturally unwilling to believe such a notion. Where could so many Tianren come from? This isn't a market for cabbages. You cunning little, if you do not strike soon, someone is truly going to die. You suddenly shouted. This unexpected declaration startled the ghost doctor, causing them to glance around suspiciously, yet they saw not a single soul. Infuriated and humiliated, their head began to smoke with rage, realizing they had been outmaneuvered once again. "You little bastard, you have quite the audacity. Just wait, I shall not spare your life, and you will experience a pain beyond endurance," in the face of the enraged ghost doctor. You remained unperturbed, merely meeting their gaze with a chilling calmness, as the ghost doctor prepared to strike. A sudden flash caught their eye, revealing a flurry of scarlet petals. The blood-red petals transformed, extending a flawless white arm. Devoid of any pressure, as if returning to simplicity, moving toward the ghost doctor's forehead, boom. The once imposing ghost doctor was instantly rendered half-brained, their expression frozen, body trembling as they collapsed to the ground. Convulsing violently, under your watchful gaze, a mysterious figure adorned in blood lotus attire, surrounded by petals of crimson, emerged slowly, a breathtaking visage radiating the enigmatic aura of a Tianren. This mysterious figure was none other than Lu Ruyue, 5-turn Tianren. How could such a person exist in the Demon City? The half-brained ghost doctor stared at her blankly, his eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. "You cannot kill me, Diam." "Enough noise," as the ghost doctor was about to reveal his identity. Lu Ruyue's brow furrowed slightly, a murderous intent swirling around her as the blood-red petals fell, instantly piercing through his skull. Smack! The ghost doctor was dead. You silently observed the unfolding scene, as well as the familiar yet foreign figure. Your heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Just as you had previously stated, there were indeed more than just the ghost doctor among the Tianren in the entire Demon City. There was also Lu Ruyue. From the very beginning, you had been stalling for time, waiting for the emergence of this formidable variable. Prior to Lu Ruyue's arrival, you had contemplated many possibilities, yet you had never imagined she could so effortlessly eliminate the ghost doctor. 5-turn Tianren. You had always thought you had overestimated her, only to realize now that you had still underestimated her. From the astonished expression of the ghost doctor, it was evident that a 5-turn Tianren was a rare and formidable master. Even within the Great Xia Empire, 5-turn Tianren, Lu Qian's fists clenched slightly, struggling to believe the terrifying power of Lu Ruyue, who lay outside, capable of eliminating the ghost doctor sent by the mastermind with a single strike. "Lu Zhong, do you know how the realms of Tianren are classified?" Lu Qian suddenly inquired. "Regarding such a high-level realm, your knowledge was woefully inadequate. However, Lu Zhong, as your protector, should know." The driver, Lu Zhong, was momentarily taken aback. Somewhat surprised, yet he did not withhold information. "Young master, the realm of Tianren is divided into 9 turns, with each turn representing a significant level." "What turn is the old man?" When Lu Qian referred to the old man, he was naturally speaking of the ancestral figure of the Lu family. Regrettably, perhaps due to his previous inability to cultivate, as a direct descendant of the Lu family, he had not been well acquainted with the family's greatest trump card. The ancestor had been a 7-turn Tianren 30 years ago. Currently, no one knew his true level. Lu Zhong answered truthfully. 7-turn Tianren. Upon learning this, Lu Qian's heart sank rather than soaring with joy. According to the ghost doctor, the Lu family had already been in a precarious position back then. This implied that at least one 7-turn Tianren had intervened to impede the Lu family's ancestor. Moreover, the Lu family was not limited to just this Tianren. There were others as well. However, their absence suggested they had either been restrained or had encountered misfortune. In such circumstances, the mastermind could still dispatch a 3-turn Tianren to the Demon City to kill him, indicating the terrifying nature of the forces behind it. When the ghost doctor had expressed his anger, he had referred to we, only to quickly amend it. Could it be that he had intended to say our family? Furthermore, initially, he had claimed his visit to the Demon City was for official business. Could he be a eunuch? To command a Tianren-level eunuch to kill me, could the mastermind be someone from the Great Xia royal family? Boom! Lu Qian's mind cleared. In that moment, he finally had a vague direction regarding the identity of the mastermind. The Great Xia royal family. Step, step, step. Lu Ruyue approached you step by step, looking down upon you with indifferent eyes devoid of any emotion. "Did you know I have always been here? Guess, take a chance," you replied nonchalantly. From the previous 2 simulations, you had discerned that Lu Ruyue, the destined female protagonist, was a hidden Tianren powerhouse. However, unlike the malevolent intentions of the mastermind, Lu Ruyue seemed to harbor no significant ill will towards you, but rather some ulterior motive. This suggested that she might be willing to protect your life at a crucial moment, at this juncture. Lu Ruyue's demeanor and actions indirectly illuminated this possibility. Could you enlighten me on how I was exposed? Noticing Lu Ruyue making no further moves, you seized the opportunity to voice your curiosity. To your surprise, Lu Ruyue readily responded, "Your golden cicada escaping its shell scheme was clever, yet still rather juvenile. The Supreme Emperor Bone is a divine artifact that cannot be easily destroyed. Moreover, your plan had considerable flaws. Someone retrieved the ashes of your substitute for DNA verification, ultimately uncovering your disguised identity. That, of course, you indirectly gained a few days of breathing room. I see." You suddenly realized, then fell silent. Indeed, there are no fools in this world, believing yourself to be clever, only to be treated as a fool. Had Lu Ruyue not appeared, you would have likely met a tragic end. You must be aware of my existence. It seems you have learned some truths. Lu Ruyue did not confirm nor deny. Her gaze steady upon you. Noticing her probing demeanor, you pondered for a moment and cautiously replied, "For instance, are you coveting my body?" Chapter 28. Lu Qian. The virginity mark is gone. Boom. The atmosphere in the room turned awkward in an instant. You could clearly see Lu Ruyue's seemingly indifferent face suddenly flush with a hint of anger, her fists momentarily tightening. Recognizing this reaction, you understood you had hit the mark. Long ago, during the previous 2 simulations, you had noted that Lu Ruyue had been easily taken by you. It seemed this mysterious Tianren was indeed attracted to you. However, intriguingly, it appeared that she did not genuinely harbor affection for you, as she had refrained from intervening to save you during the climactic moments of the first 2 simulations. Conversely, in this simulation, you had initially neglected to pick up the drunken Lu Ruyue, only to disregard her. Yet, she had intervened to save you in your moment of peril. If I am not mistaken, the true motive of the other party is to obtain my bloodline, to eliminate the father, preserve the son. Until this objective is achieved, the other party will not passively allow my demise. Instead, they will ensure my protection. It appears that in the magical metropolis, there have always been 2 opposing forces, one seeking my death, and the other striving to safeguard me. You are unclear about Lu Ruyue's intentions in protecting you. Perhaps she aims to replicate the supreme imperial bone within you through your bloodline, or there may be other reasons. However, at this moment, you are acutely aware of one thing. The other party has harbored no malice towards you from the very beginning. This realization is your greatest gain. Otherwise, they could have easily employed some coercive and tyrannical means, rather than consistently utilizing gentle and gradual approaches. In a certain sense, the other party seems to hold a deep respect for your choices. Perhaps this presents an opportunity to glean information regarding the great Xia imperial capital, particularly concerning the Lu family. Through Lu Ruyue's insights, Lu Qian's heart stirred, and he immediately recognized this as a chance. The enigmatic Lu Ruyue appears to possess considerable knowledge. The forces behind her might not even fear the hidden orchestrator. Otherwise, they would not have dared to directly eliminate the revered ghost doctor. As long as the version of himself within the simulator is not foolish, he will seize this moment to inquire further. At this moment, the simulator version of himself is indeed doing just that. Do you have recognized the goodwill of the other party, while simultaneously realizing the potential to access the entire truth? Sir, may I inquire? Bang! Your head suffers a heavy blow. In the final moments of consciousness, you glimpse an irate celestial being, fists clenched in fury. You realize, perhaps, you have divulged too much. Lu Ruyue's ethereal voice resonates. You lose all awareness. You plunge into unconsciousness. In your stupor, you receive a slap. Your innocence is stripped away. Another slap follows. Lu Qian, no way. This has gone awry. Initially, I thought it was an opportunity to uncover the truth, yet unexpectedly, the other party became infuriated and knocked me out with a single punch. Had I known, I would have refrained from provoking them. Of course, Lu Qian does not genuinely believe that the OTE Item 3, Experience of the Talismancer, 4th rank, Item 4, Supreme Imperial Bone, Supreme Mode, Item 5, Solidified Red Talent. You cannot see me. Item 6, A Preserved Severed Arm, Yi Chun, gazing at the 6 rewards before him. Lu Qian found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. Except for the 6th item, which he deemed worthless, The remaining 5 rewards were nothing short of extraordinarily bountiful. Each one possessed the potential to significantly enhance his power. And he yearned for them all, yet he was constrained to select only 3, necessitating a difficult choice. While cultivation and divine abilities could be retrained and comprehended anew, attaining the status of a 4th-rank talismancer was no easy feat. During the 3rd simulation, I had my Danteon destroyed, rendering me powerless and driving me into madness, yet I managed to break through to the realm of a 4th-rank talismancer. The identity and status of a talismancer are exceedingly high and rare, often surpassing that of fellow cultivators of the same level, potentially serving as a trump card for my future. During the 3rd simulation, the 2 sealing talismans wielded by the Ghost Doctor had nullified all my means, pushing me into a desperate situation, thus illustrating the terrifying power of a talismancer. Furthermore, the Supreme Mode, a unique form derived from the Supreme Imperial Bone, should not be overlooked. The red talent, You Cannot See Me, has repeatedly saved me from peril, capable of obscuring even the strongest of celestial beings at critical moments. Soon, Lu Qian resolutely made his decision. For the simulator, I choose the 3rd, 4th, and 5th options to eye in this moment. He did not, as in the previous 2 instances, prioritize mere cultivation realms. The other rewards were simply of greater significance. Ding, the host's selection is commencing infusion. Boom! A torrent of time suddenly unveiled itself. Enveloping Lu Qian, he lifted his eyes to behold an array of different life scenarios that belonged to him. Before long, a ragged figure appeared, gaunt and emaciated, skin stretched taut over bones, with eyes glimmering a manic green. Resembling a madman. At this moment, 6 Dao fruits, radiating distinct auras, were present on that figure. Swish! 4th-rank talismancer, Supreme Mode. You Cannot See Me. These 3 Dao fruits floated forth, soaring towards Lu Qian and merging into his being, consolidating the powers of the different villainous endings of Lu Qian from the river of time into his essence. Ultimately, did this create a new individual? Lu Qian's gaze fixated on the tattered, emaciated figure before him. He could distinctly sense the madness and despair reflected in the other's eyes. Swish! The river of time began to recede, and the gaunt figure began to dissolve into grains of sand, swiftly vanishing. The final moment before the figure completely dissipated. Those manic eyes suddenly glimmered with a flicker of light, fixating intently on Lu Qian. Revenge? Good! Lu Qian was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. The deceased version of himself, revived by the river of time, was able to manifest a trace of consciousness from his past life. Yet he nodded gravely in understanding. Seeing his agreement, the gaunt figure bore an expression of relief and contentment in its final moments. Swish! A shadowy and eerie Dao fruit was suddenly grasped and forcefully cast away. Ian Lu Qian's astonished gaze, that dark and eerie Dao fruit, directly melded into his being. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a gift from the River of Time. Acquiring martial arts and techniques, Kangmang Overlord Dragon Fist, great success. Nail Soul Method, minor success. A gift from the River of Time. Such a maneuver exists. Lu Qian regarded the vanishing gaunt figure with newfound understanding of the villain life simulator. Each seemingly virtual villainous life simulation was, at that moment in time, a genuine life experience for him. Host, Lu Qian, age, 18, occupation, talismancer, 4th rank, realm, pinnacle of divine powers, 4th stage, techniques, Taiga Dragon Elephant Scripture 4th layer, celestial level, Qianying Demon Art 4th layer, celestial level, True Record of Talismans, divine techniques, Dragon Elephant Overlord Decision Body, Shadow Mimicry, Kangmang Overlord Dragon Fist, Nail Soul Method, Supreme Mode, Physique, Supreme Imperial Bone, Talents, Oily Feet, blue. You Cannot See Me, red. Items, Life-Saving Blood Escape Talisman, Simulation Attempts, 0, Villain Points, 0. The novice period of 3 simulations has concluded. The next villain life simulations will require the host to prepare sufficient villain points. The novice protection period has ended. It is now time for me to proceed on my own. Observing this scene, Lu Qian understood that the time for him to act independently had arrived. However, unlike the simulator, he would not have the opportunity to restart. Death would be final. Nevertheless, compared to the blank slate he once was, he had now undergone a remarkable transformation. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Bolstered by various unique talents, Lu Qian couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence and vigor. Though the three villain life simulations seemed to span a long duration in the real world. Barely 20 minutes had passed. Perhaps noticing that Lu Xiao had remained unresponsive, the guardian Lu Zhong spoke up. Lu Xiao, it seems Miss Lu has been schemed against and drugged. She barely managed to escape at the last moment. What do you think? Should we lend her a hand? He was well aware of his young master's interest in the Lu campus beauty. Now that an excellent opportunity had arisen, why not seize the moment? However, Lu Qian's response defied all expectations. Upon realizing this was a carefully set trap, how could he act according to their designs? Naturally, he intended to confront the mastermind behind this assassination attempt. If they perceived him as one of those mindless, wealthy scions, he would ensure they understood the true meaning of being a scion. Such occurrences should only be the privilege of me, the young master Liu Zhong. Drive the car. Let us see who dares to challenge us. With an air of indignation befitting a spoiled young lord, Lu Qian flung open the car door, dragged Lu Ruyue inside, and tossed her into the vehicle in Modu. There was no room for such audacious figures. Chapter 30. Direct strike at the heart. Invading the banquet? Yes, Lu Xiao, Liu Zhong had grown somewhat accustomed to Lu Qian's sudden outbursts. After all, this young master, known for his wild antics, had previously stirred up quite a commotion in the capital due to a woman, even resulting in a scandal involving a young heir from the Gu family. Now, once again, driven by a woman's influence, he was intent on causing trouble, which was entirely normal. Just as Lu Qian had stated, he didn't care what happened in Modu before his arrival. However, now that he was here, Modu would not permit any other formidable presence to exist aside from him. This was the weight of the Lu family from Daxia. At the Century Hotel, in the Supreme Private Room, a special birthday party was underway. Those fortunate enough to attend were nearly all prominent figures in Modu, including some individuals of considerable influence. This birthday gathering was hosted by Zhao Kuan, the heir of the Zhao family, one of the four major clans in Modu. The Zhao family's power extended throughout Modu, and in the hearts of many, the four great clans were the true masters of the city, the genuine heavens. Even officials appointed by the royal family of Daxia had to cultivate good relations with these local families. At this moment, the guests present were naturally eager to curry favor with Zhao Kuan, the future patriarch of the clan. However, Zhao Kuan, the focus of attention, wore a frown, frequently glancing towards the restroom with visible impatience. What was going on? Lu Ruyue had been in the restroom for nearly 20 minutes. Why hadn't she emerged? Was she perhaps feeling the effects of the drug? Tonight's banquet ostensibly celebrated his 26th birthday, yet in truth, it was a ploy to pursue Lu Ruyue, the aloof campus beauty he had long coveted but never managed to win over. Although the Lu family was merely a second-rate family in Modu, Lu Ruyue's cold demeanor and haughty nature had rendered her indifferent even to the son of a prominent family from the capital. Compared to him, Zhao Kuan hardly held any standing in this context. Someone had suggested that he take advantage of the birthday party to invite Lu Ruyue under the pretense of a class reunion, and then take the opportunity to drug her drink. To execute this plan, Zhao Kuan had gone to great lengths to lure away Lu Ruyue's bodyguard, who always appeared in tattered clothing and seemed to be a country bumpkin. Lu Ruyue had complied, drinking the red wine he offered, only to make an excuse to visit the restroom and had yet to return. Now, over 20 minutes had elapsed, and naturally, Zhao Kuan was anxious. After all, the room upstairs was prepared. They only needed the woman. As time wore on, Zhao Kuan's patience wore thin, and his impatience became increasingly apparent. Observing this scene, the astute guests, along with Lu Ruyue's classmates from Modu University, dared not approach, fearing they might incur Zhao Kuan's wrath. However, one figure, undeterred by Zhao Kuan's evident irritation, swaggered over with a glass of red wine in hand. Zhao Kuan, what is the rush? The meat that is already on the plate cannot possibly escape. Before me stands a young man, handsome under the sun, clad in a sharply tailored suit, exuding an air of refined elegance. A smile graces his face, radiating warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. This individual is none other than Li Yang, the scion of the Li family. The Li family is one of the four prominent clans in the Magic City, rivaling the Zhao family in power. Furthermore, they are related by marriage to the esteemed Lu family of the imperial capital in the Magic City. The Li family wields formidable influence, and only Li Yang dares to speak in such a teasing tone to Zhao Kuan in this context. Though his words are laced with playful banter, the depth of his gaze towards Zhao Kun resembles that of one looking at a corpse. What a foolish imbecile. He actually believed he could win over Lu Ruyue tonight? How laughable. His people have already made arrangements in the restroom, facilitating Lu Ruyue's escape. Li Yang, refrain from your sarcastic remarks. Let us not forget that you are also part of tonight's scheme. However, it has been agreed that the first course is mine. Zhao Kun coldly regarded Li Yang, showing no signs of courtesy. The plan for tonight was proposed by Li Yang, and he merely executed it. According to Li Yang's assertions, he too wishes to partake in the spoils afterward. To which Zhao Kun did not object. After all, it merely involves additional chopsticks at the table. Liu Qian swiftly delivered a backhanded slap, causing Zhao Kun's head to tilt sideways, his face flushing instantly. Did I ask for your explanation? Liu Qian cast a sidelong glance, not even bothering to look directly at him. Zhao Kun's expression stiffened, his fists momentarily clenching, rage surging within him. Yet, when Lu Zhong's gaze fell upon him, it was as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, making him instantly compliant. Although Liu Qian was aware that Zhao Kun was merely a scapegoat, the latter's covetousness towards Lu Ruyu had already sealed his fate. In his quest to win the favor of the enigmatic Lu Ruyu, he had no qualms about teaching Zhao Kun a lesson. Ding, the fated female lead Lu Ruyu's affection for you has increased by 1. Host receives reward, villain points 500. Upon seeing the sudden notification, Liu Qian realized that Lu Ruyu in his arms was indeed not intoxicated, but merely feigning that it seemed this destined female lead found Zhao Kun, the bothersome green-skinned fly, quite irritating during her masquerade. Thus, for the sake of villain points, and to earn the favor of this mysterious celestial being, making subsequent arrangements easier, Liu Qian was determined not to relent. You think you can drive me out of Magic City? Does your Zhao family possess such power? Smack, with a smile, Liu Qian delivered another slap, mirroring the first, leaving Zhao Kun's face as red as a baboon's behind. Zhao Kun gritted his teeth, too intimidated to retaliate. Smack, since arriving in Magic City, I have yet to encounter anyone more formidable than myself. Do you wish to be the first? Intimidated. Smack, intimidated. I see you have already dared. Do you understand that Lu Ruyu, this woman, has caught my eye, and you dare to harbor thoughts about her? Chapter 32. Your words irritate me. I shall give you 2 slaps in return. Smack, 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 Zhao de Xiao. I have heard you are quite a figure in Magic City. Liu Qian spoke with a grin, yet his hands showed no sign of easing up. At this moment, he had not revealed his true cultivation level, merely employing the strength of an ordinary person. However, Zhao Kun, a practitioner of the 4th realm, dared not resist with spiritual energy, having to weaken his physical defenses and endure the slaps with his face. Fearing that he might sustain injuries, Ding, Lu Ruyu's affection for you increased by 1. Host receives reward, villain points 500. Ding, Lu Ruyu's affection for you increased by 1.5. Host receives reward, villain points 600. Ding, Lu Ruyu's affection for you increased by 0.5. Host receives reward, villain points 450. With a continuous influx of villain points, Liu Qian transformed into a relentless fiend, battering Zhao Kun until his mouth was filled with blood. In less than a minute, Zhao Kun had received over 10 slaps, the marks on his face resembling branded imprints. Consequently, Liu Qian garnered a significant amount of Lu Ruyu's favor, along with over 6,000 villain points, ample for another round of villain life simulation. However, as time passed, the villain points began to dwindle, indicating that Liu Qian's scoring scheme was gradually falling apart. Otherwise, he could have continued this for an eternity, witnessing the once arrogant Zhao family heir being punished and standing there taking blows. His face nearly resembling that of a pig, the guests present lowered their heads in silence, fearful of attracting calamity. This scene vividly illustrated the terror of Liu Qian, a being descended from the celestial realm. Despite Zhao Kun's immense power in Magic City, he had to stand at attention and endure slaps when faced with someone of a higher caliber. Beside him, Li Yang swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine and a sense of empathy for the unfortunate rabbit. After all, Zhao Kun was of the same rank as him, yet now he was being treated like a dog by Liu Qian. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to intervene on Zhao Kun's behalf, not for any other reason, but because he had orchestrated the plan to drug Lu Ruyu that very night. He was the mastermind behind it all. Just as Li Yang prepared to step in, a commotion erupted outside the room. Bang! A heavily armed security team burst in, their weapons instantly trained on Lu Qian. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with a scarred face, Lei Hu, the security manager of the Century Hotel. The Century Hotel was under the Zhao family's domain, and Lei Hu was one of their trained hounds, responsible for safeguarding their interests. With Zhao Kuan being assaulted in the hotel, Lei Hu wasted no time in intervening. "Stop, you audacious scoundrel, how dare you? Release Zhao Xiao at once," Lei Hu shouted sternly at Lu Qian, who showed no signs of halting his assault. Such a minor character as him was oblivious to Lu Qian's identity. All he knew was that his master Zhao Kuan had been wronged. Thus he must act. Click, click, click. The armed security team swiftly cocked their weapons, prepared to fire at a moment's notice. "Stop, Lei Hu, put down the gun." This left Li Yong and Zhao Kuan in a state of near panic. One wrong move could lead to a disastrous accident, and none present would likely survive. Having lived for so long, this was the first time Lu Qian found himself staring down the barrel of a gun. Even during his time in the imperial capital, he had never faced such a situation. Magic City, indeed, was extraordinary. Lu Qian maintained his smile, delivering yet another slap to Zhao Kuan's face. Not to mention his current cultivation, possessing the 5th layer of the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra. His physical form was akin to that of an ancient ferocious beast, immune to firearms. Moreover, with Lu Zhong backing him, he was invulnerable to harm. Indeed, he was hoping for the situation to escalate further. "Lu Zhong, I recall that the deputy director of the Magic City Security Bureau, Qi Wei, was a former disciple of the old master." Lu Qian suddenly spoke as if struck by inspiration. The Magic City Security Bureau was responsible for all security matters within the city, also tasked with handling bizarre incidents, making it a powerful and authoritative department. The Bureau's director and deputy director were prominent figures in Magic City. Prior to coming here, his elder brother had mentioned Qi Wei, noting that he had been a disciple of the old master and was quite capable, though overly ambitious. Unfortunately, he had not received many opportunities or support in the previous 3 rounds of Villain Life Simulation. Qi Wei had not made an appearance. While this did not necessarily prove he was problematic, it at least suggested he was not a significant threat. Thus, he could serve a temporary purpose. Before Lu Zhong could respond, Lu Qian made a decision. "Call him over." "Understood, young Master Lu." Lu Zhong nodded, retrieving a special communication token from his pocket and sending a discreet message. Since the Lu family had sent Lu Qian to Magic City, they undoubtedly had their arrangements and foundations, though they would not easily reveal them. Seeing Lu Qian's determination to escalate matters, Li Yong felt a sense of foreboding. If things continued down this path, the assassination plot planned for that night would likely be thwarted, drawing attention from various parties and potentially embroiling him in trouble. He hurriedly approached, attempting to defuse the tension, grasping Lu Qian's right hand. "Qian Gu, Zhao Kuan is my friend. Could you do me a favor and refrain from escalating this further? Just let him." Smack! Li Yong, who had stepped forward, received a slap, rendering him momentarily dazed, clutching his face in shock. Zhao Kuan beside him widened his eyes in disbelief. "Do you think you are worthy of my consideration?" Lu Qian scoffed, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he regarded the stunned Li Yong. "You little brat, during the previous simulations, you always hid in the shadows plotting. I have long wished to deal with you. Don't think that just because my family was welcomed by yours for a few days in Magic City, you have become something extraordinary. Your words irritate me. I shall return the favor with 2 slaps. Chapter 33. You dare point a gun at young Master Lu? Take him out and execute him. Your words irritate me. I shall return the favor with 2 slaps. Lu Qian's imposing voice reverberated throughout the hall, leaving all present in stunned silence. This young master from the imperial capital was undeniably audacious and formidable. His words showed no regard for Li Yang's status. Meanwhile, this situation proved too much for Li Yong, who, though appearing elegant and sunny, was inherently petty and dark-hearted. At this moment, he covered his face, his eyes trembling, staring intently at Lu Qian. Deep down, he had always looked down on this young master from the imperial capital. In his mind, this spoiled heir was destined to die tonight. Yet, here he was, publicly slapped by someone he deemed a dead man. In an instant, he felt a surge of rage. "Lu Qian, how dare you strike me? How could you? I am from the Li family. My mother is your cousin. You came to Magic City to stay at my family's residence." Smack! Lu Qian's expression turned icy as he delivered another slap. Who do you think you are? You insolent wretch. Even if your father were here, I would still give him 2 slaps. Smack. You marry into my Lu family through a distant relative and think you can claim kinship? My family has no such impoverished relatives. Smack. You uncouth cur. Your father must address me as young Master Lu. How dare you call me by my name? If your father failed to teach you, then allow me to educate you. Smack. I came to Magic City and allowed your Li family to host me. That was a tremendous honor for you. If your family cannot handle it, then there is no need for you to remain. Upon reflecting on the prior instances of villainous simulations, Lu Qian felt a surge of frustration, recalling how he had been betrayed by the treacherous Li family on the first 2 occasions. His anger intensified, and he struck with increasing force. Years ago, when the Li family faced great turmoil and nearly faced annihilation, it was only by seeking refuge with the Lu family that they managed to survive. As relatives by marriage to the Lu family, they dined at their table yet conspired against them. They even willingly acted as hounds for others, targeting Lu Qian, a legitimate descendant of the Lu lineage. A pack of ungrateful wretches. It dawned on him that when his elder brother and father had decided to send him to Modu, they could hardly have anticipated that the Li family, who should have been their closest allies, would turn out to be the sharpest dagger aimed at their backs. Under the relentless barrage of Lu Qian's slaps and the penetrating gaze of Lu Zhong, Li Yang's defiance gradually crumbled, leading him to a sudden realization of his dire predicament. Sensing the shift in power, he quickly bowed his head in contrition. Young Master Lu, I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistakes. Young Master Lu, no, Uncle Qian, please grant your nephew a chance out of respect for my mother. Witnessing Li Yang receiving a similar punishment, Zhao Kuan, who had initially been consumed by rage, found himself momentarily stunned. After all, the Li family was considered kin to the Lu family, with Li Yang's mother being Lu Qian's cousin, making them uncle and nephew by blood. Yet here was Lu Qian, showing no mercy and offering no semblance of leniency, enforcing a principle of equality among all beings. How brazen! Li Yang, you scoundrel, look at you now. It must be said that humans often reveal their basest instincts. Observing that others shared his fate, Zhao Kuan felt a significant reduction in his animosity. In a certain sense, it was Li Yang, the wretched creature, who orchestrated this entire affair. Had it not been for him, would he have endured such a beating? And in front of so many witnesses. Word of this would surely spread throughout Modu by dawn. As the guests present witnessed the pitiful state of the Li family's young master, they instinctively lowered their heads, resembling frightened ostriches, too terrified to glance further. They had hoped to forge connections with the heirs of the Zhao and Li families this evening, only to be met with this dismal spectacle. If either of them held a grudge, it would not bode well for them. At that moment, Lei Hu, who had entered with armed men, was struck by a wave of terror upon seeing the young master of the Li family, of Zhao Kuan standing, being slapped by Lu Qian. Recognizing the implications of this confrontation, he was gripped by fear. How could he have brought his men in and pointed guns at the other party? He felt he had kicked a steel plate. Ding! The host publicly assaulted the scheming mastermind Li Yang, inflicting psychological harm and receiving a reward. Villain points 8,000. The cold, mechanical voice of the villain life simulator echoed once more. At this moment, Lu Qian's villain points had surpassed 5 figures, reaching an astonishing 16,800. This sum was sufficient for him to initiate 3 more villainous life simulations. Suddenly, a synchronized sound of footsteps approached from outside. Growing closer, a group of tall, imposing figures clad in the Empire's black enforcement uniforms burst into the room, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. These individuals exuded an aura of terrifying bloodlust. Clearly seasoned practitioners, none below the 3rd realm of mastery. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a square face, a resolute expression, and an air of authority that commanded respect. It was the Black Robe Enforcement Team of the Modu Security Bureau, elite among elites. Admission into their ranks required mastery and was not easily attained. Years ago, when a mysterious realm appeared above Modu, bringing with it strange invasions, it was the Black Robe Enforcement Team that was tasked with purging the intruders, resulting in significant casualties. Wait, isn't that the Deputy Director of the Modu Security Bureau, Chiwei? Someone exclaimed, recognizing the prominent figure. This was a legendary individual in Modu. Rumor had it that the current director was nearing retirement, and Chiwei was a likely successor, with even the four great families of Modu vying for his favor. To their astonishment, Qi Wei suddenly led his team toward Lu Qian, stopping just a few steps away. "Elder Lu," he acknowledged Lu Zhong with a nod before turning to Lu Qian. "Young Master Lu, how may I assist you?" As Lu Qian regarded Qi Wei, he gave a slight nod, while memories of Lu Zhong's earlier message flooded his mind. "Young Master Lu, Qi Wei is an exceptional talent, albeit with considerable ambition. The old master once remarked that he is one who can handle dirty work to a 6th-level practitioner. As the deputy director of the Modu Security Bureau, his abilities were indeed formidable, second only to a few who had attained the Holy Realm. Moreover, he possessed a commendable appearance, radiating righteousness, yet his eyes betrayed an insatiable ambition and desire for advancement. It was no wonder he had arrived so swiftly. He was eager to rise. Lu Qian's eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery as he glanced toward Zhao Kuan and the terrified Lei Hu. "Director Qi, someone just pointed a gun at me. What do you think should be done about it? Such audacity. How dare they point a gun at young Master Lu? Take them outside and execute them." Chapter 34. Lu Qian. I am currently in a foul mood and intend to eliminate the ringleader as well. Upon receiving instructions from the Lu family, Deputy Director Qi Wei rushed over without delay. Taking less than a minute, he was desperate to advance in his career. Presently, he found himself in a precarious position. Although the director of the Modu Security Bureau was nearing retirement, he was reluctant to step down easily. Another deputy director, backed by formidable connections, was also eyeing his position. In such circumstances, Qi Wei sought to rise but faced considerable opposition. While several top families in Modu had discreetly extended invitations to him, hoping to curry favor, he had his sights set on a more advantageous alliance. The illustrious Lu family was indeed a powerful ally. Years ago, his rise from a DI am currently filled with immense anger and wished to eliminate the instigator. Lu Qian's icy gaze fixed upon Zhao Kuan and Li Yang. He slowly spoke. "Do you have anything left to say? Damn it." Li Yang felt a chill run down his spine as he instantly discerned the unmasked intent to kill in Lu Qian's eyes. What? Is this madman truly going to eliminate them? Wait. The reason he has come to the Magic City is due to the considerable chaos he caused in the Imperial capital. In comparison, killing them seems trivial. Slap. Zhao Kuan, overwhelmed with fear, instantly crumbled, kneeling down. "Young Master Lu, I confess. I report. Everything tonight was orchestrated by that dog Li Yang. He was the one who suggested drugging the school beauty. Lude, I truly had no idea Lu was your woman. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared even if I had several lives. The true instigator was that dog Li Yang. I was merely an accomplice at best." Seeing Lu Qian's resolve, Zhao Kuan could no longer hold it together and sold out Li Yang without hesitation. He never imagined that merely administering a drug could cost him his life. Throughout this ordeal, he hadn't even gotten a taste, let alone a whiff. Why was it that the stakes had escalated to the point of death? "Damn it! Zhao Kuan, you scoundrel! How dare you frame me? Young Master Lu, it is this scoundrel who plotted against Miss Lu, I can testify. You should eliminate him directly." As Zhao Kuan decisively betrayed his ally, Li Yang's mind exploded with fury, cursing vehemently. This fool, usually dim-witted, was suddenly sharp in this moment. He dared not gamble on whether Lu Qian would follow through with his threats. Previously, this living hell was nearly responsible for a death in the imperial capital. All because of a woman, Li Yang. "I curse you!" Zhao Kuan suddenly erupted, throwing a punch at Li Yang, and the two began to brawl like dogs at each other's throats. The seemingly close brotherly bond between them shattered in an instant. Each wishing to see the other dead, Lu Qian remained a mere spectator, observing them as one would watch two corpses struggle. Behind him, Lu Zhong, who had been a silent observer, now regarded the young master with newfound intrigue. For some reason, he felt that Lu Qian was not as simple as he had initially thought. He did not resemble the notorious playboy of rumors. His cunning and political acumen were evidently formidable. In just a few words, he had incited a deadly conflict between Li Yang and Zhao Kuan. It seemed the reputation of a lecher was merely a facade, a protective guise. After all, the Lu family, as one of the 12 noble houses of the Great Xia Empire, could hardly produce a wastrel. Lu Qian was acutely aware of Lu Zhong's scrutinizing gaze, yet he paid it no mind, calmly watching the chaotic scuffle between Li Yang and Zhao Kuan. Although they appeared to be fighting to the death, they were, in fact, holding back, not fully committing, likely waiting for reinforcements. given the magnitude of the situation. It was certain that members of the Zhao and Li families were present to relay information. It seemed they still possessed some wit, not completely foolish, Lu Qian smirked, instantly perceiving their intentions. But what of it? Even if the King of Heaven himself arrived today, it would be futile. Since you are unable to articulate your reasoning, allow me to render judgment. Director Qi, take both of them away and eliminate them. At this pronouncement, the faces of the stalling Li Yong and Zhao Kuan turned ashen, clearly taken aback. Even Qi Wei seemed momentarily stunned. To eliminate the heirs of two prominent families in the Magic City in one fell swoop was a resolution that could lead to irreversible consequences. Even his superior, the Magic City chief, would not dare to act so recklessly. Despite his audacity, he hesitated. And all this turmoil stemmed from a woman, one who had not even been successfully pursued. Are you afraid? Director Qi, Lu Qian's gaze bore into the hesitating Qi Wei. If you wish to advance yet fear offending others, what use are you? To be a dog, one must be prepared to act as such. If you cannot heed your master's words, what purpose do you serve? Panic washed over Qi Wei as he suddenly realized his folly. Regardless of how powerful the Li and Zhao families were, they were confined to the Magic City. But the Lu family was deeply rooted in the imperial capital of the Great Xia. They were a formidable entity of significant stature. If he could secure the Lu family's support, not only would he retain his position as the chief of the Magic City Security Bureau, but he might also have the opportunity to advance further, perhaps even to the imperial capital for a higher post. In contrast, offending the Li and Zhao families was a trivial matter. He had heard that this young master Lu held a unique position within the Lu family, favored by all. Suddenly drenched in cold sweat, he quickly gathered himself. No problem, absolutely no problem. Young master, at your command, I will personally eliminate these two. In that moment, in his desperate bid to cling to Lu Qian's favor, Qi Wei resolved to take matters into his own hands. Such a task could not be delegated to another. Seeing Qi Wei approach without hesitation towards Li Yong and Zhao Kuan, Lu Qian felt a slight sense of satisfaction. It seemed this man was still of use, and the likelihood of him being part of the hidden forces was nearly negligible. Indeed, by coercing Qi Wei into committing murder, Lu Qian aimed to assess his loyalty and determine whether he was friend or foe, or possibly even tied to the hidden forces. Wait, Director Qi, what do you intend to do? Are you mad? The Li family will not spare you. As Qi Wei advanced, Li Yong and Zhao Kuan immediately ceased their fighting, their expressions turning grim. Faced with a sixth realm extraordinary being, they possessed no means of resistance. Zhao Kuan was utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, the one most on the verge of collapse was undoubtedly Li Yong. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Tonight was meant to see Lu Qian trapped and slain by the extraordinary assassin, Qian Ying. How did it turn into him being the one at risk? Grandfather, save me! In a moment of desperation, Li Yong could no longer contain his panic and cried out, boom! Suddenly, the room was filled with rippling energy as two ancient figures appeared, one after the other. Young Master Lu, spare him, young master. Please show mercy. The first to arrive was none other than the ancestor of the Li family, closely followed, albeit a step late, by the ancestor of the Zhao family. Fourth stage of Enters Saint. Fifth stage of Enters Saint. The oppressive aura emanating from the two Enters Saint realm experts was palpable, instantly thickening the atmosphere and nearly solidifying the air around them. All present felt a shift in their countenance, struggling under the weight of the pressure, and promptly knelt to the ground. Indeed, it is you? Lu Qian's eyes flickered as he calmly regarded the arriving ancestor of the Li family. Despite it being their first meeting, he instantly recognized him as the mysterious figure from his initial simulation, the one who had drawn Lu Zhong away. He was also the masked assassin from the second simulation. Clearly, the ancestor had arrived earlier but had remained hidden in the shadows, only revealing himself now that Li Yong was on the brink of death and the Zhao ancestor had arrived. This is bad. Qi Wei's pupils dilated in horror as a chilling sense of murderous intent gripped him. Under the gaze of two Enters Saint-level experts, even he found it challenging to maintain his composure. Retreating several steps, his face paling, boom. Unbeknownst to Wen, Lu Zhong, who had been standing behind, now stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lu Qian. Boom. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing that of the two ancestral figures, erupted forth, crashing down upon them. Lu Zhong snorted coldly. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, sending the ancestors of the Li and Zhao families flying from the space. Seventh stage of Enter Saint. Both the Li and Zhao ancestors gasped in shock, evidently taken aback by the unexpected revelation that the Lu family had a seventh stage Enter Saint guardian assigned to Lu Qian, the so-called playboy. The seventh stage of Enter Saint is divided into 9 levels, each with its own profound abilities to in the entire Magic City. A seventh stage Enter Saint could be considered one of the top-tier existences. Even the 2 ancestral figures from the Zhao and Li families were significantly outmatched. Once a confrontation began, it was likely that even their combined efforts would not suffice to overcome Lu Zhong in an instant. Both ancestors' faces shifted, their expressions revealing a mix of surprise and trepidation. Initially, they had contemplated leveraging their seniority to intervene and rescue their family members. Now, it seemed that such an action would be unwise. With the 7th stage Enter Saint guarding Lu Qian, the young master held considerable weight in the hearts of the Lu family members. Should things go awry, they could genuinely find themselves in grave peril. In stark contrast to the astonishment of the Zhao ancestor, the Li ancestor's heart sank amidst his shock, his fists clenching involuntarily. "This is troublesome." Lu Qian coldly regarded the 2 suddenly arrived ancestors and spoke. "Heh, are you 2 planning to rely on your age and status to intimidate me with your cultivation? Would you like my guardian to have a contest with you?" At this proclamation, the expressions of both the Li and Zhao ancestors drastically changed. A 7th stage Enters Saint like Lu Zhong was clearly not an opponent they could contend with. Should a conflict truly arise, they would undoubtedly be the ones to suffer losses. Furthermore, if they were to offend Lu Qian and the Lu family behind him, both families might find themselves facing dire consequences. Merely a guardian dedicated to the protection of the younger generation possesses such terrifying prowess. The true strength of the Lu family is indeed formidable, as one can easily imagine. "I dare not. I dare not. Young Master Lu has misunderstood. I was merely anxious to save my grandson and inadvertently offended you." The 2 elders expressed their willingness to offer a 6th-tier royal artifact as a token of apology to young Master Lu. As they spoke, they hastily retrieved 2 royal artifacts from their storage bags. Royal artifacts belong to the 6th realm of the extraordinary, yet they are exceedingly rare, much like talismans, making these treasures highly precious. Even 6th realm extraordinary beings may not possess a single royal artifact. And even esteemed families like the Li and Zhao clans would feel the pinch when parting with one. The elder of the Li family presented a jade rui, imbued with a special formation that exudes vibrant vitality, capable of self-healing. The elder of the Zhao family offered a pitch-black cloak, crafted from the skin of a fog spirit, capable of releasing eerie mists to conceal one's form. Both were among the most influential figures in the magical metropolis. Yet before the young scion of the Lu family, they could only smile and appease. Such was the reality. One cannot contend against the might of another. A moment later, a notification chimed. The host has exerted influence, compelling the 2 elders of the Holy Realm to bow their heads and willingly offer apologies, gaining a reward. 20,000 villain points in the blink of an eye. Another 20,000 villain points were added to Lu Qian's account, bringing his total to over 30,000. Moreover, he had acquired 2 special royal artifacts. "You have shown wisdom." Lu Qian glanced at them, a hint of disdain evident on his face. Compared to the humiliation he had endured in the villain simulator, he now exuded confidence and vigor. His sudden appearance had disrupted everyone's plans, delivering a harsh reckoning to Li Yong, the orchestrator, and forcing the elder of the Li family out of hiding. The so-called assassination plot had been largely dismantled, with only the shadowy Thousand Shadows assassins remaining concealed. However, with several extraordinary beings present, those assassins would not dare to show themselves. Should an attempt on his life occur, none present would survive, and the elder of the Li family would likely be the first to seek the assassin's demise. When all darkness is exposed under the spotlight, it becomes utterly powerless. This was an unabashed conspiracy. He casually made eye contact, and Lu Zhong immediately understood, moving to catch the 2 royal artifacts and returning them to his side. Having dealt with the 2 elders, it was now time to address the 2 younger ones. Lu Qian turned his gaze once more to Zhao Kuan and Li Yong, his smile growing radiant. However, to the 2, this brilliant smile appeared devilish. In an instant, the 2 young masters of the magical metropolis were struck with terror, crying out like frightened children for their grandfathers. "Grandfather, save me. I swear I didn't even touch Lu Ruyue. I nearly lost my life, grandfather. It was that scoundrel Li Yang who incited me. I am utterly innocent. Witnessing their grandson's panicked state, the two elders could only twitch their lips in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that such a trivial matter would threaten the lives of the heirs of the two great families of the magical metropolis? That young girl in Lu Qian's arms was indeed a harbinger of disaster. Ahem, young Master Lu, the Li and Lu families are related by marriage, and I share a friendship with your father. Might you show mercy? There must be a misunderstanding. The Li family is willing to offer compensation for Miss Lu, the elder of the Li family interjected, seeking to plead for leniency. Setting aside the fact that Li Yang was a prized descendant, his intelligence and cunning made him a valuable asset for the Li family's future, and thus, he could not be easily sacrificed. Indeed, young Master Lu, I believe tonight's events may be a misunderstanding as well. The Zhao family is also willing to compensate, the elder of the Zhao family echoed, his plea more heartfelt than the previous one, clearly showing his genuine affection for Zhao Kuan. Misunderstanding? Where do so many misunderstandings arise? You both are not hoping that Lu Qian will retract his earlier words, are you? I have stated that my anger runs deep tonight. Someone must die. How could I possibly go back on my word? Lu Qian interrupted coldly, causing the faces of both elders to darken. Yet, in the next breath, his tone shifted. However, since the elder of the Li family has mentioned my father, I shall grant you a face-saving measure. Tonight, I shall only execute one true culprit. With that, Lu Qian turned his gaze to Zhao Kuan and Li Yang. So, which of you two is the true culprit? Uncle Qian, it's Zhao Kuan. I am your dear nephew. Zhao Kuan exclaimed, panic-stricken. You rogue Li Yang was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. As the accusation bounced back and forth, both Zhao Kuan and Li Yang's expressions shifted dramatically, each adamant in their denial. With the atmosphere thickening with tension, Lu Qian's voice suddenly cut through. Since neither of you will admit, I have a splendid idea. How about we search your souls? Search souls. The seemingly casual suggestion sent shockwaves through the crowd. What kind of dark sorcery was this? The most affected was Li Yang, who trembled violently, acutely aware of the fear of death looming over him. His memories contained far too many unspeakable secrets. Scoundrel! I believe tonight's events are all you're doing. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted, sweeping through the area. Liu Zhong frowned, attempting to intervene, but saw Lu Qian shake his head slightly, signaling him to remain still. Bang! Li Yang was instantly engulfed by the energy wave, reduced to a mist of blood, his body lost to the void. The one who had acted was none other than the elder of the Li family. Chapter 37. Oh heavens! As the wave of energy threatened to consume him, Li Yang's face contorted in shock and disbelief. He could not fathom that he had become a mere discarded pawn. He witnessed the elder of the Li family, filled with murderous intent, alongside Lu Qian, who wore a mocking grin as he fixed his gaze upon him. In that final moment, a flicker of realization crossed Li Yang's eyes. As he grasped the entirety of the scheme, it turned out you had known all along. Zhao Kuan felt a surge of terrifying energy erupt, followed by a scalding liquid splattering onto him, blood. His mouth fell agape, horror etched across his face, his body trembling uncontrollably, his mind blank, utterly stunned by the sight before him. Just moments ago, a living person had been obliterated before his eyes, transformed into a crimson mist that now covered him. This would leave an indelible psychological scar. They are dead. They are all dead, Zhao Kuan screamed, driven to madness by the shocking turn of events, and he was not alone in his shock. Everyone present, save for Lu Qian, wore expressions of disbelief. Who could have foreseen that the elder of the Li family, who had just moments ago defended Li Yang, would suddenly turn and kill his most beloved grandson without a moment's hesitation or mercy? Not a single opportunity was granted for Li Yang to utter a word. At that moment, the only one privy to the true nature of the events was Lu Qian alone. That old man is truly ruthless. He does not spare even his own grandson, Lu Qian mused internally, a smirk of derision curling his lips. The elder of the Li family's madness was a direct consequence of Lu Qian's pressure. Once he had proposed to search the souls of Zhao Kuan and Li Yang to prove their innocence, Li Yang's death was sealed. The memories within Li Yang's mind contained far too many secrets that could not see the light. Plans to assassinate Lu Qian, the truth behind the Li family's betrayal, and information regarding the forces pulling the strings behind the scenes. Any leak of this information would spell doom for the entire Li family. Not only would the Lu family not spare them, but the shadowy forces would also not hesitate to assist Go protect himself and the entire family. The elder of the Li family could not allow Li Yong to live any longer. Nor could he permit him to speak another word, even if he was his most cherished grandson. This outcome was precisely what Lu Qian wished to see. On one hand, he suspected that the first and second simulations in the villain simulator had likely been orchestrated by Li Yang's treachery. Although the young man's cultivation was not high, he was adept in schemes and subterfuge. Eliminating him preemptively was undoubtedly wise. Now, Lu Qian felt a sense of indirect revenge and relief. Regrettably, there were likely pieces of valuable information within Li Yang's memories that he could not access without attracting the attention of the shadowy forces, which would expose him and lead to his demise. The current situation was, in fact, quite favorable. It dismantled the assassination plot while keeping his identity concealed. The shadowy forces seeking his life would need to reconfigure their plans. Granting him more time to maneuver, Liu Qian thought to himself, Li Lao Gui, have you lost your mind? How could you so brazenly take the life of your own grandson? The usually silent deputy director of the Magic City Security Bureau, Qi Wei, suddenly shouted with a fierce intensity. Or is it that you have known all along that tonight's events were orchestrated solely by Li Yong? The ancestor of the Zhao family also came to his senses and immediately shielded Zhao Kuan behind him. Addressing Lu Qian, young Master Lu, the traitor has revealed himself. It is indeed a member of the Li family, and my grandson was merely deceived. At this moment, the Zhao ancestor had surmised that the Li family patriarch was unwilling to allow Li Yong to be soul-searched. Fearing the revelation of certain matters, perhaps some family secrets or special knowledge. Yet, at present, he wished to shirk all responsibility. Suddenly becoming the target of collective ire, the Li family patriarch realized that his earlier reaction had been overly extreme. However, given the gravity of the situation, he believed that as long as he could cover up the incident, it would all be worth it. Young Master Lu, the Li patriarch stammered, eager to provide an explanation to mitigate the situation, but was callously interrupted by Lu Qian. Who gave you the audacity to act against me? Lu Zhong. Ensure he remembers this lesson. The Li patriarch's expression shifted dramatically, feeling as if his vision blurred. As Lu Zhong silently appeared before him, with a resounding thud, a palm str having just made a connection with a powerful individual, such a situation arises. Is this not akin to a resounding slap in the face? A mere insignificant bodyguard dares to play tricks on him, does he? At this moment, Qi Wei is filled with a desire to eliminate Yi Chen. Liu Qian casually glanced at the severed arm of Yi Chen that was presented to him and decided to keep it. This item may prove useful for the upcoming simulation. Ding. The host has used his power to sever the destiny of the protagonist Yi Chen, inflicting a heavy psychological blow and forcing him to retreat, thus earning a reward, partial destiny enhancement from Yi Chen, for 7 days. Lu Xiao, if you intend to rest here, I will arrange for a team from the security department to patrol the vicinity, clearing away any irrelevant individuals to ensure your enjoyment remains undisturbed. Go and make the arrangements. Lu Qian waved his hand, embracing the intoxicated Lu Ruyue as they made their way to the hotel room prepared above. This room was originally intended for Zhao Kuan, but now it belonged to him. Chapter 39. The fourth simulation, a 10-full draw at the start. Outside the Century Hotel, Qi Wei, the deputy director, was currently making arrangements. He summoned all personnel above the second realm who were on duty, off, or of mid to high rank within the department to gather as swiftly as possible at the Century Hotel for patrol duties. All guests within the hotel were to be cleared out, ensuring that no security risks would arise. Anyone within a 2-mile radius was to be expelled, and any suspicious individuals were to be apprehended. With lethal force authorized if necessary to in his bid to align himself with the powerful Lu family, Qi Wei was all in. Within a mere 10 minutes, teams of black-clad enforcement officers from the security department appeared outside the hotel, tasked with maintaining order and expelling all unrelated individuals from the vicinity. Even the remaining guests residing at the Century Hotel were forcibly asked to leave. Qi Wei, a transcendent being and the deputy director of the security department, led an elite team stationed at the hotel entrance, neglecting all other matters. Clearly, he was determined to prevent another outrageous incident like Yi Chen's recent affront to Lu Xiao. Currently, the area surrounding the Century Hotel was tightly secured, resembling an impregnable fortress. Damn it! The patriarch of the Li family is incapacitated, and the plan is in disarray. Am I truly expected to charge into this fortress alone? Such a coalition could only be breached by an elder of celestial caliber. But I am merely a sixth realm assassin. In the shadows not far from the Century Hotel, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, watching the scene before him with a dark gaze. This sudden turn of events left the lurking assassin of 1,000 shadows feeling somewhat flustered and cursing under his breath. Without teammates to assist or distract, was he to carry out the assassination alone? One misstep could lead to his demise. With a clap, Lu Qian stood at the bay window of the top floor of the Century Hotel, surveying the meticulously arranged security below, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. With such thorough protection, coupled with the external guardian Lu Zhong, his current position was undoubtedly the safest in all of Magic City. This arrangement surpassed even Lu Qian's previous experiences in villainous simulations, confirming that his decision to recruit Qi Wei was indeed wise. A deputy director eager for advancement is far superior to a scheming, unreliable member of the Li family. At this moment, I have established a foundation for myself in Magic City. If I can elevate Qi Wei to the position of director, the entire network of intelligence and armed forces in Magic City will be at my disposal. Exchanging power for strength without revealing one's capabilities is the true mark of wisdom. And no wonder so many pursued power in my past life, Lu Qian mused. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the alluring Lu Ruyue, who was intoxicated in his embrace. Typically, one might entertain thoughts in the presence of such a delicate goddess. Yet, knowing Lu Ruyue's intentions as a mysterious celestial being, he would never easily sever his own support. Until her plans come to fruition, Lu Ruyue, this enigmatic celestial, cannot afford to see him perish. She must protect him. This is undoubtedly a tremendous trump card. Even if the forces behind the scenes send a celestial assassin to eliminate him, they must first contend with Lu Ruyue. Besides, who could compare to a woman when it comes to simulations? With a flick, Lu Qian carelessly tossed the intoxicated Lu Ruyue onto the carpet below. The Lu family's decorum is strict. They would never take advantage of another's vulnerability. Lu Qian muttered to himself as he strode confidently toward the grand bed, lying down comfortably and wearing a look of pure enjoyment. Lu Ruyue, good. So this is how we play. In a corner out of Lu Qian's sight, Lu Ruyue clenched her little fist in frustration. What if I want to hit someone? Host. Lu Qian, age, 18, occupation, Talismancer, 4th rank, realm, pinnacle of divine powers, techniques, ancient dragon elephant scripture 4th layer, celestial level, Thousand Shadows demonic art 5th layer, celestial level, true talismans, divine powers and techniques, dragon elephant domineering body, shadow mimicry, shape-shifting, vast dragon fist, supreme mode, physique, supreme imperial bone, talent, oil on the soles, blue. You can't see me, red, items, life substituting blood escape talisman, temporary talent level 1, partial destiny fortune, 7 days, Yi Chen's severed arm, 6th rank royal artifact mist ghost cloak. Simulation attempts, 0, villain points, 66, 800. Gazing at his refreshed attribute panel and the substantial collection of villain points, Lu Qian felt a sense of calmness wash over him, knowing he had resources at hand. Now, it was time to proceed with the 4th simulation of his villainous life. This time, the primary objective was to acquire the powerful secret technique, Heaven Treading 9 Steps, which could elevate one's realm multiple times. Securing this opportunity would be immensely beneficial, both for the upcoming simulations and for my reality. With the plan for the 4th simulation established, Lu Qian's expression turned serious. Villain Simulator, commence the 4th simulation. Ding, 5,000 villain points have been deducted from the host for a single villain life simulation attempt. Ding, commencing the 4th villain life simulation. Detection indicates the host has sufficient villain points. Would you like to spend 5,000 villain points for a temporary talent 10-fold draw? A talent 10-fold draw. This has never happened before. Was it due to insufficient villain points previously? Indeed, it seems that one must have wealth to indulge. With Lu Qian's current affluence, he certainly would not refuse if a golden legend were to emerge. It would be a tremendous windfall. Yes, ding, commencing 10-fold draw. Draw complete. Please select one from the following 10 temporary talents. Innate Divine Strength. White I possess innate divine strength. Photographic memory. White you can remember everything you have seen. Superb healing. Yellow self-healing ability increased 10-fold. Unyielding spear. Gray. Steel-like body. Green impervious to blades and fire. Beast Tamer. Yellow creatures you have defeated have a chance of being tamed and choosing to submit. Fabricated tales, green. Your tall tales may not be believed by ghosts, but humans will accept them to some extent. Talismancer Prodigy, red. You possess a unique understanding of talismans and are a born talismancer. Chapter 40, Purple Talent. Talismancer Dao Seed. Observing the tin-drawn temporary talents, Lu Qian disregarded the lower-tier white, yellow, and gray talents. Only Steel-like Body, green, Fabricated Tales, green, and Talismancer Prodigy, red, made it to his shortlist. The first, Steel-like Body, green, while enhancing combat prowess, was the least valuable in his eyes and was swiftly eliminated. Soon enough, he found himself torn between Fabricated Tales, green, and Talismancer Prodigy, red. Undoubtedly, the effect of Fabricated Tales was enticing. The notion that one's words could render even ghosts disbelieving, yet still be accepted by humans, was nothing short of a unique brainwashing technique. In some respects, it could coax out sensitive information from those in the shadows. However, this draw also presented him with the even more formidable and fitting Talismancer Prodigy, red. This was not solely due to his identity as a talismancer, but also because of the rewards he previously received. Next simulation, talent level 1. By selecting Talismancer Prodigy, he could transform it into his first, purple talent. This is only second to the highest tier, golden talent. The last time, the You Can't See Me, red talent yielded unimaginable effects. One could only imagine the breathtaking and elusive capabilities of a higher-tier purple talent. Yet, Lu Qian felt a twinge of reluctance. Should there be another opportunity for a draw, he might not be able to secure Fabricated Tales again. Simulator, is there any way to retain endless nonsense? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qian decisively chose to communicate with the villain simulator. Ding. The host can spend 5,000 villain points to choose to retain endless nonsense, green, specifying a delay until the next simulation. Faced with the proposal from the villain simulator, Lu Qian hesitated for only a brief moment before agreeing. Although 5,000 villain points is not a trivial sum, the uniqueness contained within this green talent is indeed worth it. After retaining endless nonsense, Lu Qian promptly made his choice for this simulation. This time, I select Talisman Genius, red. Ding. Detecting the existence of a special reward. The temporary talent level begins to rise. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the temporary purple talent. Talisman Dao Seed. Talisman Dao Seed. Purple. You are a natural Dao Seed in the art of talismans. Any talisman in your hands can exhibit miraculous effects that transform decay into wonder. The Talisman Dao Seed. A glimmer sparkled in Lu Qian's eyes, and just by glancing at the description, one could discern the formidable nature of this talent. However, one could only wonder how exactly it would manifest. Nevertheless, the truth would soon be revealed. Simulation begins. As the most notorious scion of the capital, you have unraveled the assassination plot against you, briefly alleviating your predicament, while also acquiring a new purple talent, Talisman Dao Seed. Awakening the Talisman Dao Seed felt like unblocking the meridians. You took out the Talisman True Record and began to peruse it, discovering that those previously obscure and mysterious runes now held no secrets for you. You gazed at the Talisman True Record, becoming deeply engrossed in the world of talismans, learning the remaining fourth-tier talismans documented within, improving them, and growing even stronger. During this time, the feigning sleep Lu Ruyue attempted to entice you, but you simply ignored her. Women are no match for talismans. A night passed in silence. You were lost in the ocean of knowledge, unable to extricate yourself, and the more you observed, the more you appreciated the profound intricacies of the Talisman True Record's author. You thoroughly read the Talisman True Record, but it only documented a fifth-tier talisman, Fire Dragon technique, before concluding, leaving you with a sense of regret. On the final page, you saw the author's name, Xuanfuzi. Xuanfuzi, a name you had not heard before. Yet from the Talisman True Record, it was evident that the author's mastery of talismans was of an unparalleled caliber, far beyond your reach. You hoped to converse with them one day if the opportunity arose. You began to study the only recorded fifth-tier talisman. Meanwhile, the feigning sleep Lu Ruyue remained undeterred, still attempting to engage you, unaware that your seemingly frivolous and lecherous demeanor was merely a fade. Coming from a prestigious family, you practiced a certain secret technique to maintain your pure young state since childhood, never revealing it and still retaining your virgin mark. Suddenly, you felt a surge of heat. As if influenced by some force, the talisman Dao Seed was at work, allowing you to disregard this influence. No wonder. I felt something was amiss during the initial 2 simulations. It turns out Lu Ruyue was secretly employing her own methods. Lu Qian looked at the virgin mark eye. It is said that those peculiar and otherworldly beings have an insatiable appetite for the flesh and blood of human cultivators. Having resided in an environment of absolute safety until now, one would naturally be oblivious to such entities. However, during the second villain simulation, after being transported via the life replacement blood escape talisman, he was seemingly slain by a bizarre creature, a colossal octopus lurking in the depths of the ocean. This, it seems, is not a pleasant memory. Suddenly, a stirring from the figure of Lu Ruyue, who lay upon a golden silk hand-woven blanket, caught his attention. In a drunken stupor, Lu Ruyue rolled over, casting aside her silk quilt, revealing her long, fair legs that shimmered under the light, exuding an irresistible allure. This scene resembled a girlfriend attempting to seduce her boyfriend, who was lost in the realm of gaming. As Lu Qian's footsteps approached slowly, perhaps sensing his gaze and movements, the seemingly intoxicated Lu Ruyue's lips curled into a slight smile. "You think I can't resist?" she seemed to tease. With a swift motion, the discarded silk quilt was pulled back over her. A pillow tucked beneath her neck, and a gentle tap to her head followed. "Mind your sleeping posture. Kicking off the covers might lead to catching a chill," Lu Qian remarked, ignoring her stiff expression as he turned to lie back down, resuming his simulation game. In the heart of the main arena, those eerie and otherworldly beings effortlessly obstructed anyone attempting to approach the secret realm. Some of lesser cultivation levels were dragged into the depths of the sea, devoured whole, and the surface of the water turned crimson with blood. Only a handful of fortunate souls could break through the encirclement and enter the secret realm. Faced with the terrifying casualty ratio, the greedy cultivators began to feel fear, halting their advance, too apprehensive to proceed. Damn it, there are far too many of these bizarre beings. They cannot be exterminated. The presence of so many strange entities signifies that this secret realm is undoubtedly extraordinary. Opportunities lay ahead, yet one cannot move. How frustrating. Amidst the chorus of reluctant voices, you withdrew Yi Qin's severed arm and stepped out of the shadows, transforming into a fleeting shadow as you rapidly approached the sea surface, causing a wave of gasps. Chapter 42. The Fire Dragon displays its might, re-entering the secret realm. Oh, another unfortunate soul, oblivious to the dangers, dares to attempt entry. Clad in tattered garments, it is evident that he is not a scion of a prestigious family. Judging by his age, he appears to be in his early 20s, likely struggling to reach the third realm of comprehension, at best, barely achieving the fourth realm of divine abilities. With so many bizarre beings present, even a fifth realm powerhouse would find it daunting. Only those of extraordinary status might have a chance. What audacity does this lad possess? As you made your sudden appearance, the crowd gathered at the port gasped, though none held any faith in your success. Ignoring their disparaging remarks, you erupted forth like a sharpened sword from the port, your right hand gathering spiritual energy, drawing symbols from thin air. And in an instant, a fourth-tier wind-dispelling talisman emerged. Wind, arise. Boom. The howling winds enveloped you, propelling you skyward toward the secret realm. Since acquiring the talisman Dao Seed, this purple talent, you discovered that your comprehension of talismans seemed to have reached an astonishing level. Any talisman under your command could condense into existence without external assistance. A fourth-tier wind-dispelling talisman. He is a talisman master. When did such a young fourth-tier talisman master emerge in the magic capital? A thought condensing into a talisman. This is a feat that even those talisman grandmasters might struggle with. How could this be possible? The crowd, previously filled with mockery, was suddenly struck dumb, disbelief etched on their faces as they stared at you, clearly shaken. Talisman masters are notoriously versatile. They possess the healing abilities of alchemists, the array skills of formation masters, and the enhancement capabilities of refining masters, yet they struggle to achieve mastery. Across the Great Xia, the existence of talisman masters is exceedingly rare, and someone as young as you, already a fourth-tier master, must have long been renowned. Yet, no one in the vicinity recognized your true identity. Unfazed by the astonished exclamations behind you, You harnessed the power of the wind, dispelling talisman, soaring into the air to evade attacks as you approached the secret realm. In order to conceal your identity and forge a new persona, you resolved to employ only the techniques of a talisman master. Boom! A multitude of massive tentacles suddenly erupted from beneath the ocean's surface, sweeping toward you and sealing all avenues of escape. A terrifying and otherworldly aura surged forth from the depths, causing the other bizarre entities nearby to tremble in fear. It is the pinnacle of the mountain and river realm, the Krull Sea Demon. Someone on the port's edge recognized the origin of those tentacles. The Krull Sea Demon, a colossal creature akin to a giant octopus, possesses immense vitality and delights in devouring the brains of cultivators. It is evident that this Krull Sea Demon has set its sights on you. However, at this moment, you felt no fear. Instead, upon sensing its aura, a realization struck. So it is you. It was indeed the very deep-sea monster that consumed you during the second villain simulation. You still remembered its aura. Unable to help it, you harbored a grudge. That young talisman master is doomed. What a pity, such a young prodigy of talismans, destined to fall today. The gap of an entire realm is not something easily bridged. At the magic capital's port, some sighed, others fell silent, while some reveled in schadenfreude, clearly unconvinced of your chance of survival. With a stoic expression, you suddenly paused mid-air, your palms condensing into a flurry of shadows, seemingly sketching something as spiritual energy surged wildly within you. Bang! You suddenly struck forth with a palm. Roar! A tremendous dragon's roar resonated throughout the magic capital's waters, laden with overwhelming pressure. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, a fire dragon, enveloped in flames and radiating terrifying heat, emerged beneath your feet, unleashing a thunderous dragon's roar. This was indeed the only fifth-tier talisman you obtained from the Talisman True Canon, the Fire Dragon Talisman. Go! The fearsome fire dragon instantly incinerated the tentacles of the sea demon, and under your command, it disregarded elemental weaknesses to charge toward the ocean's surface. Boom! The sea erupted into a fiery inferno. As the bizarre entities were scorched to ashes, and the hidden Krull Sea Demon let out a pained wail. With the enhancement of the Talisman Dowseed, your Fire Dragon Talisman seemed even more powerful than ordinary fifth-tier talismans. Once the business at hand is concluded, I shall return to deal with you, you scoffed, aware that the Krull Sea Demon would not be easily slain, prioritizing the task at hand as you directly entered the secret realm. What terrifying might the Fire Dragon possesses? It could likely obliterate an ordinary powerhouse of the mountain and river realm in an instant. Is this the true worth of the Talisman Dowseed? This purple talent? Lu Qian was astonished. Though his counterpart in the villain simulation was still at the fourth realm of divine abilities, his combat prowess eclipsed even that of fifth realm powerhouses. The flaming dragon could injure even the Krull Sea Demon at the pinnacle of the mountain and river realm, demonstrating its formidable lethality. He dared assert that his villain simulation self could easily dispatch his current self. The Talisman Dowseed grants an immense enhancement to talismans, allowing for battles beyond one's realm without issue. Regrettably, the Talisman True Canon only contains fifth-tier talismans. It appears that higher-level talisman texts must be sought. However, such high-level talismans are likely held by those high-ranking talisman masters, notorious for their eccentricities and elevated status, who might not deign to acknowledge the Lu family's face. Very well, I shall do my utmost. You entered the secret realm, finding yourself in a lush valley. The spiritual energy within the secret realm was remarkably dense, and you were astonished to discover that this place resembled the location where you were slain by the shadowy forces during your last villain simulation. It turns out that Lu Ruyue had led you into the secret realm of the magic capital's waters, and all along, you had never truly departed from its confines. It seems that during the last villain simulation, Lu Ruyue played a clever game of hiding in plain sight, making it difficult for the shadowy forces to locate you. Thus, this place seems destined to be tied to me, you mused. Nevertheless, business takes precedence. You retrieved Yi Chen's severed arm and began employing the soul nail technique, aiming to ascertain Yi Chen's location. Swish! This time, unlike your previous failure in the magic capital, the severed arm floated in midair, a blood arrow coalescing and pointing northward. The soul nail technique was effective. Indeed, he is right here. Chapter 43. Interrupting the fated protagonist's opportunity. securing the 9 steps to heaven. Having confirmed Yi Qin's whereabouts, you felt no hesitation, unleashing the ghostly speed of the Thousand Shadows magic technique, further enhanced by the wind-dispelling talisman. In this moment, with reckless abandon of spiritual energy, your speed surpassed that of the mountain and river realm. Reaching the threshold of the extraordinary realm, you traverse the winds, transforming into a fleeting shadow, swiftly charging through the air and unleashing a sonic boom that captures the attention of numerous creatures within the secret realm. Roar! Suddenly, a bizarre giant python, emanating a terrifying cold, lunges out from the forest, aiming to bite you. 4th stage, Fire Thunder Talisman. With an impassive expression, a mere thought from you coalesces talismans that erupt into fire and thunder, obliterating the monstrous python and turning it into a mist of blood, staining the heavens above. Is that the power of a talisman master, to annihilate a bizarre giant python of the mountain and river realm in a single strike. Such terrifying might, such incredible speed. Could it be a senior from the transcendent realm? Where did such a young talisman master emerge from in the entire Magic City? I can't seem to recall. Your might is formidable. I am Wu Jiahao from the Wu family of Magic City. Might I accompany you in search of opportunities? Your overwhelming display has stirred quite a commotion in the secret realm, leaving many who have also entered in astonishment. Among them, several harbor intentions to ally with you for the quest of opportunities, yet you remain indifferent, provoking some to curse in frustration. Damn. How arrogant! Before long, the scenery ahead begins to shift, and guided by the soul-pinning technique, you arrive at a shattered wasteland. This place is exceedingly peculiar. It harbors a certain restriction that nullifies flight, as if it is endlessly siphoning spiritual energy and cultivation. The essence within you is being forcefully drained. Upon stepping into the ruins, an unusual sensation washes over you, a wave of palpitations surging forth. Your wind talisman instantly loses its efficacy, causing you to plummet from the air, while the spiritual energy within you swiftly dissipates. Your cultivation, which should have been at the peak of the divine power realm, begins to falter, descending. You are momentarily taken aback. Such a terrifying forbidden ground still exists in this world. Anyone of weaker cultivation would likely plummet swiftly. Reduced to mere mortals, such a domain is undoubtedly a nightmare for practitioners. Realizing the horror of this place, a sense of dread creeps in, yet the lead on Yi Qin lies here, and you are unwilling to depart. At that moment, you suddenly feel an overwhelming supreme will surging from your spine. The signs of your spiritual energy and realm plummeting begin to stabilize. It seems the Supreme Emperor Bone can resist the bizarre restrictions of this place. You are astonished yet quickly reassured, quickening your pace deeper within. As you progress, a familiar voice suddenly echoes in your ears. Master, is this the astonishing opportunity you spoke of? A shattered statue. Wait, this statue seems to be holding a parchment. There appears to be writing on it. Step, Heaven, 9 steps. You have found it. A jolt of exhilaration courses through Lu Qian. This time, the simulated villain has finally caught up. Indeed, the Magic City secret realm harbors the monumental opportunity of the heavenly 9 steps. From the dialogue, it appears that Yi Qin entered the secret realm and arrived at this wasteland due to his mysterious master. That enigmatic master is certainly not ordinary. Truly, characters like this, wise and of extraordinary origin, are indeed troublesome. Boom. Upon hearing these words, your mind erupts in a cacophony, and looking up, you see at the valley's base a broken statue cradling a parchment. Before the statue stands a one-armed youth, who removes the parchment, gazing at the writing before him in astonishment, muttering to himself. That person is unmistakably Yi Qin, the long-missing destined protagonist, and the parchment in his grasp is precisely the heavenly 9 steps you have been yearning for. At this moment, Yi Qin's expression turns dazed, his gaze fixated on the heavenly 9 steps, a profound aura emanating from him as if he is sinking into a state of enlightenment. You instantly realize that Yi Qin is comprehending the heavenly 9 steps. Did you arrive just a moment too late? No, it is just in time. With no moral restraint, you reveal a sinister smile, instantly entering your supreme mode for a surprise attack. Roar, roar, drawing upon your blood essence. You conjure 2 5th-stage fire dragon talismans, summoning 2 terrifying fire dragons, each several dozen feet long, to assault the enlightened Yi Qin. When it involves the path of opportunity, How could you let it slip away easily? You cannot afford to be like some mindless villains, watching the destined protagonist gain advantages with indifference. You must interrupt him before he can complete his understanding. Brat, how dare you? A hoarse voice filled with fury suddenly emanates from Yi Chun. Swish! A grayish-white flame of spirit suddenly materializes around him, forming a protective shield to ward off the two raging fire dragons. But in the next moment, the flame shield is shattered by the fire dragons, and Yi Chun is abruptly pulled from his state of enlightenment, suffering backlash as he spits blood and is sent flying. The parchment he clutched tightly also flies from his grasp. No! Yi Chun's anguished roar echoes as he reaches for the parchment. But he is a moment too late. Your figure appears like a whispering breeze, delivering a swift kick to Yi Chun's face, sending him sprawling away as you seize the parchment into your hands. It is mine! A look of delight spreads across your face. In this instant, what was meant to be the exclusive opportunity of the destined protagonist Yi Chun has been forcibly taken by you. However, it is not yet time to celebrate. You must first eliminate the unstable factors. You dare seize my opportunity and treasures? I shall make you pay. Step. Heaven. 9 steps. Just as you prepare to pursue, Yi Chun seems to go mad. Before your eyes, he steps forward multiple times, his cultivation surging dramatically. 4th realm divine power. 5th realm mountain and river. Damn! Seeing this scene, your expression changes drastically, panic washing over you. Yi Chun has grasped the heavenly 9 steps so swiftly? This is troublesome. You are well aware of the terrifying and unreasonable nature of the heavenly 9 steps. Chapter 44. Heavenly 9 steps? Heaven's loan. You hurriedly halt your pursuit, seeking to retreat and avoid a direct confrontation with Yi Chun. The brief surge from the heavenly 9 steps is not something you can withstand at present. Yet the next moment, you are astonished to see Yi Chun, who should be radiating overwhelming might, suddenly experiencing a drastic drop in his aura. His figure flickers, enveloped in grayish-white flames, fleeing into the distance. You have seized my opportunity. I have noted your aura. I will repay this in the future. Yi Chun's voice drifts from afar, laced with malice. Realizing this, you instantly understand that you have been deceived. Evidently, Yi Chun has not truly mastered the heavenly 9 steps, but is merely using it recklessly to mislead you. Having witnessed the terror of the heavenly 9 steps in previous simulations, you are genuinely frightened, allowing Yi Chun to escape successfully. What a Yi Chun! You have underestimated you. Your expression grows grave as you mutter to yourself. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone. Even though you know you have been tricked, you choose not to pursue him. After all, the objective of your journey has been accomplished. Moreover, as the destined protagonist, who knows if he will have another epiphany at the brink of life and death? Truly comprehending the heavenly 9 steps. Now that the parchment containing the heavenly 9 steps is in your possession, there is no need to take further risks. Even if you wanted to continue the chase, you must first grasp the heavenly 9 steps yourself. After weighing the pros and cons, you decide against pursuing, then take out Yi Chun's severed arm, employing the soul pinning technique to confirm his departure before. With anticipation, slowly unfurling the parchment in your hands, swish, a beam of white light shoots towards your mind. The parchment begins to shimmer, as if it is becoming intangible, on the verge of dissipating entirely. In the next moment, you find yourself enveloped in a peculiar ethereal space, countless ancient celestial scripts swirling before you. The secrets of the heavenly 9 steps begin to unravel. Heavenly 9 steps, fragment celestial secret repository. A single step to the heavens, tread 9 steps in succession, transcending mortals to become immortal, requires burning lifespan, plundering the heavens and earth to exchange for the latter to ascend. Note: this is a forbidden technique. Once used, it will surely backfire, bringing misfortune. The longer it is used, the more one's cultivation will stagnate, and the absorbed spiritual energy will return to the heavens and earth, if one cannot replenish it. Death is inevitable. Is this the heavenly 9 steps? Lu Qian's expression turns to one of astonishment, staring blankly at the description of the heavenly 9 steps within the villain simulator. A celestial secret repository. A single step to the heavens, treading 9 steps to transcend mortals to become immortal. What a domineering effect. Theoretically, a mortal who acquires the heavenly 9 steps could, by merely taking 9 steps, break through 9 realms in an instant, swiftly ascending to the realm of the true celestial. However, the limitations therein are exceedingly formidable. Firstly, to attain such terrifying power, one must sacrifice their own lifespan, seizing the energy of heaven and earth to acquire a ladder to ascend to the heavens. The initial step forward is an appalling figure, which subsequently doubles in intensity. An ordinary mortal would likely perish before even taking 2 steps. Only cultivators with a lengthy lifespan possess the potential to endure such a toll. Yet, the more dire consequence lies in the fact that once this power is invoked, it will rebound, ensnaring the user in misfortune. Moreover, the longer the duration of use, the practitioner's cultivation will stagnate, trapped at a singular realm. With all cultivated energy reverting to the cosmos until the borrowed energy is repaid, is this truly the 9 steps to ascend, not a heavenly loan, to obtain spiritual energy and cultivation at the expense of one's life, only to have to repay it, and if unable to do so, face death? Lu Qian's lips twitched, his expression one of disbelief. This seemed vastly different from his expectations. The cost appears exorbitant. It is imperative to note that the greatest effect of his villain simulator, aside from foreseeing the future and recognizing opportunities, is to facilitate rapid strength enhancement. However, should he utilize the 9 steps to ascend, he would be confined to the same realm until the borrowed energy is returned. Is this not a deadlock? The more one borrows, the more one should abandon hope of further advancement in this lifetime. Furthermore, based on the accumulation of borrowed energy, one might gradually be crushed, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of heaven and earth. Indeed, the gifts of fate come with a price that has long been marked. Those suddenly surging powers do not come without cost. Yet, there are benefits. At least, the explosive power in critical moments could be a lifesaver. However, one must refrain from using it lightly unless faced with dire circumstances. In this moment, Lu Qian comprehended why Yi Chen always exhibited sudden bursts of power for mere seconds during previous simulations, only to cease thereafter. Having clarified the mechanism of the 9 steps to ascend, you find yourself momentarily speechless. It seems to be a life-draining secret technique. Currently, taking a single step from the 4th realm of divine powers to the 5th realm of mountains and rivers requires the payment of 1 second for every year of lifespan. If the 6th realm of transcendence requires 1 second for every 10 years of lifespan, then the 7th realm demands 1 second for every 100 years of lifespan. The lifespan of a divine powers realm cultivator is 300 years, which means that if you were to take 3 steps to reach the holy realm, you could only sustain 3 seconds before succumbing to old age. What a 9 steps to ascend! It seems that before even completing 9 steps, one would ascend to the heavens. Is this truly meant for practice? You feel an urge to curse, yet you forcibly suppress it. After all, what you need most at this moment is power. The existence of the 9 steps to ascend undoubtedly allows you to acquire formidable strength at an unprecedented speed, albeit only temporarily. Moreover, since you are in a simulation, death poses no real threat. As long as your true self remains unharmed, you begin to delve into the details of the 9 steps to ascend in your mind, only to discover that the content is somewhat incomplete, merely documenting up to the 7th step of entering the holy realm. The final 2 steps, leading to the celestial and true immortal realms, are conspicuously absent. Could it be that the complete version resides with Yi Chen? You suddenly realize that the version of the 9 steps to ascend you possess is flawed, lacking the final 2 steps, which may have been taken by Yi Chen. After all, the first individual to encounter the complete 9 steps to ascend is Yi Chen, the fated protagonist, while you appeared later to seize it. To acquire the complete 9 steps to ascend, you must obtain it from him. For now, the best course of action is to master the first 7 steps of the 9 steps to ascend. Otherwise, after a brief contemplation, you decide to cultivate the 9 steps to ascend, aiming to grasp this trump card as soon as possible. You set up talismans around you for protection and early warning, then approach the shattered statue, sitting cross-legged to begin your cultivation. Chapter 45. Mastering the 9 steps to ascend, annihilating the transcendence. Your current realm is the 4th realm of divine powers. The first 4 steps of the 9 steps to ascend present you with virtually no obstacles, taking less than 2 days to complete your training. Half a month later, you successfully cultivate the 5th step, and a unique mountain and river talisman materializes in your mind. Whenever you wish, you can burn your lifespan to draw power from the talisman of heaven and earth, stepping into the 5th realm of mountains and rivers. 1.5 months later, you successfully cultivate the 6th step, And another new talisman of transcendence forms in your mind. By burning your lifespan, you can enter the 6th realm of transcendence. 3 months later, you successfully cultivate the 7th step, and a spirit of entry talisman condenses in your mind. By burning your lifespan, you can step into the 7th realm of entry. At this point, you have thoroughly mastered the first 7 steps of the 9 steps to ascend, able to unleash the power of the holy realm at any moment. Possessing a formidable trump card. Finally, it is in your grasp, having obtained the 9 steps to ascend. Even though it is not complete, merely flawed, you have at least preserved your foundation. Observing the smooth progress, Lu Qian cannot help but clench his fist, internally praising himself. Acquiring the 9 steps to ascend grants him the initial capital to triumph over the strong and battle beyond his current limits. At the very least, he would not easily find himself cornered by transcendent or holy realms, in this moment of excitement. However, Lu Qian fails to notice the subtle wave of unique, spiritual energy emanating within the room. These emotional fluctuations of spiritual energy, upon nearing him, have little effect due to Lu Qian's elation and excitement, which have obscured certain desires. On the carpet, Lu Ruyue slightly turns, blinking her eyes open, peering in confusion. What is happening? Now, unless a celestial-level expert intervenes, no one in the entire Magic City poses a threat to me. As for the final step of the 9 steps to ascend, it must be obtained from Yichon. Having mastered the 9 steps to ascend, your mood is greatly elevated. You feel a sense of boundless freedom, and even the shadows lurking in your heart dissipate significantly. Since you have successfully secured the 9 steps to ascend, your primary objective accomplished, you prepare to depart. However, before leaving, you thoroughly search the ruins. Among them, the shattered statue holding the parchment is your primary target. Since this place harbors the 9 steps to ascend, a relic capable of elevating one from the mundane to the immortal, it is likely the remnants of some celestial being, and there may be other gifts to discover. During the last villain simulation, Yichen wielded a crimson blade, which he used to slay Zhao Kuan. At that time, I sensed its extraordinary nature, likely also originating from this secret realm. You suspect that the crimson blade might also be located within the ruins? Yet despite your efforts, you have not been able to find it. Ultimately, you cast a dubious gaze upon the incomplete statue before you, suspecting it may conceal something. Vast and dominant dragon fist. Fire dragon talisman. You unleash a terrifying assault, striking the incomplete statue, yet to no avail. The statue remains unscathed. Realizing that the statue's resilience is beyond your current capabilities to breach, you ultimately choose to forego this endeavor. You exit the ruins, making your way toward the exit of the secret realm, preparing to return to the Magic City to assess the current situation. Though the secret realm is splendid, with spiritual energy tenfold that of the outside world, it is a natural prison. Once discovered by the forces behind the scenes, it would spell certain doom. In the last villain simulation, you survived for half a year within the secret realm, only to be found and ultimately slain without escape. You cannot help but wonder how the outside world fares now. Has Su Ming's guise as a substitute been uncovered? As you travel, a sudden chill washes over you. Boom! A massive, icy hand descends from the heavens, reaching for your head. I did not expect to encounter a talisman master during this secret realm expedition. Just what my Li family needs, a talisman master's inheritance. Accompanied by a sinister laugh, an elderly figure in a long robe, appearing somewhat upright, materializes, a devious smile etched upon his face. He emanates a chilling and terrifying transcendent aura, evoking the image of a venomous serpent. This is unmistakably a powerful individual at the 5th stage of transcendence. The transcendent realm is divided into 9 stages. This realm allows one to condense the essence of martial or mystical arts, significantly augmenting the effects of their techniques. A member of the Li family. What a coincidence. You immediately recognize the individual as the grand elder of the Li family, the younger brother of the family patriarch. A glimmer of cold light flashing in your eyes. The mysterious secret realm has appeared in the waters of Magic City. As the local aristocrats, how could the 4 major families remain indifferent? They would undoubtedly send individuals to investigate. Clearly, the individual before you views you as prey, seeking to seize the inheritance of the talisman master that you possess. If it were in the past, Facing a transcendent being with a disparity of two major realms, there would be no chance to retaliate, and one could only rely on the life-saving blood escape talisman to flee. Yet now, you have no intention of running. Instead, you plan to test the might of the 9 steps to heaven. If you desire Han's legacy, you must possess the means to claim it. Your gaze turns icy, and rather than retreating, you advance, activating the transcendent talisman of mountains and rivers deep within your soul, burning 20 years of your lifespan, and step forth twice in an instant. Your aura surges explosively. Divine realm, mountain and river realm, transcendent realm. In a fleeting moment, you transform into a transcendent powerhouse, condensing the essence of flames, your will manifesting as symbols, summoning 5 enhanced versions of the Fire Dragon Talisman. You unleash a palm strike, the voice chilling. The 5 Dragon Fire Talisman Array. Roar, 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 roar. 5 terrifying fire dragons, each towering dozens of feet, materialize from thin air, emitting a fierce roar, radiating a terrifying dragon might, brimming with spiritual energy, resembling genuine dragons, tearing apart the cold, dark hand, and charging towards the Grand Elder of the Li family. Bolstered by the essence of your intent, these fire dragons are tenfold, if not more. Stronger than before. This is impossible. How could you? No. In an instant, the Grand Elder of the Li family is devoured by the 5 terrifying fire dragons, reduced to ashes, obliterated on the spot. Chapter 46. Leaving the Secret Realm. Trouble in the magic capital. Boom! The Grand Elder of the Li family, engulfed by the 5 fire dragons, is instantly reduced to nothingness. He likely never anticipated meeting such a monstrous anomaly. Snap! Amidst the ashes, the Grand Elder's storage bag is seized by a fire dragon and delivered into your hands. This move, 20 years of lifespan. Can you withstand it? You grasp the storage bag, gazing at the dismembered remains of the Grand Elder. Your expression calm as a still pond, yet the excitement within you is hard to contain. In this moment, you finally comprehend what it means to have an extraordinary advantage. No wonder during the previous simulations, the destined protagonist Yi Chen acted like a reckless fool, willing to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. This feeling is truly exhilarating. The only drawback is the cost is rather steep. Your aura begins to plummet from the transcendent realm, reverting back to the divine realm. An inexplicable wave of weakness surges through you. At this moment, you sense a significant decline in your vitality, leaving you feeling somewhat disoriented. The battle just now lasted a mere second. Though brief, it consumed 20 years of my lifespan. The spiritual energy borrowed from the heavens requires a month of continuous cultivation to repay. In this instant, you clearly realize you are exchanging your life for power. However, trading 20 years of lifespan and a month of heavenly debt to claim the life of a transcendent powerhouse does seem worthwhile. Let me see what treasures a transcendent being possesses. You open the storage bag, instantly greeted by a dazzling array of treasures and elixirs, including a 6th-tier royal artifact resembling a crescent moon hook. Suddenly, your gaze is drawn to a floating black and white taiji-shaped elixir in the corner, and an expression of excitement crosses your face. This is the Yin Yang Wujiden. The Yin Yang Wujiden is a 5th-tier elixir lost since ancient times, containing the dual energies of Yin and Yang, capable of aiding one in achieving a perfect breakthrough to the 5th realm of mountains and rivers. It seems this elixir was obtained by the Grand Elder of the Li family from the secret realm, and now it fortuitously falls into your hands. However, you are currently under the heavenly debt, unable to advance your cultivation for a month. Consuming it directly would be futile and wasteful. It is best to wait until after a month to take it. Rumble! At this moment, a violent tremor erupts. The entrance to the secret realm begins to constrict, evidently on the verge of closing. Not good. The secret realm is about to close. Your expression shifts, hastily stowing away the storage bag and fleeing toward the exit. You certainly do not wish to be trapped inside. Hurry, this secret realm is closing. Who knows how long it will be before it opens again? There have been instances of individuals being trapped in the secret realm for over a century, only to emerge as mere skeletons when it reopened. Damn it, just one step away, and I could have obtained that spiritual artifact. At this moment, you are not alone in this thought. Many others within the secret realm are also rushing toward the exit. Yet, there are still some blinded by greed, unwilling to leave easily. still intent on fighting for opportunities, boom. At the last moment before the secret realm closes, you successfully escape, emerging above the seas of the magic capital. The entrance of the secret realm vanishes without a trace after sealing shut. First, I must return to the Century Hotel and see what transpired over the past 3 months. Upon your return, under the guise of Hanli, you head back to the Century Hotel, but when you arrive at your destination, you are instantly left dumbfounded. What should have been a grand and majestic Century Hotel has been reduced to a heap of ruins. As if it has suffered a devastating blow, a sense of foreboding washes over you. Something has gone awry. In this moment, you feel danger inching closer, as if the mastermind behind the scenes has struck again. They actually dared to make a move and, despite the heavy protections of Lu Zhong and the security department, utterly obliterated the entire Century Hotel. Liu Qian's expression turns grave point. One can only imagine the intensity of the battle that ensued, likely causing quite a commotion. Moreover, since the enemy dared to act, they must have considerable confidence in dismantling the entirety of the defensive forces present at that time. Could it be that an ancient being of the celestial realm has intervened? Realizing the gravity of the situation, you do not approach the hotel reduced to ruins, instead turning to walk away as if you were merely a passerby. This moment, outside the Century Hotel, a few onlookers are also gathered, discussing amongst themselves, including several cultivators. Did you not see? A week ago at night, a fierce battle erupted near the Century Hotel. It was a fierce clash, that time. Numerous black-clad assassins charged toward the Century Hotel, their target being the prominent figures within that night. A significant figure from the Lu family mysteriously disappeared, suspected to have been captured, while his protector suffered severe injuries. And even Deputy Director Qi Wei came perilously close to losing his life. Ultimately, it was the late-arriving director and the elders of several major families in the magic capital who managed to scare off those assassins. Listening to the murmurs around you, your heart sinks to the depths, and you can hardly imagine the terrifying ferocity of the battle that transpired. The seemingly impregnable defenses of the Century Hotel were nearly breached. And even Su Ming, who was acting as a decoy, was captured as for the late-arriving director and the elders of the major families scaring off the assassins. That might just be a way of saving face. Clearly, the attacking assassins must have instilled fear into those present. That Lu family heir had only been at the Century Hotel for 2 days when such an incident occurred. Who knows how the Lu family in the imperial capital will react? Someone muses. An incident occurred just 2 days after check-in. This happened 7 days ago. The timeline does not align. Your expression shifts as you take out your phone to check the date, September 21st, 2026. This date indicates that only 9 days have passed since you entered the secret realm, yet you had clearly spent 3 months within. Could it be that the flow of time in that mysterious secret realm is different? At a rate of 10:1 compared to the real world. No wonder during previous simulations, Yichen merely disappeared for a few days, and upon his return, he had mastered the 9 steps to heaven. It turns out that 10 days in that mysterious secret realm equates to just 1 day in the real world. Chapter 47. Mysterious Visitor. Decoy captured. It seems that the Century Hotel is not as secure as it appeared. Liu Qian's expression darkens upon witnessing this scene. He had thought that being surrounded by layers of protection would significantly enhance safety, but reality has delivered a harsh blow. Once again, something has gone awry. He realizes that the reason for the situation depicted in the simulator is likely due to his own arrangements being too effective, excessively so. Moreover, with the elder of the Li family severely injured, the shadow assassins found it difficult to act, resulting in the mission being stalled. This ultimately attracted the frenzied retaliation of the mastermind, who, disregarding everything, summoned numerous powerful beings, shattering the Century Hotel and capturing Su Ming, mistaking him for him. Despite being stunned by the peculiar time flow of the mysterious secret realm, your primary concern now is the current situation. What has become of Lu Zhong and the others? In just 9 days, you left the magic capital for the secret realm, only to discover that so much has transpired, and you were fortunate to escape unscathed. If you had not departed from the bustling metropolis in recent days, it is likely that a week ago you would have been abducted, and the outcome would surely not have been favorable. There exists a strong possibility that the simulation could have concluded prematurely. In this moment, you find yourself silently grateful that when you left, you did not disclose your whereabouts to Lu Zhong and the others. Otherwise, you might have fallen prey to a trap, hunted down in the secret realm. Outside the ruins of the Century Hotel, there lurk some shadowy figures, seemingly in search of something. Your gaze discreetly scans the surroundings, and you discern some suspicious silhouettes lingering near the Century Hotel. Keeping a watchful eye on those who approached, at this juncture, the casual passers-by, as well as those nearing the hotel, have drawn their attention and are stealthily closing in. Could these individuals be agents of the shadowy mastermind? Strategically placed here to ensnare you, the elusive fish that slipped through their net. You speculate that after Su Ming's capture, his fate is likely grim, as the hidden power behind this operation would undoubtedly leave no stone unturned in their quest to locate you. Disguised as an innocent bystander, you have successfully diverted their attention, utilizing your unseen red talent. You find yourself in a secluded alleyway at a street corner, retrieving the communication device of the Lu family and sending several messages in hopes of contacting Lu Zhong. Yet, you receive no reply. A heaviness sinks into your heart as you realize that Lu Zhong may be in trouble. The situation does not bode well. You immediately decide to reach out to your elder brother. Far away in the imperial capital, seeking assistance, but curiously, there is still no response. It seems not only is there turmoil in the metropolis, but also in the imperial capital. Or perhaps someone has intervened. Severing my bloodline communications, your expression darkens, and your fists clench involuntarily. Normally, your elder brother Lu Shou would respond promptly upon receiving a message from the imperial capital. Yet this situation clearly indicates that something extraordinary has transpired within the Lu family there. At present, the urgent matter is to locate Qi Wei, the person involved, to ascertain the situation, as the other two individuals have mysteriously vanished, leaving only him alive. Soon, you resolve to seek out Qi Wei, the deputy director, who resides in a villa within the Longting district of the metropolis. Through the idle chatter of passers-by, you learn that after being injured, Lu Qian and Qi Wei have not returned to the office, opting instead to recuperate at home. Utilizing the Thousand Shadow magic, you alter your appearance, don the fog ghost cloak, and wear a mask, proceeding to investigate the villa area. After confirming that there are no ambushes, you silently infiltrate Qi Wei's residence, discovering that apart from him, there is only an elderly servant present. At this moment, Qi Wei lies in bed, his aura unstable, and his pallor suggests that his injuries have yet to heal. Suddenly, he senses your presence, opening his eyes and fixing a penetrating gaze upon you, cloaked in your mask. Yet, the next moment, instead of remaining on high alert, he seems momentarily stunned upon recognizing the cloak you wear, which he identifies as the one gifted by the Zhao family's elder just days prior. It is I. You remove your mask before Qi Wei, revealing your identity. Liu Xiao, how is it you? Were you not captured? Wait, you are an imposter. Qi Wei's initial excitement quickly turns into suspicion. The one captured at the Century Hotel was my double. You recount the events leading to the secret realm while omitting certain details, subsequently producing the token of the Lu family disciples to authenticate your identity. Ah, I see. No wonder when I encountered Liu Xiao the next day, I sensed something was amiss. Qi Wei's expression shifts to understanding, clearly convinced by your explanation as vigilance fades from his face. Director Qi, let us dispense with idle chatter. I wish to know what transpired a few days ago. You eagerly seek clarity on the recent events. Liu Xiao, 1 week ago, a peculiar incident occurred at the port of the metropolis, where foreign entities attacked ordinary citizens. The Metropolitan General Administration unexpectedly issued orders, and most of my personnel were reassigned. Just as my people departed, chaos ensued, as relentless assassins emerged, including 2 from the Saint Realm. Qi Wei continues. The Century Hotel was thrown into disarray, and we were caught off guard, retreating in disarray. It was then that Yi Qian appeared, declaring that Lu Qian was his target, ordering everyone else to leave, and confronting those assassins, even defeating one from the Saint Realm. Listening to Qi Wei's account, your expression turns peculiar. It is unexpected that at such a critical juncture, Yi Qian, the destined protagonist, would intervene to turn the tide. Indeed, the power of vengeance is formidable. The grudge of a severed arm, the hatred of a stolen wife. Yi Qian harbors a deep-rooted enmity, unwilling to permit Lu Qian's demise at the hands of others. Yet, just as the assassins were on the verge of defeat, a cloaked figure appeared. With a single strike, he obliterated the Century Hotel. Qi Wei collects himself and elaborates further. At that moment, Lu Zhong merely caught a glimpse of him upon hearing these words. Qi Wei was momentarily engulfed in silence, and after a considerable pause, he slowly remarked, The reason for my grievous injuries this time is due to the Jade Rui from the Li family. That royal artifact unexpectedly exploded at a critical moment. Listening to Qi Wei's fragmented discourse, you felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing with astonishment that your earlier conjecture had indeed been accurate. The Jade Rui sent by the Li family was genuinely problematic. Previously, in a bid to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, you had casually sent the Jade Rui away, never anticipating that it would ultimately lead to Qi Wei's misfortune. However, in your second life, you had evidently mastered the art of manipulation. The Li family possesses great audacity. Rest assured, Qi Wei, I shall certainly seek retribution for you. Having suffered such a significant loss, it would be unthinkable for the Lu family to let this matter rest, Qi Wei. I do not fear to disclose that I have come to the Demon City bearing a unique mandate from my family. The specifics, however, I cannot divulge. Yet, you had already established contact with your family, and in the coming days, formidable members would arrive in the Demon City to settle accounts with these miscreants. Although you had ostensibly severed ties with the Lu family at this moment, you exhibited no signs of distress, exuding confidence instead. You understood human nature all too well. Qi Wei's unwavering loyalty and obedience were largely attributed to the formidable backing of the Lu family behind you. Were he to discover any turmoil affecting this support, human nature is the most unpredictable of gambles. Once the elders of your family arrived, the Demon City would surely experience tumultuous upheaval, and at that juncture, Qi Wei, you, as the deputy director, would also be able to take action. Deputy director? That sounds rather displeasing. Let us refer to you as director. In the midst of your jest, you effortlessly painted a grand vision, instantly igniting Qi Wei's excitement. Young Master Lu, you have bestowed upon me an immense surprise. Rest assured, I, Qi Wei, shall henceforth follow your lead unconditionally. By the way, young Master Lu, before the incident, Elder Lu entrusted me with a sealed letter, instructing that it must be delivered to you should anything happen to him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Qi Wei seemed to recall something and produced a sealed letter. You refrained from taking it, instead regarding Qi Wei with a meaningful gaze, imbued with significance. You were acutely aware that had you not hastily conjured a grand vision and made certain promises, he would likely not have readily presented this letter, perhaps feeling uncomfortable under your scrutiny. Qi Wei could not help but lower his head. I understand. It shall not happen again. You did not express anger, maintaining a calm demeanor. People invariably harbor selfish motives. Such behavior is understandable. Moreover, despite Qi Wei currently being sidelined, he evidently still had his own loyalists lurking within the headquarters of the Demon City, capable of gathering intelligence, which remained beneficial to you. A gentle admonition would suffice. Arrange a room for me. Of course, young Master Lu. You entered the room that Qi Wei had prepared for you, and began to examine the letter left by Lu Zhong. The letter was sealed using the Lu family's unique method. Without the requisite expertise, any forceful attempt to open it would trigger a mechanism that would incinerate its contents. Once you were assured that Qi Wei had not tampered with the letter, you proceeded to open it, eager to discern the mystery behind Lu Zhong's decision to leave you a letter. Swish, the letter unfurled. Young Master Lu, by the time you read this letter, I fear I may already be dead. Chapter 49. Lu Zhong's Last Will, a message from the Lu family. Young Master Lu, by the time you read this letter, I fear I may already be dead. The fact that Qi Wei was able to hand over this letter to you attests to his temporary trustworthiness. Yet human hearts are inscrutable. One must exercise caution. Although I am uncertain whether the mission you mentioned is genuine or not, at this moment, it is of little consequence. Young Master Lu, I have something of great importance to share with you. In your haste to depart, you were unaware that Su Meng had something he wished to communicate with you. Ultimately, he had no choice but to relay it through me. Su Meng expressed that, as a substitute, he might soon encounter peril, and he has a younger sister whom he hopes I can arrange protection for. I have given my word. I discreetly made my way to Su Meng's residence, intending to take Su Mei away, only to unexpectedly discover that this little girl possessed the legendary Cursed Eye. The Cursed Eye, one of the 10 divine eyes, is a rare and peculiar constitution that can curse and slay formidable beings across realms. Each time a curse is cast, it incurs backlash, diminishing one's lifespan and risking the shattering of the eye. Young Master Lu, this little girl's bloodline is extraordinary. The Cursed Eye has awakened. Her ancestry must belong to some formidable and bizarre race. Once activated, even a celestial realm expert could fall victim if they are not vigilant. The cursed Eye of Su may possess such terrifying capabilities, capable of ensnaring even celestial realm experts. Lu Qian gazed at the letter within the simulator. Taken aback, at this moment, he suddenly recalled that during the last simulation, the esteemed ghost doctor had exhibited trepidation towards her eyes and had acted swiftly to pluck them from her sockets. It stood to reason that the ghost doctor had perceived Su Mei as a potential threat. Otherwise, with that old man's arrogant demeanor, why would he have been so hasty? During this simulation, Lu Qian had been singularly focused on the path to transcendence and had inadvertently overlooked Su Mei, the hidden protagonist of destiny. Conversely, it was Lu Zhong who had remained vigilant. After all, even the most astute individuals are prone to occasional oversights. He is human, not divine. With this realization, Lu Qian continued to read on. Young Master Lu, I have successfully concealed her. This serves as a trump card for you and the family, one that will undoubtedly prove invaluable in critical moments. The offensive from outside was drawing near, and I sensed a formidable celestial pressure. A celestial being was likely approaching, and I feared I might not survive the night. To safeguard this secret, I shall erase all memories pertaining to Su Mei from my mind, as well as handle Su Ming's memories accordingly. Even if we are captured and subjected to soul-searching, these matters shall not be divulged. Young Master Lu, the old master named me with the character Zhong and bestowed upon me the Lu surname. I shall never forget this in my lifetime. For the family, for you, I have prepared myself for the ultimate sacrifice. No matter what, do not attempt to rescue me. Live well. Lu Zhong's final words. Swish, once you finished reading the letter, it spontaneously ignited, turning to ash. You were engulfed in a profound silence, standing still, rendered speechless for an extended period as Lu Zhong's words echoed in your mind. At this moment, you could likely fathom the despairing predicament that Lu Zhong had faced. Yet, even so, he had exerted every effort, sacrificing his life to leave you a trump card, a card that could contend against celestial realm beings. Lu Zhong truly embodied the essence of loyalty. Despite knowing that you were ensconced within a simulation, surrounded by mere simulated entities, how could you remain unmoved in the face of such vivid and self-aware beings? Yet, your silence was but a fleeting moment. You resolved to ensure your survival. You decided to proceed to the secret location left by Lu Zhong and locate Su Mei. Based on the information Lu Zhong had provided, he had hidden Su Mei in an abandoned warehouse. Ding! Just as you were about to take action, a sudden urgent sound pierced through the air. Within your storage pouch, the bloodline communicator of the Lu family resonated. Clearly, after a prolonged silence, someone from the Lu family had sent you a response. You hastily retrieved it and checked the message. Discovering it was from your elder brother, Lu Shou. Lu Shou, do not return to the Imperial City. Head south to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Once you enter the mountains, pass the barriers, pay your respects at the temple, and enter the river. Someone will protect you. Witnessing this cryptic response, your expression shifted dramatically. For your elder brother to urgently instruct you to flee in such a manner, it was evident that grave matters had arisen in the Imperial City. The current predicament of the Lu family must be exceedingly dire. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such an anxious tone. However, what could it possibly mean to head south, to the 10,000 Great Mountains? To enter the mountains, pass the barriers, worship at the temple, and then enter the river, where someone would ensure your safety. If the Lu family could not protect themselves, could there be another force capable of providing protection? A power greater than the Lu family? In your recollection, your elder brother had always been a composed individual, maintaining a demeanor of calm even in the face of significant events. Previously, no matter the trouble you had stirred in the Imperial City, he had always intervened to smooth things over for you. Even when you had taken down 2 of the Gu family's young masters, he merely dismissed it as a minor issue, assuring you it would be handled. Yet now, he was exhibiting such urgency, suggesting that the situation had escalated to an alarming degree. At this moment, a multitude of questions surged within your mind, leaving you feeling overwhelmed. It seemed as though everything was spiraling in an unpredictable direction. In that instant, all your plans were utterly disrupted. Brother, what on earth has transpired in the capital? How are you faring? What of the Lu family? You hastily attempted to send a message, yearning for further information. At that moment, you dared not use electronic devices to contact your family, for they were equipped with location tracking. leaving little room for secrecy and rendering them vulnerable to eavesdropping and pinpointing. The prominent families typically employed their own unique channels. Yet, this time, no response was forthcoming. After what felt like an eternity, the bloodline communicator in your hand finally stirred once more. A wave of joy surged through you. But as you peered at the contents within, your pupils contracted and a chill ran down your spine. Oh, you show. Ha ha ha, second brother, all is well. It has been a long time since we last met. I was merely jesting with you. The matters here in the capital have been resolved, and you may return. The family has missed you dearly. Chapter 50. A threat from the hidden mastermind. Something has happened to brother. Gazing at the contradictory dialogue from your elder sibling, a sense of unease enveloped you. Realizing that Lu Shou might have encountered peril. You knew your brother's character all too well. He was assertive and forthright. Not one to make light of serious matters, especially not with frightful jests. More importantly, he would never refer to you as second brother, always calling you a Qian. You understood clearly that the voice conversing with you was not your brother but the true mastermind lurking behind the scenes. Clearly, the other party was oblivious to the peculiar nature of Lu family's internal communications, where each message vanished upon being read, thus making it impossible to ascertain what your brother had just conveyed. Were they attempting to deceive you into returning through a guise? Did they truly believe you to be an inexperienced fool? Perhaps sensing your prolonged silence, they sent another message, shedding any pretense, laden with threats. Boy, obediently return to the capital, or else all the members of the Lu family shall perish. Foolish. Without a moment's hesitation, you shot back a reply and then crushed the bloodline communicator in your hand, igniting it with symbolic fire to sever any possibility of being traced. You were no fool. With the Lu family in turmoil, returning would be tantamount to walking into death. Remaining outside offered a chance for survival and vengeance. With the Lu family in chaos and your brother seemingly harmed, could it be that the hidden mastermind within the Dixiao royal family had struck? No, staying in Emo City was no longer an option. All prior plans were scrapped, and you resolved to leave Emo City first. Initially, you intended to linger in Emo City, playing the game of drawing the tiger out from its den, enticing the mysterious celestial figure Lu Ruyue and the forces behind him to emerge. Leveraging any available power to confront the hidden mastermind in Emo City, retaliating fiercely and delivering a painful blow. Additionally, you sought to seize the complete Tianji 9 steps and acquire some cultivation resources to prepare for what lay ahead. However, it appeared that fleeing was the wisest course of action. Despite being unafraid of death in this simulation, one must die with some semblance of value. More crucially, you yearned to unveil who it was that your brother Lu Shou spoke of, the one who could ensure your survival after descending south. Presently, the situation seemed increasingly intricate, with some seeking to kill, others to protect, and yet others wishing neither death nor protection, merely coveting what lay within your grasp. Lu Qian's gaze remained calm as he observed the shifting dynamics within the simulator, gaining a clearer understanding of his predicament. The hidden mastermind from the Dixiao royal family, along with the antagonistic Gu family, harbored malicious intent towards him, aiming to eliminate him and seize the supreme emperor bone he possessed. Yet, within the Dixiao Lu family, certain concealed forces sought to safeguard him, and the mere fact that he had survived thus far was undoubtedly due to their clandestine protection. Furthermore, Lu Ruyue, the mysterious celestial individual associated with the neutral faction, appeared to have knowledge of everything, perhaps even the truth behind the unfolding events. He might glean valuable insights from her, but it was still far too perilous. Moreover, she would not easily divulge her knowledge. A single misstep could trigger a chain reaction, disrupting everything. Even more pressing was the fact that he currently lacked the requisite strength for negotiation. Were he to possess the power of a celestial being in reality, he could effortlessly capture Lu Ruyue and interrogate her thoroughly. Perhaps sensing the intensity of his gaze, Lu Ruyue, who had been peacefully slumbering, suddenly stirred, her body twitching as she opened her eyes in confusion. Meeting Lu Qian's gaze, yet, in that moment, Lu Qian had already averted his eyes, adopting a demeanor of indifference. After a prolonged silence, perhaps unable to grasp the situation or simply fatigued, Lu Ruyue yawned, turned over, and resumed her slumber. From the current circumstances, it appeared that within the three factions, the neutral party represented by Lu Ruyue was the weakest. They dared not offend the hidden mastermind seeking to eliminate him. Nor could they antagonize the mysterious forces wishing to protect him, hence they refrained from acting against him. This raised the question. Was a mere scion of the Lu family truly worthy of contention among such powerful factions? Lu Qian's gaze fell upon the supreme emperor bone within him, and a vague hypothesis began to form in his mind. Time was of the essence. He once again transformed into the visage of the pallid Han Li and departed from Qi Wei's abode, making his way towards an abandoned warehouse concealed near Emo City University. Fortunately, the journey was smooth, and he soon arrived at the warehouse, where he discovered the white-eyed Su Mei hidden within. Upon discovering her, Su Mei was struggling to open a snack package, consuming the contents. "Su Mei, I am a friend of your brother Su Ming, here to take you away," you began to explain, formulating a reason. However, before you could finish, you were interrupted by Su Mei. "My brother is dead?" Her tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any sorrow. This sudden reaction took you by surprise. "My brother once told me that if one day someone unexpectedly arrived to take me away, I should follow them, for he might have already perished." Su Mei, with her snow-white eyes fixed upon you, spoke steadily. "Though I am blind, I can sense your brother's aura upon you, and you bear no ill will towards me. I will go with you." Chapter 51. A frantic layout, luring the snake from its hole. "My brother is dead as a blind girl. I cannot survive long on my own. By following you, I may live and have a chance to avenge my brother." Su Mei's voice was tranquil, as if she were speaking of a stranger rather than herself. Observing the composed demeanor of Su Mei, you recognized the formidable and terrifying resolve within the young woman. Though she was visually impaired, her courage and insight surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Evidently, during the previous simulation as the antagonist, when you disguised yourself as Su Ming, the adversary had clearly seen through it yet chose not to expose you, instead cooperating fully. In fact, even after being abducted by the ghostly healer, she had proactively provided you with hints to escape. "I carry my share of troubles as well. Following me may not guarantee your safety." You chose to be forthright, opting for honesty. Given that Emo City was no longer secure, the journey to escape would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, and there was a possibility of being pursued. You briefly outlined your own predicament, revealing your true name, Lu Qian. "Lu brother, could you tell Mayor who was responsible for my brother's death?" To your astonishment, Su Mei did not dwell on the dangers, but instead posed this query. "If fortune smiles upon us, we may encounter him along the way," you replied cryptically. "The mysterious celestial Lu Ruyue, the cloaked figure, the Emo City chief, the Li family, Yichun. Various factions now had their eyes on you. It seemed that the path to escape Emo City was already ensnared in a web of traps, and to leave would likely entail a fierce struggle. This was precisely why you were adamant about taking Su Mei with you. You needed a trump card against the celestial beings. After a brief exchange, Su Mei agreed to accompany you. However, lacking any cultivation and being blind, she found it quite challenging to keep pace with you, despite her determination. Consequently, you chose to carry her on your back as you made your way back to Qi Wei's residence. At this moment, you remained blissfully unaware that Su Mei, seemingly calm on the surface, betrayed her inner turmoil through a faint blush that colored her cheeks. After all, she was merely an 18-year-old girl who had never engaged in any intimate actions with the opposite sex throughout her life. You instructed Qi Wei to arrange for the swiftest departure from the Magic City, setting sail southward towards the 10,000 Great Mountains on a luxury cruise liner. Upon your arrival at Qi Wei's home, you requested his assistance through special channels to ensure your and Su Mei's safe exit. As the deputy director of the Magic City, Qi Wei, despite being somewhat marginalized, still had a considerable network of loyal subordinates and connections at his disposal. "Very well, Mr. Lu," Qi Wei replied, though he was puzzled by your desire to leave. Nonetheless, he dared not oppose you, especially since the downfall of the Lu family had yet to leak from the imperial capital. Simultaneously, you inquired about Lu Ruyu, learning that she had mysteriously vanished a week prior during an attack at the Century Hotel. You realized that this enigmatic figure was also retreating from the light into the shadows, potentially monitoring your every move from nearby. Since departing from the mysterious realm, you had been plagued by an inexplicable sense of being watched. You could sense that the entire Magic City was on the brink of upheaval, as various factions had begun to view you as prey, preparing to close in on you. What these individuals did not realize was that after establishing contact with your elder brother Lu Shou, discovering the troubles plaguing the Lu family, and facing threats from the mastermind behind it all, You had been harboring a simmering anger within. Previously, when you had felt powerless to resist, fleeing had seemed a viable option. However, having now grasped the initial principles of the 9 steps to ascend the heavens and acquired some measure of power, being chased like a lost dog was unacceptable. Your prior strategies would have been in vain. Using the false identity of Hanli, you and Su Mei embarked on the luxury cruise liner southward under the pretense of being siblings, while you entrusted Qi Wei with one final task. Qi Wei, spread the word in the Magic City that Lu Ruyu is now in my custody. Hanli. You opted for the official route rather than the clandestine paths, seemingly intending to draw out the serpent from its lair and commence your counterattack. Lu Qian furrowed his brow as he observed his every move within the villain simulator, already suspecting certain developments. Ordinarily, if one were to flee the Magic City southward, navigating the chaotic underbelly of the black market would be the safest course. Yet, the version of himself in the simulator had instructed Qi Wei to arrange for the official Magic City cruise liner. Although Qi Wei wielded considerable influence, there loomed an even more powerful director above him. Xinzhong.at this sensitive juncture, Qi Wei, having recently allied himself with Lu Qian, had inexplicably arranged for a pair of siblings to depart, indicating that there was likely more than met the eye. Moreover, the deliberate dissemination of rumors suggested an intention to lure out a certain destined protagonist. This series of maneuvers clearly caught Lu Qian off guard. It seemed that all of this was perilously reckless. From a rational standpoint, the priority was to survive, uncover the truth, and attain greater strength. Yet, he had overlooked a crucial aspect. The version of himself within the villain simulator also possessed his own emotions. With the protector Lu Zhong captured, Su Ming possibly deceased, his elder brother Lu Zhong's fate uncertain, and the Lu family on the verge of collapse, he found himself relentlessly pursued, akin to a stray dog. Such a cascade of tribulations would ignite even the most tranquil of souls. How much more so for a living, breathing individual? To some extent, a wild gene resided deep within him. Lu Qian slowly closed his eyes, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a rebellious and frenzied expression. Given the circumstances, it was time to create a ruckus. If he did not inflict pain upon certain individuals, they would genuinely underestimate him. Let him witness whether the so-called celestial beings truly stood above all or whether they could indeed be vanquished. On board the luxury cruise liner, you and Su Mei disguised yourselves as siblings. Residing in a VIP room, rarely venturing out, remaining ensconced within. Soon enough, 2 days slipped by, during which you diligently crafted talismans within the confines of your room. Due to the celestial loan, you found yourself unable to progress in your cultivation for an entire month. Thus, you resolved to enhance your arsenal through external means. Unexpectedly, during this span, the external world remained eerily tranquil, with no signs of pursuit or ambush. The calm was almost surreal. However, as the luxury cruise liner approached the 10,000 Great Mountains, an unusual situation arose. Dear passengers, I am the captain of this cruise liner. Due to internal mechanical failures, we are unable to proceed, and this voyage will temporarily terminate at Linjiang City. The announcement incited a wave of dissatisfaction and outrage among the passengers, as they expressed their grievances vocally. Nevertheless, despite their outcries, the Magic City cruise liner continued its course towards the nearest Linjiang City, which still lay over 10,000 kilometers away from the 10,000 Great Mountains. Faced with this sudden upheaval, you, who had been hiding in the VIP room, exhibited no signs of surprise. Instead, you remained remarkably calm. As though you had foreseen this development, it appeared that the hidden forces had finally begun to act. Perhaps genuinely fearing your protective presence during the southward journey. The 2 days of inaction suggested they had been intimidated. Your casual mention to Lu Zhong had indeed borne unexpected fruit. How ironic fate could be. You murmured to yourself, aware that the mastermind was beginning to lose patience, yet you too were on the brink of action. You tucked away your talismans and turned to Su Mei, asking, "Are you afraid of the one who killed your brother?" Her snow-white eyes met yours unwaveringly. "Not afraid," ha ha ha, "Splendid. Come, let us go hunt." With a thud, the Magic City cruise liner docked. Amidst the discontented shouts of the passengers, you quietly disembarked, carrying Su Mei on your back. Not heading towards Linjiang City, but rather towards the outskirts. You traversed the rural woodlands, bearing a girl whose eyes appeared clouded, suggesting a vision impairment, as you ventured deeper into the secluded wilderness. A scene that undoubtedly seemed peculiar. "Old fellow, How about I make this your burial ground? You suddenly halted, addressing the air. Humph! Sharp-tongued little brat. Perhaps realizing it had been discovered, the cloaked figure lurking in the shadows finally revealed itself, with a swift motion. The figure removed its cloak, unveiling a shadowy, aged visage. It was none other than the ghostly physician, a third-tier celestial being. You little brat, though I know not who your contact in the Magic City is. I have sensed no presence for 2 consecutive days. Either this person is a mere figment of imagination, or they have departed. You needn't attempt to deceive me with the girl you carry. I have thoroughly investigated her background over these past few days. The ghostly physician's words dripped with severity, yet his gaze betrayed a hint of trepidation as he furtively scanned his surroundings. 7 days prior, after capturing Lu Zhong, he had probed his soul, uncovering certain truths. 9 days ago, the sudden disappearance of the Lu family brat had raised suspicions, and he had arranged for a decoy to meet with an unspeakable entity, rumored to be on par with the Lu family's elder ancestor, a terrifying powerhouse. The Lu family elder was at least a 7th-tier celestial being. To be on the same level as such a figure was unfathomable. This understanding had kept the ghostly physician on high alert, refraining from making any rash moves, opting instead to observe from the shadows, wary of the formidable presence. Only now, having detected no signs of that individual, did he surmise that the mysterious contact had likely departed, allowing him to finally reveal himself. Upon hearing the ghostly physician's words, your fists clenched involuntarily, a surge of murderous intent swelling within you. The so-called intermediary was merely something you had uttered offhandedly to deceive Lu Zhong. At present, the ghost doctor has become aware that Lu Zhong has evidently undergone a soul search. His fate is all too predictable. Ha ha ha, speaking boldly, then why don't you make a move? You scoff, wielding the non-existent intermediary to intimidate. Worthless eunuch. What did you say? The ghost doctor was instantly consumed by fury, as if struck at a vulnerable point, yearning to take your life. Yet, upon witnessing your unwavering confidence, he felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Could it be that the mysterious intermediary has been present all along? Otherwise, you could not possibly exude such audacity. At this moment, both astonished and enraged, the ghost doctor was utterly focused on you, entirely oblivious to the peculiarities of Su Mei, who was slung across your back. Unbeknownst to all, Su Mei's snow-white eyes appeared to be stained with a drop of ink, rapidly darkening, emanating an eerie aura of curse as she advanced toward the enigmatic master. And when the ghost doctor finally reacted, it was already too late. A terrifying curse of decay had suddenly befallen him. Ah, why has the 5 decays of heaven descended prematurely? The ghost doctor let out a harrowing scream, his body trembling, enveloped in swirling black mist, disregarding the protective barrier of the heavens, spreading throughout him. Under the guidance of the curse, the most feared calamity of the celestial realm, the 5 decays, was also invoked. The so-called 5 decays of heaven are tribulations that one must face at each ascension within the celestial realm. Only by overcoming them can one progress further, and by enduring through 9 trials, one can achieve the status of a true immortal on land. However, the 5 decays of heaven, formed from 5 calamities of decay, once failed to transcend, signifies only death. Previously, Lu Zhong had asserted that Su Mei's cursed gaze posed a threat to the celestial realm precisely because her curse could invoke the 5 decays of heaven. After cursing the ghost doctor, Su Mei's complexion turned ashen, her once raven hair losing much of its luster, appearing haggard, having paid a steep price. I will kill you all, the ghost doctor roared in fury. Who shall kill whom remains uncertain, you worthless eunuch? I have tolerated you for far too long. And a sudden burst. You affixed a talisman to Su Mei, casting it aside, and charged toward the enigmatic master alone. In the next moment, before the astonished gaze of the ghost doctor, your form abruptly vanished into thin air. You cannot see me. This red talent has activated. Step of Heaven 9. Activate. Boom. Realm of mountains and rivers. Boom. Extraordinary realm. Boom. Entry into the sacred realm. In an instant, you burned 100 years of lifespan, gaining terrifying strength that shattered 3 major realms. Supreme Mode. Activate. Your eyes were instantly shrouded in an icy, domineering authority. As if you were a true deity presiding over the mortal realm. Boom. You, with overwhelming divine might, appeared before the ghost doctor, unleashing a terrifying pressure, and behind you, a colossal fire talisman materialized, 900-foot fire dragons emerging from thin air. Roaring with a thunderous dragon's cry, charging forth, 9 dragons burning the heavens. Chapter 53. All cards revealed, slaying the celestial. The choice between living as a lifelong coward or briefly embodying a true man for 3 seconds is a most arduous dilemma. Yet now, you have made your choice. With a lifespan of 300 in the realm of divine powers, you are able to take the 7th step of the step of heaven 9, momentarily stepping into the sacred realm for 3 seconds. Under the enhancement of the supreme mode, your consciousness instantaneously ascended to a higher dimension, fully mastering the recently surged power of the sacred realm. Unleashing it perfectly. The purple talent of Talisman Dao Seed was also brought to its utmost potential, transforming the Fire Dragon technique, a 5th-tier talisman, into a new composite talisman, 9 dragons burning the heavens. The formidable power of this move has even reached a level that can threaten the celestial beings. Roaring, the Ghost Doctor's celestial domain was instantly torn apart by the 900-foot fire dragons. Crashing into him, eliciting agonized howls. In that moment, he was both astonished by your terrifying cultivation and even more shocked by your talisman techniques. You are actually a talisman master. No, wait, Fire Dragon Talisman. Who is this Xian Fuzi to you? The one who contacted you in the magic capital was that old madman Xian Fuzi. No, he should still be in the imperial capital. His voice bore a hint of fear, visibly pale. As if he had encountered a ghost, seemingly deeply wary, even terrified, of Xian Fuzi. Under the influence of fear, the Ghost Doctor disregarded your sudden leap of 3 major realms and the excruciating pain he was experiencing. Xian Fuzi, you were somewhat astonished, not expecting that the mere name of the author of the talisman True Scripture could terrify a celestial being to such an extent that he nearly lost his wits. Just who is Xian Fuzi, this figure of such terror? Boom! The 9 dragons entwined, suddenly exploding into a cataclysmic fire lotus, engulfing the Ghost Doctor, the terrifying shockwaves nearly refining the land for dozens of miles around. The dark treasure mirror. In the next moment, an extremely cold and sinister aura erupted, instantly freezing the flames and obstructing all. The Ghost Doctor's disheveled figure appeared, bearing numerous burn marks, afflicted by the curse of the 5 decays of heaven. His aura weakened, with a luminous treasure mirror swirling around his chest. It was evident that the chilling aura just now had emerged from that luminous treasure mirror. A celestial artifact. Your pupils constricted, instantly recognizing the origin of that luminous treasure mirror, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of regret. The earlier terrifying strike, which had combined various factors, should have been sufficient to injure the Ghost Doctor. But a celestial artifact possesses a spirit and actively protects its master. Kid, you will die. The enraged Ghost Doctor no longer concealed his sharp voice, wearing an expression that seemed to yearn to devour you whole, unleashing his celestial domain and charging toward you. Yet in the next moment, your figure vanished once more from his senses. You cannot see me. This red talent has been demonstrated to its fullest at this moment. Deemed the ultimate assassination technique. Once again vanished, the Ghost Doctor's expression shifted slightly. Swish, 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 swish. A multitude of pre-prepared 5th-tier Fire Dragon talismans suddenly emerged from your storage ring, spreading out in all directions, numbering in the hundreds. Forming a talisman array, which suddenly activated, manifesting hundreds of fire dragons that instantly surrounded the Ghost Doctor. The prowess of the Talisman Master was vividly showcased at this moment. A Talisman Master with prior preparations would make even a stronger opponent of a higher realm hesitate to engage lightly. Boom, boom, boom. The dreadful sounds of explosions erupted consecutively. The Ghost Doctor's figure was hurled away repeatedly, even his celestial domain becoming pockmarked. At this moment, the Ghost Doctor, who had previously simulated to nearly annihilate you, was unexpectedly subdued by you. The overwhelming tyrant dragon fist. Your figure reappeared, emitting a resonant dragon's roar, and with a single punch, you unleashed a tremendous force that struck the Ghost Doctor squarely in the chest. Boom! The Ghost Doctor's chest burst open with a punch, blood spewing forth. However, as a consequence, your right arm was enveloped by a terrifying chill, losing sensation as it began to spread throughout your body. Ha ha ha, I have discovered the flaw in your ability. The ghost doctor spat blood, suddenly breaking into a maniacal laugh. You wish to use your invisibility again, but the ghost doctor suddenly unleashed a wave of frigid air, conjuring countless ice spikes for indiscriminate assault. Your ability merely obscures the five senses, not an elusive existence akin to spatial evasion. Phew, phew, phew. You were pierced by numerous ice spikes, instantly sent flying, your aura dissipating rapidly. 3 seconds have elapsed. The side effects of the Step of Heaven 9 began to manifest, suffering a backlash, your vitality swiftly waning. Fortunately, the pervasive chill that enveloped you barely preserved a sliver of life. Bang! You were seized by the neck. Hee, I have caught you. The ghost doctor let out a sinister laugh, appearing utterly delighted. At this moment, your situation could be described as dire, your body riddled with ice spikes. Teetering on the brink of death. In contrast, the ghost doctor was not in much better shape. His celestial domain was shattered, his chest bore a gaping wound, and his skin was charred and grotesque from the flames. Were it not for the terrifying recovery inherent to the celestial realm, he would have perished long ago. Who could have anticipated that you, a mere 4th realm practitioner, could force an 8th realm 3 transformation celestial to such a state? Little bastard, prepare to die. The malevolent visage of the ghostly physician sovereign intensified his grip, intent on squeezing the life out of you. Your countenance began to flush, deprived of oxygen, yet suddenly you bellowed. If I perish, so too shall Lu Ruyue. Why do you hesitate to act? Lu Qian, you scoundrel. The fated protagonist, Yi Chun, emerged from the ground, his expression ferocious, executing the 9 steps of heaven to shatter 3 realms and ascend to the holy level, striking the back of the enigmatic sovereign's head with a single palm. Clearly, ever since you had instigated Qi Wei to spread rumors claiming that Lu Ruyue was in your grasp, this destined protagonist had been trailing you. At this moment, he was finally compelled to reveal himself. With a resounding impact, the ghostly physician sovereign was struck, his brain matter nearly obliterated, his grip loosening. In a fit of rage, the ghostly physician sovereign disregarded your presence, retaliating with a final surge of strength that sent Yi Chen flying. How could there be so many accursed little? The ghostly physician sovereign suddenly froze, an icy spike piercing through his nape, rupturing his throat. Castrated dog, whom do you intend to kill? A haunting voice resonated from behind him. Chapter 54. Ghostly Physician Sovereign. Your Highness, I will not spare you. Cack, cack, cack. The ghostly physician sovereign clutched his throat, his pupils constricting as he turned to face you, disbelief etched across his features. You dare to kill me? Another fist-sized ice spike erupted from his chin, instantly penetrating his brain. I in the supreme mode. Your expression remained impassive, completely disregarding the pain coursing through you, fixated on the ghostly physician sovereign. If you wish to kill, then do so. What is there to fear? Do you require my consent? You forcibly controlled your arm, extracting the icy spikes from your chest and returning them. No, no, no. Your Highness, I will not let you go. Despairing, the ghostly physician sovereign issued his final threat, his injuries and the calamity of the 5 declines of heaven erupting. As countless dark energies engulfed him entirely, Your Highness, what is the true identity of the mastermind who commands the ghostly physician sovereign? Indeed, it is the royal family of the Great Xia. Is it a prince? Witnessing this scene in the simulator, Lu Qian clenched his fists tightly, then quickly relaxed. To his astonishment, the ghostly physician sovereign, in his dying moments, revealed information concerning the mastermind, a prince of the Great Xia royal family? This explains why a ghostly physician was dispatched to deal with him. Simultaneously, a certain heavy burden within your heart was lifted. It is His Highness, not His Majesty. This implies no connection to the Emperor of the Great Xia. The 9th realm earthly immortal. The pressure, therefore, is significantly alleviated. Though this venture was perilous, it yielded crucial intelligence and validated your true strength. In the full exertion of the 9 steps of heaven, you can indeed pose a threat to those of the heavenly realm. With capable allies, it is not impossible to slay an ordinary heavenly being. Moreover, the wealth of a fully equipped 3-turn heavenly being is undoubtedly substantial. Lu Qian silently directed his gaze towards the next simulation. A lifeless corpse, devoid of flesh and exuding a miasma of decay, suddenly collapsed to the ground, motionless. The ghostly physician sovereign is dead. With your cultivation at the divine passage stage, you transcended 4 major realms to slay a 3-turn heavenly being. If your achievements were to be relayed back to the imperial capital, it would undoubtedly stir the entire Great Xia. Yet, at this moment, you harbored no such thoughts, bending down to search the corpse. Your first target was the celestial treasure of the ghostly physician sovereign, followed by the storage ring on his hand. That storage ring still bore the lingering traces of the ghostly physician sovereign's residual consciousness. But you, in your current weakened state, could not unlock it, however. One could only imagine the horrifying wealth belonging to a powerhouse of the heavenly realm. Just as you prepared to inspect the storage ring, you suddenly noticed the communication token at the waist of the ghostly physician sovereign vibrating ominously. It seemed someone was sending some sort of message. Eliminate the target swiftly and return with the imperial bone to the imperial capital. Gripping the token and reading the message, you realized it was highly likely the mastermind was in contact with the ghostly physician sovereign. Clearly, the mastermind was exceedingly urgent about acquiring your imperial bone, continuously urging the ghostly physician sovereign to take action. Yet, at this moment, they were oblivious to the fact that the ghostly physician sovereign had already met his demise at your hands. Recognizing this as an opportunity, you contemplated masquerading as the ghostly physician sovereign to extract more information. Your Highness, an unexpected development has occurred. The target was rescued by the remnants of the Liu family. Is there an issue in the imperial capital? You intended to probe the situation in the imperial capital. However, the response from the other side fell into a brief silence. You are not that old servant of Duke Xian. Who are you? Exposed. You were somewhat taken aback. Clearly your earlier words had contained certain flaws, yet you felt no dismay. If I am exposed, then so be it. Heh, who am I? I am the very person you have been seeking all along. That old castrated dog is dead. Rest assured, you are next. You are Liu Qian. Smash. You paid no heed to the mastermind's shock, directly crushing the token in your hand, leaving no trace behind. Casting a glance at the remains of the ghostly physician sovereign, you hesitated for a moment before casually collecting them. Once all was said and done, you could no longer maintain the supreme mode, collapsing into a warm embrace. Smash! Suddenly, you noticed Su Mei had appeared behind you. Supporting your body, she was adorned with protective talismans, shielding her from the residual turmoil of the recent battle. Brother Liu, are you all right? I'm fine. Just dealt with an old dog. It's a form of vengeance for Su Ming and Lu Zhong. You replied weakly, lying in Su Mei's arms as if you had lost all means of resistance. Step. Yi Chen's figure emerged from the distance, blood at the corner of his mouth, glaring at you with malice. Liu Qian, I underestimated you. Who could have imagined that the debauched young master of the Demon City could slay a heavenly being? However, I am well aware of the side effects of the 9 steps of heaven. Your lifespan has nearly burned out, yet I still possess a century of life. You are no match for me. Now, obediently divulge the whereabouts of Lu Ruyue and hand over that heavenly being's storage ring, and I may grant you a complete corpse. Though Yi Chen spoke with bravado, his gaze towards you was rife with trepidation. He questioned himself. Had he faced the ghostly physician sovereign, his chances of victory would have been slim. Yet you had employed various means to eradicate the ghostly physician sovereign. Tio remained hidden behind the scenes, even enduring a blow from the ghostly physician sovereign, only to feign death until he confirmed you were incapacitated before daring to strike. Currently, in Yi Chen's eyes, you appeared to be utterly spent. While Su Mei possessed the cursed eye, she could not use it for an extended period, rendering her no different from an ordinary person. In this moment, the advantage lay with him. Confronted by Yi Chen's malice and threats, lying in the embrace of a woman, weakened, you felt no fear. A smile tugged at your lips as you spoke. Looking for Lu Ruyue? Is not the one behind you her? Chapter 55. The struggle of the air, such as life. Looking for Lu Ruyue? Is not the one behind you her? Upon hearing your words, Yi Chen scoffed, believing it to be yet another ploy of yours to toy with him. Yet from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure behind him, appearing without warning. Swish! He abruptly turned, and before him stood the resplendent figure of Lu Ruyue, adorned in a flowing white gown. This long-missing belle of the Demon City University had suddenly reappeared. However, compared to her former self, the Lu Ruyue now exuded an air of celestial aloofness. Yet, in this moment of joy overshadowing surprise, Yi Chen failed to perceive the changes within the woman before him, his face alight with excitement as he instinctively lunged forward to embrace her. Ruyue, I finally found you. Smack. With an impassive expression, Lu Ruyue casually struck, sending Yi Chen hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into a boulder, his head embedded within it. Crack, crack, crack. The destined protagonist, king of simps, legendary resilient warrior. Yi Chen twitched momentarily, blood seeping from the stone, uncertain of his fate. From beginning to end, Lu Ruyue's gaze never strayed to him. Her clear, cold eyes remained fixed upon you. As for Yi Chen, irrelevant. You have long known that I was following behind. Using me as a weapon against that simp Yi Chen, Lu Ruyue calmly articulated your scheme. This was merely a casual matter. Lying in Su Mei's embrace, you did not deny it but rather accepted it outright. The fated protagonist, Yi Chen, wields a versatile double-edged sword capable of inflicting harm both upon others and upon oneself. Without a contingency to maintain balance, one risks a catastrophic downfall. Lu Ruyue serves as your safeguard. Unwilling to stand idly by while you encounter peril, by intentionally exposing yourself, you lured this impotent mutt, spreading rumors to summon the fool Yi Chen, and even I have been ensnared in your web. You are far more dangerous than I initially imagined. It seems the Lu family and others have failed to see through your true nature, oblivious to the depths of your concealment, allowing you to slay celestial beings. Everyone has misjudged you. Lu Ruyue's voice was cool, yet her brow was slightly furrowed, her gaze imbued with a hint of wariness. Truly, she is of that bloodline, coursing with the most fervent, the most wicked, and the most sinful essence. You have hidden yourself too deeply. Had that fool delayed his actions, he would inevitably have met his demise at your hands. That fool. Is he referring to the mastermind behind the Daxia royal family? From Lu Ruyue's tone, it is evident she is aware of the other party's true identity, perhaps even acquainted with him. And that bloodline, Liu Qian's pupils shifted, astonished to discover such unexpected revelations during this simulation. First, he dispatched the ghost doctor, and from the latter's dying wails, gleaned information concerning the puppet master. Now, Lu Ruyue, this mysterious celestial being, has also begun to divulge numerous insights. At this moment, even a failed simulation would be worthwhile. However, had the self within the simulator possessed any sense, it would undoubtedly have conducted a series of tests. The development of the simulation proceeded just as he had anticipated. Over the years, the Lu family likely would not have readily disclosed such matters to you. It appears you have uncovered past events through certain clues, but regrettably, you have run out of opportunities for growth. That mysterious secret technique has already consumed your lifespan and vitality. You shall not endure much longer. Lu Ruyue's eyes brimmed with wisdom as she observed your silence, lost in her own musings. Considering the previous occurrences alongside your sudden display of power, she naturally perceived you as a deeply calculating individual. An old coin concealed for many years. Otherwise, how could one explain that a supposed debauched scion like yourself could suddenly erupt and slay the ghost doctor, a celestial being? One must understand that cultivation is the result of arduous effort. It cannot materialize out of thin air. Witnessing your imminent demise, she felt a twinge of regret, as if she were witnessing the conclusion of a long-suffering hero before the story had even begun. Yet, at this moment, she remains unaware that you possess the ultimate cheat in the form of the villain simulation device. Hearing Lu Ruyue's soliloquy, you were taken aback, realizing she must be privy to many secrets. Perhaps even the entirety of the truth. Moreover, this foolish woman appears to be somewhat self-righteous, mistakenly believing herself to be the central figure in this narrative. Simultaneously, you recognize this as an exceptional opportunity. A splendid chance to uncover the truth through another's words. Cough, cough, cough. You erupted into a violent fit of coughing, expelling blood tinged with frost. Lying in Su Mei's embrace, your countenance marked by desolation, your eyes downcast, filled with complexity and sentiment, murmuring, after all these years, all I wished was to survive. Must it truly be so absolute? Sigh. Lu Ruyue's eyes revealed a flicker of emotion as she too sighed. Murmuring, the struggle for the title of heir has always been thus, boom. Lu Qian's pupils constricted, his mind ablaze with thoughts, fixated intently on the villain simulation device. Could it be? It truly revealed itself in that moment. The fog in his mind seemed to dissipate significantly, The struggle for the title of heir has always been thus, in a wonder. No wonder. So it is. So it is. It is no surprise that the mastermind behind the Daxia royal family seeks to eliminate him. No wonder the Lu family and others strive to protect him. No wonder the mysterious celestial being Lu Ruyue regards him with such scrutiny. In a wonder he, single-handedly, has entangled so many lives. In a wonder he possesses the supreme imperial bone. Such a divine artifact. It turns out he is not of the Lu bloodline but rather of the esteemed bloodline of the Daxia royal family. The Daxia royal family is the most prestigious lineage of the Daxia Empire, ranking first among the noble clans. Moreover, it boasts the superlative power of the ninth realm earthly true immortal. Furthermore, he is not merely a typical royal bloodline but the most core and potent lineage. One qualified to vie for the throne of the human emperor. Otherwise, the mastermind behind the Daxia royal family would not go to such extremes to eliminate him, simply due to the implications of contention. Lying in bed, Lu Qian's mind was a blank slate, filled with both the expected and unexpected, astonished and elated, murmuring to himself, "The Daxia Empire has stood for a millennium, with the Qian surname as its royal name. If he were not named Lu, but rather Chun, then he should be called Dai in that moment." Instead of merely murmuring within his mind, Lu Qian suddenly opened his mouth and uttered that name, Chen Qian. Swish on the carpet, Lu Ruyue, who should have been sound asleep, felt her heart clench, her eyes snapping open in astonishment. Chapter 56. Lu Qian. Lu Ruyue, I see you as akin to the Monkey King on the journey to the west. How could it be? How could he possibly know? Lu Ruyue was bewildered, casting a suspicious gaze at the man sprawled on the bed, resting his head on his arm, yawning, and appearing drowsy, her heart suddenly tumultuous. Or could it be merely a slip of the tongue? Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the shock of the mysterious celestial being Lu Ruyue, altering part of the future. Reward: villain points 15,000. Lu Qian, yawning, narrowed his eyes, ignoring the scrutiny directed at him from below, adopting a demeanor of indifference, as if he held no fear of any unusual reactions from this mysterious celestial being. In previous simulations of the villain, Lu Ruyue had not dared to harm him in the slightest. She had to exert herself to save his life, indicating that on some level, she still leaned in his favor. This time, it was a perfect opportunity to test her reaction. However, beneath the calm facade, his right hand, pressed down by his head, clutched a blood-red talisman, ready to activate at any moment. This time, the villain simulation had unearthed a monumental revelation, yet it still bore too many unanswered questions. Initially, he thought he had uncovered the truth, only to find himself still ensnared in a web of uncertainty. Lu Qian's eyes glimmered with rationality as he instantly entered supreme mode, engaging in a mental storm. After Lu Ruyue's wolf-like self-exposure, you recognize that your previous suspicions had been validated. You are indeed not of the Lu family but rather of the Daxia royal lineage and, moreover, an exceedingly unique existence. First and foremost, the possibility of being an illegitimate child can be dismissed. An illegitimate child is merely an inconsequential entity, incapable of inciting the dread and frenzied attempts to eliminate him by a prince. Nor could it compel the Lu family to go to such lengths to protect him, unless you are the crown prince of the Daxia Empire, the first in line to inherit the empire. Yet, you also became aware of the underlying discrepancies. If I were truly of such imperial stature, why would I be raised in the Lu family? Why would the Daxia human emperor turn a blind eye? If it were true, why would the Lu family maintain such secrecy? Shouldn't they have informed me from childhood, aiding my ascent to that position, thereby securing greater prospects for the family through my dragon-like accomplishments? If I truly bore such an extraordinary identity, why would Lu Ruyue assert that I possessed the most wicked, the most fervent, the most sinful bloodline? As a Daxian, even as a celestial being, does she truly have the audacity to slander the emperor and defame a true immortal of the earth? Each new discovery deepened the mystery, ensnaring your thoughts in a stalemate. Everything felt like a new riddle, obstructing your path. The truth seemed to draw closer yet simultaneously recede further away. However, at this moment, you could ascertain one thing. You must possess the bloodline of the Daxia royal family. This conclusion arises not only from the supreme imperial bone and various astonishing occurrences, but also because Lu Ruyue seemingly has no need to deceive a dying man. In the briefest of moments, You contemplated numerous matters, yet you clearly underestimated the terror of celestial beings. Lu Ruyue, who had briefly been engulfed in sorrow, instantly sensed your fleeting emotional shift and reacted. You tricked me. In an instant, Lu Ruyue realized that you might only have a vague understanding of certain matters, and then, through your methods, had extracted even more significant information from her. She, a dignified celestial being of the fifth transformation, had been outmaneuvered by a mere scoundrel. This is bad. The truth has been exposed. You silently lamented the missed opportunity but felt no fear. Lu Qian, you scoundrel, you are done for. Lu Ruyue seethed with rage, her compassion evaporating as she prepared to deal with you. I forbid you to touch him. As soon as Lu Ruyue abruptly turned hostile, Su Mei instinctively shielded you like a protective hen, determined to interpose herself between you and the enigmatic woman before you. Although she was acutely aware that she could not truly deter this inscrutable figure, in that moment, Su Mei resolutely stood her ground. Perhaps it was due to the vengeance you had exacted for her brother by eliminating the ghost doctor, or perhaps it was for some other reason altogether. Witnessing this scene filled your heart with an inexplicable warmth. It was evident that Su Mei was unlike those women who merely coveted your physical form. With a firm resolve, you mustered your strength, gradually rising to your feet and gently patting Su Mei on the shoulder. It's all right, allow me to handle this. She wouldn't dare to take any action against me, you added. If something were to happen to me, Minnie would accompany me to the grave. Your tone was resolute, seemingly confident that Lu Ruyue would not truly dare to act against you. Just as your elder brother Lu Shou had conveyed, there were those who could offer you protection in the south. This implied that the Lu family was not the sole power standing behind you, and the myriad forces connected to you were not something Lu Ruyue could easily provoke. Trying to deceive me again? Are you? You won't succeed. Lu Ruyue scoffed, yet she hesitated in her advance. While I may not dare to kill you, I can certainly give you a thrashing. Those people would not go so far as to intervene. With that, she continued to approach, her celestial pressure emanating with an intensity far surpassing that of the ghost doctor. At that moment, it felt as if the very air around you began to congeal. Clearly, she had not relinquished her intentions regarding a certain plan. Faced with Lu Ruyue's defiance, a slight smile curled at the corners of your mouth as you suddenly spoke. Lu Ruyue, do you know what image you hold in my heart? What image? Lu Ruyue paused, her momentum faltering. Although she recognized that you were merely stalling for time, curiosity flickered within her. I see you as akin to the Monkey King on the journey to the west. You uttered this peculiar statement before abruptly embracing Su Mei at the waist, revealing a blood-red talisman in your hand. The Monkey King on the journey to the west? Lu Ruyue momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback. Suddenly, a voice filled with mischief echoed in her ears. Always thinking about seeking scriptures. With a swish, Lu Ruyue snapped back to reality, her face flushing with indignation. You activated the life replacement blood talisman without granting your adversary a chance to retaliate, enveloping both of you in a crimson light as you swiftly fled into the distance. The life replacement blood talisman? How could you possess such a thing? Lu Ruyue was left astonished, evidently unprepared for this revelation. Unlike before, when your possession of the life replacement blood talisman had been exposed, leading to the ghost doctor's underhanded preparations, this time you had deliberately concealed this card, leaving even Lu Ruyue unaware of your hidden resource. Furthermore, the talisman executed a random escape, making it a formidable challenge to lock onto your presence. As the simulator played out, you toyed with Lu Ruyue, while in the real world, Lu Qian contemplated entirely different matters. As long as one is not an enemy, they can potentially become an ally. Aligning on the same side, a saying from a past life rings true. The more friends one cultivates, the fewer enemies there will be. If I can recruit Lu Ruyue and her backing forces to my cause, it would be sufficient to counter the hidden adversarial forces. Lu Ruyue represents the neutral fence-sitters, who undoubtedly have their own vested interests. Otherwise, she would not be covertly pursuing the plan of leaving descendants behind. Once I exhibit enough gravitas, they will inevitably reconsider their stance and place their bets on me, gradually increasing their investment. The higher the sunk cost, the harder it becomes for them to abandon their support, compelling them to grit their teeth and back me. With the enhancement of the Supreme Mode, Lu Qian's thoughts transcended the limits of mortals, reaching an entirely new realm. Now, armed with the villain simulator, he was destined for rapid ascendance to the pinnacle. Yet, this requires time and formidable allies to withstand the pressure from the hidden adversaries. Through numerous simulations, it became evident that the Lu family and the concealed mysterious forces behind them were insufficient to safeguard him. Thus, he must find a way to enlist the neutral faction behind Lu Ruyue to shield him from pressure and buy him time. What does the neutral faction behind Lu Ruyue desire? A potential descendant with the bloodline of the Supreme Emperor Bone. But can such a divine artifact truly be inherited? Moreover, how could a mere child, uncertain of inheriting the Supreme Emperor Bone, possibly compare to him, the original? Before he had come to know his true identity, Lu Qian had been devising ways to demonstrate his worth to attract investment from the neutral faction behind Lu Ruyue. Yet he had never formed a solid plan. However, upon realizing his Daxia royal bloodline, he recognized his own capital. It seemed that with his Daxia royal bloodline, he could become the emperor of Daxia. What could be more valuable than an uncertain child compared to a future emperor? Should he succeed, it would be a windfall beyond imagination. First, he would have to deceive them. Trust or not, he would have to paint a promising picture. Crafting illusions was something he was well versed in. Gradually, he would expand that illusion, turning the intangible into reality. This was undoubtedly the most fitting path for him at present. However, it seemed he had perhaps overstepped. Lu Qian's gaze shifted, sensing an ominous change. After intentionally revealing the name Qin Qian, he felt the atmosphere in the room grow strangely tense and heavy. The fate and fortune he had seized from Yi Chun began to emit a stinging warning, alerting him that something might transpire. On the carpet, Lu Ruyue, who had previously appeared harmless, now regarded you with a gaze that hinted at hesitation. Clearly, Lu Ruyue had begun to entertain other thoughts upon realizing her identity had been compromised. Trouble! Lu Qian's eyes turned icy as he contemplated the predicament, yet he remained composed, as if possessing some alternative assurance. Damn it! How could this bastard know that name? Did he uncover the events of the past? But that didn't make sense. According to the records, he had not interacted with those individuals in years. After that great upheaval, those people either perished or went into hiding, leaving the Lu family as the only ones maintaining a fade. Moreover, why would he utter that name before me? Could it be that he already knew my identity and was aware of the plan? Could there be a mole within? Lu Ruyue's expression shifted as her mind raced. Connecting a multitude of dots, the plan set forth by her backing forces to leave descendants behind was exceedingly clandestine yet fraught with peril. The shadowy hands lurking behind the imperial capital sought to acquire Lu Qian's Supreme Emperor Bone while eliminating him. The unstable element. How could they allow someone to obtain a replica, leaving behind a future threat? If their plan were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly incite retaliation from their adversaries. To know, it seems I must capture this infuriating brat and interrogate him. Lu Ruyue's gaze sharpened as she resolved to take decisive action. Given the gravity of the situation, she deemed it necessary to resort to extraordinary measures. While she did not dare to kill Lu Qian or delve into his soul, she was willing to conduct a straightforward interrogation. Humph, humph. This bastard had previously dared to disregard her beauty and toss her aside. It was high time for some retribution. With a swift motion, she ruthlessly threw aside the covers. Rising from her bed and striding toward Lu Qian, preparing to take vigorous action. Meanwhile, Lu Qian lay on the bed, seemingly oblivious to her approach as he leisurely retrieved a book from his bosom. Engrossed in its pages, the authentic manuscript left to him by his master was truly extraordinary, each word a gem, compelling him to peruse it at every opportunity. His master had once said that if he could fully comprehend it, it would benefit him for a lifetime. Alas, some aspects still eluded his understanding, and he could only seek clarification upon their next encounter. With a sharp crack, Lu Ruyue halted in her tracks, her gaze fixated on the book in his hands. The so-called manuscript left by his master. The true record of talismans. Suddenly, Lu Qian seemed to have inadvertently flipped to the beginning, revealing the name of the so-called master. Zuanfuzi. Boom. Lu Ruyue's pupils constricted. Her mind felt as if it were about to explode. At that moment, her expression mirrored that of the ghost doctor when he encountered the 9 dragons burning heaven in the simulator. A visage akin to seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Without hesitation, she turned and lay back down, covering herself with a blanket, choosing to sleep once more, as if none of her earlier thoughts had ever surfaced. Chapter 58. Pulling the tiger's skin, raising the flag. Until Lu Ruyue voluntarily lay back down and tucked herself in, Lu Qian's expression remained unchanged, calmly gazing at the true record of talismans in his hands, yet his heart secretly sighed in relief. However, under the control of the Supreme Mode, his emotional fluctuations were suppressed, remaining as tranquil as an ancient well. After experiencing the terrifying perception of the heavenly man in the simulator, Lu Qian certainly could not afford to make such a naive mistake again. The slightest hint of unusual emotion from him would be detected by Lu Ruyue, leading to immediate exposure. He had succeeded in his gamble. This tactic of using the tiger's skin to frighten others had indeed intimidated her. Previously, when in the villain simulator, the name Xuanfuzi had nearly caused the ghost doctor, a third-turn heavenly man, to lose his soul in terror, as if the name pertained to a certain special taboo. This sudden development made Lu Qian realize the extraordinary nature of the enigmatic talisman master, Xuanfuzi. Thus, he intended to use it to intimidate the scheming Lu Ruyue, curious to see if it would have an effect. If it could truly unnerve her. To his astonishment, the outcome exceeded all expectations. Lu Ruyue, a fifth-turn heavenly man, reacted almost identically to the ghost doctor in the simulator, rendered nearly dumbfounded with fear. Merely invoking a name had left a heavenly man trembling in trepidation. Utterly unnerved, what realm did Xuanfuzi truly belong to? Was it the 8th realm of heavenly man, or something beyond that? Lu Qian was astonished, murmuring to himself. At this moment, he began to comprehend the terrifying worth of the true record of talismans that the Lu family had sent him. In contrast, during the second simulation, when he had asked Lu Zhong for the secret manual, Lu Zhong had betrayed him. The Lu family had known he desired it for a particular purpose, hence they had delivered the true record of talismans into his hands. Such authentic manuscripts were certainly not easily given away. They contained records of talismans from the 1st to the 5th tier, capable of serving as the foundation for noble clans, specifically to cultivate corresponding talisman masters. Moreover, for a talisman master, such a record of talisman insights was a personal possession, seldom shared except among those with deep connections. It was precisely due to this true record of talismans that Lu Ruyue had been so easily frightened. Did possessing the true record of talismans imply that the Lu family had some connection to the mysterious talisman master, Xuanfuzi? Could it be that Xuanfuzi also belonged to the force that protected him? Could it be that once the Lu family descended south, they could— Wait, no, the ghost doctor had mentioned that Xuanfuzi seemed to be in the imperial capital, not the south. Lu Qian's mind was in disarray. The information too scant to discern. Yet, one thing was certain. He had managed to intimidate Lu Ruyue using the name of this unseen master. He slowly lowered his gaze to the figure trembling beneath the blanket on the carpet, marveling at the sight while feeling a surge of excitement. As long as the tiger's skin remained intact, his subsequent actions could be executed without restraint. Previously, with Lu Ruyue, the scheming woman, lurking in the shadows, any movement would have been detected, risking exposure. But now, even if his cultivation and other aspects were revealed, they could be attributed to the so-called mysterious master, Xuanfuzi. My master Xuanfuzi. Not convinced? Take it up with him. He was a formidable figure far more capable than the Lu family. During the next villain simulation, he could attempt to probe into the background of his seemingly cheat master, Xuanfuzi. Simultaneously, he could leverage the identity of Xuanfuzi's disciple to try and contact the forces behind Lu Ruyue. There was also the need to journey south to the 10,000 Great Mountains to uncover the presence that could protect him as mentioned by the Lu family. However, before all that, he must wait for the 4th simulation to conclude. Lu Qian looked toward the simulator, sighed, knowing that his 4th simulation self had already been rendered useless. Space inverts, black and white shifts. Fortunately, Yu and Su Mei, through the teleportation of the blood escape talisman, have been transported to an ancient forest, rather than being sent to a lair filled with ominous entities. However, even having narrowly escaped death, your current situation remains dire. Your lifespan has been completely consumed, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. Though you appear 18, your body is that of a 300-year-old elder. Additionally, the backlash from the 9 steps to heaven and the heavenly loan means you will not be free of it for at least 180 years. Moreover, a terrifying cold energy is spreading within you, nearly freezing you. You deeply understand that you have become useless. From here on, you can only wait for death. But you have no regrets. After numerous simulations, constantly being hunted, akin to a stray dog enduring relentless beatings, this time, you have finally fought back. The original body, that useless being, knows nothing but survival. When it comes to venting anger, it must rely on me. You begin to feel a chilling numbness enveloping you, your thoughts becoming heavy, and you start to lose consciousness. Luigi, how are you? You're so cold. In your haze, you vaguely hear Su Mei's panicked voice. In your stupor, you are lifted and dragged away in a certain direction. 3 days later, warmth envelopes you as you slowly awaken, discovering yourself in a cave, nestled in Su Mei's embrace, with a fire crackling in front and the remains of small animals scattered around. You silently gaze at the exhausted Su Mei, who has fallen asleep, unsure how she, a blind girl, managed to find this cave and keep you alive for 3 days. In a sense, you have ruined Su Mei's life, leading her brother to a tragic end and entangling her in this chaotic situation. Despite your perceived lack of compassion, guilt now stirs within you. Had it been before, you could have relied on your cultivation to take Su Mei away from this place. Yet, with the invasion of the cold energy, your meridians have frozen, rendering your body immobile, and your internal energy is difficult to mobilize, akin to a cripple. At this moment, your eyes and mouth are all that remains of your utility. You contemplate suicide to end the simulation, but when you see the exhausted Su Mei before you, you find yourself in a dilemma. Damn it, this ridiculous villain simulator. Who's a villain that is perpetually hunted? This damned world will inevitably drive one to madness. Chapter 59. Lucian. My life is as precarious as walking on thin ice. You seriously suspect that the so-called villain simulator is attempting to mold you into a future grand villain. Constantly being hunted and targeted, any ordinary person would succumb to darkness and seek revenge against the world. Yet, your will remains steadfast. What is the meaning of all this? Looking at Su Mei, who has suffered due to your actions, now in such a pitiful state, your heart softens. Your death would be a relief, but a blind girl, stranded in a wild mountainous region filled with beasts, her fate is all too predictable. For the past 3 days, Su Mei has managed to keep you alive thanks to the talismans you had previously given her. Let this be your final act of kindness before your demise. To leave her a path to survival. Perhaps sensing something, the deeply sleeping Su Mei suddenly opens her snow-white eyes, her face alight with excitement. Luigi, you're awake. Gazing at Su Mei, you remain silent for a moment before deciding to reveal the truth to her, acknowledging that, in a sense, you have harmed her. To your surprise, Su Mei seems to have known all along. My brother has always told me. Had it not been for the Liu family aiding us back then, we would have frozen to death in that winter. From that day on, he said, my life is mine to keep, while his life belongs to the Liu family, waiting for them to claim it. Luigi, I do not blame you. 3 days hence, you endeavored to manipulate a portion of the spiritual energy, unlocking the spatial ring to retrieve some fortifying elixirs and the talismans left behind, gradually improving the circumstances for both of you. Each day, under your vigilant guidance, Su Mei utilized the talismans to hunt beasts for sustenance. In the evenings, whenever the cold poison surged within her, the two would huddle together for warmth. During this time, enigmatic alien beings emerged, launching attacks upon you. Yet, under the protection of the talismans, you were always able to avert disaster. You observed that these peculiar entities seemed to be particularly drawn to Su Mei, her constitution appearing to possess an extraordinary allure for them. As they frequently assailed her, Liu Zhong had mentioned that Su Mei was a hybrid of human and otherworldly lineage, bearing a natural cursed eye, indicating that at least one of her parents must possess a bloodline of remarkable and forbidden nature. Her bloodline, to those strange beings, might well be akin to the fabled Tang Seng's flesh. You were acutely aware that, had it not been for the talismans you had previously crafted, which could repel and vanquish these alien entities, Su Mei's fate would likely have been dire. However, the predicament lay in the fact that your supply of talismans was dwindling, at present. You were ensnared by the backlash of the 9 steps to heaven, rendering you incapable of forging new talismans. Once your remaining talismans were exhausted, it was plausible that the alien beings would devour her whole. Mayor, I wish to teach you the art of cultivation in the way of the talismans. It is better to teach someone how to fish than to simply provide them with fish, you expressed, intending to guide Su Mei onto the path of cultivation. I shall heed your words. Brother Lu, Su Mei acquiesced in the course of time. You discerned that Su Mei struggled considerably with the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra, progressing at a painfully slow rate. Conversely, she exhibited remarkable aptitude for the sinister art of the Thousand Shadows demon technique. Swiftly mastering it and entering the transformation realm in the realm of talismans, she revealed an innate talent for the obscure and cursed arts, astonishing you as she quickly entered the fold, crafting a minor talisman and becoming a first-tier talisman master. Indeed, she was worthy of being hailed as the hidden destined heroine. Although she displayed a significant proclivity for the malevolent arts, her potential for cultivation was undeniably exceptional. Furthermore, with her cursed eye as a formidable weapon, her future shone brightly ahead. During this period, you noted that Su Mei seemed to harbor a peculiar sentiment towards you, displaying an intense reliance, wishing to remain by your side at all times. In response, you voiced your curiosity. Brother Lu exudes a unique aura, and I find myself irresistibly drawn to you. Whenever I am near you, the turmoil within me calms, and my eyes no longer ache. Su Mei confessed. Endowed with a portion of a forbidden and alien bloodline, she was perpetually tormented by excruciating pain. The cursed eye that granted her immense power also haunted her with eerie echoes. These afflictions had long been a source of her suffering. However, she was astonished to discover that when in your presence, these tribulations vanished as if suppressed by an overwhelming force. This revelation elucidated her increasing dependence upon you. The Supreme Imperial Bone. Upon hearing Su Mei's explanation, your thoughts immediately turned to the Supreme Imperial Bone within you. Only such a divine artifact could wield such extraordinary effects. Su Mei's extraordinary potential, if harnessed, could become a significant asset for you in the future. Her cursed eye posed a lethal threat to celestial beings, serving as your greatest weapon against them. Furthermore, the Supreme Imperial Bone's ability to quell her bloodline could ease her transformation into your steadfast ally. Calmly contemplating this, you recognize the opportunity for maximizing your own interests, albeit with a formidable obstacle in the form of her brother, Su Ming. Yet, Su Mei's reliance on you was sufficient. It appeared certain matters were unavoidable. In the simulator, you could act with impunity, as you were afforded the luxury of multiple chances. However, you were acutely aware that in reality, you possessed but a single opportunity. A single misstep could lead to your demise. Your singular desire was to survive. A fierce determination glimmered in your eyes as you stowed away the true record of talismans, rose from your bed, and approached the window. Gazing down upon the vibrant scene below, teeming with life and illumination, you reflected on the chance bestowed upon you by fate, granting access to extraordinary power. There was no way you would resign yourself to death. I cannot perish. I shall ascend to the pinnacle of this world, step by step, and witness its wonders. I will eradicate those who wish me harm. All who desire my demise shall meet their end. Shrouded in shadow, your visage flickered with the passage of time. Imbued with a profound yearning for life, you murmured, in this lifetime, I tread on thin ice. Do you believe I can reach the other shore? Suddenly, behind you, the seemingly slumbering Lu Ruyue trembled, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon your silhouette. Her lips moving silently, unable to utter a sound. Is this a declaration? Chapter 60. The shattered hope and the transaction with Lu Ruyue. Is this a declaration? Or perhaps an insinuation? Lu Ruyue furrowed her brow, feeling a surge of anxiety. What should have been a simple task of acquiring the sacred texts had spiraled beyond her control. It seemed that everyone had underestimated this man before her. He appeared to possess knowledge of her identity and the forces that supported her. Was he now attempting to recruit her? After a prolonged silence, with no response forthcoming, Lu Qian remained composed, not expecting that a few words would sway Lu Ruyue to alter her stance and support him. He lacked any imposing aura of authority. Her silence indicated uncertainty regarding what he knew, as well as a lack of faith in his current predicament. Yet, he was confident he could win her over to his cause. With a fifth-tier celestial being at his side, many troubles would naturally dissipate. No need for an immediate response. You may observe the forthcoming events. Taking out a communication token, Lu Qian sent a message to Lu Zhong outside. Make a personal visit and discreetly bring Su Ming here. Arrange a new residence for his sister as well. Outside, Lu Zhong pondered how Lu Qian could be aware of the assassins positioned in the city. He regarded the message with a mix of bewilderment and hesitation before ultimately choosing to comply. He sensed that the current Lu Qian was markedly different from before, exuding a commanding presence reminiscent of an esteemed elder. Having resolved to gain complete control over Su Mei, Su Meng's inevitable demise became unavoidable. Liu Qian harbored no intentions of showing mercy. Once arrangements were finalized, he turned his gaze back to the villain simulator. Murmuring to himself, "I knew I would not engage in futile endeavors. This has equipped me with a heroine strategy manual and a heroine nurturing guide, facilitating my practical application." A month later, Su Mei's cultivation soared to remarkable heights, reaching the pinnacle of the transformation realm, and she made notable progress in the art of talismans, acquiring the initial ability to survive. You glimpsed a glimmer of hope, realizing that perhaps you still had a chance to endure. You instructed Su Mei to carry you as you traversed mountains towards the vast 10,000 Great Mountains, seeking someone who might ensure your safety. Su Mei complied, shouldering you in the morning and cradling you in a cave each night to keep warm. As you began to share your innermost thoughts, a connection blossomed between you, and your feelings for one another deepened. Yet, your condition deteriorated. The cold poison within you had become terminal, spreading relentlessly, while the backlash from the 9 steps to heaven could no longer be suppressed. 2 months later, as your inability to cultivate led to the repayment of the heavenly debt, your powers began to unravel, reclaimed by the heavens. You plummeted from the 4th realm of divine powers to the 3rd realm of profound understanding. 3 months later, your cultivation fell to the 2nd realm of spirit drawing, your vitality waning, and your visage aging. 4 months later, you had descended to the 1st realm of transformation, resembling a flickering candle in the wind. No longer able to maintain the appearance of a youthful gentleman, but transformed into an elderly figure. By the 5th month, your powers had been entirely reclaimed by the heavens, reducing you to the state of an ordinary mortal. Your life force teetering on the brink of extinction. You realized that death was imminent at this moment. You had only just entered the 10,000 Great Mountains, with the destination still a distant dream. Entering the mountains, crossing barriers, visiting temples, and navigating rivers, you had only taken the first step. "Brother Lu, we have entered the mountains. Please hold on, I will find a way for you." Su Mei sobbed uncontrollably, trembling as she clung to you. It is entirely Meyer's fault. After such a lengthy period, only now has she managed to break through to the 2nd realm of spirit summoning, her progress far too sluggish. Having become a cultivator, she can distinctly sense the waning of your aura, akin to a flickering candle, ready to be extinguished at any moment. After nearly half a year spent in the mountains, your relationship has blossomed remarkably. Aside from one final step yet to be taken, Su Mei regards you as her sole reason for existence. Sighing inwardly, you are acutely aware that you cannot endure much longer. Weakly, half-jokingly, you remark, "Well, it's nothing. This is fate." Do I not look rather ghastly now, with all these wrinkles, resembling an old man? Not at all. No matter how you change, I shall never disdain you. Su Mei responds, holding you tightly, her voice resolute. As you find solace in each other's embrace, an unexpected sound of footsteps suddenly pierces the silence. Step, step, step. An uninvited guest approaches. Su Mei's expression shifts slightly, sensing a terrifying threat. Her snow-white eyes fixate on the newcomer, rapidly darkening, exuding a malevolent aura. Since her cultivation, her mastery over the cursed eye has advanced significantly, allowing her to unleash its power at will. Though she cannot see, she discerns the identity of the intruder by their aura. The intruder is none other than Lu Ruyue. With a swift motion, you strike with your palm, instantly rendering Su Mei unconscious. In her final moment of consciousness, she gazes at you in disbelief. "Brother Lu." With that, Su Mei collapses into your arms. Fully aware of Lu Ruyue's strength, you comprehend that Su Mei stands no chance against her. This sudden action halts Lu Ruyue in her tracks, astonished as she looks at you. From the beginning, you maintain an expression of calm. "You knew I would come?" Lu Ruyue furrows her brow, unable to read you. "I do not know, but I hoped you would be the first to find me." "It seems luck is on my side," you reply serenely. The arrival of Lu Ruyue signifies that negotiations are still possible. If it were one of the masterminds behind the scenes, death would be the only outcome. "Let us make a deal. I will give you what you desire. You take her away, let her live. You articulate your intentions. In your current predicament, death is inevitable. All you can do is ensure Su Mei's safety. Her bloodline and constitution will only attract bizarre and formidable foes, and as time progresses, they will grow increasingly powerful, sealing her fate. In contrast, returning to the city of the Great Xia Empire would at least afford her some basic protection. Of course, you may refuse, and then you can have my corpse and take what you wish from it. Lu Rui's brows knit slightly as she gazes at you, and then at the unconscious Su Mei. I did not expect you to be so sentimental. Very well, I accept. You are seized by the ankle and led toward a nearby cave. Chapter 61. The fourth simulation ends. You feel akin to Tang Sang? As your very essence seems to attract all manner of demons and monsters, each eager to take a bite or seize something from you. Among them are those scheming for your bones. And Lu Ruyue, who seeks the scriptures. Yet, this Tang Sang is not blessed with longevity. Instead, death looms, compelling you to negotiate with Lu Ruyue for Su Mei's escape. However, the Lu Ruyue who had been so reasonable outside has begun to reveal her true nature. Slap! Am I a monkey to you? Did you think you could toy with me? The pursuers of this woman stretch from the demon city to the imperial city. Do you think I am invisible? I possess both beauty and stature. Go find a blind person to mess with, you fool. Who do you think you are, you scoundrel? Perhaps it is the memory of being toyed with by you on 2 previous occasions that has left Lu Ruyue harboring a grudge. Wishing to strike you down, shocking. A 300-year-old man brutally beaten by a campus beauty from the demon city. Is this a sign of moral decay? Oh, art the victim of this assault. You realize that this seemingly aloof and proud woman possesses a rather petty side. As she does not even spare the elderly, during the beating, you faintly hear Su Mei, upon regaining consciousness, frantically calling for you, her voice filled with despair. This woman, so vengeful and sensitive, Liu Qian's gaze flickers. Casting a glance at the seemingly lifeless Lu Ruyue behind him, silently mourning the version of himself within the simulator. Perhaps feeling scrutinized, Lu Ruyue suddenly throws off the covers, glaring back at you with fierce intensity, then snorts coldly before retreating under the blanket. In this moment, she remains wary of the drastically transformed Liu Qian before her. Several hours later, having obtained the scriptures, Lu Ruyue appears considerably more cheerful, once again rendering Su Mei unconscious in preparation for departure. Before she leaves, she seems to recall something. Perhaps out of pity for your impending demise, she divulges some information. You killed that ghostly physician. This incident has stirred quite a commotion in the capital of the Great Xia, frightening many, and has even prompted some to intervene on your behalf. A powerful noblewoman has spoken up. The individuals who attacked you have been dealt with, paying a hefty price and behaving much more cautiously since. This explains why, over the past 6 months, that individual has not sought you out. A powerful noblewoman. She managed to subdue the mastermind behind the scenes. A flicker of astonishment crosses your murky eyes, your lips parting in disbelief, yet no words escape. You are taken aback that such a figure exists to protect you. Could this powerful noblewoman be of royal lineage? Otherwise, how could she possibly handle a prince, the mastermind behind the scenes? Yet, it seems it is too late. Death draws near, but why did she not act sooner? Perhaps the powerful noblewoman intervened only upon realizing your imminent demise. Delivering a reprimand to the mastermind? Providing an explanation to those who stand behind you. Is it akin to Zhou Yu's ploy against Huang Gai? A sardonic smile curls at the corners of your mouth as your heart gradually slows. Nearing its final beat, Lu Ruyue remains silent, cradling the unconscious Su Mei and leaving without a word. Involvement in such high-stakes encounters leaves even her with no choice but to act as a pawn. Devoid of any control, she departs. In the final moments of your life, you seem to perceive a shadow emerging shortly after Lu Ruyue's exit, advancing towards you with a black dagger in hand. The figure appears to have been waiting for a long time, eager to proceed. Master speaks. Besides the imperial bone, the secret technique that can greatly enhance one's realm must also be obtained. The figure in black mutters. Your corpse is subjected to a soul search. The Tianjiao 9 steps within your mind possesses a uniqueness that renders it impervious to theft or reading. The special mechanism of the villain simulator has been triggered. Safeguarding your soul, the soul search fails. You have perished, the simulation concludes. Another clue emerges, a powerful noblewoman. Seemingly an ally, but in reality, perhaps merely offering a dying man a final explanation. Liu Qian observes the concluding scene of the simulation. his brow furrowing before he slowly relaxes. What appears to be loyalty may well conceal treachery. She is not a benevolent figure. Were this a common individual, they might be easily deceived by superficial appearances. Furthermore, the black-clad figure's eagerness to appear immediately following Lu Ruyue's arrival, intent on extracting bones and searching souls, seems likely that this figure belongs to the noblewoman. The emergence of the Tianjiao Nine Steps has undoubtedly caught the attention of many. A fourth realm power capable of slaying an eighth realm celestial being. Despite external factors, it remains astonishing. If acquired and taught to the dead soldiers, it could yield significant results. However, the Tianjiao Nine Steps cannot be seized through soul searching, possessing a certain peculiarity that prevents dissemination. You are somewhat astonished by the uniqueness of the Tianjiao Nine Steps. Simultaneously, the special mechanism of the villain simulator has made you aware of your soul's protection. Such soul-searching methods are likely ineffective against you. Thus, your identity as a traverser can be kept concealed. You have begun to discern Lu Ruyue, this enigmatic celestial being, initially cold and proud, with a sharp tongue, harboring grudges and pettiness, yet fundamentally kind. Not only did she come to your aid at a critical moment, but she has also provided you with valuable, unique information on multiple occasions. Even at what seemed like your last breath, she delayed your demise, alleviating your suffering and concealing certain secrets. Yet, she evidently did not anticipate that the final figure to appear would possess the ability to search the dead. A sharp tongue but a soft heart? Lu Qian leaned against the window, observing the quilt that lay bundled on the carpet, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. It seemed that the villain simulator not only allowed him to glimpse various timelines of the future, but also provided insight into the attitudes of various factions towards him, enabling him to discern friends from foes in advance. The fourth simulation has concluded, commencing final settlement. Boom! A river of time suddenly descended, enveloping everything in a frozen stillness, as if time itself had paused. The fragments of this river replayed the scenes that had unfolded within the simulator. Whoosh! The figure of an elderly man, frail and white-haired, his youthful handsomeness faintly discernible, slowly emerged. Lu Qian raised an eyebrow, astonished at the sight of the old man who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. This appeared to be different from the previous simulation conclusions. Could it be that the circumstances had changed after the formal simulation? Boom! At that moment, radiant orbs of various hues began to manifest around the elderly man, coalescing into 6 distinct Dao fruits. The host may select 3 options from the following 6. First option, 9 Steps to Heaven, Fragment. Second option, Legacy of the Celestial Being, Ghost Doctor. Third option, Solidify Purple Talent, Talisman Dao Seed. Fourth option, 9 Dragons Burning Heaven, Variant Talisman Technique. Fifth option, Yin Yang Infinite Pill, 5th Grade Pill. Sixth option, Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist Mastery. Chapter 62, Celestial Treasure. Xianin Treasure Mirror. I choose the first, second, and third rewards. Upon seeing the 6 rewards presented, Lu Qian hesitated not for a moment, selecting the first 3 and discarding the rest. 9 Dragons Burning Heaven could naturally be comprehended again once he possessed the Talisman Dao Seed, Purple Talent. Although the Yin Yang Infinite Pill could assist him in breaking through to the 5th realm, given his talent, it was merely a matter of time. At worst, he could venture into a mysterious realm and eliminate the patriarch of the Li family to acquire it. The Majestic Overlord Dragon Fist Mastery offered the least value, and he dismissed it without a second thought. Swish, swish, swish. A light golden Dao fruit, a deep purple Dao fruit, and a light purple Dao fruit suddenly fell from the elderly man, representing 9 Steps to Heaven, Talisman Dao Seed, and Legacy of the Celestial Being, drifting towards Lu Qian. Boom! As the 3 Dao fruits merged with him, Lu Qian felt a surging wave of energy swell within his mind. Countless talisman inscriptions etched themselves deeply into his soul. In an instant, he fully mastered the first 7 steps of 9 Steps to Heaven, as well as the power of Talisman Dao Seed. A vast and magnificent force rooted in the depths of his soul propelled him into a new realm. The 7 heavenly talisman, floating in his soul, could be activated at any moment, consuming lifespan to step into the 7th realm of sanctity. Even the embryonic form of the 9 Dragons Burning Heaven variant talisman was gradually taking shape in his mind. No wonder the version of me within the villain simulator was so arrogant. With so many trump cards at my disposal, a full burst could temporarily leap across 3 major realms, directly contending with celestial beings. Who wouldn't feel invincible in such a situation? As Lu Qian experienced the profound transformation within him, his confidence swelled immensely. Having a sword at one's disposal versus being without one is a world apart. The former possesses the capability to overturn tables, while the latter faces inevitable defeat. He aspired to be the former, not the latter. Crack! As the simulation concluded and the options were finalized, the river of time began to fracture and collapse. The elderly man before him gradually disintegrated into sand. Merging with the river of time, Liu Qian felt the constraints upon him dissipate. His gaze fixed hopefully on the elderly figure, wishing for a repeat of the previous miracle. A Dao fruit cast his way. However, to his great disappointment, the old man merely stirred slightly, creating a minor disturbance in the river of time before fading away. Furrowing his brow, Lu Qian silently watched as the river of time receded. Restoring his freedom of movement, pondering. Was it a lack of resentment from his past life? During the third villain simulation, the resentment of that corpse had nearly pierced the heavens, endlessly clamoring for revenge. In the end, it had forcibly extracted a Dao fruit and thrown it to him. In contrast, this time's villain simulation lacked such fervent animosity. Instead, he had vanquished the ghost doctor, delivering a resounding slap to the mastermind behind the scenes. Leaving no regrets. It was time to discover the extent of the Ghost Doctor's legacy as a third transformation celestial being. Liu Qian extended his hand, and a spatial ring materialized, transformed from the recently acquired light purple Dao fruit. This was also the reward from the villain simulation after defeating the Ghost Doctor. However, at that time, the spatial ring bore the residual consciousness of the Ghost Doctor, which he had been unable to penetrate. But now, the situation was different. Break for me! Lu Qian unleashed his mental energy, his eyes suddenly ablaze with golden light, shattering the remnants of the spatial ring's consciousness. In an instant, a dazzling array of treasures filled his vision, nearly blinding him. Vials of potions, fragrant medicinal herbs, mountains of medical and alchemical texts, and a flaming crimson alchemical furnace, a celestial corpse exuding ominous black energy. Yet, the most striking of all was the Xian treasure mirror, which had nearly cost him his life. Lu Ruyue curiously poked her head out from under the quilt, seemingly sensing something, and slowly emerged. Then, she beheld a breathtaking scene. Liu Qian held a high-quality spatial ring in his hand, seemingly exploring its contents. The next moment, to her astonishment, a radiant blue light emanated from Lu Qian's hand as the Xian treasure mirror materialized. The mirror radiated an aura of domain pressure unique to celestial beings. Celestial treasure! Lu Ruyue could not help but exclaim, her gaze fixed intently on the mirror. This was a formidable treasure that could only be wielded perfectly by those of celestial realm, possessing terrifying power. Such a treasure was a rarity even in the Great Xia Empire. Some celestial beings of lesser background only utilized sanctified treasures. Yet here was Lu Qian, radiating merely the aura of the fourth realm. Where could he have obtained a celestial treasure? This scene resembled a child wielding gold. She felt a twinge of envy. At that moment, Lu Qian seemed oblivious to Lu Ruyue's fervent gaze, absorbed in examining the Xian treasure mirror in his hand. This item was the very thing that had nearly claimed his life during the villain simulation. Xian treasure mirror, celestial treasure crafted primarily from 10,000-year-old mysterious ice, with the auxiliary material being extreme fine iron. Nurtured in the Earth's molten lava for a century, it ultimately forms, harboring extreme cold energy, capable of emitting mysterious cold air, and freezing all things with its divine light, immobilizing everything. Upon reading the description provided by the villain simulator, Lu Qian readily recognized the formidable nature of this celestial treasure. Had the Ghost Doctor not possessed this treasure to protect himself at a critical moment, Lu Qian would have surely dealt him a devastating blow. It was this item that had rendered all his abilities ineffective, nearly leading to his own demise. Were it not for the intervention of a certain destined protagonist, he might have faced an ultimate counterattack from the Ghost Doctor. The value of this item was extraordinary. It was perhaps the most valuable possession he held, second only to the Supreme Emperor's bone. While the life-substituting blood escape talisman was indeed precious, it was merely a one-time talisman and could not compare to this celestial treasure. Once activated with full force, anyone caught in the divine light of the mirror would find themselves frozen, making it an excellent tool for critical moments of murder and pillaging. Chapter 63. Alchemist Heritage. Hidden assassins lurking in the shadows. In addition to the Xian treasure mirror, the spatial ring brimmed with an abundance of medical texts, medicinal herbs, vials of potions, and a high-grade alchemical furnace. The value of these items was beyond imagination. Who would have thought that the Ghost Doctor, in addition to being a third transformation celestial being, was also a skilled alchemist, and likely of high caliber? It made sense. His alter ego, the Ghost Doctor, was a renowned physician in the Great Xia. In the villain simulation, it was no wonder that the reaction of the mastermind behind the scenes was so immense after the Ghost Doctor's defeat. On one hand, they lost a third transformation celestial being, and on the other, they lost a high-level alchemist. Could the reaction be any less significant? Lu Qian gazed at the wealth within the spatial ring, his smile nearly impossible to contain. Setting aside the numerous elixirs and herbs, even the volumes of books alone represented an unimaginable fortune. Whoosh! He casually hung the treasure mirror at his waist, conjuring a tome of alchemical formulas, ignoring Lu Ruyue's astonished expression as he flipped through its pages. A series of alchemical recipes instantly filled his vision. Human face pill, human scorpion pill, 100 insect pill, blood poison pill. This was a complete alchemist's inheritance, and its rank reached a staggering 8. The only unfortunate aspect was that this inheritance was not affiliated with the orthodox path, but rather leaned towards the sinister and toxic, denounced as the dark arts of a poison alchemist. The records within are replete with toxic elixirs, malevolent concoctions, and blood potions, all possessing dire side effects and formidable lethality, akin to sinister artifacts. The materials employed in their preparation are exceedingly nefarious, yielding results that are nothing short of bizarre. It is no wonder that rumors have circulated about the ghostly physician, claiming he can slay one while saving another. Although this alchemical legacy is peculiar and pales in comparison to orthodox traditions, its value is undeniably substantial. Currently, I have dedicated myself to the path of talismans, rendering a concurrent pursuit of alchemy impractical, as it would demand an excessive expenditure of energy. Perhaps I could entrust this endeavor to Su Mei, whose physique would undoubtedly facilitate swift progress in mastering such dark arts. Coupled with her deadly cursed eyes, she could rapidly cultivate formidable powers, posing a significant threat. As Lu Qian reached his decision, he couldn't help but reflect. The ghostly physician appears far more complex than initially assumed. Had it not been for the numerous coincidences orchestrated beforehand, capturing him would have been uncertain. To speak of other matters, the methods of this poison alchemist had yet to be witnessed in their entirety. Killing a ghostly physician has inadvertently made him exceedingly affluent. The alchemical legacy. Lu Ruyue's lips twitched as she beheld Lu Qian casually produce yet another alchemical inheritance, leafing through it with an expression of utter disbelief. First, there were the treasures of transcendent beings, and now, the alchemical legacy. What other treasures lie within that spatial ring? Could there be a specialized alchemical furnace as well? This scoundrel seems to be rather extravagantly wealthy. Are you not afraid I might seize it from you? Lu Ruyue's voice, tinged with a hint of envy, drifted into his ears. Unbeknownst to her, she had already risen and approached Lu Qian. Gazing intently at him, a mere cultivator of the fourth realm, possessing so many treasures, would provoke desire in anyone. This rogue is clearly tempting her to commit an offense, faced with Lu Ruyue's subtly threatening words. Lu Qian paused, nodding slightly with a smile, meeting her gaze with an air of calm confidence and dominance. I dare to present these treasures, so I fear not your attempts to pilfer them. Do you think these possessions simply materialized in my hands? What of transcendent beings? I have slain them before. You may certainly test that theory. Host, Lu Qian, age, 18, occupation, talismancer, 5th stage, realm, pinnacle of mystical arts, techniques, Taiga Dragon Elephant Scripture 4th layer, transcendent level, Qianying Demonic Art 5th layer, transcendent level, authentic talismans, mystical arts, Dragon Elephant Domineering Decision Body, Shadow Mimicry, Shape-shifting, Kangmang Overlord Dragon Fist, Supreme Mode, 9 Steps to Heaven, Fragment, Physique, Supreme Emperor Bone, Talent, Oily Feet, Blue, You Cannot See Me, Red, Talisman's Pathseed, Purple, Items, Life-replacing Blood Escape Talisman, Xianin Treasure Mirror, Transcendent Treasure, Transcendent Remnants, Ghostly Physician, Simulation Attempts, 0 Villain Points, 62,000, with numerous trump cards at his disposal. He now possessed the confidence to confront this enigmatic transcendent being without trepidation. In such a direct confrontation, he could not afford to be outmaneuvered. By openly displaying these treasures, he aimed to capture her attention and astonishment, thus gaining the upper hand. What of transcendent beings? I have slain them before. Lu Ruyue's pupils constricted as she instantly grasped the key point. This rogue had indeed killed a transcendent being, and the possessions he held were seized. Yet, for a mere cultivator of the fourth realm to slay an eighth realm transcendent is simply unimaginable. Yet at this moment, she perceived no hint of deceit in his gaze. Instead, she discerned boundless arrogance, accompanied by an almost painful intensity. Could it be true Liu Qian truly killed a transcendent being, which explains his audacity? Wait, if he is indeed that person's disciple, it is not impossible, with that individual's prowess. The so-called transcendent beings are scarcely more significant than ants. If Liu Qian were to be left with certain abilities, damn it. How have the family's imbeciles managed such incompetence over the Liu Qian gazed calmly at the humanoid ice sculpture before him, stowing away the Xian Yin Baojian and murmuring to himself. Having identified the potential threat posed by the Thousand Shadows assassin ahead of time, he naturally could not allow it to linger, opting instead to eliminate it to avoid future complications. This terrifying assassin, capable of easily slaughtering him in the first villain simulation, was now of little consequence in light of his current abilities. With a mere flick of his hand, he could employ a few trump cards to extinguish the foe's life. Akin to squashing an it was no wonder that during the last villain simulation, the Ghost Doctor suddenly emerged. He had indeed underestimated you. After dealing with the Li family, it would be prudent to dig 3 feet deep to unearth you. Previously, Liu Qian had suspected that the Li family was orchestrating events behind the scenes during the last villain simulation, leaking information that led to the Ghost Doctor's arrival. This had resulted in the entire Century Hotel being reduced to ruins, with Su Meng captured and tragically killed, and Lu Zhong severely injured and soul-searched. To his surprise, the true mastermind behind it all was none other than the Thousand Shadows assassin before him. Regrettably, it was too late. The assassin had already dispatched a message and established contact with the puppet master. The arrival of the Ghost Doctor in 4 days appeared to be a certainty. With a snap, Liu Qian casually removed the Thousand Shadows assassin's storage bag, breaking its seals to investigate its contents. An extraordinary being like the Thousand Shadows assassin could not possess high-grade items such as spatial rings like the Ghost Doctor. Note: the storage bag has limited and unstable space. Items may be lost or shattered if subjected to severe impact. Note: the spatial ring offers ample, stable space that is not easily damaged. Ding! The host has effortlessly annihilated the Thousand Shadows assassin, eliminating a potential threat, and received the reward: Enhancement of Shadow Mimicry, Villain Points 1500. A specialized communication token was extracted from the storage bag. This was evidently the means by which the Thousand Shadows assassin had communicated with his superiors. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to surprise that neutered Dog Liu Qian regarded the token in his hand, then glanced at the ice sculpture of the assassin. His eyes flickering as a plan began to take shape in his mind. However, before proceeding with that, he needed to continue with the simulation. What a peculiar ability! It seems I cannot even probe into it.is at a spatial power. To have so easily killed an extraordinary being. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyue, who had been observing Liu Qian, bore witness to his slaughtering of the Thousand Shadows assassin, her expression momentarily tightening. This man seemed to conceal far too many secrets, consistently unveiling unimaginable tactics. This was in stark contrast to the information she possessed. Could it be the power of the Supreme Imperial Bone, which nearly annihilated the entire Great Xia Empire years ago? With a pop, Liu Qian's figure returned to the top floor of the Century Hotel. Throughout this time, Qi Wei and the others below remained oblivious to the fact that the young master they were protecting had been wandering about. The talent ability, "You Can't See Me, Red," had become increasingly formidable as his strength grew, its terrifying might manifesting in the real world. Only Lu Ruyue, who had been attentively watching him from within the room, could vaguely sense his brief departure and return. Yet, when Liu Qian turned to look at her, he was momentarily taken aback. Somehow, this fellow had scampered from the carpet to the bed, occupying his spot. Mischievous. Chapter 65. Liu Qian. "I am your father, mischievous," Liu Qian chuckled, shaking his head without further comment. He held a high tolerance for Lu Ruyue. After all, during the previous villain simulations, they had shared a deep bond. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Liu Zhong's voice called from outside. "Young master, Su Ming has been brought here, and everything else has been arranged." That was quick. With a clap, the door swung open, revealing two figures outside. Beside Liu Zhong stood a young man with a resolute face and a somewhat gaunt physique. Liu Qian's gaze lingered on the young man for a moment, his eyes reflecting a fleeting complexity before he slowly spoke. "Liu Zhong? Train him for me. I have a feeling that something is amiss these past few days. I need a visible substitute as insurance." "Yes, young master," Liu Zhong replied, nodding without objection. Such a substitute tactic was not uncommon among noble families. Although he believed that as long as he was in the Magic City, with his strength at the 7th level of the Saint Realm, no one could harm the young master before him. He would naturally comply with the young master's orders, as a substitute. "According to the rules, if anything happens to you, I will ensure the well-being of your family, granting them wealth and safety for life. If all goes well, I will provide you with a prosperous future." Liu Qian looked at Su Ming, who was fated to die, and spoke softly. "Thank you, young master." Su Ming exhaled a breath of stale air, resolutely replying, gratitude etched across his face. As a death warrior, it was only natural to risk everything for the family. Even if he were to perish, his sister would be well cared for by the Liu family. If he survived, there was a chance for a future that could provide a better living environment for his sister. Perhaps he could even ask the young master before him to help cure Mayor's eyes. At that moment, Su Ming was filled with hope and excitement for the future, unaware that he had already embarked on a path to demise. Such was the power of authority. With a single word, one could willingly embrace death, and yet, they had to thank you for the opportunity. Having arranged everything, Liu Qian returned to his room, his heart tranquil, even tinged with self-mockery. He made his way to the bed, nudging Lu Ruyue aside, and casually pulled half of the blanket towards him, as if they were an old married couple. During the previous villain simulations, they had played the role of husband and wife multiple times, making them familiar with one another. Now, it was time to commence the 5th simulation. In this iteration, he could attempt to lay his cards on the table with Lu Ruyue, seeking to win her over and gauge her stance. He planned to venture into the mysterious realm ahead of time to acquire the complete 9 steps to ascend heaven, lying in wait to seize Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, and extract the old man from him. Furthermore, he would exhaust all efforts to break through his realm and strength, heading south to the great 10,000 mountains to meet with the existence that could protect him, to see what support he still had. Having mentally outlined the tasks for the upcoming villain simulation, Liu Qian calmed his mind and glanced at the ample villain points still at his disposal. Villain points. 63,500. Such a generous supply of villain points instilled him with great confidence. The villain simulator initiated the 5th simulation. Ding. 5,000 villain points have been deducted from the host to exchange for 1 instance of villain life simulation. Ding. Commencing the 5th villain life simulation. Detection indicates that the host retained the talent, lies that no one believes, green, from the last villain simulation by spending 5,000 villain points. Would you like to select this directly? The host may also choose to refresh and conduct a new round of talent extraction, but the retained talent will be lost. Select lies that no one believes, green. Liu Qian furrowed his brow, not hesitating as he made his choice. Setting aside the uncertainty of what new talents might emerge from a refresh, losing the lies that no one believes, talent for which he had spent 5,000 villain points would render those points wasted. Moreover, lies that no one believes held immense potential and was exceptionally remarkable, likely to prove useful in the forthcoming simulation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the temporary talent. Lies that no one believes, green. Lies that no one believes, green. The lies you tell may be disbelieved by ghosts, but people will believe them to a certain extent. Simulation begins. On the surface, you appear to be a debauched young master. Yet you are acutely aware of your extraordinary identity and the impending crisis looming ahead. At this moment, you discover that you have awakened a new talent. Lies that no one believes. Do you realize that what you say seems to possess a peculiar quality, causing people to subconsciously choose to believe it to a certain extent? At this moment, there are 4 days until the arrival of the Ghost Doctor in the Magic City, and 2 days until the mysterious realm in the waters of the Magic City opens. Though time is tight, you do not feel rushed. You intend to first experiment with the effects of the green talent. Lies that no one believes. As for the target of the experiment, smack, you nudge Lu Ruyue awake. Yu Qian. What are you doing? Lu Ruyue exclaimed, anger flaring as she was roused from sleep. Having just fallen asleep, she was understandably irritable. Lu Ruyue, I have something important to tell you, you said earnestly. What important matter? Under the influence of lies that no one believes, Lu Ruyue's anger was subconsciously alleviated, and she regarded you with a serious expression. At this moment, she had formed some guesses in her mind, but what transpired next certainly exceeded her expectations. Lu Ruyue, I am your father, you declared with utmost seriousness. Father? What the heck? Lu Ruyue was momentarily stunned, her mind instinctively accepting the claim, her gaze toward you shifting to one of newfound respect as she instinctively moved to embrace you. As a fifth-tier celestial being, her true realm far surpasses your own. Although momentarily swayed by your influence, she quickly regained her composure, erupting in fury. This sudden reaction made you acutely aware that the ability to weave misleading tales could indeed have a temporary effect. Even on someone as formidable as Lu Ruyue, a fifth-tier celestial, it is essential to recognize that even a fleeting disturbance holds unimaginable value. In the throes of life and death struggles, such a possibility could prove fatal. This is nothing short of a divine skill. You bastard! How dare you? I shall kill you! Lu Ruyue roared, her eyes turning ferocious, resembling an enraged tigress. She rolled up her sleeves and pinned you to the ground, delivering a series of punches to your chest. You found yourself restrained and subjected to a beating. Chapter 66. Entering the secret realm early, ambushing the fated protagonist Yi Chun, seizing the golden finger from the elder. What did you just do to me? Lu Ruyue questioned icily, her gaze piercing. At that moment, she was on the verge of exploding with rage, having audaciously referred to you as a little brat. A profound humiliation indeed. Had it been anyone else, she would have long since silenced them permanently. But you, with your unique status, were not someone she could easily harm or insult. She could only grit her teeth and administer a beating. Nevertheless, despite her anger, she eventually realized that something was amiss. As a fifth-tier celestial, her divine sense should not be easily disturbed by external forces. Yet, it was evident that some power had interfered with her. The fact that a mere fourth-tier practitioner like you could momentarily affect someone of her caliber was utterly astonishing. That is of little consequence. I genuinely have something important to discuss with you. You rubbed your chest, wincing slightly from the pain. The fury of the tigress, with its relentless strikes, was formidable, and had she not shown restraint, you might have faced a dire fate. You had attempted to invoke your talent for weaving misleading tales to persuade her to cease her assault. But to no avail. It was clear that against those of higher realms, the initial effectiveness of such a talent may be the most potent. Subsequent attempts would see its efficacy greatly diminished due to their preparedness. Yet, even so, it was still a remarkable green talent. I wish to converse with the person behind you, you stated earnestly, revealing your true intention. You intended to probe into the background of Lu Ruyue's enigmatic ally. Upon hearing your words, Lu Ruyue's brows knitted together as she fell into silence, shaking her head with an icy demeanor, indicating her refusal with no room for negotiation. It was evident that this matter had crossed a line she was unwilling to breach. You were not surprised by her reaction. It was clear that the forces backing Lu Ruyue were not inclined to reveal themselves easily. After all, too much was at stake, and a single misstep could lead to countless fatalities. Observing Lu Ruyue's expression, you understood that despite your previous displays of extraordinary prowess, it was insufficient to sway her. Thus, you decided to take a step back. I know what you seek, and I can provide it, while ensuring your secrets are kept safe, but I have a condition. What condition? This time, Lu Ruyue chose to break her silence. Stand by my side and assist me 3 times. After that, I shall grant you what you desire. You outlined your ultimate objective. You aim to have a 5th-tier celestial serve as your temporary protector, shielding you from imminent dangers. Upon hearing your proposition, Lu Ruyue appeared conflicted, weighing the pros and cons. She was wary of your mysterious mentor and your unique background, hesitant to act against you, and thus could only let you take the initiative. This thought filled her with frustration. As a delicate beauty, she felt you treated her like air, yet here she was, negotiating terms I accept. Ultimately, she acquiesced, agreeing to become your personal bodyguard. Come, accompany me to a location. You were elated, realizing your gamble had paid off, and led Lu Ruyue towards the port of the Demon City. Although the secret realm would not open for another 2 days, you recalled a critical detail. During the second villain simulation, Lu Ruyue had led you, stripped of your powers, back into the secret realm, where you had hidden for half a year. This suggested that this mysterious realm must have other entrances that allowed for early entry. However, the threshold for accessing those entrances was likely high, perhaps only attainable by celestial beings. There exists a hidden secret realm. I need you to help me locate a way in, to enter early, you stated. Secret realm? Lu Ruyue inquired, somewhat astonished, as she gazed out at the silent sea, unleashing a terrifying celestial pressure that began to probe the area inch by inch. At that moment, you felt the oppressive aura emanating from Lu Ruyue, which seemed even more formidable than you had anticipated. Indeed, there is a secret realm. Soon, Lu Ruyue discovered an extremely concealed spatial fissure and boldly made her move. Boom. The rift in space was forcefully torn open. Hurry. I will exert my utmost effort to open a passage at this node of the secret realm. But it will soon heal, Lu Ruyue exclaimed. Just before the space could mend, the two of you slipped into the secret realm as you had surmised. Your intuition proved accurate. Such rich spiritual energy. This resembles an ancient secret realm. Lu Ruyue was taken aback by the density of the spiritual essence in this place, equally astonished by your knowledge of it. At that moment, your mysterious aura seemed to amplify significantly in her eyes. You chose not to respond, further enhancing your enigmatic presence as you guided Lu Ruyue towards the ruins. Along the way, the two of you effortlessly dispatched several oblivious strange beings before arriving at the ruins. However, the instant you stepped inside, Lu Ruyue felt her spiritual energy and cultivation rapidly dissipating, startling her. What kind of place is this? As one endowed with the Supreme Emperor's bone, you remained unscathed. Untouched by its effects, silence, you abruptly grasped the startled Lu Ruyue, the Supreme Emperor's bone radiating a domineering aura that instantly dispelled her discomfort. Startled by your unexpected power, Lu Ruyue found herself subdued. Transformed from an enraged tigress into a compliant little wife, trailing closely behind you. We've found it. Soon, you arrived at the depths of the ruins, where you beheld a fragmented statue and the sheepskin scroll that contained the teachings of the 9 steps to ascend the heavens. This time, Yi Qian did not outpace you. You stepped forward, retrieved the scroll, and began to read in no time. The scroll transformed into a stream of light, entering your consciousness. You had acquired the complete 9 steps to ascend the heavens. Finally, you had obtained the last 2 steps. Your heart surged with excitement, but instead of immediately cultivating, you crafted a replica of the sheepskin scroll using a materialization talisman and placed it atop the original. Once finished, you pulled Lu Ruyue aside to hide. You suspected that in previous instances, Yi Qian's ability to consistently obtain the 9 steps before you was due to receiving guidance from the Elder's lingering spirit, allowing him early access to the secret realm. Your purpose in entering this realm was not solely to acquire the last 2 steps of the 9 steps to ascend the heavens. You intended to ambush the fated protagonist Yi Qian alongside Lu Ruyue, seizing the golden finger from the Elder, possessing the 9 steps to ascend the heavens, combined with Lu Ruyue's 5th-tier prowess. Dealing with a mere 4th-tier practitioner like Yi Qian would be child's play. This time, the advantage lay with you. Chapter 67. Sudden change, breaking through the 5 realms of mountains and rivers. You had long coveted Yi Qian's golden finger Elder. Observing the numerous simulations, it was evident that Yi Qian's continued survival hinged upon that so-called golden finger Elder. Otherwise, with his reckless and brainless demeanor, he would have been eliminated long ago. How could he continue bouncing around? Should you manage to seize it, whether to obliterate its spirit, plunder its memories, extract powerful techniques, or coerce it into a protective arrangement, it would be an invaluable treasure. The value of Yi Qian's golden finger Elder was undoubtedly on par with, if not greater than, the 9 steps to ascend the heavens. Previously, Yi Qian's awareness of the 9 steps stemmed from the guidance of that mysterious lingering spirit, indicating that he possessed knowledge of numerous hidden opportunities. I yearn for a swifter breakthrough to higher realms. What I lack most is assistance and ample opportunities in your mind. You had already regarded Yi Qian's golden finger as your own. You and Lu Ruyue concealed yourselves in the shadows. prepared to lie in wait for the opportune moment to strike. Under normal circumstances, Lu Ruyue's character would not acquiesce so easily, yet perhaps your display of mystery and strength had tempered her demeanor considerably. Women are invariably drawn to power. You have commenced the final 2 steps of the Treading the Heavens 9 steps, aspiring to consolidate the remaining 2 talismanic Dao seeds, and requested Lu Ruyue to assist in monitoring. She consented. On the first day, Yi Chen did not arrive. On the 3rd day, Yi Chen still did not appear. By the 5th day, an unsettling sense began to creep in. It seemed that everything was excessively tranquil. On the 10th day, you had managed to condense 1/10 of the celestial talisman, yet the final 2 steps of the Dao seeds appeared exceedingly arduous to consolidate. By the 20th day, the celestial talisman had been condensed to 1/5. At this moment, according to the flow of time, 2 days had passed in the outside world. You could sense that the entire secret realm of the Demon City had begun to open. Yet the anticipated Yi Chen remained conspicuously absent. What could be the reason? Based on previous simulations, Yi Chen should have manifested by now. How could he be missing for so long? This situation diverges significantly from earlier simulations. Could it be that he has abandoned the Treading the Heavens 9 steps? Lu Qian's gaze momentarily faltered, darkening with unease. This was not how he envisioned it. Could it be that an unforeseen event had occurred? Or perhaps, the mysterious remnant soul within Yi Chen had sensed danger, resulting in his absence. This seemed to be the most plausible explanation. It appears that the enigmatic remnant soul is far more complex than initially surmised. You realize that the issue might lie with Yi Chen's mysterious remnant soul, understanding that the ambush may have been compromised. In light of this, it would be prudent to withdraw. Calculating the time, it seems the Ghost Doctor is nearing the Demon City. You decisively abandon the ambush plan, swiftly departing the ruins with Lu Ruyue. At this juncture, as the secret realm had opened, numerous powerful figures from the Demon City had already entered. You opted to employ the illusory shadow technique to alter your appearance, re-emerging as the alter ego Hanli. You possess such remarkable disguise capabilities, capable of altering both aura and visage. Lu Ruyue was somewhat taken aback, for at this moment, without meticulous scrutiny of divine perception, it was nearly impossible for her to discern your true appearance. A mere parlor trick, your tone was calm, yet tinged with a hint of arrogance. Boom! Suddenly, your gaze sharpened, as you detected a familiar figure among a group of practitioners ahead. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the Li family, holder of the Yin-Yang Infinite Pill. A thrill surged within you, and Lu Ruyue, noticing your murderous intent, spoke up. Shall I take action against the 3 transcendent beings of the Li family? There is no need. They are but a bunch of worthless fools. You declined Lu Ruyue's assistance, unwilling to squander an opportunity to strike. Whoosh! You donned the fog ghost cloak to shroud your form. Then silently chanted, "You cannot see me," vanishing in an instant as you surged towards the Li family members. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that such a secret realm would exist in the Demon City? The Grand Elder has surely obtained a wealth of treasures this time. Acquiring a Yin-Yang Infinite Pill will undoubtedly allow the Li family to produce another formidable figure of the Mountain River realm. How vexing that Li Yang was slain by that little bastard of the Lu family. Otherwise, it would have been entrusted to him for consumption. Humph, that little brat won't last much longer. That esteemed individual is about to arrive. It's infuriating that due to my previous failure, the higher-ups have lost faith in the Li family. The Li family's Grand Elder and several powerful figures whispered among themselves, suddenly oblivious to the presence of another figure behind them. Esteemed friends, please wait. I have a great opportunity to bestow upon you. A voice, laced with deception yet friendly in tone, emerged unexpectedly from behind. In the next moment, the Grand Elder of the Li family and his companions seemed to fall under a spell, instinctively halting their steps. A golden opportunity presented on a silver platter. The Grand Elder of the Li family's face glinted with greed as he turned to look behind. What he beheld was a stranger, a youth with a sallow complexion, standing behind them with a smile, holding a precious mirror and waving his hand slightly. Roar! A colossal dragon shadow, one of ice and the other of fire, materialized from thin air, crashing fiercely into them. Puff, puff, puff. The Grand Elder of the Li family and his companions were instantly reduced to mist of blood. their storage bags falling directly into your hands. In the art of murder and thievery, you had become increasingly adept. The combination of "you cannot see me" and deceptive words was undoubtedly a masterstroke of trickery. Once again, that ghostly ability. Observing this scene, Lu Ruyue's lips twitched. She realized that while your realm may not be high, your array of bizarre abilities was exceedingly sinister. Beneath the celestial realm, anyone could fall victim to your treachery. Even a celestial powerhouse, should they err, would find themselves at your mercy. She had experienced this firsthand. You paid no heed to Lu Ruyue's complex gaze. Beginning to rummage through the storage bags, and soon enough, you located the Yin Yang Infinite Pill. Wait here for me. Do not wander off. I shall fetch an orange. Or perhaps breach a barrier and return shortly. You instructed Lu Ruyue, disregarding her bewildered expression as you vanished into a nearby forest to set up a talisman array. Damn it, taking advantage of me again. Lu Ruyue seethed, her teeth clenched, as she lamented the lack of classical literature. Several hours later, a formidable pressure capable of suppressing mountains and rivers suddenly erupted from below, rapidly ascending. You had transcended to the fifth realm of Mountain River. Chapter 68. Southward, to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Is it a trap? You had broken through to the fifth realm of Mountain River, and the ancient dragon elephant scripture had reached its fifth layer, rendering your physique even more robust. Simultaneously, your lifespan had increased from 300 years to 500 years. You discerned that the progress of the celestial talisman, which had condensed within the depths of your soul, surged instantaneously, advancing from 1/5 to 2/5. Following your breakthrough in realm, you noticed a reduction in the consumption of the treading the heavens 9 steps. Your temporary ascension to the holy realm no longer demanded a century of lifespan, but merely 50 years, cutting the cost in half. With your current lifespan, you could sustain a brief foray into the 7th realm of the holy for 10 seconds, a tripling of your previous endurance. At this moment, your strength experienced a qualitative leap. Evidently, as one's cultivation deepens, the cost of employing treading the heavens 9 steps diminishes. Is this the proper utilization of treading the heavens 9 steps? The higher the cultivation, the better the effect. You gradually comprehended everything, realizing the correct method of application. In high spirits, you manipulated the dual energies of yin and yang within you, harnessing gravitational forces to achieve the ability of flight without relying on talismans. Arriving beside Lu Ruyue, let us return to the Demon City. Witnessing your rapid breakthrough to the 5th realm of Mountain River without a hint of instability, but rather a solidified foundation, Lu Ruyue's expression became somewhat peculiar. Under normal circumstances, practitioners require tranquility to adjust their states before a breakthrough, and even more so to stabilize their cultivation thereafter. Yet you appear to have entirely bypassed these processes. What she did not realize was that you had previously traversed the Mountain River realm multiple times using treading the heavens 9 steps, having already felt the power of higher tiers, thus comprehending the hidden intricacies long before. You merely lacked the refinement of time. You and Lu Ruyue returned to the Demon City's coastal region. You retrieved a communication token, intending to contact the Lu family to send out a warning. The Demon City has undergone changes. Someone intends to act against me. I urge the family to remain vigilant. Unlike the previous villain simulation, you had spent half a year within the mysterious secret realm this time, allowing you to avert certain events and prepare the Lu family. However, upon sending this message, it was as if it had been swallowed by the sea, receiving no response. Do not dwell on it. Several days ago, I sensed the entire Demon City shrouded in a certain force, as if a powerful figure had laid down a great array in the vicinity, obscuring the heavenly secrets and severing all connections. You are currently unable to contact the Imperial City, and the Lu family there is in the same predicament. Lu Ruyue suddenly spoke up. Several days ago, your expression shifted drastically, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Are you certain that the Lu family cannot reach out to me? I can assure you. Although Lu Ruyue was puzzled by your reaction, she nodded affirmatively. Boom. In that instant, your mind felt as though it might explode, for you vividly recalled that during the last simulation, after spending half a year in the mysterious secret realm, you had received 2 messages from your elder brother, Lu Shou, upon your departure. Lu Shou, do not return to the imperial capital, head south to the Shirwanda Mountains. Once you enter the mountains, pass through the pass, Pay homage at the temple and enter the river. There will be those to protect you, Lu Shou. Second brother, it's all right now. It has been a long time since we last met. I was merely jesting with you earlier. The matters in the imperial capital have been resolved, and you may come back. The family has missed you dearly. If the demon city had been enveloped days prior by a grand formation left by a certain formidable being, severing all communications, how could my elder brother have sent me these two messages? At that moment, you believed the first message to be a desperate attempt from your elder brother, while the second seemed to come from a shadowy manipulator. Yet now, it appears that perhaps both messages were sent by the same individual. The likelihood of Lu Ruyue deceiving me is exceedingly slim. Previously, it was through her messages that I managed to survive and gradually uncover the truth. Moreover, given that I am now actively engaging in a transaction with her, it is inconceivable that she would attempt to mislead me. Thus, the matter of the Demon City's formation severing communications must indeed be true. That individual, who pretended to be my elder brother, seemingly seeks to lure me southward to the Shirwanda Mountains, wishing for me to abandon my return to the imperial capital. Could it be that this so-called southern journey, this Shirwanda Mountains, and the promise of protection are merely a meticulously prepared trap? Lu Qian's gaze trembled, turning cold and ominous, and no matter how he calculated, he never anticipated such a pitfall lying before him. Had it not been for Lu Ruyue's casual remark, he feared he might have unwittingly leapt into that abyss. His eyes shifted to the side, where Lu Ruyue lay soundly asleep, wishing fervently to awaken her and extract the truth from her lips. Yet he was acutely aware that such a thing was impossible. Her lips were tightly sealed. After all, the implications of this matter are far too significant. This time, the simulation of the antagonist was sparked by his display of extraordinary prowess, capturing Lu Ruyue's astonishment and attention, prompting her to reveal certain truths. For now, he could only observe himself in the antagonist's simulator as he stumbled into traps. You have realized that the journey south may be a substantial trap. Perhaps venturing there would not yield protection, but rather result in a grim demise. Yet you remain uncertain of the truth hidden within, unable to discern what is genuine and what is false. For your knowledge is far too scant. At present, the only one who can assist you is Lu Ruyue. What would happen if I returned to the imperial capital? You fixed your gaze intently on Lu Ruyue. Suddenly posing this question, Lu Ruyue paused, then fell into silence, as if weighing the pros and cons of whether to respond to you. After a long moment, perhaps having reached a decision, or perhaps seeing the plea in your eyes, she slowly replied, 10 deaths to 1 life. 10 deaths to 1 life. Your gaze shifted, savoring the nuance within her words. Then, you posed the second question you yearned to know. If I were to journey south to the Shirwanda Mountains, what would transpire? So, you wish to go there. Upon hearing your words, Lu Ruyue's expression shifted repeatedly, as if she had come to a sudden realization, yet was also entangled in her own thoughts. However, in contrast to her earlier silence regarding the previous question, she quickly provided an answer this time. You may live. Chapter 69. Your bloodline, tainted by regicide, nearly brought ruin to the great Xia. To go to the imperial capital, 10 deaths to 1 life. To head south to the Shirwanda Mountains, there is a chance to survive. When you received these two starkly different answers from Lu Ruyue, your expression grew grave as you weighed the implications. Clearly, Lu Ruyue had already reached the limits of what she could disclose, for the matters at hand and their consequences are likely substantial, beyond her involvement. Thus, it is evident that both paths carry considerable peril. Among them, the southern journey to the Shirwanda Mountains is highly likely a trap set for him, awaiting his descent into its depths. The imperial capital is a cauldron of chaos, teeming with formidable beings. Serving as the stronghold of the shadowy orchestrators, even the emergence of several transcendent beings would not be surprising. Given my current capabilities, confronting an ordinary transcendent is already my utmost limit. To venture there would indeed lead to a situation of 10 deaths. Yet what does that 1 life signify? Could there be something I remain unaware of? Very well. Since they have persistently sought to entice me southward to the Shirwanda Mountains, I shall undertake this simulation to scout the path for my true self, to discern what kind of dragon's lair or tiger's den awaits, and who else harbors designs on my life. After a moment of contemplation, you resolve to proceed as initially planned, southward to the Shirwanda Mountains. You wish to uncover whether this journey is indeed a trap, and to ascertain who else desires your demise, preparing in advance. Moreover, for reasons unknown, you felt an inexplicable pull from the southern direction. As if a unique force stirred within your blood, compelling you to venture forth. You resolved to investigate what lay behind this phenomenon. At worst, it would result in death. After all, as long as your true self remains unharmed. Through the iterations of simulations, a path to survival could always be discovered. With determination, you set off with Lu Ruyue towards the Century Hotel. By now, night had fallen, and the Century Hotel was once again besieged by numerous cloaked figures. Intent on eliminating the substitute that belonged to you within 0.2 beings of the sacred realm and 1/3 transcendent. Do you require my assistance? Lu Ruyue inquired, still mindful of completing her third strike and acquiring the necessary items for her flawless escape. In her calculations, the third transcendent lurking in the shadows was assuredly beyond your capabilities to defeat. In a rush, it is not yet time for you to act. Let us observe. You shook your head, reasoning that if the shadowy orchestrator sought to ensnare him, he must also ensure they feel the sting of loss. Additionally, you wish to seize the opportunity to test a hypothesis and theory. As time passed, led by Qi Wei, the forces of the Demon City's general administration began to crumble under pressure. Retreating steadily, however, this time, there was no sign of the destined protagonist Yi Chen to provide aid. This fated figure seemed to have vanished without a trace from the very beginning. It appeared that Yi Chen would not make an appearance tonight. You felt a twinge of regret, as you had initially hoped to ambush him. To your surprise, Yi Chen had proven to be as elusive as an eel throughout this simulation, remaining entirely undetectable. At that moment, the concealed ghost doctor could no longer restrain himself and surged directly into the Century Hotel. Liu Zhong was severely injured by a powerful blow, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood. Puff! The debonair figure of Lu Qian was obliterated by a single strike, reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no trace of a complete corpse. Fake. It's a substitute. The ghost doctor's expression darkened, realizing he had miscalculated and struck the wrong target. The ancestors of the Li family and Shun Zhong from the Demon City's general administration exchanged glances, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Could it be that the target was already aware of their plan? Had he fled in advance? Haha, I previously wondered why Lu Xiao sought a substitute. Little did I know it was to guard against you rabble. Lu Zhong, bloodied, let out a raucous laugh, dripping with sarcasm. Old dog of the Li family, Shun Zhong, don't think I can't recognize you just because you've concealed your appearance, and that eunuch. Your stench is truly unbearable, sharp-tongued, capture him. We must extract his soul. The term eunuch instantly provoked the ghost doctor's ire. He despised being referred to as an eunuch above all else. He was a castrated man. Not merely an eunuch. The ancestors of the Li family and Shun Zhong exchanged glances, ready to strike, but the next moment, they abruptly halted. Unbeknownst to them, Yu and Lu Ruyue had quietly appeared behind Lu Zhong, gazing coldly at them. Leave him alive, just enough to speak. There's one chance left. Lu Ruyue raised a finger, signaling to Yu. As her words fell, a terrifying pressure emanating from the transcendent realm descended abruptly, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of spiritual energy, instantly crippling the ghost doctor and his two companions. Thud, thud, thud. The ancestors of the Li family and Shun Zhong collapsed to the ground, their fates uncertain. The ghost doctor, bleeding from all 7 orifices, half-kneeled on the ground, his garments tattered, his dantian pierced with a gaping hole, rendering him powerless. Lu Ruyue's strike was executed with such swiftness that you barely comprehended it. And the magnitude of her displayed power made your pupils constrict in comparison. Your previous flame dragon's wrath was akin to a grain of rice against the sun, an utterly insignificant light. 5 transcendent realm, that bizarre technique? Who exactly is this girl? The ghost doctor gazed at the punctured area of his dantian, his complexion paling as if he recognized Lu Ruyue's true identity. Do dare speak of my origin. Your master shall pay the price. Lu Ruyue's expression shifted slightly as she admonished sternly. Your gaze faltered, surprised that this castrated man knew of Lu Ruyue's true background. However, she seemed unwilling to reveal her true origin before you. The ghostly physician, having received a warning, instantly adopted a more subdued demeanor, his gaze fixed upon you as he erupted into a boisterous laugh. Ha ha ha, we initially believed you had truly won over that battle team. only to discover it was merely a transaction. This young girl dare not even reveal her origins to you. She holds you in utter contempt. You little wretch, it seems we have fallen into your hands. Whether you wish to kill or torture, I am at your mercy." Upon hearing the ghostly physician's provocative words, Lu Ruyue's expression shifted slightly as she turned to you, seemingly wanting to explain, yet all she could see was your tranquil visage. In an instant, you entered a supreme mode, your heart unperturbed, and a formidable aura of dominance emanated from you, casting a disdainful gaze upon the ghostly physician. The rules of the palace have diminished greatly. Even a castrated dog dares to insult its master. Who gave you the audacity? You attempted to employ cunning rhetoric to entice the ghostly physician into revealing secrets. Boom. Taken aback by your rebuke, the ghostly physician's expression momentarily faltered, a flicker of submissive respect crossing his face as if he wished to bow in supplication, but was quickly overshadowed by an overwhelming fury. You, with the cursed bloodline of a usurper, nearly brought ruin upon the great Xia. Before he could finish, a surge of black flames erupted from within him, raging uncontrollably as if it had breached some forbidden threshold. Chapter 70. Lu Qian. It's a disaster. The villain is me. In that fleeting moment, the ghostly physician, a transcendent being of the third rank, was reduced to ashes, his existence extinguished, leaving only a storage ring to fall to the ground. All of this transpired with such rapidity that neither you nor Lu Ruyue could intervene in time. The cursed bloodline of a usurper. What is happening? Am I not of the royal bloodline of the great Xia? Why has it suddenly transformed into that of a usurper? And what does it mean that the great Xia nearly faced destruction? Are my father or mother, or perhaps even an elder, responsible for the near obliteration of the great Xia Empire? This narrative feels askew. Lu Qian was left in a daze, bewildered by the events unfolding within the simulator. How did it take such an unexpected turn? Wasn't he supposed to be the pitiful prince, pursued and forced into anonymity? How did he suddenly become a bloodline tainted by the near destruction of the great Xia Empire? Could it be that the ghostly physician, this old castrated dog, was deliberately misleading him? Wait. Lu Qian seemed to have an epiphany. During the previous simulation, Lu Ruyue had mentioned that the most sinful, wicked, and frenzied blood flowed within him. It seemed everything was aligning. Oh no. It's disastrous. It turns out the villain is indeed myself. The Lu family and others are merely protecting the remnants of this usurper bloodline. Everything is in utter disarray. You were left bewildered by the ghostly physician's final words, as it appeared your identity had undergone yet another transformation. Lu family's second son? Royal blood of the great Xia? Bloodline of a usurper? The series of twists and turns left you struggling to discern who embodied justice and who represented evil. Yet the problem was, you had perused the history of the great Xia Empire, and there had never been any mention of a usurper. Such a monumental event could not possibly have gone unrecorded, unless that segment concerning the usurper had been deliberately erased. But the question remained. Throughout the ages, every emperor of the great Xia had been a pinnacle existence among terrestrial immortals. Who would dare to take action? Moreover, the ghostly physician's final words were abruptly interrupted by that enigmatic black flame, as if a certain presence was silently preventing him from divulging a forbidden truth. You directed your gaze toward Lu Ruyue, the one most likely to possess insights into these mysteries. I advise you to leave swiftly. Depart from the magic capital. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Lu Ruyue spoke in a somber tone, her expression conveying that you had embroiled yourself in significant peril. Observing Lu Ruyue's grave demeanor, you understood that the forthcoming events in the magic capital would likely be perilous, necessitating your immediate preparations to flee. This unforeseen situation solidified your resolve to journey southward, as an inexplicable premonition stirred within you, suggesting that heading south would yield new discoveries. You retrieved the ghostly physician's residual spatial ring, which contained a new celestial artifact, the Xianin treasure mirror, alongside an alchemist's legacy. You handed several vials of advanced healing elixirs to Lu Zhong, instructing, have Qi Wei take command of the Magic Capital's general office. Stabilize the situation, create a facade, and then leave the Magic Capital. Do not return to the Imperial Capital. Hide away, wherever it may be. For this loyal guardian of yours, you wish to grant him a chance at life rather than allow him to perish innocently. As for Qi Wei, without the heavy hand of Shun Zhong above him, he could directly ascend to power, fulfilling your previous promise while simultaneously securing the entire magic capital to obscure certain matters. However, how long he could maintain his position as the director was contingent upon his own fate. With the ability to weave intricate tales, Lu Zhong was entirely convinced by your words and pledged to fulfill your instructions. You and Lu Ruyue departed for a concealed warehouse, preparing to escort Su Mei, the destined heroine, away. Upon meeting Su Mei, you revealed your identity, and she agreed to leave with you. This time, you did not take a cruise but opted for a water route instead. Being of the mountain and river realm, you could manifest the dual energies of yin and yang, soaring through the skies, and with the aid of wind and movement talismans, your speed far surpassed that of a cruise ship. You swiftly traversed the sea, carrying the blushing Su Mei as you journeyed southward. Having avenged her brother's death by vanquishing the ghostly physician, coupled with your close proximity and the suppression of her bloodline by your supreme imperial bone, she developed an affinity for you. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyue, rejecting your desire to carry her, asserted her capability to fly independently. You interpreted her response as shyness and chose not to press further. Throughout the journey, leveraging your prior understanding of Su Mei, you employed your charm techniques, and the bond between you blossomed rapidly. Scoundrel, how dare you flirt with other women in front of me? Lu Ruyue seethed, her fists clenched in indignation at the sight. Women often indulge in comparisons. While you kept your distance from her, you grew closer to another woman, igniting her ire. She had certainly noticed Su Mei's cursed eyes and surmised some of your intentions. Yet her dissatisfaction lingered, as you had never lavished her with such attention. Along the way, you began imparting cultivation methods to Su Mei, generously sharing the ghostly physician's alchemist legacy, providing her with a cauldron and medicinal materials. Embodying the role of a caring older brother, the bond between you two escalated quickly. These scenes only intensified Lu Ruyue's anger, her fists tightening in frustration. As for Su Mei, she did not disappoint, rapidly advancing in her training as an alchemist under the ghostly physician's tutelage, quickly reaching the threshold of proficiency. You swiftly concluded your water journey and began weaving through the mountains, heading southward without encountering any unforeseen events. Days later, a chilling wave of intuition washed over you. Lu Ruyue halted beside you, addressing your intimate exchange. Someone is following us. Their strength is formidable. They are not beneath me. I understand. You nodded, your expression turning grave. Clearly, the reason the pursuer had yet to reveal themselves was due to their trepidation toward Lu Ruyue's presence. They lacked confidence and were unwilling to confront you directly. A week later, you arrived at the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yet throughout the journey, the entity that Lu Ruyue spoke of had not shown itself to attack. Nevertheless, you could sense an increasingly imminent threat, as it was evident that they were growing impatient. It was only a matter of time before they struck. Just as you were about to enter the mountains, Lu Ruyue suddenly spoke. I can only accompany you this far. The rest of the journey must be undertaken alone. You discerned the unmistakable apprehension and fear etched upon Lu Ruyue's face, as if the 10,000 great mountains concealed a presence that instilled dread even in her. This expression was reminiscent of the time she had mentioned Xian Fuzi, where you had caught a glimpse of her unease. Chapter 71. Half-Step Celestial, the Blood War Robed One. All right, then you owe me one more favor. Help me by ensuring Su Mei's safety, and consider it settled. You acknowledged Lu Ruyue's peculiar demeanor and agreed. Certainly, Lu Ruyue nodded without hesitation, acquiescing to your request. Su Mei, possessing one of the 10 divine eyes known as the Cursed Eye, along with her exceptional alchemical talents, was a treasure to any powerful faction. Naturally, she would not refuse such a precious asset. With Lu Ruyue, a 5-turn celestial, vouching for her safety, there was no need to elaborate further. Brother Lu, I don't want to part ways with you. The 18-year-old Su Mei sobbed, clinging tightly to you. You gazed at the reluctant Su Mei, feeling compelled to offer her gentle counsel. You whispered to her, bestowing the entirety of the alchemist's legacy from the esteemed ghostly physician, assuring her that upon your next encounter, she would emerge as a formidable alchemist. In this moment, there was a subtle cunning at play. The esteemed title of alchemist was a coveted prize among various factions, and Su Mei, endowed with the innate talent for alchemy, could very well attract the attention of the forces backing Lu Ruyue, leading to her potential recruitment. Though Su Mei was not a traditional alchemist but rather a poison alchemist, Her unique skills might render her even more desirable to those powerful entities, given their rarity. Should you meet again in the future, you might glean the true identity of Lu Ruyue and the formidable power that stood behind her. Of course, all of this hinged upon your survival. Previously, Lu Ruyue had declared that if one ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains, he would emerge unscathed. You and Su Mei made a pact. She would accompany Lu Ruyue, and once she had honed her skills sufficiently to protect Brother Lu, she would seek him out in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Su Mei nodded, placing her trust in you. Very well, let us seal this pact with a promise. No deception allowed. Agreed. A promise. As you two engaged in this intimate vow, oblivious to the world around you, Lu Ruyue's irritation flared anew, fists clenched tightly in frustration. Ahem, has someone forgotten something? Lu Ruyue suddenly coughed a few times, ruthlessly interrupting your moment, signaling something unspoken. Mayor, wait here a moment while I discuss some matters with your sister Lu. You realized that Lu Ruyue could hardly contain herself? And thus, you told Su Mei a small fib. Indeed. Su Mei obediently nodded, watching you depart with Lu Ruyue, heading toward a certain direction to discuss business. Several hours later, you re-emerged, your body bearing additional wounds. Your clothing torn as if you had endured a fierce altercation. In stark contrast, Lu Ruyue appeared like a proud peacock, her spirits evidently buoyed. Su Mei, though blind to the chaos, seemed to momentarily tighten her fists. Lu Ruyue led Su Mei away, promising to care for her, considering your goodwill. Perhaps buoyed by her good mood and clarity of thought, Lu Ruyue stealthily handed you a talisman sword, claiming it contained the full force of her might. A crucial safeguard in dire moments, and you accepted it. You watched as the two women departed amicably, resembling sisters. You were acutely aware that once Lu Ruyue left, you would face peril. The hidden, mysterious pursuers would no longer remain concealed. Without hesitation, you turned and dashed into the 10,000 Great Mountains, a fourth-tier Earth escape talisman affixed to you, burrowing into the ground, while silently reciting, "You cannot see me," to cloak your presence. You navigated swiftly underground for some time, when suddenly, an inexplicable chill enveloped you, causing your pupils to constrict as you hastily resurfaced. With a deafening roar, the earth within a 100-mile radius trembled violently, as if a great dragon were thrashing about. The ground undulating and colossal trees collapsing. It was akin to a horrific, indiscriminate earthquake. Had you delayed even a moment longer underground, you would have undoubtedly been crushed into a pulp. You realized with dread that this was likely the pursuing entity targeting you. Ah, I did not expect you to react so swiftly. A voice, tinged with surprise yet eerily familiar, suddenly materialized. Your pupils constricted further, a surge of primal excitement coursing through your veins. You recognized that voice. It belonged to the being that had obliterated the rebel Lu family during the third simulation, the one who had come to kill you in that mysterious realm. That was the self from the third simulation? A being unwilling to forget, consumed by a thirst for vengeance, who had cast a fruit of the Tao back to you from the river of time. Your gaze sharpened as you beheld a figure clad in a blood-red robe. Wearing a Shura mask, you could hardly fathom that the pursuer was none other than this individual. How dare you, you wretched cur? You recognize me? Impossible! The blood-robed figure faltered momentarily, astonishment briefly crossing his masked visage. The effect of the curse was activated. I am your wild father. How could I not know you? Go back and inquire. Father? You? Nonsense. The expression behind the Shura mask morphed into one of incredulity and shock, before swiftly transitioning into rage. However, when he regained his composure, he was taken aback to find you charging towards him with reckless abandon, far closer than anticipated. What stunned him further was your subsequent actions. Step, 6th realm, transcendence. Step, 7th realm, entry into sanctity. You stepped forward twice, immediately attaining the state of sanctity. The half of the celestial talisman in your mind radiated with fury, burning through a century of lifespan in a brilliant display. You took another half-step, boom, half-step to celestial. A wave of celestial energy began to coalesce around you. 9 dragons burning the heavens. With a thunderous roar, 9 fiery dragons erupted from your back, coalescing into a giant 100-foot dragon. Unbeknownst to you, a mysterious dark mirror had appeared in your hand, erupting with an icy brilliance, transforming into a massive ice dragon that interwove with the fiery dragon as it lunged towards the blood-robed figure before you. Half-step to Celestial. How is this possible? The blood-robed figure's pupils contracted, taken aback by your sudden outburst. As you had not yet acquired the 9 steps to heaven. This was your first time utilizing such a technique in this simulation, catching him entirely off guard. Swish! Suddenly, a second dark mirror appeared in your hand, unleashing a beam of dark divine light upon the blood-robed figure, instantly freezing him in place. Boom! The intertwined ice and fire dragons collided with the blood-robed figure, engulfing him completely. In that moment, you poured forth every last ounce of your power, leaving nothing in reserve, intent on exterminating this vile wretch. Chapter 72. Celestial Sword Cultivator. A single strike to repel the blood-robed figure. From a distance, Lu Ruyue, who had taken Su Mei away, suddenly glanced in your direction, astonishment etched upon her face. She sensed that you were not relying on her talisman sword, yet your unleashed power rivaled that of a true celestial being. Such terrifying force would have compelled even the former ghostly physician to wager his life, leaving no chance for survival. Brother Lu. I must find Brother Lu. Su Mei suddenly struggled, attempting to break free from her restraints to assist you, only to be mercilessly knocked unconscious by Lu Ruyue. With your half-cooked curse eyes, you could only contend with ordinary celestials. Go confront that being was sheer folly. You would only be a burden. That fellow is beyond your expectations. With my talisman sword, he won't perish immediately. Once he enters the mountains, there will naturally be those to safeguard him. Boom. Fully committed, you pondered that even an ordinary celestial would be swiftly dispatched, with no hope of survival. Yet the next scene unfolded in a manner you had not anticipated. Boom. The ice and fire dragon was suddenly torn apart by a surge of bloodlight, disintegrating into countless shards of ice and flame. Scattering in all directions, the blood-robed figure, adorned with the Shura mask, reappeared before you, his blood robe intact, save for some dust. Not a single injury to be seen. I underestimated you. No wonder the ghostly physician met his demise so quietly. And that woman would go to such lengths to protect you. Your pupils constricted in disbelief, realizing that your full force had failed to inflict even a scratch upon him. You were undeniably outmatched. A strategic retreat was imperative. With your level of skill, another would surely meet their demise. Suddenly, the voice of the blood-robed figure echoed from behind you. Not good. You instantly entered the supreme mode, your cognition transcending the limits of humanity, your body twisting as you unleashed a devastating Tsang Mang overlord fist, enveloped in a chilling aura, to clash against a colossal blood palm. Puff. Your right arm was instantaneously contorted, akin to a cannonball. Hurtling away and embedding deeply into the ground. One dark mirror was forcefully wrested from your grasp. Oh? You were able to sense my blood escape technique in advance and counter it. Such decisive combat awareness. The blood-robed figure mused, somewhat surprised. Originally, he had intended to shatter your spine with that blow, but to his astonishment, you had utilized the dark mirror to reinforce your punch, blocking his lethal strike. Yet, as he glanced downward, he found that you had inexplicably vanished once more. Another instance of your sudden disappearance? Ha ha! The figure clad in crimson robes let out a chilling laugh, as if he had discerned the inherent flaws within the situation. In an instant, he unfurled his domain of blood, enveloping the surroundings in its ominous embrace. Countless droplets of blood materialized from thin air, transforming into lethal spikes that shot forth indiscriminately, launching a barrage of attacks. In terms of battle instinct, the blood-robed man surpassed the ghost doctor by several magnitudes. With a sudden gasp, you, concealed in a state of invisibility, felt a shift in your expression. You were compelled to activate the final layer of the mysterious treasure, conjuring a massive wall of ice to shield against the onslaught. I have found you. With a thunderous crash, the ice wall shattered, and a streak of crimson light surged forth. A blood-armored right arm pierced through your chest, grasping your supreme imperial bone with such force that it nearly tore it from your very being in less than a breath's time. You found yourself ensnared in a dire predicament. The visage concealed beneath the Shura mask of the blood-robed man twisted into a grotesque expression. His wicked blood-red eyes fixated upon you, eager to witness the despair and agony etched upon your face. You little wretch, feel the pain. Yet, in the next moment, his malevolent gaze faltered, for within your eyes, there was no trace of the anticipated suffering and hopelessness, only an unwavering calmness, laced with a hint of sardonic triumph. With a sudden clap, you disregarded the gaping wound in your chest and the grip on your supreme imperial bone. The chilling aura surged from your being, immobilizing the blood-robed man's arm. Unbeknownst to him, a talisman sword had materialized in your right hand, aimed resolutely at him. With audacity, you detonated the talisman sword bestowed upon you by Lu Ruyue. Blade, come forth! In a flash, a radiant sword light erupted, revealing an ethereal silhouette that appeared to wield the sword, slashing forth with an aura of annihilation and a terrifying chill aimed directly at the blood-robed man, who stood mere feet away. Heaven, man! Sword? Cultivator? The blood-robed man emitted a terrified howl. Sword cultivators were renowned for their devastating lethality, and the Heaven Man Sword Cultivator was heralded as an invincible force among equals. At such close quarters, even during his prime, he would have dared not to confront this attack head-on, let alone evade it in time. He began to comprehend that from the very start, you had been preparing to wager your life against his. With a rip, the chilling sword energy severed the blood-robed man's right arm and half his neck in an instant, blood gushing forth as the sword energy gnawed at the wound, surging inward with ferocity. Though this unexpected injury inflicted pain upon the blood-robed man, it simultaneously ignited his ferocity. He was confident that even in a diminished state, he could still kill you. You aimed the now power-drained talisman sword at him once more, as if intent on continuing your assault. Sword, the blood-robed man, terrified to the core, emitted a muffled cry of agony, decisively abandoning his severed arm in a flash of blood light as he fled into the distance without hesitation. In his retreat, he did not forget to taunt. "You little wretch, I will not spare you." With a resounding thud, you grasped the severed right arm of the blood-robed man along with the now powerless talisman sword. Your chest bore a gaping wound, teetering on the brink of death, as you knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath, blood streaming profusely. The power of the celestial 9 steps began to wane, and your cultivation realm plummeted rapidly, soon regressing from half a step into the realm of the celestial to the mountain river realm. In this encounter, you emerged victorious. Yet, the price was nearly your life. You had relied on the talisman sword's power to sever his arm and had only managed to frighten him away with a weapon now drained of strength. To call it a narrow victory would be an understatement. This battle could be deemed the most arduous you had faced in your lifetime, exhausting all your trump cards yet still failing to inflict substantial harm upon your adversary. Ultimately, you had to depend on external forces and a stroke of luck. It was unexpected that this scoundrel possessed such formidable strength. Were it not for the talisman sword gifted by Lu Ruyue, this simulation against the antagonist would surely have ended in disaster. Liu Qian's eyes flickered with ferocity as he intensely observed the unfolding scenes within the antagonist's simulator, feeling a secret sigh of relief within. Chapter 73, Breaking Through 3 Trials, The Dragon of the River. The true strength of the blood-robed man had evidently far exceeded Liu Qian's expectations. He had prepared himself for the possibility of being killed during this simulation, fully anticipating an abrupt conclusion. To his astonishment, he had managed to outsmart his foe through the antagonist's simulator and ultimately forced his retreat. The blood-robed man's genuine combat prowess was at least that of a 5th transition celestial, if not higher. His blood-red cloak was an exceptionally potent defensive celestial artifact, capable of withstanding nearly all of Liu Qian's assaults. No wonder, during the 3rd simulation, the blood-robed man had boasted of being able to slay all of Lu's family traitors. His strength was indeed terrifying. Previously, Lu Ruyue had remarked that the blood-robed man's combat capability was on par with hers, but it now seemed she had been overly modest. A celestial sword cultivator, with a single strike, had nearly incapacitated him. Had there been a few more strikes, the blood-robed man would undoubtedly have perished. This simulation not only allowed Liu Qian to encounter the blood-robed man, who had previously decimated the Lu family, but also provided insight into Lu Ruyue's true profession and extraordinary combat ability. A celestial sword cultivator, 1 strike. All methods shattered. His peculiar gaze shifted towards the sleeping beauty beside him, curled up like a ball, clutching her blanket and occasionally twisting as if to push him away. The campus flower of the Magic City, at a glance, who would suspect that this seemingly lifeless figure was a celestial sword cultivator? He had severely underestimated her. As long as Lu Ruyue was present, most of the dangers targeting him could be repelled. The mastermind behind the scenes, the Ghost Doctor, posed no greater threat to the blood-robed man than a mere sword strike or two. What kind of horrifying beings lurked within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a place so fearsome that even such a powerful entity as she was wary of treading? This battle had cost him 300 years of lifespan, nearly half of his life, and for at least 2 years, he would be unable to advance, needing to repay the debt to the heavens. I must leave. The moment that scoundrel regains his wits, it will be my demise. You were not intoxicated by the sudden victory. You understood that you had merely achieved a narrow escape, scaring away the blood-robed man. Should he regain his composure, death would be inevitable. You employed the soul nail technique on the severed arm of the blood-robed man, ensuring that any approach would trigger a warning. Then, you retrieved healing elixirs from your spatial ring and, coupled with a 4th-tier rejuvenation talisman, allowed new flesh to grow over your wound, temporarily stabilizing your injuries as you began to flee deeper into the mountains. Upon entering the 10,000 Great Mountains, you encountered the eerie sight of human and strange alien corpses scattered across the ground, creating a ghastly landscape resembling a mountain of corpses and a river of bones. Among these skeletal remains lay powerful entities. From several of the white bones, you could even sense the aura of celestial realms. In that moment, you began to grasp why Lu Ruyue was reluctant to enter this place. It seemed far too bizarre. Yet, you had no choice but to press on resolutely, entering the mountains, passing trials, worshipping at shrines, entering rivers. I've now entered the mountains. But where are the trials? You felt as if you had lost your 5 senses. Unable to discern direction, only able to run amok, perpetually returning to the starting point. At that moment, you began to realize the terror of the 10,000 Great Mountains, seriously suspecting that this place was shrouded by a vast and unfathomable formation. Time slipped away, and you gradually became lost, moving like a soulless automaton, sinking deeper into the abyss, as if your flesh and blood were slowly disintegrating into bones. Suddenly, a terrifying warmth surged from your supreme imperial bone, flooding into your mind and jolting you awake. This is a cliff. Awakened, you were startled to find yourself at the base of a sheer cliff, teetering on the brink of a bottomless chasm, 1 foot precariously hanging over the edge. Had it not been for the recent display of power from the supreme imperial bone, pulling your consciousness back from the brink, you would have certainly plunged into the abyss and met your demise. Ghost Gate, past, a haunting voice resonated from the depths of the chasm. At this moment, you finally realized that since your entry into the mountains, you had been progressing through trials, with a thunderous crash. The space warped, and you found yourself suddenly standing before an open area, where 3 jagged mountains loomed, resembling a peculiar trident formation. Beneath those mountains lay a temple shrouded in green smoke, appearing to beckon you back. Having passed the Ghost Gate is the next step to worship at the temple. Without hesitation, you strode towards the temple doors, only to be met with the unexpected. This time, you faced no obstruction and easily entered. Inside the temple stood a magnificent statue, its features obscured, adorned with a serpent around its waist and wielding a trident, accompanied by a towering yellow hound at its feet. Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing this statue? You murmured to yourself, a sense of endearment welling within you. Yet, with matters of life at stake, you initiated the worship ceremony, taking 3 incense sticks from a nearby table, igniting them, and bowing respectfully towards the statue. Whoosh, uncertain if it is merely an illusion, you suddenly feel as though something has inexplicably materialized within you. Raising your gaze, you discover that the majestic statue has, unbeknownst to you, lowered its head, its indistinct visage seemingly fixed upon you. The temple of worship, past. That ethereal voice resonates once more. Why does the deity's statue within the temple evoke an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if you have encountered it somewhere before? Lu Qian furrows his brow, lost in contemplation. At this moment, he, too, senses that the statue within the villain simulator bears a striking resemblance to something he has seen before. Perhaps it was in the imperial capital? While he is deep in thought, the situation within the villain simulator suddenly undergoes a drastic shift. Crack! As you become ensnared in contemplation, you abruptly perceive movement within the spatial ring. The severed arm of the blood-robed figure begins to tremble, coalescing into a blood arrow, aimed directly at you. This is not good. The blood-robed figure is pursuing me. Your complexion shifts slightly. You abandon further consideration of the statue's peculiarities and hastily exit the temple. Scanning the surroundings for the river. Enter the mountains, pass the barriers, worship at the temple, approach the river. At present, only one final step remains. Soon, you discover a meandering river, seemingly endless, flowing behind the temple. You little wretch, I have finally found you. The blood-robed figure's mocking voice assaults you from behind. Unbeknownst to you, at some point, his severed arm has inexplicably regenerated, now transformed into a blood shadow. Lunging towards you. Splash! Without hesitation, you leap from the mountainside into the river. Yet, the moment you plunge into the water, you discern two enormous crimson lanterns suspended in the river, appearing before you. No, those do not seem to be mere lanterns. They appear to be a pair of eyes. In the next instant, you grasp the true nature of the entity before you, a chill racing down your spine. What looms before you is a colossal dragon, coiled within the river, its full form obscured, exuding an aura of terrifying oppression. Chapter 74. Young Master, your old servant has arrived, a celestial dragon. At this moment, you find yourself under the cold gaze of the immense dragon, feeling as though your very soul might escape. Your body covered in a layer of sweat, nearly overwhelmed by an all-encompassing suffocation. The oppressive presence of this colossal dragon is even more terrifying than that of the blood-robed figure. It is undeniably a celestial dragon. In the face of such a formidable existence, you feel as if you are merely an offering, fearing that even the most powerful techniques would barely graze it. With a celestial dragon ahead and the blood-robed figure behind, you find yourself ensnared in a dire predicament, with little hope of survival. For a fleeting moment, you seriously question whether the information provided to you by Lu Shou from the imperial capital was intended to lead you to your demise in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yet, you recall Lu Ruyue's words clearly: head south, come to the 10,000 Great Mountains, and you may yet live. This suggests that this cannot possibly be a dead end. Moreover, if the intention were truly to kill you, why go to the trouble of setting up 3 barriers? A single strike could suffice. Why the complexity? In an instant, you enter a supreme state. Your thoughts transcending mortal limits, achieving absolute tranquility. You fix your unwavering gaze upon the colossal dragon before you, locking eyes with it, your right hand inverted atop a life-saving blood escape talisman. Splash! The immense dragon, seemingly moving slowly through the water, effortlessly stirs up monstrous waves, a being of such innate power vastly superior to any human of equivalent strength. However, contrary to your expectations, the colossal dragon does not attack. Instead, it draws closer, its snout near you, seemingly sniffing, as if to ascertain something. In this moment of utter calm, you observe the gargantuan creature before you, beginning to notice certain peculiarities. Unbeknownst to you, a faint golden fragrance has begun to emanate from your body, reminiscent of the incense burnt within the temple. This appears to be some form of special token. Moreover, it finally dawns on you that this colossal dragon bears an uncanny resemblance to the dragon entwined around the waist of the statue in the mountaintop temple. Could it be that they are indeed one and the same? What kind of celestial being could adorn itself with a dragon like that? Wait, could it be that individual? Your pupils constrict, a multitude of clues flooding your mind, instantly recalling a legendary and terrifying existence from the Daxia Empire. If it truly is that esteemed individual, there may indeed be a chance of salvation. In terms of sheer power, the combined might of the entire Lu family pales in comparison to that esteemed individual. It is worth noting that decades ago, that individual was heralded as the greatest war god of Daxia. As you are engulfed in shock, you remain blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Unbeknownst to you, the blood-robed figure has also infiltrated the river, his face twisted in malice as he launches an assault upon you. Countless blood arrows imbued with lethal intent. Die, you wretched cur. Roar! The colossal dragon, now mere inches away, suddenly emits a furious roar. In the next instant, you find yourself engulfed by the crashing waves, propelled far away. In the final moments before being swallowed by the waves, you glimpse the blood-robed figure being struck by the colossal dragon's tail, spewing blood as a result. This celestial dragon has unexpectedly come to your rescue at a critical moment. This is likely to leave quite a mark. This is the last vestige of awareness you possess before the waves render you unconscious. After an indeterminate amount of time, as you gradually awaken, you find yourself inexplicably situated upon a riverbank. Before you lies a valley that resembles a veritable earthly paradise. The spiritual energy in this place is extraordinarily dense. While not as extravagant as the mysterious realm of the demon capital, it is still several times more potent than that of the outside world. So, I am now saved? Safe at last. You clutch your chest where the wound has burst open, your eyes darting about as you survey your surroundings. With the celestial dragon's intervention, it seems the blood-robed figure cannot pursue you any further. You might just be safe. You little wretch, don't think you can escape me, a voice, relentless and haunting, suddenly pierces the air. Bang! The tranquil river surface erupts in a flurry of waves, revealing a malevolent figure, the blood-robed man, who emerges, his form grievously mutilated, as if a ferocious beast had taken a bite out of him. Seeing that the blood-robed figure can still pursue you with such tenacity, you cannot help but retort, I must have killed your entire family. Otherwise, why would you go to such lengths to chase me down? In the face of imminent danger, you still dare to be sharp-tongued. The blood-robed figure, his expression dark and twisted, limps closer, his intent to kill palpable. Let me tell you, first I was toyed with by T. Chapter 75. My name is Yang Hong, and you may also call me Uncle. What would your reaction be upon witnessing a half-human, yellow-faced, white-mouthed, imposing golden retriever rushing towards you, speaking human words, and addressing you as its little master? Astounding. This sudden turn of events left you utterly bewildered. The messenger has transformed into a canine. Moreover, this dog possesses the ability to speak. And little master, is that what you call me? With a swift motion, the grand golden retriever, with its paws moving in unison, kicked up a whirlwind of yellow sand and swiftly approached you. In the next moment, a massive dog face was inches from yours, affectionately licking your perplexed visage, chattering away like a garrulous companion. Little master, the old servant has rushed here to Hidden Dragon Valley upon catching your scent, finally arriving. Though you still remember the old servant. You once held the old servant in your arms. That useless old dragon, his mind muddled by the river's waters, couldn't even stop a mere dog, nearly startling the little master, truly deserving of a beating. Fear not, little master, having passed the 3 trials left by your master. You have successfully arrived here. Even the king himself could not harm you. As the golden retriever licked your face and wounds, you suddenly noticed that the large gaping wound in your chest began to miraculously heal, and the pain within your body started to dissipate significantly. What a revelation! Is this dog's saliva truly so miraculous, akin to a divine elixir? Uncle Dog, you tentatively called out, though oblivious to the circumstances. Uttering a term of endearment in such a scenario seemed prudent. From the dog's white whiskers, it was evident that it was no youth. Indeed, a venerable canine. Judging by its earlier remarks, it appears to have known you since your youth. Could it possibly be the spirit companion of a certain elder? Call me Old Ah Huang. There's no need for such formalities as Uncle Dog. The golden retriever's eyes sparkled with excitement, its tail wagging furiously. Seeing this, you realized your gamble had paid off. Having been thrown aside, the blood-robed figure, with flesh missing from its chest, exposing white bones, gazed fearfully at you and the dog as you both seemed to have established a familial bond, with gritted teeth. It growled, You dare lay a hand on me? I am dare to interrupt my conversation with the little master? You seek death. The golden retriever's playful demeanor vanished as it let out a low growl. Summoning a tempest of yellow sand, conjuring a scene of impending catastrophe, at that moment, the golden retriever emanated an unfathomable aura of terror, far more formidable than the blood-robed figure or the dragon lurking in the river. In an instant, the anguished cries of the blood-robed figure echoed amidst the sandstorm. According to the agreement, once the little master entered the mountains, passed the 3 trials, and arrived at Hidden Dragon Valley, protection from the master would be assured. Who dares, you mongrel dogs, to tread upon this sacred ground? The golden retriever roared with authority. The blood-robed figure, who had relentlessly pursued you to the brink of despair, was mercilessly battered by the fierce winds of yellow sand, its flesh disintegrating, soon reduced to mere bones out of respect for your master. I shall spare your life today, but while your death is evaded. Your suffering is inevitable, begone. Reduced to mere bones yet still clinging to life, the blood-robed figure no longer dared to boast, enveloped in a crimson light, preparing to flee. Suddenly, a dragon's tail shot forth from the river, crashing into the bloodlight as if bowling, sending the blood-robed figure flying with a pained scream. Ah, I will return. Witnessing this scene, your initial reaction was not shock at the terrifying prowess of the golden retriever, but rather astonishment at the blood-robed figure's tenacity for survival. How can it still be alive? Little master, were it not for my master's orders to spare his life, I would have surely avenged you today. The golden retriever lowered its head, whispering a few words in your ear. Thank you, Uncle Dog. You felt a twinge of gratitude, understanding that the golden retriever had cleverly seized the opportunity to vent your frustrations. Come, little master, follow the old servant. The golden retriever led the way, and however, just a few decades ago, this living legend suddenly vanished without a trace, as though he had perished. Following that, those who cherished the memory of this divine warrior of the Great Xia crafted an effigy in hopes of seeking protection. Previously, when you were at the Lu family in the imperial capital, you had also encountered the statue of Yang Hong. Yet, who could have anticipated that this great warrior of the Great Xia had been concealed within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains all along? Moreover, he is your uncle? No wonder Brother Lu Shou claimed there was someone in the south who could safeguard me. No wonder Lu Riyue stated that I could survive by heading south. Who could have imagined that a living legend of the empire was hidden in the south, and furthermore, he is my own uncle. Liu Qian's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he fixed his gaze intently towards the southern direction, unable to suppress the clenching of his fists. If what the antagonist simulator said about Yang Hong is true, then his biological mother must be the sister of this great warrior. After ruling out other possibilities, it becomes evident that the royal bloodline of the Great Xia within him originates from his paternal lineage. Simultaneously, all the culprits seem to point towards his long-unseen biological father, the most wicked, nefarious, and insane bloodline of the empire. The suddenly reclusive warrior of the Great Xia and I, who have been relentlessly pursued. Now, let me make a bold prediction. My enigmatic, royal-sourced biological father married Yang Hong's sister, seized control of the military, and subsequently rebelled, nearly fracturing the Great Xia. Yet ultimately, he met with failure. Liu Qian instantly entered a supreme mode, engaging in a mental storm of analysis. However, there remained certain doubts, notably why the names of his parents were shrouded in mystery. If such a monumental event truly occurred, it would have been recorded. Yet there is not a single trace of documentation. It is as if an invisible hand has erased this chapter of history. Indeed, how could such a scandal be inscribed? Only the elders of that time might possess any knowledge. Thus, it appears that my stepfather must have perished, taking my unseen mother with him. The Lu family at that time fell within the realm of my father's influence, concealing and nurturing me while I was still in swaddling clothes, until recently when my identity was exposed, leading to relentless pursuits. My identity is not that of the son of the human emperor, but rather that of a grandson. Is this the so-called truth? Liu Qian's brow furrowed slightly, feeling an unsettling dissonance. If this were indeed the case, how could Yang Hong still be alive? According to the previous words of the ghost doctor, the Great Xia was nearly obliterated, indicating the terror of that battle. It is likely that the human emperor of the Great Xia was on the brink of demise. Such actions could be fatal. That emperor would hardly be merciful. Moreover, if my father instigated a rebellion alongside this uncle, and if my father met his end, how could Yang Hong still be alive? That human emperor could slay his own son. Would he hesitate to eliminate Yang Hong? Furthermore, how has the Lu family managed to protect him for so long under such pressure? If that human emperor truly had the intent, this so-called grandson would have been unable to survive. Why go to such lengths to scheme and incite action? The opposing side could simply dispatch dozens of celestial beings, or even intervene personally. A single earthly true immortal could intervene. Who could stop them? More importantly, how audacious of Lu Riyue and the forces behind her to dare risk offending the Great Xia human emperor, this earthly true immortal, in seeking his counsel? Moreover, why did Lu Riyue claim that Yang Hong could protect him, ensuring his survival? Something feels amiss, undeniably amiss. The The situation appears far more complex than I initially imagined. What truly transpired back then? Just as Lu Qian began to lift a veil of obscurity, he found himself ensnared in a new haze. You appear dazed, seemingly perplexed, as if the sudden developments have left you bewildered, akin to an unsolvable enigma from the past. You glance at your uncle before you, wishing to inquire about your parents. Uncle, could you share with me the matters concerning my father and mother? Child, it is best you remain oblivious to such matters. They are beyond your realm of involvement. Here with your uncle, I shall ensure your lifelong safety. Yang Hong's gaze lowered, deliberately avoiding the topic, clearly reluctant to discuss it. After speaking, before you could utter another word, he issued a dismissal. You may leave. Whatever you desire here. Just convey it to your dog uncle, and he shall prepare it for you. What you need to focus on now is simply surviving. To live is paramount. This is my promise to her. Chapter 77. Advancement, 6th Level Talismancer. Something feels off. There is an unsettling disquiet. Since time immemorial, the heavens are vast. The earth is vast, yet the uncle reigns supreme. Under normal circumstances, Yang Hong, as your uncle, should be protective of you without question. In the absence of your parents, he is, in essence, your only remaining kin. Yet he seems unwilling to disclose anything about the past, not even the slightest detail regarding your parents. Now that you are safe, why does he refuse to reveal even a fragment of the truth? Could it be that there are hidden circumstances surrounding those events? Moreover, he continually emphasizes the importance of survival, urging you to simply live on. This string of peculiarities fills your heart with doubt, and just as you contemplate asking again, you find yourself tugged away by the dog uncle at your side, leading you outside. All right, little master, the master is weary and requires rest. Let us depart without disturbing him further. I shall take you to find a place to rest. Being dragged by the big yellow dog, you have no choice but to follow it outside, yet you cannot help but glance back repeatedly at your Uncle Yang Hong. Upon the dog's reminder, you notice that your uncle's complexion seems somewhat pale, lacking color, with bloodshot eyes that convey a sense of fatigue. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Hong cannot suppress a cough, and your keen eyes catch a glimpse of blood on the white cloth in his hand. Gasp! What could possibly render this once great warrior of the Great Xia so utterly exhausted, even injured? It is known that being hailed as the foremost figure of the Great Xia Empire, Yang Hong's strength likely reached the 9th transformation of the celestial realm. He could be rightly regarded as the foremost individual beneath the earthly true immortal. Your heart is heavy with countless questions as you are subsequently pulled out of the Lord's mansion by the big yellow dog. Dog uncle, is my uncle injured? I saw him coughing blood. I happen to be proficient in some talismanic water techniques, and you tentatively seek to glean information from the big yellow dog. You can tell that your dog uncle possesses an extraordinary status, likely a being of immense power, second only to one. The master is injured. Is that so? The big yellow dog tilts its head. Looking puzzled, you pause briefly, then turn back sharply for another glance, only to find your uncle still seated upon the throne, motionless, his complexion rosy, as though the earlier pallor and coughing were merely figments of your imagination. A sudden and inexplicable sense of dread washes over you, leaving you with an unsettling feeling of something being off. Yet you have already been led outside. From this point onward, regardless of how you attempt to extract information from the dog, you yield no results. Each time, it feigns ignorance and diverts the topic. What a cunning big yellow dog. It knows too well. As such, a yellow dog is surely the most cunning. You realize that the big yellow dog might also be aware of certain matters, but chooses to remain silent, unwilling to divulge any information. The big yellow dog leads you through the city, familiarizing you with the surroundings, and wherever you go, you receive respectful attention from all. Everyone expresses their reverence towards you. You attempt to communicate with them, yet you receive no response, only smiles and headshakes. The only thing you discern is that this place is referred to as the land of the hidden dragon. These scenes cause your heart to tighten, a sense of ominous premonition enveloping you. Yet since you have arrived, escape is not an option. You can only proceed step by step. You are arranged in a large courtyard adjacent to the Lord's mansion, closely situated beside your Uncle Yang Hong. With this great warrior of the Great Xia by your side, your sense of security soars. Seeing that you cannot elicit any information, you decide to cease your inquiries and focus solely on your cultivation. Since your uncle has stated that any needs should be relayed to the dog, you naturally will not hold back. You directly request the authentic records of 5th-level talismans and above, as well as new cultivation methods, martial skills, and techniques. You have long been unable to find high-level talismans, stuck at the threshold of becoming a 5th-level talismancer, while your primary cultivation method, the ancient dragon elephant scripture, feels somewhat inadequate when facing formidable adversaries. The art of talismans? The master has indeed slain several talismanic masters in the past, thus possessing a considerable inheritance in this regard, along with various techniques acquired through his previous conquests. The large yellow dog shook its head, leading you directly to a hidden storeroom within the city, allowing you to select at your leisure. Young master, these are the savings accumulated by the master over the years. Feel free to take whatever you desire. Gulping, you stared at the myriad techniques and secret realms before you, utterly dumbfounded. Despite having long been aware of your uncle's extraordinary nature, you never imagined he could be so affluent. 8th tier talismanic diagram, blood demon array technique, Qingmu longevity art, immortal profound technique, netherworld demon codex. The techniques laid before you were nearly all aimed at transcending the heavens, their might far surpassing the ancient dragon elephant scripture you cultivated, hinting at the formidable strength of their former wielders. Yet, they all ultimately perished at the hands of your uncle. Their techniques and secret realms now cherish treasures here. Ultimately, you chose an 8th tier talismanic diagram, the Qingmu longevity art, which could enhance one's lifespan, alongside a defensive celestial treasure, the Shimming Shield, and a plethora of cultivation resources. The Qingmu longevity art would allow you to extend your lifespan significantly upon breaking through major realms, perfectly complementing the consumption of the treading heaven 9 steps. Upon returning to the courtyard, you commenced your cultivation, discovering that after consuming refining elixirs, your cultivation speed accelerated, and the repayment of the heavenly debt hastened. Until the heavenly debt was fully repaid, you opted to forego the Qingmu longevity art and pursue the path of talismans instead. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. Unlike previous simulations that demanded caution and meticulousness, you found yourself free to cultivate without worry while residing in Hidden Dragon City, surrounded by countless resources and techniques. During this time, you did attempt to explore your surroundings, but the large yellow dog would always appear mysteriously, like a specter, shadowing your every move as if it were watching you intently. Under such circumstances, if you were to abandon your quest for exploration, in this half-year, while your cultivation made no discernible progress, the 2-year heavenly debt had dwindled to just 1 year, with the repayment speed doubling. Simultaneously, you comprehended numerous 5th-tier talismans, compensating for the inadequacy of the Fire Dragon talisman, and even began attempting to draw 6th-tier talismans. You successfully inscribed the 6th-tier Thunder-controlling talisman. You had officially become a 6th-tier talisman master. Chapter 78. You fell into a stupor. As a 6th-tier talisman master, you stood comparable to those of the 6th realm. With adequate preparation, you could overpower several peers of equal standing, rendering you invincible among your kind. With the enhancement of the talisman Dao Seed, a purple talent, my expertise in talismans far surpassed my cultivation level, keeping me in a leading position. Having broken through to 6th-tier talisman mastery, you were exhilarated, unable to resist the allure of the vast ocean of talisman knowledge, continuing your study. Yet, at that moment, an inexplicable chill surged into your heart, abruptly awakening you from your meditative state. You suddenly noticed, at some unknown point, a shadow had appeared behind you in the room. Exceptional mental fortitude is fundamental to becoming a talisman master, a criterion you undoubtedly met. A familiar voice suddenly emerged. Upon hearing it, your taut nerves instantly relaxed as you turned to see your uncle, Yang Hong, whom you had not seen in quite some time. He stood behind you, calmly observing, hands clasped behind his back, casually commenting, "You are quite impressive." "Uncle," you called out, somewhat awkwardly. It had indeed been a long while since you last encountered this simultaneously familiar yet strange uncle. Over the past 6 months, he had not made an appearance, remaining within the city lord's mansion. You had yearned to see him again, but the large yellow dog had consistently blocked your attempts, citing the master's intensive training. Yet, every night, the mansion echoed with the roars of beasts. Perhaps sensing your discomfort, Yang Hong's expression softened slightly, his gaze suddenly lingering on your chest. During our last meeting, I failed to notice. You seem to be in a peculiar state. Your cultivation's spiritual energy dissipating, returning to the heavens. Clearly, the great warrior of the Daxia dynasty had discerned the anomaly in your condition. You had not anticipated your uncle's keen perception. After a moment's hesitation, you revealed the matter of the treading heaven 9 steps. You could clearly see the enigmatic glimmer in his eyes when he heard of the effects of the treading heaven 9 steps, though a fleeting disappointment crossed his face upon discovering it could not be shared. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Such a technique indeed possesses the potential to seize the transformations of heaven and earth. Resonating with the Tao, let me see if I can assist you. A pure and potent spiritual energy suddenly surged into your body. You began to realize that the heavenly debt was being repaid at a terrifying pace. Wow! You seem to grasp the true application of the treading heaven 9 steps. It could indeed be wielded in such a manner. As long as a powerful individual were to transmit spiritual energy to you, the side effects could be mitigated in advance. Soon, you discovered that the heavenly debt was entirely settled, allowing you to continue cultivating and enhancing your power. The Qingmu longevity art you had previously sought was meant to assist the treading heaven 9 steps. But now, your uncle had something even better. Yang Hong retrieved an ancient tome from his spatial ring and presented it to you. Upon receiving it, you were met with 5 prominent characters. Qingdi longevity scripture. This was, astonishingly, a technique that could lead directly to the 9th realm of terrestrial immortals. This artifact was acquired by your uncle during a fortuitous encounter and was said to have some connection with the ancient Qingdi, boasting exceptionally domineering effects. Each breakthrough could multiply one's lifespan several times over, albeit with an exceedingly high cultivation difficulty. Listening to your uncle's explanation, you couldn't help but gasp in awe. The prospect of multiplying your lifespan several times over was indeed the perfect complement to the treading heaven 9 steps. Once cultivated, it would enhance the longevity of your treading heaven 9 steps, and with sufficient endurance, what could you possibly fear? Thank you, uncle. You sincerely expressed your gratitude. The fact that he would bestow such a profound technique upon you clearly indicated his regard for you as kin. No need for thanks. I am your uncle. Focus on your cultivation and survive. That is more important than anything. Yang Hong replied with a deep, meaningful tone, his gaze toward you imbued with complexity. However, at that moment, you were so absorbed in the matter that you failed to notice anything awry. Shortly thereafter, your uncle Yang Hong took his leave. Without the burden of the heavenly debt, you embarked on further cultivation. A month later, you successfully coalesced the 8th step of the treading heaven 9 steps, the celestial talisman. 2 months later, you began transitioning to cultivate the Qingdi longevity scripture, but this scripture aimed at terrestrial immortality was exceedingly intricate, and your progress was notably slow. The Supreme Emperor Bone began to take effect. 3 months later, you successfully entered the 1st tier of the Qingdi longevity scripture, extending your lifespan by 30 years. 5 months later, your exceptional talent allowed you to break through to the 3rd tier of the Qingdi longevity scripture, increasing your lifespan by a century. A year later, you brought the Qingdi longevity scripture to its peak at the 5th tier, your lifespan reaching a millennium, nearly double that of your peers. You broke through to the pinnacle of the Shanhai realm. Reaching the pinnacle of the Shanhai realm so swiftly, you were now prepared to break through to the extraordinary realm. The gains from this villain simulation were truly substantial. A 6th-tier talisman master, celestial talismans, the Qingdi longevity scripture, and the pinnacle of the Shanhai realm. While this seemed splendid, an unsettling feeling lingered. Liu Qian gazed at the reflection of himself in the villain simulator. His brow furrowed, lacking the anticipated excitement. Sensing that something was amiss, he still remembered the peculiar behavior of his elder brother, Lu Shou, and the unusual words of Lu Ruyue. Moreover, his uncle Yang Hong was somewhat enigmatic as well. Yet, the version of himself within the simulator appeared to have let down its guard. The subsequent villain simulation began to veer toward a peculiar direction. For the first time, you experienced the joy of cultivation. No danger, no pursuers, no persecution, only safe cultivation. Everything you needed was prepared and delivered to you, allowing you to exert your utmost effort to reach even greater peaks. Under such circumstances, you could easily bide your time here until the end of days, waiting for your skills to reach maturity, becoming a terrestrial immortal before emerging to sweep away all foes. rendering you invincible across the realm. In that moment, the masterminds behind the scenes and those who hunted you would all meet their demise. At this moment, you are overflowing with confidence, your vigilance has waned, and you have completely forgotten certain prior events and warnings. Subsequently, you must transcend to the sixth realm of the extraordinary, requiring some items from your uncle. What is happening? Why do you feel somewhat dizzy? Just as you are about to step out, an eerie fragrance suddenly wafts into your nostrils, causing you to feel an overwhelming dizziness, and you collapse to the ground. You slip into unconsciousness. Chapter 79. Uncle, do you wish to excavate my bones as well? Indeed, trouble has arisen. Lu Qian's complexion darkens, his gaze fixated on the unfolding events of the villain simulator. Only a formidable presence could act within the confines of hidden Dragon City. Crack! The door swings open. Someone steps inside. The unconscious you is taken away by the newcomer and placed onto a carriage, unaware of your destination. Silence prevails. In a daze, a domineering force surges from your spine, instantly dispersing the fog within, gradually awakening your dormant thoughts. As your consciousness begins to resurface, an inexplicable chill courses through you, as if the supreme imperial bone within is issuing a warning, urging you to save yourself. Trouble has arisen. I have been captured. Yang Hong is indeed suspicious. What has transpired? I was once vigilant. Why have I suddenly relaxed during this period? Could it be that I fell victim to some underhanded scheme? You are filled with anger and surprise, realizing that the only one capable of striking at you within Hidden Dragon City is your uncle, the great war god Yang Hong. Moreover, at this moment, you can vaguely sense two familiar presences within the carriage. One is the familiar aura of the big yellow dog, while the other, even more familiar, belongs to your uncle Yang Hong. You begin to recollect previous anomalies and realize that during this period, you seemingly overlooked certain matters, placing an undue trust in Yang Hong, even divulging the secret of the Tianji 9 steps to him. This is not in accordance with your original character. Though you are still unable to move, you can faintly hear fragmented conversations within the carriage. Master, must we proceed with this? The young master is your only kin in this world, and he carries half of the Yang family's blood within him. Perhaps we can think of another way. Though you are injured and lack your former might, we still have other options. Master, you were the great war god of the Great Xia in those days. Surely you must excavate the young masters. It is the big yellow dog. It is actually pleading on your behalf, however. In response to the dog's plea, Yang Hong remains silent, not uttering a word. Listening to the fragmented dialogue sends a chill down your spine. You never anticipated that your own uncle Yang Hong would covet your supreme imperial bone. Is it because he is injured and wishes to claim your supreme imperial bone to restore his strength? No wonder in the past, you often heard beast-like howls emanating from the Lord's manor at midnight. And no wonder, since your arrival in this place, you have been under constant surveillance, as if they feared you might escape. It is evident that the so-called Southern Expedition is a complete trap, with even your own uncle harboring ulterior motives. In contrast, the cunning big yellow dog harbors good intentions, continuously seeking to advocate for you. Perhaps realizing that its pleas are futile, the big yellow dog's demeanor grows despondent as it approaches your unconscious form, licking your face. I am sorry, young master, dog uncle cannot assist you. The strange fragrance that enveloped you moments ago was released by it. Yang Hong, shrouded in shadows, remains obscured, his expression and demeanor indistinguishable, speaking not a word throughout. This man and dog, this master and servant, seem oblivious to the fact that you have been alerted by the supreme imperial bone. Leading to your consciousness awakening and rationality returning, before long, the carriage halts at a small courtyard. Yang Hong strides ahead, disembarking first, while the big yellow dog stands tall, its size swelling as it carries you off the carriage and into the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, you find a wooden bed, beside which stands a butcher, exuding a dense aura of malevolence, his face marred. Missing half the eye, in the butcher's hand rests a chillingly cold, extraordinary cleaver, stained with blood. Greetings, true monarch. The butcher stands respectfully to the side, seemingly awaiting the prey to be served. You are laid upon the wooden bed. Witnessing this scene, your heart sinks to an abyss. At this moment, you have a foreboding sense of the calamity that is about to unfold. Entering a state of supreme alertness, striving with all your might to awaken fully, Yang Hong stands expressionless beside the bed, his gaze calmly fixed upon your sleeping form, The big yellow dog's face contorts slightly, wishing to plead once more, but is met with Yang Hong's callous dismissal. Leave. The big yellow dog's tail droops instantly, its spirit diminished, as it trudges toward the exit. Let us begin. Upon hearing Yang Hong's command, the butcher nods, gripping the cleaver, preparing to advance, only to halt abruptly, a look of shock crossing his features. Crack. Just when you should have remained in a state of unconsciousness, unbeknownst to you, your eyes snap open. Seizing Yang Hong's hand, your gaze incredulous, fixed intently upon him, your voice a soul-stirring inquiry. Uncle, do you also wish to excavate my bones? This sudden turn of events astonishes everyone present, in a one expected that you, a mere novice in the realm of mountains and rivers, could break free from the enchantment of the soul-binding smoke, a rare technique aimed at celestial beings. Yang Hong, whose hand you grasp, remains as stoic as a deep well, showing no sign of emotion. Yet, in the arm you hold, you detect a fleeting tremor. Clearly, this great war god of the Great Xia is not as composed as he appears. Swish, as all present stand in shock. You silently activate your life-saving blood escape talisman, enveloped in crimson light, attempting to flee. This is your only remaining trump card. You can only hope that Yang Hong does not possess a restraining sealing talisman. Crack! In the next moment, as you gaze in astonishment, an arm tears through space, disregarding the bloodlight, and swiftly crushes the life-saving blood escape talisman. The one who acted is none other than your uncle Yang Hong. This once great war god of the Great Xia, with but a mere flick of his strength, has obliterated all your avenues of escape. Such extravagant displays of power, boom. You are struck down, crashing onto the wooden bed, your entire being instantaneously devoid of sensation, your mind blank. Only Yang Hong's calm voice resonates in your ears. Excavated. Rip. The flesh on your back is torn apart by the cleaver, severing the most critical connection. A wave of excruciating pain surges from the depths of your soul. You are vivisected, with your supreme imperial bone forcefully extracted from your body. Chapter 80. The blood demon pays respects to the true monarch. The sixth prince has entrusted me to convey his regards to you. You have been vivisected, with your supreme imperial bone torn from your very being. It is a radiant bone, emanating an alluring dark golden glow, exuding an air of noble grandeur. This is the first time you have laid eyes upon your supreme imperial bone. Yet, for reasons unknown, at this moment, upon seeing it, you experience a peculiar sensation, as if something vital is missing. However, this feeling is fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it came. When it is completely stripped from your body, you feel as though you have lost something of utmost importance, rendering you disoriented and hollow. You watch helplessly as your supreme imperial bone is presented to Yang Hong by the butcher. Yet, Yang Hong does not take it. He merely stands in silence, not even glancing at it. This is somewhat unexpected. For, in your calculations, Yang Hong's intention was to claim your supreme imperial bone to heal his wounds and restore his peak prowess. However, the subsequent appearance of an unexpected guest sends tumultuous waves through your heart once more. Unbeknownst to you, the blood-robed figure that previously pursued you suddenly appears in the courtyard, bowing respectfully to Uncle Yang Hong. The blood demon pays respects to the true monarch. The sixth prince has entrusted me to convey his regards to you. Boom! Your pupils constrict, a bone-chilling coldness surging through your heart. They are actually in league with one another. Your uncle Yang Hong is, astonishingly, allied with the very forces that have tormented you from the shadows. All that has transpired was an act, a ruse to compel you to venture into the 10,000 great mountains, to the realm of Hidden Dragon. And the sixth prince mentioned by the blood demon, could it be the true identity of the puppet master? Previously, it was the sixth prince who masqueraded as your elder brother Lu Shou to communicate with you. Wait, not quite right. Suddenly, you realize that if that were true, when you arrived in the Hidden Dragon realm, they could have easily captured you and extracted your bones, without needing to let you live another year or so. This implies that Yang Hong and the sixth prince are not in cahoots. It seems that this uncle genuinely wishes to protect you. The subsequent events only serve to confirm your suspicions. In the face of the blood demon's reverence, Yang Hong appeared completely indifferent. As though he hadn't heard a word, he merely waved his hand, prompting the butcher to present the Supreme Emperor's bone before the blood demon. This scene resembled dismissing a beggar, being so disregarded. A flicker of embarrassment and resentment crossed the blood demon's face. Since ascending to the celestial realm, he could scarcely recall the last time he had been treated in such a manner. Yet, thinking of the terror that stood before him, he quelled his anger and pointedly reminded, "True monarch, in this transaction, aside from the Supreme Emperor's bone, it seems we are still lacking one thing." The sixth prince stated that to ensure the Supreme Emperor's bone would not be reborn, it was necessary to cripple Lu Qian's Dantian and destroy his cultivation. "If it is inconvenient for you to act, I can take care of it myself." It was evident that the blood demon still harbored resentment over your previous mockery, unwilling to let you off the hook, wishing to personally render you powerless. "Have you finished?" Yang Hong spoke calmly. With a resounding thud, Yang Hong struck, shattering your Dantian, and your peak cultivation, once as formidable as mountains, dissipated like smoke. Your complexion turned pale, and all vitality drained from your body, leaving you feeling as though you had aged countless years, barely clinging to consciousness. Witnessing your dire state, the blood demon, though disappointed that he could not strike you himself, let out a raucous laugh. "Ha ha ha, you little wretch, this is your Yang Hong frowned, slightly raising his gaze, and a beam of golden light suddenly shot forth in your astonished gaze. The cackling blood demon let out a heart-wrenching scream as his soul and Dantian were severely injured, his celestial cultivation crumbling swiftly. "How dare you cripple my Dantian?" The blood demon howled in despair, collapsing to the ground and rolling like a wretched dog. With just a glance, Yang Hong, your uncle, had incapacitated a formidable being of the fifth transformation of the celestial realm, revealing that his power far exceeded your imagination. Wasn't he injured? How could he still possess such strength? Could it be that internal strife had erupted? Hadn't Uncle Yang Hong targeted you out of fear of the sixth prince? Why then did he so readily cripple the blood demon? Did he not fear inciting the wrath of the puppet master and dismantling their prior agreement? After all, a being above the fifth transformation of the celestial realm is not something to be trifled with. Was it due to the blood demon's insult of little wretch? Lu Qian vaguely sensed that this remark had indeed provoked Yang Hong. It seemed that this uncle held familial bonds in high regard. Moreover, a Yang Hong, even in a weakened state, could effortlessly incapacitate the blood demon. Just how terrifying was he in his prime? Beyond that, there was also the enigmatic sixth prince, Qian Tai. Chapter 81. Reunion with an old friend? Explosive news and the puppet master slain. Qian Tai, the sixth prince of the Great Xia Empire, a prodigy of exceptional talent, had attained the sacred realm before turning 30, lauded as the foremost genius of the imperial family. He was poised to break through to the celestial realm before the age of 50, standing shoulder to shoulder with the elder celestial beings. His mother hailed from the celestial lineage of the Chu family and was the most favored consort of the current emperor of the Great Xia. Due to his exceptional talents and remarkable cultivation aptitude, Qian Tai had been the center of attention since childhood, cherished by the emperor and regarded by many as the next heir to the throne. He was a true child of destiny, unmatched in family background, status, and aptitude within the Great Xia Empire. Fragments of information about Qian Tai began to surface in Lu Qian's mind. If it truly is him, then everything makes sense. Given his status and the support of his maternal clan, compelling the ghostly physician and the blood demon would not be impossible. Wait! Lu Qian suddenly realized something was amiss. Lu Qian? Qin Qian. Could it be that I have unwittingly taken on the role of the discarded princely Cheng Qian in this tragic script? Exiled to the demon city from the outset, with so many wanting to kill me, because, despite my flaws, I still represent the legitimate line of the Great Xia, and there are still those eager to ally and support me. Damn it! In a fit of agitation, Lu Qian slammed his hand on the bed, inadvertently waking the slumbering Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue, what's wrong, you troublesome brat? Did you have a nightmare? It's all right, go back to sleep, Lu Qian offered a perfunctory reassurance, gently pressing her head back onto the pillow, weaving elaborate tales until she fell asleep once more. Having quelled the imminent rage of a certain foolish woman, Lu Qian turned his gaze back to the villain simulator. Though this villain simulation had been thwarted, he had unexpectedly escaped the whirlpool. He had a premonition that this simulation was not yet at its conclusion and that he might still glean valuable information. When you awaken once more, you find yourself nestled in a secluded paradise. Stripped of the Supreme Emperor's bone and rendered powerless, you have now become an ordinary person, even less than that. the extraction of the Supreme Emperor's bone has had a profound impact on you, nearly draining your vitality. Had you not cultivated the Qing Emperor's longevity scripture, greatly extending your lifespan, you might have long since perished. Wait a moment. Could it be that Yang Hong foresaw this and thus provided me with the Qing Emperor's longevity scripture? You suddenly come to the realization that it might indeed be so. However, in your current state, it appears you can only live a few more decades like an ordinary person. You now find yourself confined here? With all your needs catered to, everything you desire is provided, yet you have no access to the outside world. Uncle Yang Hong and that large yellow dog have yet to make an appearance. One wonders what they are preoccupied with. Decades of solitude could be considered a fair trade. This simulation serves as an opportunity to experience life anew. Perhaps having been rendered powerless has altered your mindset, leading to a sense of tranquility, as if you have truly let go. You begin to live independently in the small courtyard, reading books, even cultivating a half-acre of land to grow vegetables, in the blink of an eye. 10 years have passed. Over the course of a decade, you have dwelled alone, enduring solitude without succumbing to madness. Instead, your character has been honed, becoming more resilient and composed, shedding your previous restlessness. You often peruse talisman texts and Taoist scriptures, gradually exuding a faint aura of the Dao Dai. In this serene environment, the long-absent large yellow dog arrives, accompanied by an unexpected guest. Little master, look who I've brought for you. You are taken aback, as the large yellow dog has brought none other than Su Mei, whom you parted ways with 10 years ago. Now, Su Mei, compared to her youthful innocence of the past, radiates a certain mature charm, akin to a blossoming flower bud, and she emanates the aura of someone who has entered the sacred realm. Clearly, this destined protagonist has grown significantly over the past decade. Lu Gij, Su Mei calls out. Her feelings for you as profound as when she departed. Mayor, long time no see. You share a sentiment of nostalgia at this reunion. You are witnessing the reunion of old acquaintances, yet they wear an air of indifference. While the perceptive yellow dog, having taken on the role of a vigilant guardian, wisely retreats. You extend an invitation to Su Mei to enter your abode, whereupon you venture into the vegetable garden to gather fresh greens, slice meat, and prepare a sumptuous feast to honor your guest. Su Mei, feeling a pang of compassion for you, offers her assistance, but you gently decline, asserting that your visitor is to be treated as a guest. Before long, the delectable dishes are served, and you begin to enjoy your meal while engaging in light conversation, though it is predominantly Su Mei who speaks. She recounts how, after your parting 10 years prior, she followed Lu Ruyue to a modest courtyard in the imperial capital, where she was carelessly settled. It is evident that the forces behind Lu Ruyue harbor a deep mistrust of her. However, as she unveiled her extraordinary talents as an alchemist and cultivator, rapidly ascending to the rank of a 7th-level alchemist and attaining a saintly cultivation level within a mere few years, their demeanor transformed. Those aligned with Lu Ruyue grew increasingly enthusiastic, eager to recruit her, offering her numerous privileges while simultaneously restricting her freedom. They promised that upon signing a contract to join them, she would be privy to all secrets and her origins. Yet Su Mei remained resolute in her refusal. Lu Gu, throughout these years, I have persistently expressed my desire to leave, but to no avail. It was only recently that a certain canine elder appeared in the imperial capital, which compelled them to reluctantly allow my departure. Subsequently, the elder dog led me to you, she explains. Su Mei elucidates the reason for her arrival, evidently signaled by the yellow dog, or rather, your uncle. Regrettably, your strategic placement of Su Mei as a hidden piece did not yield insights into the identities of the forces behind Lu Ruyue. Yet it did provide an intriguing revelation. The individuals backing Lu Ruyue appear to be entirely female. You nod in acknowledgement and inquire about the Lu family circumstances, learning that they were annihilated a decade ago. Though remnants of rebellion still elude capture. In addition, Su Mei brings forth a staggering piece of news. 10 years prior, the 6th prince, Chen Tai, unexpectedly acquired a divine artifact known as the Supreme Emperor's Bone, leading to a meteoric rise in his cultivation, conquering the heavens and becoming invincible within his realm in just a decade. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the Great Xia Empire. However, just 10 days ago, a mysterious secret realm emerged in the Demon City, prompting 6th Prince Chen Tai to venture there for exploration. only to fall victim to an assassination attempt. It is said that the sixth prince was publicly beheaded, and the Supreme Emperor's bone was extracted from him. The perpetrator of this heinous act was none other than Yi Chen. Chapter 82. The true identity of Lu Qian. The mastermind behind the sixth prince's demise has perished at the hands of Yi Chen, the protagonist who had vanished for a decade. Staring at the explosive news within the villain simulator, Lu Qian finds himself momentarily stunned, struggling to grasp the implications. Has the cunning Chen Tai truly met his end in such a brutal fashion? The manner of his death is indeed shocking. Decapitation and the extraction of bones. What enmity could possibly warrant such a fate? While the situation seems absurd, it is not entirely unfathomable. The nature of protagonists defies logic. Although he has lost the steps to heaven, one cannot dismiss the possibility of other fortuitous encounters. Given a decade to develop, he could swiftly demonstrate the folly of underestimating youth. Although Chen Tai, that wretched scoundrel, has acquired my Supreme Emperor's bone, he is not the original owner and may not fully harness its true potential. Thus it is not surprising that he met his downfall at the hands of Yi Chen. However, did they truly harbor such deep-seated animosity towards one another? Tilting his head, Lu Qian struggles to decipher the intricate web of cause and effect. Nevertheless, with Yi Chen's unique mindset, it is challenging to comprehend his motivations. From Su Mei's account, it seems Yi Chen had been lurking within that mysterious realm of the Demon City, suddenly springing forth to assassinate Chen Tai while wielding a bloodied blade. The bloodied blade. Again, the bloodied blade. Instantly, you recall instances from previous simulations where Yi Chen had also possessed a bloodied blade, that time. You suspected it was yet another treasure hidden within the secret realm, one you sought to obtain but ultimately failed to locate. Now, having slain Chen Tai, Yi Chen has ascended to the status of the most wanted criminal in the Great Xia Empire. It is said that upon hearing of Chen Tai's demise, his mother fainted from grief, and the Chu family behind her erupted in fury. Even the long-absent emperor of the Great Xia expressed his wrath. Currently, factions throughout the Great Xia Empire are in pursuit of Yi Chen. Some seeking the bounty on his head, others coveting his opportunities, and some eyeing the Supreme Emperor's bone. Yet, astonishingly, the perpetrator of such egregious crimes, Yi Chen, has once again vanished without a trace, leaving no one able to track his whereabouts. Upon learning of the ultimate fate of the sixth Prince Chen Tai, the true instigator behind these events, at the hands of Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, you cannot help but feel a sense of reflection. In a certain sense, Yi Chen has avenged the desecration of bones on your behalf. Lu Gu. There is one more thing I forgot to mention. 10 years ago, Sister Lu gave birth to a daughter after 3 years of pregnancy. Su Mei speaks in a calm tone, yet a hint of peculiarity lingers in her voice. Over these 10 years, Sister Lu has seemingly been quite preoccupied with thoughts of you. Boom. You find yourself frozen in place. Astonished to discover that you have a bloodline still existing in this simulated world. 10 years ago, Lu Ruyue indeed succeeded in leaving behind a child. Yet, all of this belongs to the past. You sigh, acknowledging that your time is limited, and there is little point in dwelling too long on these matters. The knowledge gleaned from this villain simulator has already proven invaluable. Lu Gu. The elder dog mentioned that I could stay here with you, accompanying you until the end. Su Mei bites her lip, revealing her true intentions. Clearly, she is aware of your limited time and wishes to remain by your side. Observing the resolute woman before you, you realize that denying her would be futile, so you nod in agreement. Having lived in solitude for so long, the presence of a companion is indeed a welcome change. With Su Mei by your side, life seems to blossom with newfound novelty and joy. Although a decade has passed since your last meeting, there is not a hint of estrangement between you in the blink of an eye. Another decade has slipped away. Despite the passage of time, you remain unchanged, still bearing the appearance of youth. Throughout these years, you and Su Mei have supported each other through thick and thin, though not bound by marriage. Your bond transcends such titles that a few years ago, Su Mei's belly began to swell, and her favorite pastime became gently caressing her abdomen while engaging in soliloquies. During these years, aside from your time spent with Su Mei, you have occasionally caught wind of external news. For instance, Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, has been making waves across the Great Xia, facing encirclement and yet consistently managing to escape peril. He resembles an indomitable cockroach, seemingly impossible to eradicate. Observers have noted that he appears to be in search of something. You sense your own vitality waning. Even tending to your vegetable garden has begun to feel laborious. As if the end is drawing near, is this the taste of death? You murmur to yourself. You understand all too well that your days are numbered, and it is unlikely you will live to see the birth of your child. Yet, in order to spare Sume the anguish of worry, you conceal your frailty and continue to put on a brave front. You recline in your usual manner upon the rocking chair in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight, feeling languid, not for lack of desire to work, but simply due to incapacity as you calculate the time. It dawns on you that the month's supply delivery is imminent. Soon enough, someone arrives, though this visitor is beyond your expectations. Uncle, you exclaim in surprise. The visitor is none other than your uncle, Yang Hong, whom you have not seen in 2 decades. After 2 decades, Yang Hong still bears the handsome and valiant visage of middle age. Yet your keen observation reveals a few more strands of silver in his hair and a weariness in his calm gaze. Child, I wish to take you somewhere. Very well. You muster your strength. Offering a few words to Su Mei before following behind him. You walk side by side with your uncle, venturing toward the world beyond your secluded haven. This marks your first foray outward. Yet this time, there are no barriers to impede your passage. After an indeterminate amount of time, you and Uncle Yang arrive at a sheer cliff, where a gravestone and a burial site come into view. Yang Xiu's grave. This is your mother's resting place. Uncle Yang speaks slowly, a trace of sorrow lacing his words. These words, your body jolts, an indescribable emotion surging within you as you slowly approach. Trembling hands reaching out to touch the gravestone before you. You are acutely aware that Uncle Yang's appearance and his decision to bring you here are not mere coincidences. He must know that your time is nearly up and wish to impart some truths. As you caress the gravestone, bowing your head in silence for an extended period, your voice emerges, hoarse yet resolute. Uncle, who is my father, and who am I? This time, Uncle Yang finally sheds his veil of secrecy. Your father is Chen Xian, the crown prince of the Great Xia Empire, and you are the esteemed grandson of the empire. The Emperor of Great Xia is your grandfather. Chapter 83. The Truth Behind Filial Piety. Boom! Lu Qian's pupils constricted, and his expression froze in an instant. Although he had anticipated some of this, he was nonetheless astounded by the sudden revelation. I am the esteemed grandson. My father is the crown prince. My grandfather is the Emperor of Great Xia. I even have an uncle who wields military power, the god of war of Great Xia. What an extraordinary lineage, power, and soldiers. In comparison, that behind-the-scenes figure, the 6th Prince Chentai, pales in insignificance. According to the etiquette and ethics of the Great Xia Empire, I am the epitome of legitimacy. Yet, how did it come to this dire state? He is the esteemed grandson of the Great Xia Empire. What unspeakable deeds did my long-unseen father commit to drag me into this predicament? You are the esteemed grandson. Your heart trembles wildly, clearly shaken by the unexpected news. In the end, you are the Empire's T0. But how did things end up in such disarray? Uncle, could you tell me about my father? You are eager to uncover the truth. Given the circumstances, your time is limited, and naturally, you wish to know what transpired back then. You also seek to understand why you are labeled as the most sinful, the most wicked, the most deranged lineage. Your father, Uncle Yang Hong's gaze lowered slightly, a flicker of anger crossing his face, but upon seeing your frail, pleading eyes, his heart softened. Your father, Chen Xian, was a man of great talent and vision, born extraordinary, favored by your grandfather with signs of ancient divinity, and was designated as the crown prince from a young age, becoming the foremost heir of the Great Xia Empire. After becoming the crown prince, he assisted your grandfather in managing the empire's affairs, showcasing remarkable abilities, implementing new policies, promoting commoners, suppressing aristocratic families, and paving a path to success for the lower classes, his reputation rising to unparalleled heights within the Great Xia Empire. Rivaling your grandfather, countless individuals proclaimed your father bore the aura of an ancient emperor. At that time, all matters from across the empire were first submitted to your father for review before being presented to your grandfather for approval. In a certain sense, your grandfather, the Emperor of Great Xia, was overshadowed by your father. In terms of capability, throughout the history of the Great Xia Empire, your father would rank among the most exceptional figures. When discussing your father's remarkable achievements, Yang Hong's expression grew complex, for he too was a beneficiary of those times. In the midst of a society dominated by aristocratic families, rising to prominence was no simple task. At critical moments, one needs assistance. What the heck? At this moment, while you are shocked by your father's formidable reputation, you also realize the precariousness of the situation. As the crown prince, he has overshadowed the true emperor. If nothing goes awry, that would be a miracle. If this were the case, it would be one thing, but this scoundrel has no regard for filial piety. Back then, before your uncle's rise, he and your father shared a close bond, often considering each other confidants, visiting frequently. In the short term, it was acceptable, but as time passed, things began to feel off. During that time, your uncle gradually gained favor with your grandfather, leading troops in battles, yet that scoundrel frequently visited your uncle's home, and by the time your uncle returned, your mother was already heavy with child. Carrying you. What a bastard. If it weren't for your mother intervening, I would have surely cut him down. Uncle Yang Hong's calm demeanor vanished, his eyes brimming with a palpable murderous intent. Who wouldn't go mad in such a situation? Bastard, I regarded you as a brother, and you wish to become my brother-in-law? Moreover, this scoundrel was clearly forcing him to choose sides. Having become the crown prince, he still sought to meddle in military affairs. Lu Qian, you realize your father is truly cunning, even somewhat inhumane, taking advantage of others' absence to betray trust. To claim it was unintentional is simply implausible. On one hand, it may be true love, while on the other, it is evident he aimed to bind the formidable god of war uncle to his own camp. Ahem, uncle, my father has indeed acted despicably. Can we return to the main topic? You attempt to soothe your uncle, redirecting the conversation. Afterward, I learned that your grandfather suspected your father of secretly hoarding weapons and nurturing assassins, intending to rebel, and was preparing to take action against your father. Yang Hong regained his composure and continued. This also indirectly explains your father's motivations. He acted upon mere suspicion. Your expression darkens. Is that not sufficient? Yang Hong gazed at you meaningfully. In that instant, you find yourself speechless. For an emperor, suspicion alone suffices. What further evidence is required? Thus, merely due to a baseless accusation, my grandfather took action, killing my father and causing my family to fall apart. Your fists clenched tightly, your body trembling. Is this the terror of those in power? The so-called bonds of kinship are rendered insignificant in the face of authority. Who claims it is unfounded? Yang Hong suddenly interjected, interrupting your words. You are momentarily bewildered, staring blankly at your uncle. Do not look at me. Your father truly acted in such a manner. Hoarding weapons, nurturing assassins, preparing for a coup. Do you genuinely believe he is an honest man? Your grandfather's suspicions were not misplaced. He had anticipated the situation. Uncle Yang Hong patted your head, wearing an expression that suggested you were still too naive and needed further experience. Your father, in fact, acted preemptively, anticipating your grandfather's suspicions and the danger they posed to him, seeking to strike first. Indeed, your father sought to bolster his chances and even enlisted a few brothers, preparing to rebel against your grandfather, expressing his willingness to share the world with them. Such paternal devotion, the elder brother taking the lead, calling upon some brothers to assist in plotting against their own father. You are left dumbfounded by this series of outrageous actions. Could it truly be such a dramatic reversal? Hey, uncle, are you certain you are speaking Chinese? Can it be more absurd than this? Your lips twitch. Is it truly possible to play such games, to rebel so nonchalantly, even against one's own father? Has my father lost his mind, unaware of the consequences of failure? Not absurd at all. Your grandfather acted in a similar fashion back then. Uncle Yang Hong made yet another shocking statement. Otherwise, do you think he would have ascended to that position? Good heavens, is this a family trait? Is rebellion a hereditary quality? And it is directed against their own father. Chapter 84. Yang Hong, child. It was I who killed your father. Having learned of the insurrectionist succession system within Great Xia, you silently curse, a bunch of lunatics, not a single sane person among them. Grandfather rebelled, father rebelled, and the only one left is you yet to rebel. On the day of the war, I was urgently summoned by the Emperor of Great Xia and dispatched to the border to suppress the enigmatic foreign tribes. Evidently, at that time, due to your father's involvement, your grandfather had begun to distrust me. Yang Hong sighed and began recounting the events of that year. When I returned after resolving the strange foreign rebellion, I learned of everything. At that time, I knew not what kind of drug your father had used to bewitch your mother, for he stole my military token, disguised himself as me, and quietly led a troop into the capital. Your father was ruthless, striking first, using a few brothers as shields, having them bear the brunt while he hid in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. After paying a tremendous price and clearing all obstacles, your father finally made his move. He alone walked over the corpses of his brothers, stepping upon the mountain of bones, entering the imperial palace of Great Xia, and engaged in a decisive battle with your grandfather, the earthly immortal. That battle had far-reaching consequences, nearly bringing about the destruction of the Great Xia Empire. Listening to your uncle's narration, you can almost feel the brutality of that great war. In that battle, even the so-called celestial beings were merely pawns, with countless celestial beings meeting their demise. During the chaos, many aristocratic families also personally entered the fray. Ultimately, there was a decisive confrontation. Uncle, was my father also an earthly immortal? A sudden thought struck you. To engage in a life-and-death battle with the earthly immortal emperor of Great Xia, your father must have been of at least equal caliber. However, your uncle's forthcoming response left you somewhat astonished. No, he was merely at the celestial realm. Yang Hong shook his head, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded you. Yet he possesses the supreme emperor's bone. Capable of unleashing the power of a terrestrial true immortal, it was the first time the supreme emperor's bone made its debut in the Great Xia Empire. Prior to this, no one was aware of its existence. Nor did anyone know that your father possessed such a physique. The circumstances of that battle remain shrouded in mystery. Although your father ultimately faced defeat, the Emperor of Great Xia also paid a considerable price. Reportedly suffering severe injuries and remaining unseen for decades, your father, endowed with extraordinary gifts, dared to challenge a terrestrial true immortal beyond his level and even managed to inflict grave wounds upon him before making his escape. Following that encounter, the Supreme Emperor's bone became renowned throughout the realm, regarded as a forbidden divine object by countless individuals. At that time, rumors circulated that had your father waited a bit longer, honing his powers further, your grandfather might have met his end at his hands. With a jolt, your pupils constricted. While you were not surprised by the fact that your father possessed the Supreme Emperor's bone, you had not anticipated its overwhelming dominance. The ability to confront a terrestrial true immortal head-on at the celestial realm and emerge victorious, seemingly without the time constraints of the 9 steps to heaven. Just a fraction away, and your father could have succeeded. It was no wonder so many coveted your Supreme Emperor's bone. The mastermind behind it all, Chan Tai, had long harbored designs on you. You inhaled deeply, striving to quell your emotions. Did my father ultimately perish? He did. Did he die at the hands of the Emperor of Great Xia? No. He fell to my hands, Yang Hong replied, delivering a shocking revelation. You trembled, disbelief coursing through you as you stared at your uncle. He actually killed his own father? Child, do you understand? Upon my return from battle, I beheld a Great Xia Empire ravaged and in chaos. Yang Hong's voice quivered with emotion. That scoundrel of a father abandoned you and your mother without a second thought after instigating rebellion. All the mess was left for you two to handle. When I returned, Xiu'er was gravely ill, her condition terminal. Before she passed, she clutched my hand, pleading for me, her brother, to protect you. Yet, with a situation so dire, what could I do? What could I possibly do? Yang Hong's eyes burned with a fierce redness. His emotions barely contained, making it difficult to fathom the pressure he faced at that time. Given his status, he must have been deeply embroiled in the turmoil. Though he did not participate, his own sister and brother-in-law were deeply involved. Under such circumstances, he could say he was in a situation where even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't cleanse him of guilt. You gazed at your emotionally unhinged Uncle Yang Hong, seemingly able to envision the chaos of that time. Based on Xiu'er's dying words, I discovered a clandestine place where they once shared love, and I found him there. When I encountered him, he had become somewhat deranged, seemingly having lost his sanity, evidently paying a steep price. I took it upon myself to end his life, bringing his severed head to the palace, vowing with my life that you were already dead. Listening to your uncle's composed words, You felt a chill run down your spine, deeply moved by his willingness to forge a path for your survival. In that moment, to protect you, your uncle had nearly gambled with his life. The Emperor of Great Xia believed you. I presented his son's head before him. What reason would he have to doubt? Yang Hong's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile. As a consequence, I was stripped of everything. Exiled here for life, forbidden to leave or return to the capital. Thus, the matter seemed to reach a conclusion, and before my departure from the capital, due to the multitude of eyes upon me, I found it difficult to care for you, so I secretly entrusted you to the Liu family for your upbringing. Though the Liu family publicly appeared to be staunch loyalists of the Emperor of Great Xia, who could have anticipated that they had long since allied with your father, serving as one of his many contingencies? In this manner, with the Liu family's guise, coupled with the plans your father had left behind, you managed to survive to this day. As you listened to your uncle's explanation, you began to grasp the sheer luck and fortune that had allowed you to endure thus far. Had another person been in your place, the grass atop their grave would have grown unfathomably high by now. Wait. Suddenly, a realization struck you. How had your identity been exposed? You posed the question. Paper cannot contain fire forever. Among the contingencies left by your father, someone had a change of heart and betrayed both the Liu family and you. Upon hearing that someone had sold you and the Liu family out, leading to the current predicament, your expression darkened, and your heart began to form suspicions about the likely culprits. Since the traitors sought to curry favor with their new master, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to undermine you. As a display of loyalty in your mind, a distinct target emerged at the Gu family? Indeed. Yang Hong nodded, acknowledging your quick wit, impressed that you had deduced the identity of the traitor so swiftly. The Gu family had originally been one of your father's contingencies, yet over time, they had evidently changed sides, selling you out to the mastermind, the sixth Prince Chen Tai, in exchange for benefits. They even schemed to lure you to the capital, placing you in a deadly trap. Intent on your demise. It was likely that the downfall of the Liu family was also tied to the Gu family's treachery. While anger surged within you, you also began to realize the complexity of the contingencies your late father had left behind, which became increasingly difficult to discern amidst the chaos. Uncle, since my identity has been exposed, why hasn't the Emperor of Great Xia taken action against me? Instead, it is Chen Tai, the sixth prince, who is making such a fuss to kill me. You connected the dots. Under normal circumstances, once one's identity is compromised, the first to attempt your life would logically be your grandfather, the Emperor of Great Xia. Why had it turned into the sixth Prince Chen Tai, and why was he so anxious? Unless some unforeseen event had transpired. Yang Hong's subsequent words unraveled your confusion entirely. Once the Gu family disseminated your information, the entire Great Xia Empire was thrown into an uproar, with countless individuals eager to witness the Emperor's reaction, longing for your demise. Yet, unexpectedly, the Emperor of Great Xia seems to have recalled the bond of kinship, deliberately overlooking past grievances to acknowledge you as his grandson once more. Moreover, rumors from the imperial palace suggested that the Emperor frequently spoke of you, his cherished grandson, with intentions of passing on the throne to you. Good heavens! So it is! You understood the situation at last. No wonder Chen Tai wished to eliminate you. He initially aimed to use your life as a bargaining chip to curry favor with the Emperor of Great Xia. However, his plan backfired, ensnaring him instead. If you were truly recognized, your uncles and cousins would have to step aside, for you would be the first in line to inherit the Great Xia Empire. In such a scenario, it was not only Chen Tai who would go mad. All the other princes would also be driven to desperation, eager to see you dead. Liu Qian's lips twitched as he finally grasped the true motive behind Chen Tai's scheme to eliminate him. Clearly, part of it stemmed from the coveted Supreme Emperor's bone, but more significantly, it was about the throne itself. No wonder Liu Riyue warned that heading north to return to the capital was a perilous venture. The slim chance of survival hinged on the whims of the Emperor of Great Xia. Previously, the impostor posing as your elder brother, Liu Shou, had prevented you from returning to the capital, evidently fearing unforeseen complications. Yet, your grandfather, the Emperor of Great Xia, did not seem to harbor such good intentions. Had he genuinely wished to acknowledge you, he could have easily sent someone to fetch you. Instead, he remained passive, watching Chen Tai's persecution of you unfold without intervening. It was as if he were playing a game of nurturing a viper in his bosom, A chilling notion indeed. Liu Qian swiftly discerned the intricate power dynamics at play, realizing that the so-called bond of kinship was likely nothing more than a cruel joke. Trusting him would be akin to foolishness. After all, that man once dared to rebel against the throne. He succeeded, while your father met with failure. You recognize the sinister intentions behind the emperor of Great Xia. Placing your faith in him would be less prudent than trusting Qin Shi Huang. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, you were seized by a fit of violent coughing, blood spilling from your lips as your body trembled. The vitality within you ebbing away like a receding tide. You became acutely aware that your time was drawing to a close, and in a bid to maximize your gains, you began to inquire of your uncle. Eager to glean the information you sought. Among them is the existence of the enigmatic figure Lu Ruyue and the forces that lie behind him. Yang Hong scoffs disdainfully, dismissing them as mere opportunists. Your meticulous inquiries were aimed at fully preparing yourself for the real world and laying a solid foundation for the next simulation. Suddenly, you shift the topic and bring up your unseen master. Zhuan Fuzi, clearly revealing your curiosity about this entity that instills fear in both the ghostly physician and Lu Ruyue. Zhuan Fuzi. You notice that when Yang Hong utters this name, the previous air of disdain vanishes. Replaced by a solemn gravity, from Yang Hong, you learn that this Zhuan Fuzi was once your father Chan Xian's mentor, a figure who is begrudgingly trustworthy and could protect you in critical moments. Time swiftly passes as you uncover numerous secrets from Yang Hong. Perhaps sensing that your time is running short, he chooses not to conceal anything from you. During this exchange, you casually mention Chen Tai, only to observe a flicker of disdain in your uncle's eyes, indicating that he has never regarded the man with any seriousness. You suddenly sense that something is amiss. If that were the case, why would he still engage in dealings with him? Unless there are other issues at play, and you suspect that Chen Tai's demise may not be unrelated to your uncle standing before you. Clearly, your uncle seems reluctant to delve further into this matter. You also inquire about why the Supreme Emperor bone within you is sealed and cursed. Yet, in response to this question, Yang Hong falls silent, as if hesitant to discuss it, harboring some form of apprehension. Witnessing this scene, a decisive thought strikes you. Uncle, you have revealed so many secrets to me, and I wish to share one in return. You suddenly speak, breaking the silence, and as you approach him, you whisper softly, Uncle, I possess a remarkable object. Upon my death, it will trigger a mechanism allowing me to be reborn in the past. I cannot truly perish. In a sense, the villain simulator indeed serves this purpose. Boom. Yang Hong's pupils constrict, his expression shifting dramatically. The previous calmness and silence dissipate as he fixates on you, seemingly attempting to discern the truth. Your demeanor and the changes emanating from your soul convey the authenticity of your words. This is a carefully considered decision on your part to self-destruct in exchange for greater information, while also startling your uncle, presenting him with a surprise. Yet, Yang Hong's subsequent reaction leaves you somewhat taken aback. I see you are merely experiencing a fit of hysteria before your demise, indulging in fanciful notions. Very well, spend some more time with your mother. I shall take my leave. Yang Hong sighs, a look of regret crossing his face as he pats your shoulder and departs alone. Your countenance turns blank, for you can distinctly sense that at the moment your uncle spoke, something had silently appeared in your hand. It seems to be a note. Chapter 86, Yi Chun. Lu Qian, I have finally found. Wait, don't you dare die on meat. A note? Why did Yang Hong choose to slip you a note? Concealing his words? Why feign such an attitude? Why was he consistently silent on certain topics, unwilling to discuss them? You should have been a dead man. Even if aware, you would carry these secrets deep underground. Unless, there is a pair of eyes constantly watching him, observing his every move in our conversation. Your pupils constrict, and you immediately recognize the issue at hand. A chill surging through you. At this moment, you feel as if an unseen pair of eyes is intently focused on the distant figure receding before you. It is precisely for this reason that Yang Hong was compelled to employ such methods, wishing to alert you to something. Had you not disclosed the secret of rebirth, your uncle likely would not have chosen to take such risks in informing you in the Great Xia Empire. Only the emperor in the capital could instill such fear in Yang Hong, the god of war of Great Xia, rendering him cautious. Wait. If the preceding conversation was conducted under surveillance, does that imply there were also concealments or issues at play? For all these years, has someone been monitoring Yang Hong? What does the Emperor of Great Xia intend to achieve? Could it be that Yang Hong is harboring secrets he has yet to reveal? Considering Yang Hong's subtly dismissive demeanor, could it be that all along, he has not been wary of Qin Tai, the mastermind behind the scenes, but rather of the figure within the Great Xia Imperial Palace? Damn, heading south is indeed a perilous endeavor. Liu Qian's expression shifts, his gaze fixed intently on the contents within the villain simulator, a palpable chill washing over him. He, a mere shrimp yet to grow, has unwittingly stumbled into a high-stakes game. His uncle seems to be engaged in a battle of wits against that figure in the Great Xia Imperial Palace. Otherwise, how could he have remained so informed about events in the capital and the demon capital while being exiled to the southern mountains? Seemingly wounded. Let me think. Liu Qian's gaze sharpens as he enters supreme mode, transcending the mundane limitations of thought, commencing to dissect the recent dialogue within the villain simulator. Searching for inconsistencies, he feels that the prior conversation harbors something concealed. Wait! His pupils constrict as he seemingly realizes something. Based on Xiao Er's dying words, I discovered a secret place where they once loved. When I found him, he had become somewhat deranged, as if struck dumb. I personally killed him, bringing his head to the royal palace. Bringing the head, merely severing the head. What of Qian Xian's corpse? What of the supreme emperor bone within that headless corpse? Good heavens, Yang Hong has concealed a fully developed supreme emperor bone. Your mind races, rapidly processing the information. Though deprived of the supreme emperor bone and unable to utilize supreme mode, you quickly surmise several things. It seems your uncle is not as straightforward as one might imagine. And your sudden arrival appears to have disrupted some of his plans. Wait, could it be that your arrival was part of a scheme, that someone intends to use you to test Yang Hong? Perhaps Yang Hong, compelled by certain circumstances, chose to endure without revealing himself, yet upon hearing you mention the secret of rebirth, he promptly signaled you. At this moment, you lean against the gravestone, motionless, your right hand gripping the note. Only after witnessing your uncle's figure fade from view and the unsettling sensation of being watched dissipate, do you cautiously unfold the note. It contains nothing but a few terse words. Seemingly an address. Imperial Capital, Secret Realm, Dragon Temple. Your gaze sharpens as you memorize it, intending to incinerate the note with spiritual fire, only to discover that you seem to have become powerless. Reduced to a mere mortal, you decide instead to stuff the note into your mouth and swallow it, your body gradually slumping to the ground as you prepare to close your eyes and await death. The waters here are far too murky, constantly leading me to encounter high-stakes situations. Were it not for the simulator, I cannot fathom how many times I would have perished. Indeed, this simulation ought to conclude. Just as you close your eyes, sensing the life force within you swiftly waning, on the brink of death as the simulation draws to a close, you suddenly feel the ground tremble, boom, bang. Not far from you, the earth erupts, creating a large chasm, from which a figure resembling a groundhog emerges. This filthy, disheveled creature, exuding a foul stench and wielding a bloodied blade, locks its gaze onto you, its eyes ablaze with the fury of a long-sought enemy. Liu Qian, you bastard. After more than 20 years, I have traversed mountains and rivers, nearly traversing the entirety of Great Xia, even storming the royal palace, constantly chased and hunted, treated like a dog, unable to eat or sleep well. Today, I have finally found you. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Devouring souls, plundering fragments of lifespan, momentarily stacking, burning lifespan, entering the undying blade soul. Liu Qian's eyes suddenly sparkled, gazing intently at the introduction of the soul-devouring demon blade in his hand. Resembling someone who had stumbled upon a treasured as for the so-called undying blade soul that could enhance recovery and combat prowess, he hardly paid it any heed. What truly stirred his emotions was the ability to plunder the lifespans of others, albeit briefly stacking them. This capability is simply a perfect match for Heaven treading 9 steps. The more he kills, the more lifespan he can accumulate. Though transient, it could effectively transform Heaven treading 9 steps, his trump card, into a conventional technique, mitigating the flaw of his insufficient lifespan. Utilizing the lifespan of others as primary fuel and his own as auxiliary, he could activate Heaven treading 9 steps to exchange for formidable power. As for the question of heavenly loans, As long as there are individuals continuously supplying me with spiritual energy, I can naturally disregard them. Under such circumstances, the side effects of heaven treading 9 steps would be nearly minimized. The combination of the soul-devouring demon blade and heaven treading 9 steps is simply a match made in heaven. Lu Qian's spirit sword, barely able to contain his joy and excitement. And concerning the side effects of the soul-devouring demon blade, with the Supreme Emperor's bone present, he could easily suppress them. At this moment, Lu Qian could hardly fathom how powerful he had become when he exerted himself fully. Should anyone truly dare to view him as the pinnacle of the mountains and rivers, they would likely find themselves taught a lesson in humility within moments. Suddenly, Lu Qian's expression stiffened, and he lifted his gaze. He noticed that the river of time before him had yet to recede, and the youthful phantom still stood there, calmly observing him. That serene countenance in this instant seemed to come alive. Silently staring at him the next moment, under Lu Qian's expectant gaze, the youthful phantom suddenly sprang to life, akin to the third iteration of the villain simulation. With a snap, the youthful phantom abruptly moved. Seizing the last pale golden Dao fruit from its chest and casting it away. That was the heaven treading 9 steps, celestial character, whoosh. The Dao fruit instantly melded into Lu Qian's forehead, transforming into the complete heaven treading 9 steps. Simultaneously, deep within his soul, celestial character was swiftly formed. With sufficient lifespan to burn, he could directly step into the celestial realm. Lu Qian had not anticipated that following the third villain simulation, there would be yet another, granting him an additional boon. However, this recent action seemed to have exhausted most of the youthful phantom's energy, rendering it increasingly insubstantial, its voice becoming faint as it murmured, "Head north. Return to the imperial capital." Excellent! Lu Qian's eyes flickered as he instantly grasped the meaning behind those words. It was now clear that heading south was a treacherous pit, involving confrontations of a higher caliber. Yang Hong was evidently still lying in wait, reluctant to strike, remaining in a state of restraint. To rashly involve himself would be futile. Moreover, he was now acutely aware of his true identity and the shifting situation in the imperial capital. Given this, why not head north, return to the imperial capital, and take the initiative to engage? After enduring countless hardships to draw me out, I shall return to confront you all. Although the Lu family currently faced adversity, it had not perished. Thus, he could save them and prevent truly tragic events from transpiring. He would also take the opportunity to investigate the meaning behind the note from Yang Hong. I shall see just how many contingencies that deceased father of mine left behind, and whether they are sufficient to contend with those individuals. Seeing that he had made a resolute decision and understood the message, the youthful phantom revealed a hint of an excited smile. Go and create a great upheaval. With a whoosh, its form shattered, dissolving into countless grains of sand, merging into the river of time, becoming ethereal and vanishing. Host: Lu Qian. Age: 18. Lifespan: 1000. Occupation: Talismancer, 6th tier, Realm: Pinnacle of Mountains and Rivers. Techniques: Azure Emperor's Longevity Sutra 5th layer, Earthly True Immortal level. Primordial Dragon Elephant Scripture 4th layer, Celestial level. Thousand Shadows Demonic Art 5th layer, Celestial level. Talisman True Canon, Talisman Illustrations. Divine Powers: Azure Emperor's Longevity Body, Dragon Elephant Tyranny Body, Shadow Mimicry, Shape-Shifting, Vast Dragon Fist. Supreme Mode: Heaven Treading 9 Steps. Physique: Supreme Emperor's Bone. Talents: Greased Feet, blue. You Can't See Me, red. Talisman Dao Seed, purple. Tall Tales, green. Items: Soul-Devouring Demon Blade, Semi-Divine Artifact. Life-Replacing Blood Escape Talisman, Profound Een Treasure Mirror, Celestial Artifact, Celestial Legacy, Ghostly Medical Sage. Simulation Attempts: 0 Villain Points, 58,500. Having condensed the celestial character, should he step into the 8th stride, he could immediately attain the celestial realm. Coupled with the numerous trump cards he had amassed, there were now few in the great Xia Empire that could instill fear in him. Lu Qian's gaze turned cold as he looked towards Lu Ruyue beside him, no longer harboring the previous trepidation, but instead emanating an endless calm. Compared to before, when he had to court favor and tread carefully, now, Lu Ruyue and the power behind her were crystal clear in his eyes. Furthermore, his current strength was unlike any before. Consequently, his attitude towards Lu Ruyue no longer required such deference. Based on previous simulations, the Lu family was expected to be annihilated within a week. Thus, it seemed he still had time. For now, he would first take care of some matters, heading to the mysterious realm, where the flow of time differed from the real world, allowing him to arrange things at his leisure. Whoosh, his figure vanished like a breeze, appearing outside the Century Hotel, erupting forth with terrifying speed, soaring through the skies towards the coastal region of the Demon City. Below, the Guardians, including Lu Zhong, were oblivious. Only Lu Ruyue, sharing the same bed, suddenly opened her astonished eyes. Disbelief etched across her face. Pinnacle of mountains and rivers. What is happening? Just a few hours ago, he was merely at the divine power realm. How could he have crossed an entire major realm so swiftly? Lu Ruyue's countenance fluctuated between shades of gloom and light. After a moment of contemplation, she decisively chose to follow in the coastal region of the Demon City. A mysterious figure appeared 2 days prior to the secret realm's opening. Suddenly wielding an eerie blood-colored long blade, casually slicing down, instantly striking at the most vulnerable point. A rip in space emerged. Whoosh! Lu Qian sheathed his blade, glancing back with a calm expression, vanishing into the rift. Chapter 89. Golden Talent, Heaven's Favor in the Mysterious Secret Realm. As soon as Lu Qian entered, he sensed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, 10 times more potent than outside, flooding towards him. In an instant, he felt his cultivation at the pinnacle of the mountains and rivers begin to stir, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. The density of spiritual energy here was indeed extraordinary. Combined with the different flow of time, and hidden within was the heaven-treading 9 steps. This place surely held remarkable origins. Lu Qian's eyes gleamed with brilliance. During the 5th villain simulation, had he not been stripped of his powers, he would have been on the cusp of breaking through to the 6th realm of the extraordinary. However, this was not the time for a breakthrough. He needed to handle pressing matters first. After briefly discerning his location, Lu Qian transformed into a shadow, recklessly making his way towards the ruins. Along the way, even when confronted by bizarre foreign entities attempting to obstruct him, they were effortlessly cleaved down with a single stroke. The souls and lifespans devoured by the soul-devouring demon blade briefly stacked onto him, entering the state of undying blade soul. However, the accumulated lifespan would soon dissipate at a rapid pace, necessitating further hunts. Otherwise, he would begin to burn through his own lifespan in the state of undying blade soul. Lu Qian felt his vitality and mental fortitude amplified to a terrifying degree, as if he were unstoppable. A god slayer in his path. Pinnacle of mountains and rivers, extraordinary realm, entering the sacred realm. All bizarre foreign entities attempting to obstruct him could not withstand the might of his blade. This terrifying combat prowess left Lu Ruyue trailing behind, secretly astonished. This rascal has concealed his depth so profoundly. Just as she was taken aback, Lu Qian had already arrived at the ruins. He paid no heed to the pursuer behind him, striding directly inside. Lu Ruyue instinctively intended to follow, but the moment she stepped forward, she felt her cultivation and spiritual energy inexplicably dissipating, returning to the heavens and earth. This sudden change terrified her, prompting her to retreat hastily. What in the world is this place? She looked incredulously at the mysterious figure disappearing into the mist of the ruins ahead, her mind blank. What is happening? How does he know this place? How could he enter so easily? And that inexplicably surging realm and power, at this moment, the shock that man imparted upon her surpassed all previous experiences combined. It was as if he were shrouded in a layer of hazy mist. Perpetually inscrutable in the ruins, a mysterious stone statue stood. Parchment floated above the incomplete stone figure. Lu Qian, gripping the soul-devouring demon blade, advanced step by step, maximizing his perception to explore the surroundings. He harbored serious suspicions that during the last villain simulation, Yi Chun had already arrived in advance, lurking in the shadows, unwilling to reveal himself. However, despite his thorough probing, he still found no leads. The remnants of an elderly soul residing within Yi Chun appear to be quite extraordinary. It is under his guidance that Yi Chun has been able to acquire the 2 fortuitous chances, Heavenly Steps, and Soul-Devouring Demon Blade. With such a mysterious presence at his side, Even if Yi Qian were to be deemed a failure with a troubled mind, the notion of self-destruction would remain elusive. It is certainly not beyond the realm of possibility for him to obscure my perception. However, the advantage currently lies with me. Even if he lurks in the shadows, he would not dare to make a move. Liu Qian's furrowed brow began to ease as he gazed ahead. Swish, the incomplete stone statue, which held the heavenly steps, parchment, was plucked from its place by a pale hand. Yi Qian's first opportunity for advancement was thus secured. Ding! The host has prematurely seized the destined opportunity of the protagonist Yi Qian. Heavenly steps, causing a certain alteration in the future timeline and earning the reward. Talent Enhancement Scroll, purple. Talent Enhancement Scroll, purple. Randomly elevates any one of the host's talents to a purple tier, facilitating an advancement transformation. Liu Qian's eyes brightened as he stowed the parchment into his spatial ring, eager to explore the reward of the Talent Enhancement Scroll. It was a scroll radiating with a purple glow, adorned with a multitude of enigmatic runes. To date, he possessed only one purple talent, the Talisman Dao Seed, which had already proven to be of considerable aid. Now, the prospect of acquiring another purple talent was enticing. Although the selection was random rather than specified, that was of little consequence. Ripping the Talent Enhancement Scroll, purple, asunder, he was instantly enveloped by a surge of purple light. Ding! Commencing random selection. Selection complete. The enhanced target talent is Fabrication of Whimsical Tales, green. Fabrication of Whimsical Tales, green. Fabrication of Whimsical Tales, purple. Fabrication of Whimsical Tales, purple. The tales you weave are so convincing that not only humans but even spirits would find them credible. The ability to sway even spirits with his words indicates a notable enhancement in his persuasive power. Liu Qian raised an eyebrow, yearning to find someone to test this newfound ability, but found himself surrounded by an absence of souls. Very well, if that is the case, he would have to temporarily relinquish this thought. With only 7 days remaining until the fall of the Liu family, and with the mysterious realm's time flowing at a rate of 10-to-1, it implies that he still had several dozen days to strive for a breakthrough into the transcendent realm. Before making his formal entrance into the imperial capital, it would be prudent to simulate a confrontation once more. Coincidentally, the remaining villain points were sufficient for another simulation. The pinnacle of the mountain and river realm. He prepared for the simulation, requiring 50,000 villain points. Presently, he could barely afford this. However, should he attempt to break through to the 6th realm of transcendence prematurely, it would not suffice. The villain simulator initiated its 6th simulation. Ding! 50,000 villain points have been deducted from the host to exchange for another opportunity to simulate a villain's life. Ding! Commencing the 6th villain life simulation. Detected that the host possesses ample villain points. Would you like to spend 5,000 villain points for a temporary tenfold talent draw? Yes. Though villain points were scarce, talents could not be saved. It was worth the risk. Ding! Commencing the tenfold draw. Draw complete. Please select one from the following 10 temporary talents. Innate wealth. Red wealth flows abundantly. Prosperity is imminent. Array genius. Green. Your understanding of formations has reached a genius level. Unyielding as a mountain. Green. Your physical body is as solid as a mountain, exhibiting remarkable efficacy in body cultivation techniques. Blade and sword prodigy. Red. Your comprehension of blades and swords has attained an unimaginable level of strength. You are a natural prodigy, far surpassing ordinary individuals. Indestructible kidney. Blue. You possess an indestructible kidney, though its purpose remains uncertain. Slave trainer. Red. Targets you whip have a chance of choosing submission, becoming your slaves, with a potential for rebellion. Brother, one of us. Green. When you utter the phrase brother, one of us, those nearby will subconsciously regard you as one of their own. The fewer the people, the greater the success rate. Peach blossom luck. Red. You possess an innate allure to the opposite sex, embodying the traits of a natural playboy. Perhaps you require an indestructible kidney. Heavenly blessing. Gold. Chapter 90. Liu Qian. Lu Ruyue. Inform your backers that I am in need of a few more expendable pawns. Heavenly blessing. Gold. You have received a blessing from the unseen forces. Gaining fortune, warding off misfortune, evading curses, and enjoying good luck. Heavenly blessing. A golden talent. Liu Qian's pupils contracted in astonishment, instantly disregarding all other talents before him, fixating on the last talent shrouded in golden light. This tenfold draw had yielded a legendary golden talent. Could it be that he was the fabled lucky one? I choose Heavenly Blessing. Prior to the appearance of Heavenly Blessing, he might have contemplated other options, especially with several red talents available. However, upon the emergence of this golden talent, linked to the unseen forces of luck and fortune, it was evident that it was extraordinary, akin to the destiny of a protagonist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the temporary golden talent, Heavenly Blessing. Commencing the sixth simulation, Lu Qian sheathed the soul-devouring demon blade and sat cross-legged before the incomplete statue, appearing as if in a meditative state, utterly defenseless. The peculiar nature of the ruins dictated that none would dare to tread lightly within, rendering it a sanctuary of sorts. Naturally, he did not forget the existence of a certain destined protagonist. Should the latter dare to ambush him while he was in this state of meditation, he would not hesitate to deliver a surprise of his own. Having secured a golden talent right from the outset, he was eager to uncover what treacherous depths the imperial capital might hold. Why must that insufferable scoundrel be here, having taken the opportunity that rightfully belonged to me in advance, in the midst of the fog? The limbless Yichen lurked behind a crumbling wall, cloaked in a shroud of dark soul fire, his presence entirely erased as if he did not exist. He gritted his teeth as he glared at Lu Qian, who sat before him in serene meditation, wishing fervently to flay him alive. Just as Lu Qian had surmised, the fated protagonist Yi Chun had indeed entered the mysterious realm ahead of time. But due to his limited strength, he could only explore gradually. Upon witnessing Lu Qian's sudden incursion, he hastily followed, yet was ultimately a step too late. The opportunity had been snatched away. Master, did you not say that this opportunity was unbeknownst to anyone else? Yi Chen's voice brimmed with resentment as he communicated with the elderly soul within him. Yet no response came. It seemed that even the enigmatic soul within him was pondering the situation. Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes lit up, as if a thought had struck him. Master, that scoundrel seems to believe this place is secure, meditating without any defenses. If I were to strike now, the advantage would undoubtedly be mine, allowing me to achieve a resounding victory and humiliate him thoroughly. Just as Yi Chen succumbed to this delusion of advantage, an exasperated ancient voice resonated within his mind. You will die? Swish. Yi Chen's expert. On one hand, you harbor considerable feelings towards the Lu family. On the other hand, their downfall would not only deprive you of essential support, but also instill hesitation and apprehension among the remaining members left by your deceased father. Considering various factors, the Lu family cannot be allowed to falter. Unfortunately, that crafty fellow, Yi Chun, has yet to make an appearance. You feel a tinge of regret as you rise and step towards the desolate ruins, just in time to catch sight of Lu Ruyue, who is lurking outside. Regarding Lu Ruyue's background, you had gleaned some insights during your previous simulations. She belongs to a hidden faction known as the Misty Rainsword Pavilion. This clandestine group comprises women of remarkable lineage, each with distinct identities. There are female wanderers, matriarchs from noble families, and tycoons from the business world, each harboring ambitions, eager to exploit opportunities for immense gains. The so-called Lu family of the Magic Capital is merely a subordinate force under their control, as Yang Hong aptly stated. They are a cohort of opportunists, seeking to maximize profit with minimal investment. However, this collective possesses considerable strength and an extensive network of connections. It is rumored that some of its members have ties with certain nobles in the imperial palace of the Great Xia. To subjugate these individuals, compelling them to wager on you for your own purposes, would naturally not be achieved through gentle persuasion. Lu Qian, Lu Ruyue obstructs your path, intending to speak, but is interrupted. Inform your backers that I plan to stir up some commotion in the imperial capital. Eliminate a few individuals and contend for that position. I currently require a few loyal subordinates. Those who wish to speculate must act swiftly. Delay, and by the time I gather my father's old retinue, even dogs will be in short supply. Chapter 91. Returning to the imperial capital, grim tidings for the Lu family. Impossible. Could it be that he has already discerned my true identity and the forces behind me? Summoning the remaining old guard, the former Crown Prince Chen Xian indeed left him with numerous backup plans. What the master spoke was true. There is not just one Lu family. Listening to your defiant words, Lu Ruyue's expression solidifies. Instead of anger, she is momentarily subdued by your sudden and drastic transformation. Your previous actions had already left her quite shaken, compounded by the enhancement of your advanced purple talent. Ghostly words. Despite her fury at you likening her faction to dogs, she subconsciously begins to take your words at face value. Are you truly intent on returning to vie for that position? Lu Ruyue bites her lip. The situation seems to have far exceeded her expectations. You, who were meant to be a pawn in the schemes of various parties, astonishingly aspire to leap from the chessboard and become the player. A fence-sitter, easily swayed, yet prone to attracting unwanted attention. The unresolved grievances from your past misdeeds have yet to be settled. You regard Lu Ruyue with a cold smile, delivering a forceful slap to her face, leaving several red marks. Those behind Lu Ruyue wish to nurture the next generation, partly seeking to replicate the supreme imperial bone, but also harboring designs to elevate their descendants as puppets. Whether Lu Ruyue is truly compelled, you cannot ascertain, but such matters are not something you would agree to unless you strike her cheek. You sense something amiss with Lu Ruyue. It appears her cultivation has not reached the celestial realm, and her demeanor is somewhat feeble. Yet, she previously exhibited the combat prowess of a 5-turn celestial. You realize there may be a hidden secret within her, for a 20-something 5-turn celestial seems rather extraordinary, even outshining the so-called first prodigy of the royal family, Chan Tai. However, time does not permit you to delve too deeply into this mystery. Disregarding her dazed expression, you stride purposefully out of the secret realm. Remember, you have but one chance. Lu Ruyue watches your departing figure, her face a mask of fluctuating emotions, her aura shifting as if two souls are quarreling within her. Yet ultimately, she refrains from taking action against you, harboring an inexplicable premonition that should she strike, she would face dire consequences. You exit the secret realm, silently arriving outside the Century Hotel. At this moment, the hotel is under siege, the battle fierce. However, the cloaked figure of the ghostly physician has yet to make his entrance. Behind him stand the ancestors of the Li family and Shen Zhong. Meanwhile, Lu Zhong, having received your orders in advance, does not impede the assassin's entry, allowing them to eliminate your double, Su Ming. Success. The ghostly physician rejoices upon hearing the cheers from the Century Hotel. You approach stealthily, drawing your soul-eating demon blade, swiftly dispatching the ancestors of the Li family and Shen Zhong with 2 precise strikes, devouring their souls and briefly augmenting your lifespan by igniting your own. Entering the state of undying blade soul. Who goes there? The ghostly physician, a formidable celestial, suddenly senses the scent of blood, his hairs standing on end as he prepares to retaliate. You insolent cur, upon seeing me. Do you not kneel? A sharp voice suddenly resounds. The effect of ghostly words, amplified beyond tenfold, manifests in an instant. A flicker of confusion passes through the ghostly physician's eyes, quickly followed by fear. His knees buckle instinctively as he kneels. Your Highness, I beg for mercy. Thud. A flash of crimson blade light slices through the air, severing his head from his shoulders. Until his last breath, the ghostly physician's face remains one of bewilderment. Without employing the heavenly step 9 strides, you have managed to slay the ghostly physician, a formidable 3-turn celestial. The potency of ghostly words has grown increasingly terrifying. Confirming your strength, you reflect that this once daunting minor boss now appears scarcely superior to a mere hound in your eyes. Having eliminated the greatest threat in the ghostly physician and slain the ancestors of the Li family and Shen Zhong, the remaining assailants are now utterly feeble. Soon, Lu Zhong, who had vanished, reappears, wielding the strength of a 7th realm saint, annihilating all the assassins present. First, eliminate a few dogs to collect interest. Next, it is time to head to the imperial capital. You turn to leave, summoning a talisman to coalesce into a talismanic ship. Preparing for your journey to the imperial capital. This time, you choose not to engage with Su Mei, as you are about to participate in high-stakes affairs in the capital. In this scenario, the still-growing Su Mei would provide little assistance and could potentially become a liability. The events in the magic capital are unlikely to remain concealed for long. Soon, the imperial capital will undoubtedly learn of them. However, they will likely not catch up to your swiftness. Guiding your 6th-tier talisman ship, you accelerate towards the imperial capital at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary warships, reaching your destination in merely a few hours. As the sky darkens, you alter your appearance with a shadowy guise. silently stepping onto the soil of the imperial capital in this moment. No one knows that you, once the most notorious scion of the capital, have returned. Upon your return to the imperial capital, you find no news of the magic capital's events, clearly indicating your rapid pace. However, you do hear another piece of exceedingly troubling news. Have you heard? The ancestor of the Lu family seems to have encountered misfortune, reportedly besieged by mysterious foreign entities in a secret realm, sustaining grave injuries. Ultimately, he managed to return but fell into a coma a few days prior. The Imperial Beast Pass experienced unusual movements. According to the Great Xia regulations, all celestial families were required to dispatch celestial powerhouses for safeguarding. It is said that the head of the Lu family, a first-turn celestial, personally went, only to meet with a disastrous fate. Now, the Lu family, a celestial lineage, finds itself in disarray, with the dead, the injured, and the comatose. Leaving the young master Lu Shou to manage the affairs, the Lu family must have offended someone gravely. How else could so many calamities befall them in succession? The Lu family's current predicament is indeed dire. Incidentally, not long ago, the Gu family even visited to humiliate Lu Shou, a stark contrast to the past. Observing the surrounding discussions, your expression grows increasingly grim. You were already aware of the Lu family's precarious situation, but you had not anticipated it to deteriorate to such an extent. The entire Lu family is being deliberately targeted. The patriarch has encountered misfortune, the family head has fallen, and other celestials have also met with calamity. Ultimately, it falls upon elder brother Lu Shou, now a 7th realm saint, to bear the burden. One can only imagine the immense pressure he has faced in recent days. Sigh, let us not dwell on matters best left unsaid. It is said that tomorrow marks the birthday celebration of the ancestor of the Gu family. Chapter 92. Lu Qian. The more monkeys there are, the more valuable the Gu family's chicken becomes. The calamity befalling the Lu family has reached even the ears of ordinary citizens in the imperial capital, unknowing the gravity of the current situation, in these days, in order to safeguard you. The Lu family has undoubtedly shouldered immense pressure, resulting in numerous casualties, nearly reaching their limits. It appears that I have arrived a tad late. You furrow your brow, reflecting on how the Lu family has been all but decimated. Had I come a bit earlier, I might have been able to save the head of the Lu family, as well as several formidable experts among them. However, I must first return to the Lu family to ascertain the true situation. Quietly, you set forth, moving as though you were a specter, heading towards the Lu residence. Under my unseen influence, those around you instinctively overlook your presence. The Lu family is one of the 24 dukes of the Great Xia Empire. A position of great prestige, residing in the heart of the empire, not far from the imperial palace. Naturally, you are familiar with the route home. Yet, just as you are about to approach the Lu family, you suddenly sense several distinct auras lurking in the shadows. 2 first-tier celestials and 1 third-tier celestial. Perhaps it is the powerful perception granted by the purple talent of the talisman path that allows you to instantly detect the hidden spies surrounding the Lu family. Moreover, these spies seem to have little intention of concealing themselves, exhibiting a bold and brazen demeanor as they monitor. This clearly indicates the extent to which the Lu family has weakened. You frown slightly but do not alarm them. Instead, you stride confidently into the Lu residence, quickly locating your elder brother, Lu Shou. At this moment, the once vibrant elder brother is now devoid of his former vigor, his brow furrowed with worry, and his face marred by several scars. Elder brother, you have dispensed with your inability to see me and chosen to meet. Lu Shou's expression shifts to one of shock, disbelief evident in his eyes as he grapples with the reality of your sudden appearance. Instinctively doubting your authenticity and preparing to act, you produce your identity token to prove your identity, and Lu Shou relaxes momentarily, but soon grows anxious, insisting on sending you away. Weren't you in the Demon City? Leave quickly, elder brother hasn't resolved matters in the capital for you yet. Elder brother, I am fully aware of everything, and my return is to resolve these issues. To be candid, I have inherited my father's legacy and awakened the imperial bone. I possess the capability to return and settle accounts. You interject decisively, interrupting Lu Shou's words while weaving a plausible narrative. Under the influence of your fabrications, Lu Shou quickly accepts your explanation. It must be said that this talent indeed saves a great deal of trouble. However, upon learning that you are aware of your true identity, he alters his address, no longer referring to you as second brother, but instead as your highness. The Lu family, as one of the contingencies left by your father. Chen Xian, and the family that nurtured your growth, remains utterly loyal. You wish for Lu Shou to address you differently, yet he remains steadfast in his stance. Subsequently, Lu Shou begins to recount the recent events. The reason for the Lu family's continuous misfortunes lies in the betrayal of the Gu family, who spearheaded the attacks, while the Chu family conspired in the shadows, alongside that scoundrel Chen Tai. The alliance of two celestial families, compounded by the machinations of a powerful prince, has left the Lu family utterly defenseless. If it were only the Gu family traitor, the Lu family could have beaten them to a pulp. Listening to Lu Shou's indignant remarks, you finally grasp the root of the issue. At its core, it is the traitorous Gu family, scrambling for recognition and favor from their new master. Originally, the Gu family had considered selling you out for wealth and status. But the shift in the attitude of the emperor of the Great Xia, declaring that the grandson could inherit the throne, nearly terrified the Gu family to death. Yet now, having turned traitor, they are left with no choice but to follow this dark path. Meanwhile, the sixth Prince Chen Tai and the Chu family are secretly carving up the Lu family's resources. The Chu family, as the maternal faction of the sixth prince, possesses significantly greater strength than the Lu family. During this period, the Lu family has contemplated bringing you back, but they felt powerless to protect you, fearing repercussions. Furthermore, the numerous contingencies set by the deposed crown Prince Chen Xian were exceedingly covert, most of them being unacquainted with one another, making it extremely difficult for the Lu family to unite. What is even more alarming is that no one knows if there are any among them who, like the Gu family, have turned traitor. The situation has indeed deteriorated to a critical extent. With the passage of time, the hearts of the people have nearly scattered. Liu Qian furrows his brow, his gaze lowered, a cold smile flickering within him. After all these years, apart from the unwavering loyalty of the Lu family to the various contingencies left by the deceased patriarch, it seems that most have begun to harbor ulterior motives. Otherwise, it would not be the case that no one has stepped forward to lend a hand to the Lu family and alleviate their burdens. Indeed, human hearts are ever-changing. In the past, those individuals willingly followed your father, driven by the desire to strive for more. Now, with many having perished, naturally, their loyalty has waned. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is chaotic, all for gain. Without fundamental interests, who would engage with you? Unless you can demonstrate sufficient value. You are acutely aware that human hearts cannot withstand trials or scrutiny. Even in the absence of the Gu family, there would be the emergence of the Lin or Li families. All of this stems from your loss of value and power, which has eradicated any semblance of fear or respect. It seems that this return to the capital is indeed timely. You reveal a cold smile, already harboring thoughts of making an example of the traitors and purging the ranks. The Gu family is nothing less than that sacrificial lamb. Unless the Gu family's head is severed, the other traitors will not obediently flock to you, hailing you as their sovereign. Your Highness, currently the ancestor has fallen into a coma, and the entire family has only my uncle, a third-tier celestial, remaining. However, the ancestor of the Gu family is a sixth-tier celestial, accompanied by several other celestials. Tomorrow's birthday banquet will see attendance from all the notable figures in the empire, including the Chu family, and the sixth prince Liu Shou seems to have discerned some of your intentions, perhaps wishing to advise restraint. However, faced with his counsel, you remain composed. No need to say more. The more monkeys there are, the more valuable the Gu family's demise becomes. Tomorrow, I shall attend the Gu family's birthday banquet alone. Chapter 93. From this day forth, beneath the true immortals of the land, I, Lu Qian, am invincible. The imperial bone. Activate. The Gu family, as one of the 24 dukes of the Great Xia, though positioned at the bottom, still looms as a formidable entity in the eyes of common folk. Especially recently, when the Gu family abruptly sold the news of the sole surviving bloodline of the deposed crown prince. Actively aligning with the sixth Prince Chen Tai, their notoriety surged, whether for better or worse. Despite having reaped numerous benefits from the Lu family during this period, the reputation of a traitor seeking glory cannot be escaped. Yet, regardless of their disgrace, the birthday banquet of the Gu family's ancestor has still stirred a sensation in the capital, with countless celestial families dispatching emissaries to attend. Among them, the Chu family even sent a celestial expert bearing lavish gifts. At this moment, within the Gu family estate, The ancestor of the Gu family is engaged in discussion with a celestial from the Chu family. Accompanying them are the head of the Gu family, several core members, and a certain instigator, Ao Shang. The Lu family, now utterly defenseless, devoid of celestial strength, finds itself abandoned by the remnants of the deposed crown prince, all seemingly harboring their own agendas, and thus, the consideration of assassination is becoming more viable. The Gu family's ancestor wears a ruthless expression, waving his hand dismissively. Ha, rest assured, Gu family ancestor. Upon my return, I shall consult with the sixth prince, devising a means to label the Lu family as rebellious and directly seize their title, thus paving the way for execution. The celestial from the Chu family nods with a smile, casually affirming, as though the fate of the Lu family is already sealed. The collusion of two celestial families, along with the pressure exerted by a prince from behind the scenes, leaves the Lu family's fate all but predetermined. This effort hinges greatly on the sixth prince's contributions. Currently, the sixth prince commands the military department of the empire, utilizing the pretext of border security to dispatch several celestials from the Lu family to the frontiers, dividing and conquering, systematically annihilating them, thereby severely wounding the Lu family. The Gu family's ancestor speaks with a hint of flattery, revealing the true source of the Lu family's tragic plight. Since the failed rebellion of the deposed crown prince Chen Xian, the power he once wielded was divided and dispersed among the other princes who did not rebel. Among them, the sixth prince Chen Tai is favored by the emperor of the Great Xia, commanding the military department, wielding substantial authority over the empire's military affairs, truly a figure of immense power. This is how the Lu family has been gradually dismantled. Simultaneously, the Gu family's ancestor has received secret intelligence indicating that the emperor of the Great Xia was gravely injured in his battle against the deposed crown prince and is nearing death, likely with only a few years left to live. Consequently, Chen Tai is a leading candidate for the next emperor of the Great Xia. This is the underlying reason for the Gu family's reckless choice to ally with the sixth prince Chen Tai. They are simply too eager for advancement. How amusing! The venerable ancestor of the Gu family is being modest. Were it not for your intricate schemes, diverting that debauched scion to the magical metropolis and revealing the Lu family's secrets, we would not have achieved our goals so effortlessly. The Tianren of the Chu family laughed heartily, though his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. One holds esteem for those who seek glory by betraying their masters, nor do they place their trust in such individuals. Yet, the venerable ancestor of the Gu family appeared oblivious to the disdain emanating from the Tianren of the Chu family. While he offered compliments with a smile, he subtly began to delineate the division of the Lu family's interests. Once the negotiations reached a satisfactory conclusion, the respectful Gu Ao interjected, "Grandfather, the guests have nearly all arrived. The majority of the 24 Duke House is present, and the others have sent their birthday tributes. Only the sixth prince has yet to make his appearance. I have heard that there are complications in the magical metropolis that require the sixth prince's attention. Let the banquet commence," the Tianren of the Chu family suddenly declared. Clearly, news of the turmoil in the magical metropolis, including the demise of the ghostly physician, had begun to circulate back to the imperial capital. The venerable ancestor of the Gu family nodded, inviting the Tianren of the Chu family to join him as they strode towards the front courtyard, addressing the numerous envoys from various prominent Tianren families. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for attending my 300th birthday celebration. The reasons for our gathering need not be elaborated upon. I trust you will all enjoy the festivities." Suddenly, the Gu family's grand doors were forcefully thrust open, sending tables and dishes tumbling, leaving countless guests covered in dirt and disarray. This unexpected turn of events left the entire assembly in shock. A flamboyant figure, draped in a bloodied blade over his shoulder, swaggered in, his defiant gaze sweeping across the room. "Still feasting? I have come to kill you all. Except for the Gu family, everyone else shall perish. My blade is indiscriminate. Lu Qian, it is you." Someone recognized your identity, exclaiming in astonishment. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with disbelief. Some envoys, their faces flushed with rage, found their anger quelled, their expressions stiffening. Lu Qian, once the most notorious wastrel in the imperial capital, was now known throughout the empire as the true identity of the Taizuan of the Great Xia. None could fathom how you, who should have been in the magical metropolis, had suddenly returned to the imperial capital at such a critical juncture, intent on disrupting the Gu family's birthday celebration. In that moment, many recognized the gravity of the situation and stepped aside, creating a path to at this juncture. The venerable ancestor of the Gu family wore an unmistakably grim expression. Being an old fox, he sensed the impending danger. As a traitor, he was already plagued by guilt, and your presence, as a scion of the deposed royal bloodline, filled him with dread. Why had you come here? Was there someone backing you? You young whelp, how dare you? I am but an old man. Before he could finish, you coldly interrupted, striding through the Gu family's entrance. Old fool, the grievances of the past are of no concern to me. Today, I am here for but one purpose, to cleanse this house. There is no longer a need for the Gu family to exist. The members of the Gu family, enraged to the point of laughter, were clearly incensed by your brazen words. Ha ha ha, you, a mere incapable waste, dare to threaten the Gu family. Jiu laughed heartily, his eyes filled with disdain. Even the Tianren of the Chu family could not suppress their derision. In the entire imperial capital, who did not know that you were an incapable wastrel? Unfazed by the jeers and insults, you advanced steadily toward the Gu family, your extraordinary aura gradually revealing itself. You laughed wildly. The Gu family? What are they worth? Today, allow me to demonstrate the power of the supreme imperial bone. From this day forth, beneath the realm of earthly immortals, I, Lu Qian, shall be invincible. Imperial bone, awaken. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming, supreme pressure erupted from within you, tearing the heavens apart and creating a colossal rift in the sky. Your cultivation surged at an unfathomable rate. Chapter 94. The Slaughter of the Gu Family. The imperial capital trembles. Extraordinary realm. Saintly realm. Tianren realm. A terrifying aura of the Tianren domain enveloped the entire Gu family, sending numerous onlookers into a state of sheer panic. A horrific glimmer of bloodlust erupted from the soul-devouring blade, enveloping you, as your raven hair transformed into a crimson hue, as if drenched in blood at this moment. You resembled a vengeful deity emerging from the depths of a hellish purgatory. Bang, bang, bang. Underneath your terrifying, supreme pressure, Gu family disciples were instantly crushed, exploding into a mist of blood, meeting their demise on the spot. Unbeknownst to many, their souls and fragments of their lifespans were consumed by the soul-devouring blade. Augmenting your own power in an instant, the elite forces of the Gu family were alarmed. Several Tianren rushed toward you with lethal intent. Ha ha ha, today, I shall make the entire imperial capital tremble because of me. Lu Qian, you recklessly burned through your lifespan, ruthlessly unleashing the Tianren talismans deep within your soul to their utmost potential. Boom. Amidst countless terrified gazes, your cultivation surged past the threshold of a first-turned Tianren, showing no signs of abating, continuing to rise uncontrollably. You have awakened the supreme imperial bone. In that moment, it was as if the elders of your recalled the terror they felt when confronted with the supreme imperial bone's might. In the past, the wastrel Taizuan Chen Xian nearly succeeded in battling the earthly immortals as a Tianren. Now, his bloodline had also awakened the supreme imperial bone. Could this be divine will? Impossible. How could this be? The venerable ancestor of the Gu family's eyes turned crimson, his body trembling violently, consumed by fear. As a former follower of that man, he understood all too well the terror of the supreme imperial bone. Ah, quickly, strike, kill him. A first-turned Tianren of the Gu family, unable to contain his fear, was the first to act. A terrifying flash of blood-red light erupted. This Gu family Tianren had no means of resistance and was instantly slain. His soul and lifespan snatched away. Boom. Your cultivation sword, reaching the second-turn Tianren. My fourth uncle is dead. Boom. Another third-turn Tianren fell, his head easily severed. Ah, my second uncle is dead. Boom. Your cultivation broke through to the third-turn Tianren. Too weak, too weak. All of you are worthless. You laughed maniacally, wielding the soul-devouring blade, a semi-immortal weapon, as if chopping vegetables in the Gu family's slaughter. Amidst countless terrified gazes, the Tianren fell beneath your blade as easily as chickens and dogs. Your cultivation surged, seemingly unbound, breaking through continuously. Fourth turn Tianren. Fifth turn Tianren. Sixth turn Tianren. Seventh turn Tianren. Ha ha ha, who else? Come forth. Your voice echoed with unparalleled arrogance, nearly maddened. resonating throughout the Gu family and the entire imperial capital. As the terrifying pressure nearly caused the heavens to bleed, in an instant, countless Tianren powerhouses across the imperial capital were stirred, appearing in disbelief as they beheld you. It is Lu Qian. No, it is Chen Qian. It is His Highness the Taizuan. He has awakened the Supreme Imperial Bone. This is the terrifying power of the Supreme Imperial Bone. The so-called realms of cultivation are but trivialities, effortlessly transcended. This is the strength that belonged to the once wastrel. The Crown Prince. It knows no limits. The Gu family is finished. This is the fate of traitors. Ha ha ha, their eyes have been blinded. They must have mistakenly worshipped the wrong true Buddha. As you unleashed the Imperial Bone, manifesting astonishing power, the hearts of the various Tianren families trembled. In that moment, they perceived the invincible figure reflected in you. Some opportunists began to sway with the winds in the brief span of mere moments. You had nearly annihilated the entirety of the Gu family, leaving only the venerable ancestor, Gu Ao, and the Tianren of the Chu family. You dare? I am of the Chu family. The Tianren of the Chu family cried out in terror. Pooh! The Tianren of the Chu family was decapitated in one stroke. Why? Why didn't you say earlier? Why didn't you mention that you had awakened the Imperial Bone? Had I known, I would never have betrayed you. And the Gu family would not have faced such calamity. The venerable ancestor of the Gu family, a sixth-turn Tianren, stared at the bloody scene, his eyes wild, howling as a defeated dog. Had he known you possessed such power, he would have readily submitted, becoming your most loyal hound. At this moment, he harbored grave doubts that you had awakened the Imperial Bone long ago, but had concealed it to test these loyal retainers of the deposed prince. What a ruthless heart you possess! In this moment, amidst the numerous celestial families observing this gruesome massacre, a chill crept into some hearts. Enough with the trivialities. I have no desire to listen, you sneered. The reason for leaving the Gu family's patriarch for last was to achieve the ultimate lesson for others. Now, it is time to end this. Old fool, you may now meet your end, Lu Qian. How dare you? Cease at once. A voice echoed from afar. A middle-aged man, exuding an air of nobility, wore a grim expression, accompanied by a towering figure behind him. This middle-aged man was none other than Chen Tai, the sixth prince of the Great Xia Empire. He was also the mastermind who had long plotted against you, desiring your demise. Witnessing the near annihilation of the Gu family, he could no longer remain passive. If you were to eliminate the Gu family, who would dare ally with him in the future? If he could not protect his own subordinates, how could he claim any imperial dignity? Slaughtering a duke of the empire. No one would dare. You wish to protect that old fool? Who do you think you are? Ignoring the shouts behind you, you laughed arrogantly, the bloodied blade in your hand exploding into a crimson light. Boom! The blood light erupted, and a head soared into the air. The patriarch of the Gu family perished. Those I wish to kill, none shall be spared, not even the heavens nor the emperor. Chapter 95. 9 Turns Celestial. Madman, lunatic, as you beheaded the Gu patriarch for all to see. A chilling silence fell over the imperial capital. Even the powerful families gathered to spectate felt a shiver run down their spines. The sixth Prince Chen Tai's face darkened as he gazed at you, as if witnessing a completely deranged individual. To recklessly slay an imperial duke was tantamount to provoking the heavens. Even Chen Tai would not dare to do such a thing. This was an egregious taboo. A single misstep could invite calamity. Otherwise, why would Chen Tai, the puppet master in dealing with the Lu family, meticulously force them into a corner and concoct a treasonous charge? At this level, one must adhere to the rules. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. Yet now, you had brazenly stormed in and eradicated the Gu family completely. Such behavior was akin to that of a mere commoner. How could one of high status act in such a manner? You bastard! How dare you? Blade slave, kill him for me! Chen Tai roared in fury, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of fear. Your sudden outburst had cast a considerable shadow over him. Once merely a disposable pawn, you had now risen dramatically, posing a threat to his very life. It is crucial to note that while the Gu family had betrayed you, he was the one who had been scheming against you from the shadows. Presently, no matter the cost, he must eliminate you first. Chen Tai harbored a strange premonition. If you did not perish, it would be him who met his end. Yes, your highness. the towering blade slave beside Chen Tai did not hesitate. He instantly unleashed the terrifying pressure of a 7-turn celestial, drawing his massive sword and charging towards you from behind. He intended to exploit the opening you had exposed while slaying the Gu Patriarch for a lethal strike. Having just slain the Gu Patriarch, you felt a surge of soul power and longevity, your aura intensifying. Yet you soon sensed the chill of an impending attack from behind. You wish to kill me? By your means? You suddenly revealed a scornful smile, turning to face Chen Tai, your eyes igniting with brilliance as your aura surged once more. 8-turn celestial. You were still vexed over the insufficient satisfaction of killing the Gu Patriarch. And now, the mastermind Chen Tai had come forth at the perfect moment. Sure, a soul-devouring slash, boom. A blood-red blade light soared into the sky, akin to the river of the underworld descending, sweeping forth and instantly engulfing the blade slave. In an instant, the 7-turn celestial, the blade slave, was slain. The terrifying crimson river of blades continued unabated, advancing towards Chen Tai, carrying an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Bring your father? No. Chen Tai, the mastermind, let out a terrified scream. As if driven mad. He could hardly fathom that you had become this formidable. Moreover, you dared to threaten an imperial prince. After all, he was your own uncle. Boom. At a critical moment, a life-preserving talisman bestowed upon Chen Tai manifested, withstanding the terrifying blade light, yet it was soon shredded like a rag, sending him crashing to the ground, creating a massive trench, his hair disheveled. All of this transpired too swiftly, to the extent that those present scarcely had time to react. What the hell? The 6th prince has been cut down. That strike was aimed at killing, and had it not been for the protective talisman bestowed by the emperor. First, he slays a duke, then prepares to kill a prince. Has the grandson gone mad? Wait, the emperor has yet to personally acknowledge Lu Qian's status as the grandson. His identity has not yet been inscribed into the great Xia royal family tree, nor has he changed his name or returned to his roots. Ah, how dare you! I am your 6th uncle. Chen Tai spat blood, his clothing tattered, hair in disarray, devoid of the former regal demeanor of a prince. Resembling a beggar, that son of a dog, I must say, he is quite the fortune to have survived. Lu Qian observed the scene unfolding before him, silently mocking. The power of that strike could likely slay 100 revered physicians. The blood demon could come and still perish. Yet, he had failed to eliminate Chen Tai, the mastermind. However, it was understandable. Chen Tai was the current favored son of the great Xia's human emperor, possessing life-saving trump cards, which was not entirely unreasonable. 1 strike failed. Then 2 strikes would suffice. This simulation of the antagonist, heading north to the imperial capital, was indeed to create upheaval, to wash away the previous indignities, at the same time. To glimpse the reaction of the great Xia human emperor, to uncover the truth of the past. So, the holy grandson can inherit the empire, can he? Very well. You shall witness the arrival of your holy grandson. I shall first practice my blade on your precious son. Let us see if you can contain yourself, and what schemes you truly harbor. Noticing that 1 strike did not suffice to slay Chen Tai, you inwardly mused that the royal family of Great Xia was indeed difficult to kill, yet you did not cease your actions. The flames currently were still insufficiently fierce. That certain Great Xia human emperor had yet to show his face. This indicated that the situation still remained within their tolerance. Then let me add fuel to the fire. Humph, daring to send someone to the demon city to assassinate me, let it be known. Even if it were my 6th uncle today, even if my own father were to appear, he would still meet his demise. You transformed into a crimson light, wielding the soul-devouring demon blade, charging towards Chen Tai without an ounce of mercy. Protect his highness, protect his highness. In an instant, Chen Tai was utterly terrified, losing control, screaming frantically, grandson, cease. That is the king of Wu, the emperor's most favored son, and your uncle. You cannot slay your uncle, bold Lu Qian. The emperor has yet to acknowledge your status as grandson. Who gave you the audacity to murder an imperial prince? Quickly cease your actions. Little bastard, do not harm my grandson. Young Master Lu, calm down. Do not act impulsively. You cannot kill him. As you prepared to unleash your wrath, powerful celestial auras began to manifest, attempting to intervene. Among them were members of Chen Tai's maternal clan, the Chu family. Those who had allied with Chen Tai, loyalists to the great Xia royal family, and those with ulterior motives, as well as neutrals. Compared to a suddenly emerged grandson like you, Chen Tai, who had painstakingly built his foundation over the years and possessed a powerful maternal clan, clearly had numerous supporters. Among these individuals, many harbored intentions to secretly strike at you in an instant. At least 10 celestial auras surged forth, alongside various celestial treasures, some of which posed subtle threats to you. Humph! You foul fish and rotten shrimp dare to obstruct me! A cold light flickered in your eyes as you regarded the formidable auras descending upon you, deciding to stoke the flames further. Solidifying your invincible stance and intimidating all present, I have declared, today, beneath the earthly true immortals, I, Lu Qian, am invincible. Awaken. In supreme mode, you defiantly ignited your longevity, pushing the celestial talismans deep within your soul to their utmost limits. Radiating with a spectrum of colors, boom! The terrifying blood-red pressure erupted instantaneously, sending all suppressing celestial forces flying, causing the entire imperial capital to tremble violently, the sky tearing apart as if heralding the end of days. In this moment, your cultivation reached 9 turn celestial. Chapter 96, Lu Qian. Where there is the son of Fei Wu, there is the father of Fei Wu. I am a 9 turn celestial. Who can stand in my way? Who else? The terrifying blood-red radiance erupted from you, dominating the arena as you proclaimed your invincibility. In that moment, you seemed to have touched the pinnacle of existence in this world. At this moment, everyone present was left aghast, disbelief etched on their faces, the entire venue enveloped in silence. The ethereal aura of the 9 turn celestial being emanating from you, coupled with the enhancement of the purple talent known as ghostly words, seems to have rendered everyone instinctively silent, acknowledging the undeniable fact of your invincibility beneath the realm of terrestrial immortals. The 9 turn celestial. Even Chen Tai stands frozen in place, paralyzed with fear, as if sensing the imminent approach of his doom. As you advance step by step, preparing to eliminate Chen Tai, a sudden, overwhelming pressure akin to that of a divine being descends upon you. You feel as if an immense weight has been placed upon your shoulders. Enough! The source of this voice is the palace of the Great Xia. It is the Emperor of the Great Xia. This profoundly mysterious terrestrial immortal, who seldom makes an appearance, can no longer contain himself. Is this the power of a terrestrial immortal? Your pupils constrict, and you find your body rigid and immobile. Beneath your seemingly arrogant facade lies a burgeoning gravity. Merely a single utterance can subdue the 9 turn celestial that you are. In this moment, you can distinctly sense the oppressive force emanating from the Great Xia Palace, far exceeding your current capabilities, by 10-fold, 100-fold, even 1,000-fold and beyond. Deep within your soul, the celestial talismans begin to tremble, as if struggling against this crushing pressure, on the verge of plummeting in rank. At this moment, you finally comprehend why your uncle, the war god Yang Hong of the Great Xia, has been relegated to the Hidden Dragon region. Remaining inactive, the true strength of the Great Xia Emperor, your grandfather, appears to be more terrifying than you ever imagined. What is more alarming is that this might not even be the peak of the old man's power. He may still be in a wounded state. Just how formidable was the father who managed to severely injure this ancient being? Boom! A warm current suddenly erupts from the Supreme Emperor Bone, instantly liberating you from your constraints, restoring your freedom. However, at this moment, you choose not to press forward, for you are acutely aware that with the Great Xia Emperor's intervention, you will not be able to slay Chen Tai today. Does this not involve blood relations? Is this the limit? Or is there another reason altogether? Lu Qian's gaze falters, a hint of solemnity crossing his face as he looks towards the north, as if peering through the secret realm to glimpse a certain entity within the Great Xia Palace. Through the villain simulation, he has managed to glean some insight into the true strength of the terrestrial immortal. Seems to exist in another realm entirely. Given his current capabilities, engaging in combat would yield no chance of victory. However, according to Uncle Yang Hong, there are still those in the imperial capital who can protect him in critical moments. Suddenly, a chilling aura of dread sweeps in, as if a terrifying presence from the void has sensed his probing gaze and turned its attention upon him. What? Even from the secret realm, it can sense him from thousands of miles away. Lu Qian's expression changes drastically as he hastily activates the Supreme Emperor Bone, entering the Supreme Mode, his aura completely retracting. resembling an inconspicuous stone. Crack, crack, frigid air emanates from the profound treasure mirror, encasing it in ice, transforming it into a frozen orb, severing its life force and sinking into the earth. Master, what has that rascal Lu Qian done to provoke the attention of the emperor? Hidden in the shadows and feeling that there was no opportunity to act, Yi Chen suddenly freezes, gazing in astonishment at Lu Qian, who is transformed into an ice sphere and plunged underground. What on earth is happening? Not good. A terrestrial immortal's divine consciousness has descended. Run. Yet that mysterious remnant soul seems to have sensed the impending danger, instantly enveloping Yi Chen in a blinding white soul fire. Before bursting forth to escape die in the great Xia Empire, within the hall of the human emperor, deep within the grand hall, a figure shrouded in purple golden gauze, with features obscured and eyes tightly shut, seems to sense something. Slightly opening a crack, he casts a glance towards the south. However, upon finding nothing, he promptly closes his eyes once more. Outside the ruins, that was the divine consciousness of the great Xia Emperor. Lu Ruyue collapses to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, her eyes wide with terror, clearly shaken. A radiant sword soul emanating brilliant cold light stands beside her, ensuring her safety. Even though that divine consciousness merely brushed past the ruins, not even casting a glance in her direction, it still instills a suffocating sense of mortality within her. Had it not been for the protection of her sword soul sister, she feared she might have perished. Lu Qian, what on earth have you done to draw the gaze of His Majesty the Emperor? As soon as she perceives the departure of that divine consciousness, the ground erupts, revealing a melting ice sphere that quickly dissolves, unveiling Lu Qian's true form. His expression is grim as he lowers his head, muttering to himself, "Damn it, is this the might of a terrestrial immortal? Merely a glance from afar can allow one to perceive from thousands of miles away. What manner of monster is this? Just a moment ago, had it not been for his numerous trump cards, he might have been captured by the other party in the villain simulator. He could act recklessly. However, in the real world, he must tread carefully. Moreover, Lu Qian has not forgotten that his uncle Yang Hong is also being closely monitored. At this moment, he begins to grasp the immense pressure Yang Hong must have endured during the last villain simulation. Having been overly arrogant, he realizes that compared to the other party, he is still woefully inadequate. Regaining his composure, Lu Qian redirects his attention to the developments within the villain simulator. Hemph. With a derisive snort, you halt your steps, allowing the effects of the heaven-treading 9 steps to dissipate, your aura plummeting back to its essence. With the intervention of the great Xia Emperor, many breathe a sigh of relief. The 6th Prince Chen Tai, who had been paralyzed with fear, regains his wits and bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, with Father Emperor intervening, "You cannot kill me, Fei Wu." You scoff derisively, mocking, "What a trivial matter, yet you are scared to the point of wetting yourself. Look at you, with that monkey-like visage. Where is the semblance of a human emperor? Where there is Fei Wu's son, there is Fei Wu himself. Unlike some coward in the real world, you in the simulation are brazen and unafraid.